Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 370, Chapter 369, Rope, Strangling the Gorgon Serpent King. Kolth, deep within the underground caves. Dense swarms of Gorgon serpents surged from all directions, attacking the Shadows of Order. The Shadows of Order raised their bolt guns, firing dense barrages at the Xenos. The pitch-black darkness underground did not affect the Shadows of Order, whose superhuman vision allowed them to accurately strike every bolt round at the bodies of the Gorgon serpents. The Gorgon serpents emitted chittering sounds, advancing through the barrage. Suddenly, at the same moment in various caves, gaps appeared in the Shadows of Order's fire net. The deeper they went into the caves, the more the web-like paths interfered with supply lines. The large numbers of Gorgon serpents killed daily by the Shadows of Order were the best source of food. But they lacked ammunition. Going deeper didn't just double the supply distance for the round trip, because of the winding paths in the caves, the distance increased several times over. Tunnels running vertically through the underground to the surface became fewer. The Gorgon serpents had expanded more horizontally across different underground levels. The gaps in the fire net were immediately noticed by the Gorgon serpents. They hissed and charged at the black-armored warriors. The Shadows of Order immediately adjusted, each increasing their firing arcs, which further accelerated their ammunition consumption. In an underground cave adjacent to Numinous, water from the city's drainage system meandered into it. The Shadows of Order fought waist-deep in water. Several mutated Gorgon serpents with 3 pairs of eyes swiftly lunged at the Shadows of Order, tails lashing. The Shadows of Order's keen perception was unaffected by the water, but they found the Xenos swam faster in it. Their first volley failed to penetrate the mutated Gorgon serpent's scaled armor. The Shadows of Order's second volley slammed into the Gorgon serpents' backs as they had already closed in on the line. Shadows of Order who had exhausted their ammunition leaped from the line to meet the Gorgon serpents. They swung their catachan fangs, slashing at the Xenos. Energized blades clashed with sharp claws. The Gorgon serpents let out pained hisses. The Shadows of Order wielded their blades, delivering swift cuts onto the Xenos' bodies. They killed the first wave of mutated Gorgon serpents, but the second wave was already upon them. A thought arose in their minds: the deeper into the caves, the more mutated Gorgon serpents there are. A Shadow of Order guarding the rear of the line suddenly noticed a massive shadow underwater, a Xenos much larger than the mutated Gorgon serpents, charging towards the line. Holding fast to the first layer of the Thelema mind state, he swung his catachan fong and charged at the giant Gorgon serpent. The giant Gorgon serpent burst from the water, splashing water onto the black power armor. Its massive body rose. The Shadow of Order inevitably met its yellow eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. There's a 4th pair. The Shadow of Order's thoughts froze. The speed of his catachan fong swing slowed increasingly. His body rapidly stiffened. His final thought was that the first layer of the Thelema mind state couldn't resist a mutated Gorgon serpent with 6 pairs of eyes. The Shadow of Order didn't have time to warn his battle brothers behind him, but the Shadows of Order using bolt guns noticed the anomaly immediately. The first petrified Shadow of Order appeared since the requirement that only those who mastered true will could enter the caves. New monster. The Shadow of Order alerted over the squad's comm channel, then lowered his head, avoiding the mutated Gorgon serpent's eyes. The height difference between him and the Xenos was over 2 meters, ensuring he wouldn't see the yellow eyes. He pulled the trigger, firing a dense barrage at the mutated Gorgon serpent. Boom. 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 Amid the roar of bolt rounds, the mutated Gorgon serpent did not fall. Its densely layered scales withstood the firepower. Its serpent tail twisted, propelling it before the Shadow of Order. The mutated Gorgon serpent's massive form loomed over the Shadow of Order. It swung its claws, tearing through the power armor. Claw tips pierced the Shadow of Order's body. Toxin rapidly spread through the Astartes' superhuman physique. The Shadow of Order felt his body grow numb and weak, then was pierced through by the claws. The mutated Gorgon serpent then swung its head, fangs biting into the head of another charging Shadow of Order. The fangs pierced the helmet, crushing the Shadow of Order's skull. Simultaneously, its serpent tail coiled around another Shadow of Order, tightly wrapping around his body. The 7-meter-long tail coiled layer upon layer around the Shadow of Order's body, tightening relentlessly. With an explosive crunch, the power armor shattered. The Astartes' superhuman body couldn't withstand the mutated Gorgon serpent's immense strength. As the Shadow of Order's corpse fell, more Xenos poured through the breach torn by their king, charging at the black-armored warriors. The Gorgon Serpent King, after swallowing the Shadow of Order's head, slithered towards other members of the squad. Just as the Shadow of Order squad was in peril, an angry shout rang out. "Hey little snake! Come bite me!" The Gorgon Serpent King's intelligence far surpassed its kin. It had already grasped parts of human language and could understand the general meaning of the words. The voice felt familiar. It turned its head and saw the human who had injured it before. Porty had recently received another gift from their father, becoming an provoker. In previous battles, he keenly noticed the Gorgon Serpent King could understand human speech. Possessing this intelligence allowed him to perform more effective provocation. The Gorgon Serpent King immediately abandoned slaughtering the Broken Shadow of Order squad and charged at the black-armored warrior who provoked it. Porty raised his left arm, firing his Archaeotech pistol, a reward for his promotion to lieutenant, at the Gorgon King. His bullets were modified, replacing the explosive with Catachan needle cactus. Dozens of toxin-containing needles, propelled by the Archaeotech pistol's powerful force, pierced the Gorgon Serpent King's layered armor, embedding in its vulnerable flesh. The Gorgon Serpent King let out a furious roar. It felt as if its insides were burning. That annoying weapon again. It felt itself weakening. The Gorgon Serpent King roared in fury. Its reason overcame its hatred for Porty. It suppressed the anger stirred by the provocation. In its weakened state, it shouldn't take risks. The Gorgon Serpent King's 7-meter-long tail whipped powerfully underwater, directly attacking Porty's legs. Porty hastily rolled away. When he rose from the water, he found the Xenos wasn't pursuing but had turned to flee in another direction. Porty gave chase, but several mutated Gorgon serpents with 3 pairs of eyes blocked his path. Porty raised his hand and fired a shot at the Xenos. Dozens of needles embedded in the Xeno's body. It writhed in pain, emitting agonized cries. Porty swung his Catachan Fong with his right arm, the energized blade cutting another mutated Gorgon serpent in half at the waist. Porty fought furiously through the mutated Gorgon serpents. He knew he had let the giant Xenos escape again. Just then, a sound of something cutting through the air came from his side and behind. He turned his head and saw only a flash of gold swiftly passing before his eyes. Father. As Porty wondered, Nareth had already caught up to the Gorgon Serpent King. The Baron of Corruption raised his left hand. Formless spirituality surged forth, rapidly coalescing into one black rope after another. The black ropes, entangled, the Gorgon Serpent King's neck, bound its writhing waist, and coiled around its serpent tail. The Gorgon Serpent King thrashed in the water, but the black ropes entangled it tightened. Its consciousness began to blur. Hazily, it felt the scene was familiar. As its body emitted creaking sounds, its consciousness suddenly cleared. It could think again. It remembered. Not long ago, it had used its own serpent tail to coil around a black-armored warrior, strangling him to death. The difference was, it had gone from the strangler to the one being strangled, not even knowing who was killing it. I am the Gorgon King. I cannot die so pathetically. The Gorgon Serpent King raised its head. It twisted its neck. Accompanied by excruciating pain and suffocation, it finally managed to turn its head halfway. The row of eyes on its right side saw a black-armored figure with wings on its back, hovering off the ground. Then, the Gorgon Serpent King's consciousness sank into eternal darkness. After the Gorgon Serpent King was killed, the Xenos' morale plummeted. The Shadows of Order's advance speed increased again. 3 days after Nareth strangled the Gorgon Serpent King, he received a report. Xenos' fleet detected in the Viridia system. They have begun their assault. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 371, Chapter 370, Gilliman, I swear I didn't mean to steal your father. By the time Nareth disengaged from the underground caves and returned to the Shadow's sovereignty, the Xenos' raiding fleet had already been repelled. He reviewed the report on the data slate and found the Xeno warships were generally streamlined. The biggest difference compared to Imperial warships was that all their prows were serrated, like the gaping maw of a shark. Combined with other ship readings, they were identified as the Saharduin. Why have the Saharduin come all the way to Viridia? Just as Nareth was puzzled, his comm bead chimed. He accepted the message, and the voice master's voice sounded. My lord, a message from the 9th chapter. They are pursuing the Saharduin and will arrive at Viridia shortly. 2 solar hours later, Nareth met First Captain Giorgino, Librarian Nicholas, and Auxilia Commander Matthias Sicarius on the bridge. It was Sicarius's first time seeing Nareth. He stared in shock at the giant before him. Even with the Primarch suppressing his presence, Sicarius could immediately tell, from a warrior's perspective, that Nareth was perfect. Becoming a Shadow of Order grants superhuman power. Unfortunately, I'm past the optimal age for the transformation surgeries, the risk is too great. Moreover, House Sicarius has just become the ruling family of Talasser, they cannot lose me. Sicarius could only place his hopes on his descendants. I hope one of my descendants becomes a Shadow of Order and gains the ability to control water. Images of the Storm Lord and the First Captain manipulating water flashed through his mind. After saluting, Giorgino began his report. My lord, after repelling the Saharduin raids on Talasser, following your command, the 9th chapter sought out the domains of the Saharduin. We discovered 2 Saharduin star systems and launched attacks against them. After suffering significant defeats in several boarding and landing actions, the Saharduin realized we were targeting their weakness, the water tanks on their backs, and strenuously avoided direct engagement. Giorgino walked to the strategic table, connected to the cogitator, and a star map unfolded before Nareth, covering numerous star systems from Talasser to Viridia. Giorgino operated the cogitator, highlighting red shark shapes used to mark the fleets of the Saharduin. The Saharduin have dispersed into over 100 fleets of varying sizes, ranging from large fleets of dozens to hundreds of ships to small fleets of just a few ships. They operate like pirates, employing guerrilla tactics. They raid worlds along their path, plundering resources for replenishment. The raid on Viridia was one such instance. Nareth nodded slightly, thinking to himself. The Saharduins are powerful Xenos. I recall their conflict with the Space Wolves lasted a considerable time. Although he was at odds with Lehman Russ, he wouldn't underestimate the Space Wolves' keen insight. It was certain that after fighting the Saharduin for a while, the Space Wolves would also discover the Xenos' weakness. The fact that the Saharduin held out for some time was enough to show they weren't easily defeated. Moreover, he recalled that although the Saharduin lost control of several star systems, they weren't exterminated. Small forces still existed even after the Great Rift opened. As Nareth pondered, Giorgino operated the cogitator, highlighting blue ship markers, the color of the ocean, used by the 9th chapter to mark their fleets. The Storm Lord, after ensuring necessary defense of the Talasser system, deployed 12,000 Shadows of Order and 50,000 Talassarian auxilia, with 318 warships. To annihilate the Saharduin fleets, the warships are organized into 19 groups, each centered around a battleship. Each group has 2 to 4 cruisers as claws. Once they latch onto Saharduin ships, the capital ships, along with other vessels, launch strikes. How is the progress? Nareth asked. Relying on astropathic communication, our fleets have better coordination than the Xenos, giving us some advantage. We have destroyed over 200 Saharduin warships. But the fleets cannot cover the entire area. The net hunting the Saharduin still has holes. Nareth issued the command, the fleets of the 1st and 7th chapters will join the hunt for the Saharduin. With over 800 battleships joining the hunt, the Saharduin found their operational space shrinking. Simultaneously, the star map of the entire region became increasingly clear through countless voyages. Nareth unexpectedly discovered a major prize. The first company of the 1st chapter discovered a new star system containing 2 human-settled worlds. The planet Gonfall and its moon Gans. Seeing Gans, Nareth immediately realized Gonfall might not be the name he remembered. After carefully reviewing the report submitted by 1st Captain Dixon, he found that Gans was a world colonized by Mechanicum exploration vessels, and its scale was only slightly smaller than Incaradian. A Mechanicum colonization ark arrived at Gans. Finding rich mineral resources here, they established a base on this moon and began development. Mars has received the news and has dispatched representatives to Gans. After reading the report, Nareth confirmed that the primary planet of Gans should be called Konar in his memory. A complex smile tugged at his lips. He thought to himself. Guilliman, I didn't mean to steal your father. Well. I didn't mean to steal the planet named after your adoptive father, Konar Guilliman. Of the Ultramar 500 worlds, Nareth only wanted the Talasser and Viridia systems. His target for the upcoming divination wasn't looking towards the Ultramar sector. After the sigh, he returned his focus to Konar itself. Nareth knew Konar was one of the most important worlds in the future Ultramar 500, alongside Makridge, Amatura, and Kalth. It was the domain of one of the Tetrarchs of Ultramar, the Northern Tetrarch. It was also a quasi-forge world, and alongside Kalth, a primary shipbuilding site. The reason Konar would be a quasi-forge world in the future, not achieving full status, was due to political factors. Mars believed Konar was subordinate to Ultramar's rule rather than Mechanicus administration, just like the current Trican and the future Cyclophrave, because after he took control first, it wouldn't be a forge world. Because of this, relations between different tech priest factions on Konar were very tense. Ironically, during the Battle of Kalth, some factions believed they should side with Horus, which caused the father, Konar, to delay sending support forces to aid the Ultramarines who were locked in bitter combat with the Word-Bearers. After factional struggles, Konar finally dispatched reinforcements. After the heresy, Konar was reclassified as a full forge world, but was later demoted to a research station at some point. It wasn't until Guilliman's resurrection and the reorganization of Ultramar that Konar became the core of the new Ultramar's northern region again. This was different from Incaladian, which Nareth controlled, and Mazoa, which was tied to his cause. Both those forge worlds were established before the Great Crusade, and their comprehensive strength surpassed Konar's. Konar was just beginning to grow, its future scale was only that of a second-tier forge world. Nareth put down the data slate and walked to the viewport, looking towards the direction of Ultramar. Guilliman, originally, your 2 major shipyards, Kalth and Konar, both belong to me now. However, I believe you can still discover more worlds to replace Konar. Just as you found Prandium as the domain for the Western Tetrarch, you will also find a domain for the Northern Tetrarch. 9th Solar Month, 846.m41. After over a year of hunting, the number of Saharduin fleets sharply decreased. Several fleets fled in disarray, cornered in an unknown star system. The 7th chapter launched the first boarding actions against the Xenos warships. The direct combat the Saharduin had always avoided had finally arrived. When 7th Captain Sonda charged into the Saharduin warship, he was surprised to find the Xenos no longer had the water tanks essential for their survival on their backs. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 372, Chapter 371, Fire Infusion. Sonda glanced in surprise at the emerging Saharduin. It was the first time he had encountered these Xenos surviving without their water tanks. Sonda had no time for careful thought. He raised his bolter and fired at the Saharduin. The Xenos raised similar weapons to return fire. Among the enemies the Shadows of Order had faced so far, the Saharduin had the most similar weapons to their own. Compared to the past when they only wore armor on their abdomens, the Saharduin now wore full-body armor, improving their protection. The roar of bolt guns was deafening, flames flickering across the deck. While pulling the trigger and killing several Xenos, Sonda keenly noticed that the Saharduin remained stationary, simply standing there and shooting. Sonda glanced at their heavy armor, its thickness even comparable to his own power armor. Yet, unlike them, the Saharduin didn't have the black carapace implanted, nor muscle bundles to drive the armor. The Xenos' bent bodies moved much more sluggishly than the Shadows of Order. Tactical maneuver. After he spoke, the 7th Company's standard-bearer raised the banner high. As a company predominantly of Katakan descent, the banner was painted with the image of a Katakan devil. Sonda and his guard dispersed around the company banner. They fired at the Saharduin while moving. The Saharduin moved their arms stiffly, attacking the Shadows of Order. As Sonda predicted, their speed was much slower than before, unable to keep up with the Shadows of Order's movement. 2 Shadows of Order fell, while over 100 Saharduin died. The Shadows of Order moved in a zigzag pattern. They advanced diagonally forward, then turned in another direction. Each person's movement distance and direction differed, but they coordinated perfectly. The 7th Company advanced in waves, breaking the Saharduin's lines and pushing into the ship's interior. Sonda, the standard-bearer, and the frontline Shadows of Order drew their Katakan fangs, charging forward, swinging their blades at the Saharduin. The Saharduin drew power swords to meet them, but the Shadows of Order's attacks were swifter. Sonda's blade cleaved through the Saharduin's blue armor. His pupils constricted, he saw slender tubes coiled around the Xenos' bodies. He instantly understood how the Saharduin sustained themselves without carrying water tanks on their backs. Because we've been targeting the Saharduin's water tanks as a weakness, they thought to coil the water tubes around their bodies, allowing their gills to maintain respiration. But this also gave them a new weakness, and the Shadows of Order excel at exploiting weaknesses. The hunter said over the comm channel, confirm Saharduin's new weakness, speed. Hunt. The hunter charged forward swiftly, his energized blade spinning rapidly, cutting a path through the Saharduin. Sonda fought his way through, passing 4 damp decks. Suddenly, a tall Saharduin in blue armor appeared before him. Sonda charged at the opponent. His pupils dilated sharply, the Xeno's speed was unexpectedly swift. He had no time to change his motion, gripping his Katakan fang tightly as he slashed. The Xeno swung its energized blade, striking fiercely. The blades collided. Sonda was forced back a step. The Shadow of Order immediately realized the tall Saharduin was stronger than the others. Its strength was ferocious, and its movements were swifter. Sonda stared intently at the Xenos. As a Katakan, from childhood, he had never lacked experience in defeating stronger opponents through skill. Relying on technique, he still had a chance to defeat the Xenos. Sonda swung his blade fiercely, aiming for the Xenos' long neck. A screeching collision sound erupted, dazzling light flashing in his eyes. Sonda suddenly saw the Saharduin open its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. The hunter felt puzzled. Although the Saharduin's teeth were sharp, if it tried to bite him, its neck would be vulnerable. Just then, he saw a blue tube exposed in the Saharduin's throat. A jet of water shot out, directly hitting Sonda. The water slammed against the Shadow of Order's helmet. Mucus rapidly corroded his lenses. Sonda's eyes burned with sharp pain. The Saharduin grinned viciously and swung its long sword, severing Sonda's head. Seconds later, Porty raised his Architect pistol and fired a toxin-laced bullet into the Saharduin's head. As he aimed at another Xenos, a voice sounded in the company's comm channel. Captain, fallen. Porty, newly promoted to Pyromaniac, held a higher position in the court than the other 2 lieutenants who were merely hunters. He knew he had to assume command. He issued instructions. This is Porty. Mark the location. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. With his response, runes lit up on the Auspex display in Porty's helmet. We must pass through 2 decks. Reform the command squad. Follow me. Porty led his 3 squads, which included 14 Shadows of Order who were replacements received after the Gorgon Serpent cleansing on Kulf. The Pyromaniac channeled spirituality into his Katakan Fong. The blade ignited into flame. After promoting to Pyromaniac, Porty had replaced his Katakan Fong. He switched from one with an attached disruption field to one without, to utilize the Pyromaniac's ability to enchant weapons with fire damage. The Pyromaniac swung his burning blade, leading the team towards the rune-marked location on the Auspex. After breaching onto the target deck, Porty saw the tall Saharduin swinging its blade, cutting down the standard-bearer's head. The standard-bearer's corpse hit the deck, but his left arm remained rigid, the company banner held high. As the Xenos was about to shatter the banner with its sword, a Shadow of Order roared in fury and charged at the Saharduin. He swung his sword at the Xenos while reaching for the banner. He would never allow the company's honor to be insulted. The Saharduin was forced to abandon, destroying the banner. It slid sideways, cutting the Shadow of Order in half at the waist. As the Saharduin was about to shatter the banner, Porty's blade struck. He slung his Archaeotech pistol at his waist, grabbed the banner, and raised it high. The Katakan Devil waved above Porty's head. The Shadows of Order's morale surged instantly, their dense barrage suppressing the Xenos. Porty raised his sword to meet the enemy. After one blade collision, he realized there was a gap between himself and the tall Xenos. The Pyromaniac's eyes flashed. He did not launch an attack, instead wielding his sword in a stable defense. The burning blade clashed with the blue longsword. Bursts of flame shot towards the Xenos. The dominant Saharduin launched over 100 attacks in an instant but failed to break the black-armored warrior's defense. It suddenly felt intense heat inside its body, as if something had ignited. The Pyromaniac, through the blade collisions, used fire infusion, gradually injecting flames into the enemy's body. The Saharduin opened its mouth, about to spew mucus, when an explosion sounded within its body. The Pyromaniac detonated the fire injected into the Xenos. With an explosive sound, the Saharduin was torn apart. The surrounding Saharduin, seeing their leader killed and their newly crafted armor burning in the flames, had their courage shattered. They hissed and scattered in flight. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 373, Chapter 372, The Aloof Lion L. Johnson. 846.m. This solar year, 2 Primarchs were rediscovered. First, the Emperor found the First Legion's Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, on Caliban in the Segmentum Obscurus. Subsequently, the 4th Legion's Primarch, Perturabo, was found on Olympia. He was the 13th Primarch officially recorded as rediscovered by the Imperium. 11th month. The Shadow's sovereignty arrived in the Gonfall system. After ordering the bridge viewports opened, Nareth stood before the entire viewport, looking at Gans. The Primarch's superhuman vision saw densely packed factories covering the moon's surface. In each area stood a massive red structure, a forge temple. Dixon, who had come from the Razor, reported to Nareth. Father, the representatives from Mars have recognized Gans as a new forge world. The Magi of Gans have agreed to assist in the development of Gonfall and provide supplies for the Legion. Nareth nodded. He turned his gaze to Gonfall, the primary world of Gans, which in his memory was called Konar. The Primarch saw Gonfall's surface covered in large and small, pitted craters. The Mechanicum colonists once established colonies on Gonfall, but a millennium ago, meteorite impacts destroyed most of this world's facilities. Most of Gonfall's populace makes a living by exploring the ruins. They trade their findings with the tech priests for supplies. Some facilities still remain. Thus, the Mechanicum still holds some influence among the local population. Nareth nodded, thinking to himself. Gonfall has a much better foundation than Kulf. The ruins of the Mechanicum structures are the basis for establishing factories. No wonder Gonfall, that is, Konar, became the domain of the Northern among the Tetrarchs of Ultramar. Kulf was a latecomer, only catching up to Konar's footsteps by the time of the Heresy. But its ecological environment is more intact, and sustainable development gives it greater potential, though it was destroyed by the Wordbearer's attack. Nareth reigned in his thoughts and instructed, Gonfall has abundant mineral deposits. Develop it as an industrial world. Establish shipyards. I expect it to become, alongside Kulf, an important shipyard for the Legion in the future. Allocate 1/10 of the production capacity to construct Ramles-class starforts. Deploy them in the order, Gonfall, Viridia, Talasar, Katakan, Osiris, and Attila. To counter future threats, Nareth decided to deploy Ramles-class starforts in important domains. Considering the starforts were massive and traveled slowly, he decided to build them nearby in the Eastern Galaxy. In Nareth's mind, among the many domains in the Eastern Galaxy, Viridia held higher value than Gonfall. But considering the starforts were to be built at Gonfall, it made sense to ensure its own security first. Katakan was also quite important, but the planet's environment itself was a natural defense. Deploy the star fort for Attila in orbit around the Imga monolith. Attila was the only one among the 6 important domains where a teleportarium would not be deployed. Considering the Sotek dynasty's Imga monolith was within the Attila system, this was dangerous. The Necrons might attack the teleportarium, causing unimaginable consequences. Deploying a Ramles-class starfort at the Imga monolith could snipe approaching Sotek dynasty fleets, preventing them from using the artifact to replicate ships. As you wish, Dixon noted his father's command, then took off the black square box hanging from his waist. He opened the lid with his thick fingers. Father, I discovered this peculiar meteorite on Gonfall. I believe you would be very interested in it. Arsena Dunn, who had just returned from the Attila system, curiously examined the fist-sized blue stone. It shimmered with starlight, illuminating the surroundings as if they were placed within the void outside the viewport. Nareth also turned to look at Dixon. Seeing the fist-sized blue stone in the box, he confirmed it was Starfall stone, the main ingredient for Sequence 7, astrologer of the Door pathway. I am very interested in it. Gather more for me. Understood, Father. Dixon replied with a smile. The gift he prepared indeed pleased the Gene Father. Arsena, coordinate with Dixon on the details of supporting Ganfall's development. A short while later, Nareth promoted Dixon to Sequence 8, Sheriff, and placed Gonfall under his jurisdiction. After Dixon left, Nareth asked the Primarch's attendant. How progresses the research on the Imga monolith? My lord, the chief librarian and I have collected and recorded 491,300 discovered Xenos glyphs, the student of ratiocination replied. Since the Necron glyphs are similar to hieroglyphs, we first categorized all collected glyphs by graphical features, determining the position of each category within their respective segments. Then we conducted analysis on symbolic associations and combinatorial rules, allowing us to grasp the basic meanings of some of the glyphs. As of now, we have mastered the meanings of 2,750 glyphs. After reporting his own progress, Arsena continued. Librarian Miguel Cuesta, cooperating with the Marshal of Ordnance, is researching the memory crystals based on our findings. They discovered that the stone chamber was precisely the control center for the Tomb Sentinels, manufacturing and controlling their actions. They shut down the program set by the Cryptek, terminating the production of Tomb Sentinels. The Primarch's attendant walked to the hollow projector and placed a data crystal inside. Nareth looked at the projection, seeing several golden metallic-bodied Garudas. Arsena continued, so far, the greatest achievement in applied research is the preliminary mastery of living metal fabrication technology. Although Necron technology is profound and we cannot directly manufacture living metal, using the materials from the Imga monolith, we can fabricate items like the Golden Garuda. While the Marshal of Ordnance fabricates Golden Garudas, he is also using the materials to create other items. I am satisfied with the research progress. A smile appeared on Nareth's face as he spoke. Living metal was the foundation of almost all Necron technology. The pyramid of the Imga monolith had 4 stone chambers. Obtaining living metal technology from the first chamber was a good harvest. My lord, the Emperor has convened a new war council, requesting your attendance tomorrow at 10 o'clock ship time. Understood. The next day, Nareth's psychic projection traversed the void, arriving at the Golden Palace on Terra. He scanned the long table and found 2 new members present, and the seating had also changed somewhat. Nareth was still seated next to Robot Gilliman. Sanguinius's position had risen, seated between Lehman Russ and Fulgrim. Beside Horus Lupercal, in order, were Ferrus Manus, Rogel Dorn, Hannibal, Vulcan, Magnus, and a new member. As Nareth looked around, Horus spoke with a smile, this time, we have 2 more brothers. Nareth, allow me to introduce you. The Gene Primarch of the 1st Legion, the Lion of Caliban, Lion L. Johnson. Nareth. Lion regarded Nareth like a predator from the jungle, comparing him to the image described by Urian Vendrage. Nareth looked at Lion. His expression was impassive, his tone aloof. His golden brown hair fell over his shoulders. His eyes were a wild forest green. Lion's black ceramite chestplate bore a gilt vortex ornament, surrounded by ornate reliefs depicting forest scenes. L. Johnson. Nareth replied in an equally flat tone. Horus was already accustomed to Lion's demeanor, he hadn't shown a trace of a smile when greeting anyone. But Horus did notice one difference, Lion scrutinized Nareth longer than he had the others. Perhaps it's because the 1st Legion was once under Nareth's command during the war against the Mitu. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 374, Chapter 378, The Mythical Creature's Self-Detonating Flesh. Nareth looked at the goat creature. 3 heads grew from its neck. Besides the head facing Nareth, the centers of the other 2 heads were positioned opposite the 2 horns extending backward from the central head. It also had 13 legs. 5 pairs were evenly arranged on both sides below the abdomen. The remaining 3 formed a triangle below the heads, supporting them. The Primarch instantly sensed that this blood-red monstrosity in front of him was anything but easy to deal with. He drew the Dionysian spear with his right hand but did not approach. He drew the Dionysian spear with his right hand but didn't approach. Instead, he raised his left arm. The bolter mounted on his gauntlet aimed at the creature, unleashing a dense barrage toward the three-headed goat. Boom. 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 Explosions roared, and chunks of flesh blasted off, turning into sludge. Its defense is this weak. That doesn't match the threat level I perceived. Nareth was surprised the creature was so easily wounded. The entire fleshy inner wall of the void whale surged violently. Nareth staggered as he was tossed up and down in the rolling tsunami of flesh. His golden wings fluttered as he cautiously hovered in the air. He saw the goat monster's 13 massive legs writhing as one with the surrounding flesh, along with the parts of its abdomen that he had blown into craters. Did this creature choose to reside within the void whale because it provides nearly endless flesh for it? It can manipulate flesh, but I don't sense warp energy. It's not using biomancy. Could it be a creature of the hangman pathway? The Baron of Corruption searched the giant creature for spiritual radiance. He soon saw the three heads on its monstrous heads emitting a bloody glow. Only the heads shine with spirituality, so those must be potion materials. The rest of the body is not. As Nareth pondered, hundreds to thousands of flesh tumors of varying sizes bulged on the goat monster's body. Something worm-like crawled inside each tumor. With crackling detonations, every tumor swelled and burst. The goat monster suddenly lowered its heads. Masses of flesh, some the size of a human fist, some as large as artillery shells, shot outward. They swept through the air like a storm, reeking with blood and rot. Flesh bombs. Immediately recognized the hangman pathway's ability, also manipulating flesh, but different from the biomancy. Biomancy psychers manipulate the flesh of their opponents. Beyonder beings of the hangman pathway manipulate both their opponents and use their own flesh to attack. Countless flesh bombs flew at high speed towards Nareth. His black armor sizzled as if thrown into corrosive acid. The Primarch also sensed something supernatural trying to burrow into his body. But his superhuman physique resisted the invasive flesh power. The force trying to reshape him hit an invisible barrier. But his superhuman physique contended with the surging fleshly power. The force trying to reshape him hit an invisible barrier. Light flickered in Nareth's eyes, telekinesis burst outward. Boom. 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 Every flesh bomb detonated midair, exploding into clouds of blood mist. Nareth's golden wings beat behind him. A fiery golden flame vortex centered around him rapidly expanded, engulfing the 13 massive legs in an instant. He drove the flames toward the goat monster's legs specifically. First, because he had sensed earlier that these legs absorbed void whale flesh at the fastest rate. Second, because he didn't want to damage the three heads, clearly precious potion materials. The monster screamed. Huge chunks of flesh vanished into flame, then regrow. The power of the burning one's fragment contended with the goat monster's flesh regeneration ability. Each patch of leg that regenerated dissolved almost immediately. Then it would regrow, at the cost of the void whale's flesh rapidly vanishing. Even for a colossal entity of 3,200 kilometers long, this constituted large chunks of flesh. In this battle between burning and regeneration, the power of Neodrazatha ultimately overwhelmed the three-headed goat. The leg furthest forward beneath the goat monster's heads completely melted away. The titan-sized creature tilted sharply and fell forward. With a piercing shriek, shadow surged out, covering the entire area. The goat monster's body instantly transformed into a massive mass of writhing flesh. Its three heads tumbled within the flesh. Nareth's eyes saw the spreading shadow, and chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. His skin itched intensely, as if begging to be scratched. The mythical creature form of the hangman pathway. Its body has completely transformed into writhing flesh. Stronger than Freddy, this is above sequence 3. Nareth felt mental and psychic pressure. He instantly ascended to the third layer of the Thelema mind state. The chaotic thoughts in his mind vanished instantly. The itching sensation on his skin also disappeared. Most people would go mad from directly gazing upon a mythical creature. Light flickered in Nareth's eyes as he poured psychic energy into the Dionysian spear, its shaft shone brilliantly. The Baron of Corruption's muscles bulged. He twisted his waist and back, swung his right arm, and hurled the Dionysian spear with all his might. The Dionysian spear screamed through the air, piercing into the center of the writhing flesh. The golden flames burning the mythical creature's flesh healed instantly, but the void whale lost cruiser-sized chunks of flesh and screamed in agony. The creature's abdominal flesh wove itself into a cloak of flesh, blocking the incoming spear. The spear stalled for a moment. Then the layered powers contained within it surged forward. The strength of the Primarch, combined with the barbarian's raw power, the briber's throwing skill, and the Baron of Corruption's force, gave the spear overwhelming power. After just 3 seconds, the flesh cloak was destroyed, and the spear tore into the flesh. The three hidden heads howled with fury. The flesh within their body shifted wildly, forming layer after layer of barriers in the spear's path. Boom. 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 The Dionysian spear pierced through each layer, blasting out of the creature's back and carving a straight channel through the writhing mass. The creature tried to pull flesh inward to repair the wound, but every piece was instantly shredded. All three heads flashed with shock. It couldn't regenerate. At the same moment, Nareth spread his wings and flew up. Golden flames fell upon the mythical creature. The mythical creature knew the golden-winged human intended to retrieve the terrifying spear. Its body churned, thousands of flesh bombs condensed, each at least the size of an artillery shell, blasting toward Nareth. His wings beat violently. Golden flames collided with the bombs, sending sharp explosions echoing through the space. In an instant, Nareth ascended to the top of the void whale's vast interior space. His right hand grabbed the Dionysian spear. He hurled it with full force, then caught it again below. Deep gashes crisscrossed the mythical creature's body. The creature howled repeatedly. It felt its special form reaching its limit. Terror surged in its mind. It couldn't defeat the golden-winged black-armored giant. Once its special form ended, it would die almost instantly. The three heads exchanged a decisive look. They pressed together and detonated everything except their heads. In its long life, it had survived lethal crises the same way, by self-detonating. As long as a single cell survived, as long as flesh existed around it, it would recover. Despite the many gashes carved into it, more than 3/5 of its body remained. Boom. A devastating shockwave erupted inside the void whale. The massive beast screamed in agony. The enormous flesh bomb shockwave enveloped the area around Nareth. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 375, Chapter 373, Malkador requests the Aquila lander. Horus continued, our other brother, the Hammer of Olympia, Perturabo. Perturabo sat alone in the last row, his appearance as if carved from the same rock as the mountains. No one sat opposite Perturabo. He looked at Nareth seated in the second row, with only one empty seat between him and the Emperor. He knew that seat belonged to Constantine Valder, Captain General of the Custodes. Nareth, I have read all the campaign reports you submitted to the War Council. Your use of the Ramles-class starforts is impressive. Welcome back, Perturabo. Nareth replied with a smile. I took over the campaign at Inca Adian. The 4th Legion did not suffer significant losses. Perturabo probably won't return to his legion and immediately find that his sons could have fought better, leading to a decimation. Nareth also thought about Perturabo's constant yearning for recognition. He mused to himself. I should find opportunities to express appreciation to Perturabo in the future, perhaps it could yield some benefits. He is a top-tier architectural designer. It's a shame he never got to complete those structures. I could help realize his designs. As Nareth pondered, Horus spoke again with a smile, our brother Sanguinius has just won a major victory in Teghar Pentris. More worthy of congratulations is that he, during the campaign, named the 9th Legion the Blood Angels. The 9th Legion has been reborn. Nareth noticed Horus deliberately paused for a second. He believed the other Primarchs noticed it too. Sanguinius has already received guidance from Horus and has begun leading his legion independently in combat. Compared to Vulcan, who considers enemy lives during war, Fulgrim, who is dedicated to increasing legion numbers, and Magnus, who hasn't yet led his legion back to the crusade, Sanguinius's achievements are rising quickly. As for Horus's reminder, on one hand, it's congratulations, and on the other, it's reminding us that the former revenants are gone, only the reborn blood angels remain. Nareth watched and thought. Horus continued. They are holy angels. Such fraternal love. He inwardly sighed, then said to Sanguinius with a smile. Sanguinius, you have brought rebirth to your sons. You as well. Sanguinius's white wings trembled slightly as he looked at the psychic projection with its golden wings. Nareth, Malkador's eyes were profound, the Aquila landers produced by the worlds under your jurisdiction are highly popular among the imperial nobility. They believe the quantity you supply is too low. Many nobles have approached me with requests for you to increase supply. Perturabo, who was currently on Terra receiving his own honors celebration, offered an evaluation from technical and artistic perspectives. For those mortals, especially the nobility, the Aquila lander is a work of art. Fulgrim's face revealed a proud smile. The Aquila lander reminded him that only the 3rd Legion had their father's permission to paint the Imperial Aquila on their power armor chests. I have seen that aircraft. It can be called a work of art. Its wings' unique shape resembles the Imperial Aquila. The multiple independent engine exhaust ports on the wings converge, forming a distinctive wing appearance. That the nobility flock to it, I can completely understand. Nareth looked at the two Primarchs who had given their assessments from aesthetic and professional perspectives, respectively. Fulgrim and Perturabo, since you appreciate them, I will order engineers to develop models tailored to a Primarch's physique, for your comfort, and gift them to you. He then looked at the others and said, if any of you require them, inform me. I will likewise gift them to you. Gifting 2 or over a dozen landers made no difference to Nareth. Moreover, Nareth believed this was also a form of promotional advertising. Once the nobility learned that the Primarchs themselves used the Aquila landers, their desire for them would certainly increase. I would be pleased to receive such a gift, Hannibal said succinctly. Traveling via Aquila lander to savor fine cuisine is elegant and shows respect for the food. The artistic structure Perturabo described appeals to me. I would be happy to receive a gift from you. Magnus said. He was interested in knowledge, art and culture derived from it. Nareth noticed Magnus and Perturabo beside him exchanging glances. The Cyclops revealed a scholar-like smile. The Hammer of Olympia held the gaze for a moment, then looked away. Nareth, drawing on his memories, considered the relationship between the two. Perturabo forges friendships like smelting steel. The beginning is extremely difficult, but once established, it becomes unbreakable. Magnus, because of art, passed Perturabo's unilateral, numerous tests and became his friend. Their friendship is now beginning to sprout. He also earned the respect of the similarly possibly autistic and stringent Lion L. Johnson. Fancy toys. No wonder the sorcerers like them. Compared to a stormbird, they're too fragile, they'd shatter with one hit, Russ said mockingly. Sanguinius frowned deeply. Russ, not every occasion calls for fighting and killing. Taking an elegant aircraft to meet lost human brethren, showcasing the enlightened side of the Imperium, persuading them to join willingly, is a better approach. Horus, with a smile, agreed. I would be delighted to take an Aquila lander to meet leaders of lost human colonies, show them the Aquila, and invite them to join the Imperium. On such occasions, compared to a stormbird, taking an Aquila lander is more fitting for our role as diplomats, conducive to establishing a harmonious atmosphere. The Aquila lander is indeed more suitable for diplomatic occasions, Robert Gilliman spoke, but the safety concerns Russ mentioned cannot be ignored. The other Primarchs remained silent. Their opinions on the Aquila lander varied. Lion and Rogel Dorn had no interest in non-practical artistic items. Ferrus Manus, after calculation and assessment, believed much of the Aquila lander's structure was used for useless decoration, but he did not voice this opinion. Nareth was offering gifts. Even if one didn't want it, there was no need to mock it as Russ did. Vulcan thought the Aquila lander was fine, but he didn't wish to ride in it. Compared to a noble's aircraft, he preferred traveling with his sons, or even ordinary people, on a transport ship. Nareth looked around and said, Horus, Gilliman, Hannibal, Sanguinius, Fulgrim, Magnus, and Perturabo, I will have artisans meticulously craft Aquila landers and deliver them to your flagships. Nareth, also design a batch specifically for me and the Imperial Administration, Malcador said. Horus, Sanguinius, and Robot are correct. The Aquila lander is the most suitable aircraft for diplomatic occasions. But it's not limited to diplomatic occasions. In many situations, it is the most appropriate aircraft. My officials need them. Agreed. Nareth accepted to the Sigillite's request. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 376, Chapter 374, Encountering the Squats. I cannot wait to board the lander and achieve a perfect victory. Fulgrim couldn't help but smile at the thought of riding an aircraft matching the Imperial Aquila on his chest. His good friend, Ferrus Manus, spoke in a voice like poured lead, asking, Have you resolved your legion's issues? Yes, Fulgrim said with a smile, light dancing in his eyes. The Emperor's children will once again step into the galaxy. I will set out from Terra, advancing northeast. I have heard pirates are harassing the northeastern part of the Segmentum Solar. Hearing this, a star map of the northeastern Segmentum Solar surfaced in Nareth's mind. Segmentum Solar, northeast direction, pirates, these three terms triggered Nareth's memory. Almost instantly, he knew the area Fulgrim referred to was the region around Alicia. Alicia was not only the homeworld of the future elite Imperial Guard, Elysian drop troops, but also located on a major warp trade route in that region. Consequently, the area around Alicia was notorious for piracy and served as a haven for both human and Eldari pirates. Realizing Fulgrim might discover Alicia, Nareth thought to himself. Alicia has a developed commercial sector, which naturally leads to disputes requiring arbitration, making it suitable as a recruitment world for the first chapter. The Elysian drop troops are also elite Imperial Guard units. Alicia's developed commerce holds significant value. Malcador requested I supply more Aquila landers, it could serve as a market for them and future products. Nareth also considered that currently, the Legion only possessed a dozen or so star systems centered around Necromunda. Alicia's location was more advantageous and could serve as another foothold. Thinking this, he decided to use the Dice of Prophecy later to divine Alicia's location. As Nareth pondered, the Fabricator General of Mars arrived precisely on time, entering the chamber at the 12th second of the final minute, symbolizing the sacred number of the Omnicia. After he took his seat, the psychic projections of the Emperor and Constantine Valder flashed into existence. Amidst the salutations from the others, Nareth heard a new, powerful voice addressing the Emperor as "My Lord," that of Lion L. Johnson. The Emperor scanned the assembly and spoke. "I have gathered you today to discuss how to handle a newly discovered peculiar species. They are willing to trade with the Imperium but refuse to join. Over 30 expeditionary fleets have reported encountering them residing in vast underground cities. They are a short-statured, hard-working, resilient, yet stubborn and conservative species, named after the first world they were discovered on, Squat. Biologus Magi accompanying the fleets have conducted genetic tests, confirming they fall within the human spectrum." Hearing this, Nareth realized the Emperor was referring to the Squats. He knew the Squats were a cloned human template created to mine the extreme and dangerous mineral deposits in the galactic core, with its high gravity and radiation environments. The Squats were dispatched to that hazardous region before the Imperium was founded, hence their limited contact with humans in other regions. Nareth knew that due to the dangerous environment, few factions ventured into the galactic core until the opening of the Great Rift, when many were drawn into the cicatrix male dictum tearing the galaxy apart. Besides the leagues of Votan, only the equally tough, highly adaptable orcs operated there. The Imperium isn't actually located in the physical center of the galaxy. The galactic center is actually located within the segmentum ultima. For administrative convenience, the Imperium divides the galaxy with Terra at the center. In practice, a larger area is assigned to the segmentum ultima. The future segmentum ultima is the largest of the 5 segmentums, precisely for this reason. I recall that after the Imperium rediscovered the Squats, those on the fringes of the galactic core officially joined the Imperium of Men but retained a high degree of autonomy. Nareth knew that while the Squats didn't possess the Imperium's vast scale, they were still a behemoth compared to many Xenos races. There were numerous leagues among them. Some nominally joined the Imperium, others remained completely independent, and some were hostile. However, even getting the Squats to nominally join the Imperium came at a significant cost. The Mark III iron power armor was specifically developed after bloody fighting in the underground cities of worlds like Squat. Nareth knew that the future Mark III iron pattern, from design to widespread use, wasn't meant to replace the Mark II Crusade pattern. It was a specially adapted version developed for environments like boarding actions and underground warfare. It sacrificed some mobility for increased protection, though not to the extreme of Terminator armor, and of course required far fewer resources to forge, allowing for broader deployment. As soon as the Master of Mankind finished speaking, the Fabricator General of Mars eagerly stated the Mechanicus's demand. Their technology is unique, differing significantly from what we currently possess. Assessed as high value. We must acquire their technology. Since the biologists have confirmed they are human, we should adopt a more moderate approach. Vulcan appreciated the resilient Squats. He could see shadows of the Nocturne people in these short-statured humans. Similarly resilient and hard-working, though the Nocturnes were tall, and the Squats were short. Moreover, their willingness to trade indicates we can engage with them. Leman Russ curled his lip. Speaking from a hunter's perspective, he said. These dwarfs resist joining the Imperium. Only blood and fire will make them face reality. We should dispatch envoys again, attempt to use diplomacy to bring them into the Imperium. Malkador's voice came from beneath his hooded robe. Subsequently, the various Primarchs voiced their opinions, all supporting Malkador's proposal. The Emperor then made a decision. Magnus, your 1,000 sons are relatively close. You shall be responsible for the negotiations. Nareth knew that 1,000 sons were often dispatched as diplomatic envoys. Because they delighted in collecting knowledge from various civilizations, their attitude when engaging with other factions was relatively moderate. More crucially, they used psychic abilities to make the other party accept terms. The 1,000 sons, along with the aesthetically pleasing Emperor's children, Horus's Luna wolves, who sought to project a perfect image beyond just being war leaders, and the politically and diplomatically adept Ultramarines, handled almost all diplomatic activities during the Great Crusade. But the Emperor miscalculated this time. The Squats are strong-willed and have some resistance to psychic powers. The 1,000 sons will also find it difficult to persuade them. This diplomatic mission by the 1,000 sons will fail, just like at Gardenal. As Nareth pondered, his gaze swept over Ferrus Manus. Gardenal was Manus's glorious victory, and it was also the campaign where he recognized himself as a pure conqueror, unsuited to be war master. After the war, he personally told his friend Fulgrim, I want you to know that person will not be me, and whoever ultimately takes that position, I will support. Nareth knew Manus had close ties with the Mechanicum. During the Great Crusade, he conquered mostly industrial worlds. Each was an industrial world meeting Forge world standards, with many even directly colonized by the Mechanicus. Measured by individual worlds, their scale and output were comparable to only a few worlds in the Ultramar 500, like Kos. However, their overall number was smaller, and just like Medusa, Manus didn't directly rule them, only extracting resources and production capacity. This was also why the Iron Hands armored forces consistently topped all legions. The many worlds I control, Vostroya, Triken, Cypermundi in the segmentum obscurus, and Calth, Gonfall in the segmentum ultima, are no worse than Manus's. Cardinal is undoubtedly the brightest pearl conquered by Manus during the Great Crusade. I can seize control of it early, incorporating the system's 11 developed industrial worlds and hundreds of billions of people into my domain. Nareth reined in his thoughts and returned his attention to the squats, speaking up. The squats have already refused once. Persuading them to join the Imperium might not be easy. We should prepare in advance. I was just in the underground caves of Calth. Nareth glanced almost imperceptibly at Guilliman, then continued. Fighting Xenos called Gorgon serpents. I found that due to the lack of cover, underground combat requires stronger protection. He looked at the Fabricator General of Mars. Can Mars provide new equipment for this? Nareth suspected the Emperor would likely deploy his Pegasus, and he himself might commit forces to the fight against the squats. To gain some advantage and reduce losses in underground warfare, he made the request to the Fabricator General. Nareth believed Mars, eager to acquire squat technology, would be willing to provide assistance. Nareth, Mars certainly has the capability to provide more suitable equipment for underground warfare. Even before the Great Crusade began, research on armor with better defensive properties was underway. When Magos Malevolus participated in the forging of the armor of Manus, this project advanced. Terminator armor, designated the Cataphractii pattern, is now ready for deployment. Mars will prioritize supplying legions participating in combat against the squats. Nareth nodded. He knew the Cataphractii pattern, as the first deployed Terminator armor, was continuously adjusted based on feedback from actual combat after being equipped in the Legions Astartes. By the time of the Heresy, the Cataphractii pattern was quite mature and equipped in significant numbers across many legions, with the Luna Wolves and Iron Hands deploying them on a large scale. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 377, Chapter 375, Divining Alicia. After the War Council concluded, Nareth has returned to the Shadow's sovereignty. After leaving the runic array maintained by the Astropaths, he returned to his office. Nareth then proceeded to the Kingdom of Disorder, confirming the dice of prophecy was fully charged. He decided to divine Alicia. Although he also wanted to seize control of Cardinal early, on one hand, the Cardinal War wouldn't erupt until 869.m30, that system hadn't yet entered the Imperium's sight. On the other hand, Nareth considered that the Emperor might assign the campaign against the squats to him, making it inadvisable to act against Cardinal at this time. He knew Cardinal had a relatively complete history since the Age of Strife. Over 5,000 years, they had countless times repelled invasions by powerful Xeno forces, even growing stronger and counterattacking, exerting influence over several neighboring star systems. Cardinal possessed formidable industrial strength, and its ruling class were also warlike and capable military nobles. In Nareth's memory, although they engaged in negotiations with the Imperium, it was merely a stalling tactic, and war was still likely. Once war broke out, it would be difficult to preserve the intact industrial facilities while keeping losses under control. Nareth knew Cardinal not only possessed STCs for Rhino and Predator variants but could also mass-produce quadrupedal walkers as tall as, but larger than, Warhound Titans. Each walker could match the Titans of the Legio Adoris, and their numbers overwhelmed the entire Titan Legion. Cardinal's top-tier combat power was also considerable. They possessed life extension technology surpassing the Imperium's, and their trained warriors had rich combat experience. The most powerful among their psychers could even briefly mentally control Manus himself. Subsequently, a Cardinal Lord, over 3,600 years old, an assassin with immensely rich combat experience, launched an assassination attempt against the Primarch. Combined with the mental control, it momentarily put Manus in a somewhat awkward position. If it weren't for the Cardinal Lord's fatal mistake of claiming to know everything about Manus, provoking his towering rage, the conflict might have lasted longer. It must be said, the Cardinal Lord was really bold. Neither the Emperor nor Fulgrim would dare claim to know everything about Manus. Nareth chuckled lightly, then reined in his thoughts, returning to Cardinal itself. He believed only Ferrus Manus's precisely commanded Iron Hands could capture all industrial facilities with minimal losses. During the Great Crusade, besides conquering industrial worlds, Manus continuously collected various technologies across the galaxy alongside the Mechanicus. He discovered numerous Dark Age of technology relics, with forbidden technologies and devices scattered and stored in the vaults of Mimir across the galaxy. Possessing such advanced technology and powerful armored forces, the Iron Hands, under Manus's calculations, could swiftly crush the Cardinal and ensure none of the countless industrial facilities around the battlefields were damaged. The vaults of Mimir were also primary targets Nareth intended to divine after the Heresy. Although he didn't know their specific locations on which worlds, the squad he had infiltrated into the Iron Hands would record the worlds visited by the 52nd Expedition Fleet. With some information, he could perform divination. Combined with the dice of prophecy, Nareth believed he could find at least a few of them. Robert Guilliman's computational ability in warfare was inferior to the Iron Hands, and he lacked the various cutting-edge weapons developed by Manus and provided by the Mechanicum, preventing him from quickly crushing Cardinal. He would achieve victory only after paying a heavy price. The First Legion possessed numerous forbidden weapons given to them by the Emperor, but those weapons were difficult to control, and they wouldn't conduct the comprehensive and meticulous calculations like the Iron Hands. After their victory, only vast ruins would remain, and Cardinal's production capacity would be severely damaged. Achieving the preservation of intact industrial facilities like Manus did is no easy task. But I know the situation in Cardinal and can with my Beyonder sons, it is achievable. Operations against Cardinal should be conducted before the Second Rangdan War. Considering post-war recovery and preparations for the war against the Rangdan, it should be initiated at least 5 years in advance. After pondering Cardinal, Nareth rapidly recalled all known information about Alicia in his mind. Alicia is a verdant civilized world. The star system contains countless barren moons, gas clouds, and asteroid belts. Besides being a warp route with immense profits, the system's complex environment, conducive to hiding, was a major reason pirates infested the region. After swiftly running through everything he knew about Alicia in his mind, Nareth silently recited his request. The star chart from Osiris to Alicia. After silently reciting it 11 times, he tossed the dice of prophecy in his hand. The dice tumbled through the air several times before landing in Nareth's open palm. At that moment, a scene like a holographic projection unfolded before his eyes. After memorizing the star chart, Nareth input it into a data crystal. Subsequently, he returned to the real world and had the robot, John, perform a divination. The Gyrinx picked up paper and pen, its claws gripping the quill, scribbling on the parchment. John silently recited the phrase, recording the information on the paper, over and over again. After 11 times, John grabbed the parchment and leaned back on his wooden bed. The robot visualized a sphere of light in his mind, his eyes turning deep black, rapidly entering a meditative state. The surroundings instantly became ethereal. Above, intangible things and colorful light seemed to extend, boundless. The robot let himself fall deeply asleep in this state. His consciousness roamed the warp, receiving revelations. Everything began to blur. The robot was half lucid, half dazed. In the twisted, illusory world, the robot saw countless slender, elegant warships heading towards a verdant planet. Before John became a monster, in his ignorant state, he had vague memories of the Siam handcraft world, often seeing these warships fly by. Now, possessing intelligence rivaling an Astartes, he could clearly recognize them as Eldar warships. Simultaneously, through the psychic link, Nareth saw the images from John's dream divination. As expected, Alicia is being raided by Eldar pirates again. If the timing is right, this could be a good opportunity to win the loyalty of the Elysians. Thinking this, Nareth immediately proceeded to the third layer of the space, his spirituality extending towards the golden orb. He saw Howard Fender seated at a desk, reviewing reports on a data slate in his hand. Confirming no one was around, Nareth focused his will and pulled Howard into the kingdom of disorder. Black mist rose. Howard found himself swallowed by the black mist. He looked up into the depths of the mist and indeed saw the Black Emperor sitting on a throne high above. My lord. Nareth nodded slightly. What is the current situation in Osiris? All 11 systems are stable. The last discovery of an Osirian cybrid was 10 months ago. Nareth focused his will, using telekinesis to deliver the data crystal to Howard. Set course immediately for Alicia. It is a suitable recruitment world for your chapter. The Elysians have accumulated extensive ship-to-ship combat experience through their long history of resisting pirate raids. They will be excellent ship officers and crew. Rapid strikes combined with orbital and aerial support are their effective methods against cunning pirates. Your chapter should absorb talent in this area and form Elysian drop troops as auxilia to accompany the chapter in operations. Howard's hand caught the data crystal. He bowed and said, "As you command, my lord." After sending Howard back to Osiris, Nareth extended his spirituality again, touching the shimmering blue orb. He saw Santiago Boardcamp lying in a white medical capsule. I tasked him with researching the activation of the Kalium Gate. Was he injured during the mission? The Kalium Gate apparently required some effort for Lion to open originally. There might be some danger within that Santiago, a demology psyker and trickmaster, couldn't handle. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 378, Chapter 376, The Void Whale Blocking the Gate. 5 ship-time hours later, Nareth returned to the Kingdom of Disorder again. He found Santiago had returned to his quarters. With no one around, he pulled Santiago into the Kingdom of Disorder. Santiago was swallowed by black mist. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. As a demonology psyker, he could confirm the power that pulled him into this mysterious space was unrelated to the warp. This is the power of the Black Emperor. He looked towards the throne high in the depths of the black mist and bowed. My lord. You are injured? Hearing the Black Emperor's concerned inquiry, a surge of warmth flowed through Santiago's body, as if bathed in sunlight. Thank you for your concern. I am not seriously injured. What happened? Nareth asked. My lord, I followed your command to reactivate the Kalium Gate. Santiago replied. After using psychic detection equipment, I found that reactivating 2 opposing space stations could awaken the dormant Kalium Gate, allowing ships within at least 500 light-years to complete warp travel. After inspecting all the ring-shaped space stations, I determined that the upper and lower opposing stations were in the best overall condition, so I prioritized repairing that pair. After repairing the stations, I commanded a frigate to enter the Kalium Gate for a trial voyage. Inside, I encountered a massive creature. What kind of creature? Nareth asked. The ship's scanners indicated its overall shape resembled the whales of ancient Terra. Scan results showed its length was actually 3,200 kilometers. Nareth knew of 2 enormous whale-like creatures. One was the sky whale encountered by the future Commissar Syaphas Kane on Blesia. It lived in the atmosphere, and locals tamed these gentle creatures as beasts of burden. A length of 3,200 kilometers could only be that of a void whale. Compared to it, a sky whale was like plankton. Nareth's deepest memory of void whales was from the future Plague Wars, where Nurgle used 7 void whales, which he had dragged into the realm of chaos during the Ruin Storm, as plague arcs, crashing them onto Axe, the world he saw as blasphemous. He knew void whales swam through the darkness of space and sometimes rode the supernatural waves of the warp. Could it be a void whale drifted with the currents, swimming into the Kalium Gate and getting stuck there? We had just completed the scans and were figuring out how to deal with this behemoth when countless winged creatures suddenly flew out from its body, attacking the ship. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew that due to their immense size, these warp creatures possessed their own ecosystems, inhabited by various insidious beings. He thought to himself, if it truly is a void whale, no wonder Lion L. Johnson had to personally enter the Kalium Gate to deal with it. Although he knew that in 877.M41, a terrifying mutated void whale emerged from the warp, and Wolf Lord Krakendom fought his way through the whale's body, planting thermal charges on its vital organs, igniting the gas sacs and causing it to explode. But that method would trigger warp turbulence, which clearly couldn't be used in the Kalium Gate. Santiago's psychic power wasn't strong enough to teleport a void whale elsewhere. I will set course for the Kalium Gate immediately. Nareth gazed at Santiago, noticing the colors in his astral body were balanced and stable. For most sequences, after digesting the potion, the radiance was a pure single color, but Trickmaster should be different. You have mastered the power of Trickmaster. Santiago pondered for a moment before replying. Yes, my lord. Ever since you bestowed power upon me again, I have been diligently practicing tricks. Moreover, similar to when I was an apprentice, a month ago, I felt something shatter within me. I believe I am now a true Trickmaster. After you return, perform a prayer. I will bestow new power upon you. After speaking, Nareth sent Santiago back to the real world. He flashed to the first layer of the space. Nareth ordered the Jokeros to make the Sequence 7 astrologer potion using starfall stone and other materials. As the Jokeros worked swiftly, whispers sounded in Nareth's ears. Concentrating, he could clearly hear the prayer from Santiago, Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. A short while later, holding the diamond-like astrologer potion, he returned to the 4th layer of the space. Nareth's spirituality extended again. He saw Santiago had gone outside his bedroom, where he had set up a small altar. Although he didn't need such solemnity, a simple prayer would also receive the Black Emperor's response. On the altar's twin stone platforms lay a copy of Iron Laws of Monarchs, asymmetrical candle flames flickered around it. Santiago happened to be reciting, I beseech your bestowal. Black mist surged in his vision, and a sudden gust of wind blew through the cabin. The black mist quickly dissipated. Santiago saw a potion vial before him, the potion inside shimmering like a diamond. Thank you for the bestowal, my lord. Praise to you. Santiago whispered, then picked up the vial and drank the contents. As the potion slid down his throat, countless starry lights flickered before his eyes. At the moment Santiago became an astrologer, Nareth also returned to the Shadow of Sovereignty and ordered the fleet to set sail. Since no teleportarium had been built in the Gonfall system yet, the fleet first spent 2 ship-standard weeks reaching the Viridia system. Subsequently, it took 12 weeks to emerge from the teleportarium that had just been completed at the Kalium Gate. The first chapter, which departed simultaneously, was still en route. Navigators calculated that traveling via the teleportarium to Vostroya, then to Necromunda, and finally to Alicia, would take longer than direct travel. Arrhenius Gate only slightly shortened travel time, measured in weeks. They couldn't shorten travel time by tens or hundreds of times like the Kalium Gate. Their greatest advantage was being unaffected by warp turbulence, not having routes disrupted by warp storms. Upon arriving at the Caelium Gate, Nareth, accompanied by Arsena and led by Santiago, boarded a gunship heading towards the Caelium Gate. On the destroyer's central bridge, the Primarch looked through the viewport at the Caelium Gate. A series of interlinked space stations, connected by massive bundles of cables kilometers long, lay spread out like an unfurled necklace. The gate was vast, once activated was sufficient to allow an entire expeditionary fleet to travel through it. Warp insight revealed the ring's surface within the necklace shimmered with dazzling light. Tracing the source of the light, the Primarch saw it emanated precisely from the two opposing space stations, one above, one below. The station's ether generators operated at high speed, injecting energy into the warp gate. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, the Caelium Gate was varied and chaotic in colors, region crisscrossed with countless lines. The protective shutters closed as the bridge entered the warp gate. A massive behemoth blocked the entrance, barring the path forward. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 379, Chapter 377, The Truth Buried Within. Caelium Gate, within the barrier between reality and the warp, rainbow hues shimmered at the points where the void whale contacted the barrier. It was constantly being pulled and distorted but had not successfully breached the barrier. Storm birds departed from the destroyer, flying towards the void whale. Arsena looked in astonishment at the colossal creature whose form seemed endless, his eyes filled with awe. Only in the warp, with its infinite possibilities, could harbor such a behemoth. Nareth's gaze through the viewport saw the void whale's tail and hooked claws thrashing, stirring waves of rainbow light as it struggled. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, spiritual radiance leaped within the rainbow light. As expected, the void whale does contain potion ingredients. But its skin, eyes, and mouth aren't the ones. As Nareth pondered, he walked to the hatch and issued a command, return to the destroyer, back to real space. My lord. Arsena and Santiago Bogdan began to plead, but Nareth said authoritatively. That is an order. Then, Nareth pressed the hatch release button. With a hydraulic hiss, he spread his golden wings and flew out. Let's go back. We lack the ability to participate in such a battle. Arsena said helplessly. Withdraw. Santiago clenched his fist, his gaze passing through the viewport to look outside. He saw countless monsters with razor-like wings flying towards the Black Emperor. Images from his previous encounter flashed through Santiago's mind, they crashing against the frigate, their long sharp beaks stabbing the hull repeatedly. They breached the ship's protective shields and hull, swarming inside like locusts. Now, the number of razor-winged monsters in Santiago's sight was even greater than that day, blanketing the entire area, even overshadowing the massive void whale. Just then, golden flames ignited within his vision. Santiago saw that as the golden wings beat, showers of golden flames were cast towards the razor-winged monsters. The golden flames scattered over the razor monsters like fiery rain, brilliant as fireworks under the rainbow light. Subsequently, those monsters vanished rapidly, burned into embers. Santiago saw the Black Emperor swiftly charging through the midst of the razor monsters. Wherever he passed, the monsters disappeared in large swathes. The last scene Santiago saw before returning to the destroyer was the Black Emperor charging to the front of the void whale and drawing a spear from his back. He saw the Black Emperor thrust the spear he held, striking between the whale's massive eyes. In his heart, Santiago thought to himself, as expected, the Black Emperor is invincible. Once on deck, he issued his order. Withdraw, and begin scanning the void whale. Santiago then called for his attendant to bring a crystal ball. The crystal ball's material came from the crystal reverie, crafted using his psychic skills. After becoming an astrologer, having gained the astrology ability, he had invested much in using the crystal ball as a divination focus. He cradled the crystal ball in his left hand, gently stroked it with his right palm hovering over the top, stroking back and forth. He continuously whispered, inquiring about the Black Emperor's battle with the void whale. The astrologer's voice was a murmur. Gradually, the crystal ball began to glow with points of dazzling radiance. The light grew brighter and more distinct, as if a reflection of the starry sky cast down. Santiago and Arsena simultaneously looked at the stars appearing one after another, forming a three-dimensional star chart interwoven with many symbolic glyphs. Arsena, with his fondness for reading, he had extensively studied related books, accumulating considerable knowledge in this area. The student of ratiocination began deducing based on a glyph symbolizing fire. After a moment, Arsena spoke. Our Lord will release fire within the void whale, incinerating its internal organs. Our Lord will drag this behemoth out of the gate. The astrologer affirmed, indeed. Our Lord uses telekinesis to drag it out of the gate. The crystal ball's light gradually dimmed, finally extinguishing. Santiago handed the crystal ball to his attendant. Arsena, recalling the Nareth's fondness for capturing trophies, decided to have the 5th chapter's fleet disperse later and prepare. The void whale's size was too massive, sufficient space would be needed. Nareth incinerated the countless flying monsters within the void whale into ashes. After stabbing over a dozen times with the Dionysian spear between the void whale's eyes, opening a large hole, he flew into the void whale's interior. The Baron of Corruption did not release fire as the astrologer had divined. Inside the 3,200-kilometer-long void whale stood a forest shimmering with light. Golden trees bore fruits shaped like eyeballs. Nareth instantly recognized them as golden-eyed fruits, the main ingredient for the potion of Sequence 7 Psychiatrist on the visionary pathway. He casually threw the Dionysian spear, lodging it inside the void whale. Light and shadow flickered between the Primarch's eyes. Telekinesis extended, uprooting golden trees along with the red flesh, pulling them into the Kingdom of Disorder. Golden trees hung down within the second layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. After repeated practice, he had begun to master the method of using spirituality to construct environments. After promoting to Baron of Corruption, Nareth's control over the Kingdom of Disorder strengthened, and his skill in using rule lines to construct environments increased. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, the rock-like flesh soil rapidly decomposed into the most basic rule lines. Concentrating his will, he raised his hand, spirituality surging forth. Spirituality rapidly coalesced into red, rocky red flesh, filling the gaps between the golden trees. Constructing environments within the Kingdom of Disorder consumed spirituality that would have been significant during his barbarian period, but for him now, it wasn't substantial, almost balancing with the recovery rate from the blood-red chain. He returned to reality, advancing over 20 kilometers, sending golden trees one after another to the Kingdom of Disorder. Suddenly, the scene before him changed dramatically. Blue grass grew on the blood-red plains. Bullish creatures with tails and 5 curved horns galloped across the grasslands. Confirming they weren't potion ingredients, Nareth continued flying forward. He saw blood-red lakes and bone mountains. Nareth couldn't help but think, the void whale's interior is truly diverse. All kinds of terrain can be found. As he pondered, the scene before him changed again. A blood-red swamp appeared. Countless python-like plants emerged. As they shook their heads, a sky full of thorny spikes was shooting towards Nareth. The main ingredient for Sequence 6, Potions Professor, of the Moon Pathway, blood-sucking thorn tree. Nareth raised his left hand, erecting a force shield before him. Thud. 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 A continuous barrage of impacts sounded, then fell. Nareth went back and forth the Kingdom of Disorder countless times, sending encountered potion ingredients inside. He found that the closer to the central region, the more dangerous the creatures, and the higher the ingredient grade. The Dionysian spear repeatedly appeared in his hand and was thrown 3 more times before he reached the void whale's center. Nareth saw a titan-sized goat-like monster ahead. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. P at Trian.com/DawisJinsu. Chapter 380, Chapter 379, The Ferryman Mask. The shockwave from the supermassive flesh bomb released by the mythical creature, detonating most of its body, directly struck Nareth. Caught off guard, he was blasted backward, tumbling several times in midair. His golden wings folded tightly as he stabilized himself. His armor was dented and pitted, smeared with scraps of flesh. Large sections of chest armor had corroded away and fallen off. With a thought, his golden wings spread across his entire body, sweeping away every bit of flesh stuck to him. The black armor was instantly covered by living metal. Nareth extended his consciousness outward. In a moment, he locked onto 3 heads. Its mythical form has ended. The form was incomplete, so it's not Sequence 2. It should be above Sequence 4, so it should be a Beyonder creature at Sequence 3. Strange. Why didn't it use any hurting abilities? Nareth's consciousness closely followed the tumbling heads. Because the mythical creature's form ended, the 2 extended heads had retracted. The heads tumbled within the void whale, its 3 gaping maws chomping down, flesh rushing in. The neck, severely damaged by the self-detonation, rapidly grew flesh. Nareth beat his wings, thinking to himself. There are 3 possibilities. 1 possibility, within the void whale, there are no souls it covets. Although I encountered no other powerful monsters along the way, the void whale's 3,200-kilometer body might harbor countless creatures. Besides, having some is still better than having none. But Nareth felt this possibility was unlikely. Second, maybe it hasn't developed its abilities beyond manipulating flesh, like Freddy, who only grasped dream invasion. The third possibility is that mythical creatures only master parts of their power, unlike Beyonder individuals who wield the full set of Sequence abilities. While pondering, he had already closed in on the head. One of the creature's heads spotted the golden figure approaching. The massive explosion I triggered earlier didn't work at all. Shocked, it immediately prepared to explode again. This time, not to harm the enemy, but to escape. With its undying flesh, so long as a single cell remained, it could regenerate. It intended to blow itself apart while scattering countless cells to flee. But just before it could act, Nareth raised his gauntlet hand and pushed forward. A thick, transparent liquid shot out, engulfing all three heads. The three heads flared with bloody radiance, yet before they could detonate, they froze solid. Using imprisonment, Nareth sealed all three inside an amber-like crystal, then moved the entire amber block into the kingdom of disorder. Nareth did not immediately return to real space. He went to the third layer and picked up the bone mask. The mask was obtained from the Temple of Morkai on Fenris for some time, but he hadn't used it. After establishing a connection with the bone mask through the third layer, Nareth knew the mask corresponded to Sequence 3 Ferryman of the Death Pathway. He would gain control over an army of the dead, but everything around him would slowly wither, as if he were trudging through the river of death. The price was steep, it was not worth using. But now, this is the perfect opportunity. There are many creatures inside the Void Whale, and a significant portion are powerful but not potion ingredients. Most importantly, there are no other living beings nearby, and beyonder traits do not vanish. Potion materials won't lose their effectiveness even after death. After a moment's thought, Nareth picked up the bone mask and placed it on his face. The mask covered the upper half of his face. Instantly, cold seeped from his forehead and temples, spreading through his body. But strangely, the ferryman mask didn't affect the surrounding space at all. Nareth returned to the real space, a chill wind rose out of nowhere. The Primarch immediately sensed the rapid drop in temperature. The Void Whale's flesh turned gray-white, beginning to wither. Golden wings beating, Nareth shot forward at incredible speed. Within seconds, he had crossed 5 kilometers. Ahead appeared a cluster of blue toad-like monsters. In his vision, none of them had a trace of spiritual glow. The Baron of Corruption's spiritual energy surged into the bone mask. SSSHHH. Cold green mist spread rapidly, engulfing the entire blue toad colony. In the mist, a pair of pitch-black, lifeless eyes appeared, chilling the creatures to their core. A massive invisible hand manifested beneath them, slamming into the ground. With a shrill chorus of screams, the green mist surged upward and transformed into a strange gate. Creak. The spectral gate opened. Countless green vines shot out, racing forward. They coiled around the blue toads and dragged them toward the gate. The toads clawed frantically at the flesh ground with their forelimbs. But more vines wrapped around them one by one. With terrified cries, they were dragged inside. Clang. The ghost gate slammed shut, and every toad was pulled inside. Nareth flew forward another 4 kilometers. He stopped in midair. Below was a swarm of crab-like creatures. They, too, lacked any spirituality. Nareth sent his spiritual energy into the mask again. Green mist rose. The ghost gate reappeared. Vines rushed out. The crab monsters shrieked, their claws stabbing deep into the rock-hard flesh of the Void Whale. Dozens were dragged into the gate, but many more clung stubbornly to the flesh rock, refusing to be pulled away. Then, from the ghost gate, blue toads, now with gray-white skin, hopped out. They leapt toward the crab claws and spat streams of corrosive green slime. Crack. Sizzle. Their claws melted away. The crabs could no longer resist. Hush. They were dragged into the spectral doorway. Nareth continued on, gathering potion materials while using the ferryman mask to accumulate undead creatures. Meanwhile, the Void Whale, already missing massive amounts of flesh and now ravaged by the ferryman's withering power, rapidly approached death. He charged toward the whale's tail and carved a tunnel with the Dionysian spear. Bursting out of the whale's body, he turned and looked back. The Primarch saw that the Void Whale was dead. He flew to its tail and ascended into the 7th state of the enumeration. Psychic force surged outward. The 7th state, designed by Magnus, allowed the direct use of psychic power to lift massive objects. Light danced in Nareth's eyes as his telekinesis multiplied. The Void Whale's colossal body began to move, pushed by the warp tides and Nareth's power, it slid out of the Kalium Gate. The 5th chapter's fleet, following Arsina's order, had dispersed. They watched in shock as the enormous carcass emerged from the warp portal. The entire process took 2 full days. In the end, every ship's scanners confirmed it. The whale-shaped creature measured exactly 3,205 kilometers long. With the Void Whale no longer blocking the gate, Kalium Gate could finally begin operating. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 381, Chapter 380, their cannons can actually pierce the Eldar's hollow fields. Segmentum Solar, Alicia. Commander Nuno Bellardo of the Elysian Defense Fleet sat at his console, swiftly assessing the situation in the Void battle. The fleet under his command had reached their designated positions according to his orders and were now attacking the Eldar pirates. Through countless battles against Eldar pirates, Alicia had developed a moderately effective combat doctrine. Their ships would split into 3 formations. The frontal formation consisted of armored-up cruisers deployed in a dispersed line to draw Eldar fire. The flanks centered around frigates, with destroyers making rapid thrusts. Due to differing speeds, this formed a concave front line that launched dense charges. Frigates and destroyers were equipped with a large number of torpedo tubes to compensate for their lack of heavy guns. Unable to reliably pinpoint enemy ship positions, the Elysian fleet opted for torpedo saturation attacks to maximize the chance of hitting the elusive Eldar vessels. Belardo checked the feedback from all ships. Hits had been registered across the board. A faint smile touched his lips. Their fleet had been tempered into an elite force through the constant fires of harassment from both humans and various Xenos. From officers to deckhands, from torpedo loaders to engineers, even the lowest workers desperate for employment, every one of them served with excellence, no worse than those Voidborn who lived their entire lives on ships. Those clans, raised for generations aboard Voidcraft, relied on experience and instinctive cooperation to compensate for their slower vessels compared to Eldar ships. Despite the entire fleet executing his battle plan flawlessly, not a single ship reported actually hitting an Eldar vessel. Belardo and all other Elysian captains knew their hits were likely striking illusions created by Eldar hollow fields. It was only after his aides and ship officers cross-referenced environmental data and compared sensor readings that Belardo confirmed 5 Eldar ships had been destroyed. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, the Eldar pirate fleet numbers around 20 ships. During the months of cat-and-mouse pursuit to herd the enemy ships into the pocket to exploit tactical advantages, 6 Eldar ships were destroyed. Based on past experience, Eldar pirate fleets withdraw after losing half their ships. Belardo watched the tactical display. The frigates were in position. At full power, they could launch their charge. He issued the command through his combead, left and right flank strike groups, charge. For Alicia. His orders were being relayed to all ships. Belardo felt no joy. Red casualty reports flashing across his display screen stung his eyes. 1 cruiser, 6 frigates, 13 destroyers. Combined with the 1 cruiser, 2 frigates, and 5 destroyers lost during the guerrilla phase, this defensive battle will be a costly victory. Belardo clenched his fist. Hundreds of thousands of Elysian sons and daughters were paying with their lives to repel the cunning Eldar pirate fleet. Just then, a grave voice came through his combead. Lord Belardo, the Auspex officers report a large fleet has suddenly appeared within the system. Ship count is 54 and increasing. Marked vessels have been sent to your cogitator display. Belardo tensely looked at his display. The Elysian fleet had only 83 ships of various classes before the battle. After the fighting, every ship was damaged and couldn't handle a new threat. All scanning systems, maximum power. I need intelligence on them. Now. The weight felt suffocating. Sweat beaded on Belardo's forehead. Finally, information appeared on the second display screen to the left of his console. Length, 25.81 kilometers. Belardo stared, stunned. He had never heard of or imagined a ship of such size. His flagship, the Shield of Alicia, was only 10.35 kilometers long. Belardo tapped the screen, examining the composite image pieced together from multiple scanners. A true void leviathan. Its overall style is Gothic. Could it be a human faction? As this thought crossed his mind, the Voice Master's voice came through his combead again. Lord Belardo, I have received communication from the fleet. One of the languages used is similar to ours. They are the Shadows of Order. While listening to the briefing, Belardo kept an eye on the battle within the system. He saw the black ships deploying into a battle line. Lord Belardo, the opposing force intends to launch a fire strike against the Eldar ships. They request our marked ships withdraw from the combat zone to prevent collateral damage. Belardo stared at his display. He saw that 29 of his ships were marked. He then looked at the newly arrived human fleet, seeing the dense gun battery on those ships. He first frowned. Conventional guns were easily fooled by Eldar hollow fields. Then, Belardo scanned all the ships, especially the massive cannon arrays on the giant vessel. Hollow fields have limits. With enough firepower, you can blanket the entire area and strike the real ship. Belardo noted the newly arrived Shadows of Order fleet had grown to 138 ships. This Shadows of Order fleet's firepower seems capable of that. Issue the command to the marked ships, withdraw from the battle zone. Belardo watched as the yellow Elysian ships pulled back, and the black ships accelerated towards the battlefield. A multicolored energy beam shot from a black ship, slamming into an Eldar vessel. Belardo's pupils widened. He watched in astonishment as those beams directly penetrated the hollow fields and inflicted damage on the Eldar ships. Following the beam's trajectory, he saw, on the colossal void ship, strange cannons mounted on the lowest part of the ship's flanks, on both sides. The cannons were overall long and tubular, their total length approaching 1/10 of the ship's length, with over 1/5 of it extending beyond the prow. Those cannons, they can actually pierce the Eldar's hollow fields directly. A dense rain of energy beams hammered down on the remaining Eldar ships. The dozen or so remaining Eldar vessels were soon reduced to wreckage. 3 hours later, Alicia's ruling class received the battle report, along with a report on the newly emerged human faction, the Shadows of Order. Among the details about the Shadows of Order's formidable strength and their demands, what shocked them the most was that their fleet possessed cannons capable of piercing hollow fields. After inquiring with the opposing commander, Howard Fender, Bellardo learned that those cannons were called ether cannons. Howard's Stormbird landed on Alicia amid cheers. After discussion, the Merchant League Council agreed to accept the protection of the Shadows of Order. They believed that under the powerful protection of the Shadows of Order, they would be safe from pirate raids and could reap greater commercial benefits. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 382, Chapter 381, The Beautiful World Appreciated by Fulgrim. Segmentum Solar, Alicia. The entire fleet of the Emperor's children returned to real space. Each ship was lavishly decorated, both inside and out, a rarity among the Legion's Astartes. The flagship of the 3rd Legion, the Pride of the Emperor, in addition to its ornate embellishments, also boasted armor plates inlaid with gold. On the flag bridge of the Pride of the Emperor, Fulgrim ordered the protective shutters lowered. He looked at the verdant green planet drawing closer and sighed in admiration. What a beautiful world. A short while later, Fulgrim boarded a Stormbird and headed towards Alicia. Images of the Aquila lander flashed through his mind. For an occasion like this, the Aquila would be far more fitting. Through the Stormbird's viewport, Fulgrim saw towering, ancient trees surrounding cities built of marble. Following the guidance, the Stormbird pilot headed for the starport. The marble structures came fully into view, resplendent and magnificent, shimmering dazzlingly under the light. Howard Fender, leading his subordinates and representatives of the Elysian Council, waited in the starport's reception area. In the era when piracy was less rampant, ships had once come and gone in a constant stream at Alicia's starport. But with the fall, fewer and fewer merchant ships arrived at Alicia, while the pirates did not diminish. The once bustling starport gradually declined. With the hiss of hydraulics and a rush of cold air, the landing ramp lowered. Howard saw a giant in gilded purple armor emerge first, his white hair flowing in the wind. His shoulders were adorned with shimmering golden wings, as dazzling as the Imperial Aquila. Howard looked at Fulgrim. His flawless features were the most handsome he had ever seen. The Emperor's children call their Primarch the Purple Phoenix, how fitting. He may possess perfect beauty, but he is not true perfection. Only the Black Emperor is. Lord Fulgrim, welcome. Howard greeted respectfully. Fulgrim drew in a deep breath, his expression softening into one of pleasure. The air is fresh, the environment clean. A beautiful world. I have heard that wherever the Shadows of Order arrive, they bring new order. I hope you can preserve this world's beauty, so that as it develops it does not become one of those worlds smothered in industrial fumes. My lord, Howard spoke, I will see to it. That is also what Father instructed. The data crystal given to him by the Black Emperor had already informed him that Alicia was a convergence point for numerous stable warp routes, with commerce being its future focus for development. Howard had no doubt about the Black Emperor's words, and he had already obtained relevant information from Alicia's Merchant Council. After a brief stay, Fulgrim's fleet departed the beautiful world that had left a deep impression on him. I hope to receive Nareth as gift soon. The Aquila lander is the aircraft that truly matches me. At the same time, Fulgrim left Alicia, in Kalium. The Honor Guard and the 5th chapter entered the 3,200-kilometer-long body of the Void Whale to explore it. When Nareth entered the Void Whale, he had taken a direct route, not exploring the colossal creature. Even for him, exploring the entire Void Whale would be a time-consuming endeavor. The Void Whale's various parts would be fully utilized. Most of its flesh would be used as food for the 5th chapter, some would be provided to apothecaries and other chapters, and a portion would be gifted to the 2nd Legion. Besides the Void Whale's hide as a potion ingredient and the peculiar creatures the Shadows of Order would submit, the Void Whale had more uses. After confirming Michael had digested the vampire potion, Nareth had the Jokero prepare the main ingredient for the potion professor, potion and other materials. The newly promoted chief apothecary was tasked, besides concocting potions from the creatures found, with cooperating with Tech Marines and Librarium to disassemble and reassemble parts of the Void Whale's body. The Void Whale's complex internal ecosystem, with various terrains like mountains and rivers, served as a natural training ground. Utilizing his understanding of flesh, the chief apothecary detached 3-kilometer-long sections of flesh from each environment. Each section of flesh was connected by passages, forming a training facility. 5th month, 847.M41, aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty. In the Primarch's office, Arsena reported to Nareth. My lord, the negotiations between the Imperium and the Squats have failed. They refused the demands of the diplomatic envoys from the 15th Legion and will not submit to the Imperium. The Emperor has issued orders. The 4th, 11th, and 15th legions are to launch an assault into the galactic core. Understood. Nareth had expected this. The resilient squats were unwilling to submit to the Imperium of men. Before recognizing the squats' strength, the Imperium also wanted to fully conquer them. Only after both sides recognized each other's strength would a compromise be reached, with some squats nominally joining the Imperium. My Lord Dash. Nareth pondered which chapters to dispatch for the campaign against the squats. The squats' underground cities require armor with better protection. Although the Mark III pattern hasn't been born yet, the Cataphractii pattern is a better substitute. Cataphractii Terminator armor naturally offered far superior protection compared to Mark III, though it required more resources and time to produce. Besides the Iron Hands, who possessed the technology and production capacity, and the Luna Wolves, who favored Terminators, other legions only had a limited number, not equipped on a large scale. The many worlds under my control, along with allies, could also mass-produce them. But Cataphractii Terminators are too cumbersome and would sacrifice the speed advantages of many pathways. Lacking agility enhancements would affect combat effectiveness. And I have chosen the main development paths, the first chapter on the Justiciar pathway, the second chapter on the Sun pathway, the fifth chapter on the Gate pathway, and the Techmarines on the Paragon pathway. Thinking this, Nareth issued his commands. Remind the Fabricator General of Mars of his promise of supplying Cataphractii Terminator armor to the legions joining the campaign. Also, inform Mars that I want the complete Cataphractii schematics as soon as possible. My forges will begin mass production. The manufactured Cataphractii Terminator armor is to be prioritized for equipping the first, second, and fifth chapters. Arsena noted Nareth's commands. Issue orders. After leaving behind essential garrison forces, these 3 chapters will deploy through the Kalium Gate into the galactic core. Summon the 3rd, 4th, and 11th chapters to join this campaign. The 3rd specialized in breaching actions, Beyonders of the Darkness pathway excelled at fighting in lightless environments. The 4th chapter's Death pathway beings thrived in cold, dark battlefield. The 11th chapter had the most manpower. As you command, my lord. Arsena said with a bow. At the same moment Nareth issued his orders, the 2nd chapter, having set out from Cypermundi, had rendezvoused with the 3rd chapter, which had departed from Mordian. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 383, Chapter 382, the Kalium Gate drastically accelerates warp travel. The Vostroyan-born rogue trader, after receiving a warrant of trade from Nareth, did not undertake high-risk exploration like Louis von Valancius once did. The stable warp route between Mordian and Cypermundi was the result of such exploration. The 3rd chapter, setting out from Mordian and securing the Kahava system, continued advancing towards Cypermundi. The 2nd chapter, after the campaign in the Coronid Deeps, joined this conquest effort. They set out from Cypermundi, conquered the Lumina system, and finally rendezvoused with the 3rd chapter at Agaros. Black warships faced each other in the void, linking directly with the primary shipyard and several top-tier worlds. Bukeo Alshavan took the initiative, boarding a Stormbird and flying to the Glory of Light. Flagship of the 2nd chapter, the Relic-class battleship Glory of Light. After disembarking, the Darkness Lord saw the Light Lord waiting in the landing area and walked over. Wilshire, thank you for your assistance. All for our Lord. Wilshire, who had been promoted to Sequence 7 Solar High Priest during the Coronid Deeps campaign, said piously. Wilshire is becoming more and more like the priests of ancient Terran churches described in the texts. After receiving their orders, the 2 chapters arrived in Kalium in the 7th month of 847.M41. Nareth received his 2 lords in the Primarch's office aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty. Upon seeing Nareth, a light shone in Wilshire's eyes. He called out, my lord, faster and more devoutly than Bukeo. My light lord and darkness lord, I hear you have just completed a successful conquest. Bukeo initially intended to hand the briefing to Wilshire, but the Nightmare, through his heightened intuition, sensed the light lord had no intention of speaking first, so he began his report. My lord, after the rogue trader discovered the route between Mordian and Cypermundi, my chapter has been fighting in this region. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew the warp route between Mordian and Cypermundi was quite stable. Even after the opening of the Great Rift, this route, located within the Imperium Nihilus, remained relatively stable. After the Imperium abandoned Mordian, the Iron Hands scorned the decision, believing such an industrially developed world should not be lost. When the Iron Hands advanced into Mordian and crushed the local Chaos forces, they were reinforced by forces from Cypermundi. There are 11 habitable star systems between Mordian and Cypermundi. Among them, the Kahava system is very wealthy. Human colonists established prosperous settlements there, with not only fertile farmland but also abundant natural resources and a decent industrial base. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Your chapter is to develop this region well. The fleets of the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 11th chapters then proceeded towards the Kalium Gate. The fleets entered the gate, navigating the warp tides towards the designated rally point in the galactic core region. Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Arsena reported with astonishment. My lord, the fleets of the 4 chapters departed from the Kalium system in the northeastern Segmentum Obscurus and arrived at the Rosario system in the Segmentum Ultima in just 4 standard ship weeks. According to calculations by the chief navigator, the original journey would have taken 23 weeks. Even the closer fleets of the 4th and 15th legions are far slower than ours. Since his return to the Imperium, Arsena had accompanied the Primarch on countless warp voyages, but never had he seen such speed. Nareth nodded slightly and said, currently, only 1 pair of stations is repaired, the acceleration effect is limited. As more paired stations are repaired, the reduction in travel time will become dramatically greater. He had anticipated this, thinking to himself. If ground vehicles are measured by 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration, the Kalium Gate's acceleration of warp travel can be measured by 0-100 light-year acceleration. However, the greater the value of the Kalium Gate, the more it will attract attacks during the heresy. In Nareth's original memory, the Kalium Gate could only perform one-way deployment, yet it still attracted enemy attacks. Now, with numerous teleportariums, the Kalium Gate could achieve a degree of two-way travel, increasing its value further. After the Second Rangdan War concludes, the Ramles-class starforts must begin reinforcing key star systems like Vostroya. Strategic locations like the Kalium Gate and Cypher Mundi will require at least 6 starforts each. As Nareth pondered, Arsena continued reporting. The Mechanicum fleet will arrive in 4 standard ship weeks. Among the first shipment are 158 suits of Cataphractii Terminator armor, all supplied to our legion. The Mechanicum will dispatch Magos Malevolus and others involved in researching and fabricating the Cataphractii pattern to assist the legion in producing Cataphractii Terminator armor. Nareth nodded and issued commands. The first batch of Cataphractii Terminator armor is to be assigned to the second chapter. Once the Mechanicum personnel arrive, have the Tech Marines cooperate with the Forge Worlds to master their manufacture. With Cataphractii Terminator armor, casualties in assaults on squat underground cities will be reduced. How long until the Ramles-class starforts under construction at Calth and Gonfall are completed? Arsena pondered for a moment before replying. My lord, although Calth's shipyards began construction earlier, Gonfall has a better foundation and is catching up. The first Ramles-class starfort from Gonfall will be completed in 5 years. The first starfort from Calth will require 12 years to complete. The third Ramles-class starfort being built at Cypher Mundi will be completed in 1 month. If needed, it can be towed first to the Kalium Gate, then rapidly deployed to the battlefield. Nareth knew that Gonfall, not renamed Konar by Guilliman, was called the northern center of the 500 worlds. Calth only grew to become a shipyard on par with Konar just before the heresy. Although the galactic core region has harsh living conditions, it also produces many ores found only here. A small base could be established here. Protected by fortress-grade void shields, life for those living inside a Ramles-class starfort wouldn't be too bad. Long-term trade could also be conducted with the squats, they have quite a few good things. Ramles-class starforts were too massive to pass through Teleportarium, but the Kalium Gate, capable of transporting entire fleets through the warp, could deploy them to the battlefield. Nareth reined in his thoughts and issued the command. Squad is the central system. We must rapidly establish dominance. The third Ramles-class starfort being built at Cypher Mundi is to be towed into the Kalium Gate and deployed to squat. Before the starfort arrives, the objective is to capture the Rosario system, gain a foothold, and open the gateway to squat. The 750 ships of the 4 Shadows of Order chapters participating in the campaign launched their attack against the void ships of the squats. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 384, Chapter 383, Boarding the Longbeard class squat mega cruiser. Shadow's Sovereignty. Nareth stood before the tactical table, watching the battle erupting in the void. The black ships of the Shadows of Order launched their assault against the squat fleet. A rain of light beams shot from their prows, piercing light lances into the iron-black enemy ships. The bows of the squat ships also fired beams in retaliation, shimmering with red and yellow light. The Shadows of Order fleet overwhelmed the squat fleet at Rosario with absolute numerical superiority. Every screen was filled with signals, interspersed with silent explosions and the burning keels of destroyed starships. Nareth saw a squat cruiser sliced in half by the crystalline, lethal energy spat forth by the Shadow's Sovereignty's lance batteries. His gaze continued searching among the enemy ships. He soon locked onto an exceptionally massive warship. The ship was 7.8 kilometers long, classified as a large cruiser by Imperial standards. It was slightly longer than other squat cruisers, and more noticeably, it was wider and taller. Seems like a Longbeard-class squat gigantic cruiser. Nareth thought, somewhat uncertain. It must be the flagship of the squat clan at Rosario. The squats, also known as the Leagues of Votan, consist of thousands of leagues of varying sizes. Leagues range from commercial leagues focused on trade to warrior leagues aiming for hegemony. Leagues are composed of a varying number of kindreds. The largest, the Great Arthurian League, can consist of up to 200 kindreds. Each league possesses at least one Votan core, also called an ancestor core. The number of kindreds varies, with smaller ones having hundreds or thousands of squats, and larger ones having hundreds of millions. Each hold has at least one fane, where ancient technology allows every kindred in the league to know the Votan's current location at any time. Of course, as one of the galaxy's numerous populous species, the trade-savvy leagues of Votan also have various guilds, corporate consortia, pact organizations, and other structural forms. The kindred at Rosario isn't large. It likely doesn't have an ancestor core, but should have fane. Every hold has a fane, but a Longbeard-class squat gigantic cruiser might also have one. Larger kindreds have more than one ancestral fane. A small kindred like the Rosario may have two at most. Nareth raised his hand and tapped, marking the Longbeard-class squat gigantic cruiser. Prepare for boarding. He wanted to seize the fane and then use conceptual swap to extract their secrets. The ancestor core is both an oracle of wisdom, the embodiment of the collective wisdom of the squats, and a quantum computer. It preserves all information for the Votan survival and development in the universe, including weapon technical parameters, standard template constructs, scientific and philosophical learning materials, genetic lineage data, military and survival-related theories and strategies. The only squats who can communicate with the Votan are called Grimner, responsible for seeking guidance from the ancestors or interpreting the output. The high-tech mystical facility where they perform this activity is called an ancestral fane. The honor guard assembled on the deck, boarding torpedoes and Dreadclaw assault boats. Nareth boarded a Dreadclaw assault boat reinforced to handle his massive frame, its heavy armor able to carry a full Astartes squad. The Primarch alone occupied 2 seats, Arsena took one. Compared to ordinary Astartes, Arsena's leaner build made the seats feel oversized. The support arm system consisted of multiple extendable inertia suppression clamps attached to the power armor, locking Nareth and the 7 honor guard members in place. Hydraulic rods pressed Arsena into his position, preventing him from being thrown by inertia. The pilot pulled the control lever. The afterburner reactor roared to life. With superhuman speed, the Astartes operated the controls, pitching and rolling the craft to dodge incoming beams and shells. At a distance of 150 kilometers from the Longbeard-class gigantic cruiser, twin heavy loss turrets rotated and unleashed spiraling beams. The pilot wrenched the control stick. The Dreadclaw violently rotated laterally in the void. A beam grazed past the Dreadclaw. A piercing, buzzing sound filled the pilot's ears. He checked the panel. Additional armor had been melted by the beam, but the inner armor remained undamaged. The pilot noticed countless threat runes lighting up on his display screen. Enemy gunboats swarmed ahead to intercept. The pilots, touch-sensitive gloves, gripped the weapons system, forcefully pressing the button. Twin Fury missile launchers, one on each wing, roared as they fired a salvo of missiles. Missiles trailing dazzling light slammed into the gunboats. Brilliant streaks slammed into the gunboats, explosions flared, then faded from the display. The pilot's left hand rose, triggering the short-burst rocket control. The Dreadclaw shuddered violently, its speed instantly surging. Simultaneously, the pilot's right hand pressed down hard. Promethium fuel ignited blazingly. Brace for impact. 5, 4, 1. The assault boat struck the target ship like a hammer blow. A torrent of molten fire poured forth. The thick armor of the Longbeard-class squat gigantic cruiser rapidly melted. Squat fire teams guarding the area raised plasma guns and attacked. Liquid hydrogen fuel superheated into plasma, magnetic fields expanded, launching it through linear electromagnetic channels like solar flares stars from the galactic core. High-energy hydrogen-based plasma spheres slammed against the cockpit's blast shields, crackling violently. Nareth burst out first, the honor guard slid down the assault ramp behind him. Nareth raised his left arm. The bolter mounted on his gauntlet fired a dense barrage, tearing the squat's armored bodies apart. The honor guard raised their weapons. The roar of bolters and the hum of ion weapons sounded simultaneously. While attacking, Nareth inquired through the comm system. Can other squat ships come to support? Moments later, the master of Vox's voice came through. My lord, no. Nareth ended the communication, thinking to himself. It can be confirmed there is no ancestor core on this Longbeard-class squat gigantic cruiser. He knew that if an ancestor core were under attack, the squats would definitely come to its aid. All squats would give their lives for an ancestor core. Though it's still uncertain if this Longbeard-class gigantic cruiser has an ancestral fane. Nareth led his team storming onto the deck. Suddenly, numerous mechanical exoskeletons appeared before them. They marched with heavy steps, finely crafted warhammers in their hands. Nareth looked at them, thinking. The Ironkin. There were also many squats in void armor, with grizzled beards, wielding auto-pattern bolt cannons and plasma axes longer than their own height. Hearthkin. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 385, Chapter 384, The Exquisite Layered Bastium Armor, Perfect for Force. Nareth issued the command, activate personal energy shields. The honor guard members all raised their left hands, pressing the activation buttons on the generators at their waists. The additional disc-shaped energy cells on their backs lit up. Invisible shields enveloped their bodies. The personal energy shield was one of the most important results from Gabriel's team's research into Rangdan technology. They replaced Randan psychic modules with energy cells, letting the shields operate without psi craftsmanship. Although the Shadow of Order version was weaker than Rangdan originals, the technology could be mass-produced, regular tech artisans could manufacture them through standardized processes. Personal energy shields hadn't yet been fully equipped across the entire Legion. Only about 1/4 of the members in each chapter were equipped, all members of the court. The honor guard members, accompanying Nareth, were prioritized for equipment. As they activated their personal energy shields, Hearthkins raised their weapon, firing shimmering beams at the black-armored warriors. The Shadows of Order raised their bolt guns, engaging the Hearthkins in a firefight. A hail of gunfire filled the space between them. The weapons of both sides were manufactured based on similar STCs, though the ammunition types differed, but both could inflict lethal damage on the other. The Hearthkin discovered their fired beams stopped about a fist's distance from the black armor, then detonated. The personal energy shields acted like invisible walls, blocking the blast, constantly shimmering. The bolt rounds fired by the Shadows of Order slammed into the Hearthkin's heavy armor. The first volley of bolt rounds, with adamantine hard tips, struck the heavy armor, causing the Hearthkin to stagger. The Shadows of Order realized a single bolt gun attack couldn't breach the heavy armor. The armor's defensive power is formidable. They aimed at the same spots hit by the first strikes, firing second and third volleys of bolt rounds. Boom. 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 The first Hearthkin fell, his armor shredded by bolt rounds. One after another, Hearthkins fell. Their armor was forged from tough alloy smelted from ores mined in the galactic core. The Ironkin, encased in heavy mechanical armor, marched with heavy steps, swinging warhammers and mechanical claws to attack the honor guard. A warrior from the 8th chapter channeled psychic energy into his blade, swinging it diagonally left to parry a mechanical claw. After parrying, he swung his blade diagonally right to block an incoming warhammer. The force of the blow made him step back involuntarily. He was shocked by their strength. He lunged. The blade tip slid along the Ironkin's steel carapace, piercing its brain housing. The blade crackled within its brain. He kept the tip there for a moment until confirming the lights within went out, and the enemy died, then withdrew the blade. A Hearthkin emerged from beside the Ironkin, swinging a shimmering plasma axe at the warrior. A Katakan-born hunter fiercely slammed into the Hearthkin. During the body collision, the hunter sensed formidable strength from the Hearthkin's short, stout frame. These short folk are strong. Thinking quickly, he drove his Katakan fang downward. The Hearthkin ducked, barely, but the curved fang slashed into his shoulder. The Hearthkin's grizzled hair rapidly turned sallow. His face turned ashen. The venom of the Katakan viper spread through him in a heartbeat. In an instant, he dropped dead, slamming heavily onto the deck. Nareth drew the sword of Vol, swinging the blade, shimmering with blue-white light, charging into the squat lines. The energized blade spun rapidly. Hearthkin heads shattered one after another, Ironkin armor fragmented. Nareth led the charge forward. Squat attack struck his repaired armor, only to be deflected by the iron Kraken scale plating. He charged forward relentlessly. Nothing slowed him. After charging through 4 decks, a red-faced, furious Hearthkin with a beard reaching his chest, wearing layered armor, roared as he charged out. The high call in Bastium armor thundered towards Nareth. The magnetic coils of his Hearthguard emitted hums, their glow shining on the deck. The Baron of Corruption saw the enemy clad in heavy, ornate armor, he thought to himself. Squats forge heavy armor with extreme defensive strength, but that is also a weakness that can be exploited. The Baron of Corruption pressed his left arm down. Spiritual energy surged forth. The high call felt gravity abruptly increase. His body felt as heavy as if filled with lead. He inched forward at a snail's pace. The Ironkin who had guarded the high call for half his life charged at Nareth, swinging massive hammers. Nareth's eyes flickered with light and shadow. Telekinetic force surged forth, hurling the Ironkin away. Their armored bodies slammed and scraped across the deck, sparks showering everywhere. The Baron of Corruption raised his hand again. The high call suddenly felt the gravity applied to his body vanish. His body rapidly lightened, suddenly floating up. The high call desperately tried to maintain his balance. As a veteran miner who had once mined precious ores in the void, he instinctively leaned his shoulders forward, using his body's inertia to descend. His body swayed in the air, as if drunk, lurching towards Nareth. At just over 10 meters away, Nareth suddenly punched. Amidst the gust of wind, the Baron of Corruption utilized his ability force. The High Cawl was hurled away by the force, flying back several meters. The Baron of Corruption slammed his left arm downward again, and the High Cawl crashed into the deck like a meteor. Dazed, he rose from the ground and continued charging at Nareth. The Baron of Corruption applied a force to the heavy Bastium armor, increasing, decreasing, and changing the direction of the force, controlling the High Cawl's body like a puppet, flinging him up, down, forward, back. No matter how he tried, the High Cawl couldn't reach the black-armored warrior. He was being toyed with, his gray hair standing on end, his beard bristling in rage. Veins bulged in his eyes from fury. With a roar, he hurled his war axe at Nareth. The Baron of Corruption smiled slightly. Throwing, huh? I'm quite good at that too. The axe's spinning trajectory became a rotating circle in his mind. The Baron of Corruption sheathed the sword of Vol at his waist. He flicked the axe haft with his index finger, imbuing it with a force. The axe instantly reversed direction and accelerated, right back toward the High Cawl. The axe smashed into his armor, tearing through the overlapping plates. The blade shredded his once proud beard and split his chest open. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 386, Chapter 385, Cataphractii Terminator Armor. After securing the Longbeard-class mega-cruiser, Nareth immediately ordered the honor guard to begin a full search. Arsena approached him. My lord, the Mechanicum ships have arrived. Court members of the second chapter have begun re-equipping as per your command. Magos Malevolus, upon hearing you captured a squat warship, has expressed great interest in their technology and wishes to come aboard for research. Let him come. Nareth's eyes deepened as he thought. Aside from the all-rounder Emperor, even compared to the Primarchs, skilled in forging Malevolus is one of this era's greatest armorsmiths. My own armor and that of Horus were personally crafted by him. Even Manus's armor was completed with his assistance. Perhaps the armor of other Primarchs I don't know about was also crafted by him. Nareth then recalled, though the Cataphractii Terminator pattern had early prototypes and ongoing research, its final form came from the knowledge and data Malevolus gained while crafting armor with Manus. Now that I am a Baron of Corruption, and Malevolus has been sent to the Galactic Core to gather data to improve the Cataphractii pattern, this is the perfect opportunity to corrode him. Gaining his loyalty would put all Cataphractii Terminator data in my hands. Afterwards, having him collaborate with Gabriel on armor suitable for Beyonders would proceed more smoothly. Thinking this, Nareth walked over to the High Cawl's corpse and examined the armor. The armor gleamed brilliantly. The blood from the corpse and the violent tossing he had inflicted using his abilities had not marred the armor in the slightest. The layered plates were interlocked perfectly, with not a single gap, seamless, unified craftsmanship. Every piece of the golden armor was polished to a radiant shine. The Baron of Corruption placed his right hand on the shoulder plate, his arm bulging with power as he squeezed. After a few seconds, a flicker of surprise appeared in Nareth's eyes. The armor hadn't deformed under his immense strength. After promoting to Baron of Corruption, during bursts of strength, his power should surpass Vulcan's. Nareth's raw physical strength was only second to Manus's iron hands, empowered by a void dragon shard. If coated with the Burning One's golden liquid metal, their destructive power was comparable. Even powered armor was trivial for him to crush, yet this armor resisted. Armor forged from Bastium alloy. This High Cawl sure does have good things. Nareth's right hand lifted the High Cawl's corpse. It felt somewhat heavy, further confirming his judgment. The technology to forge Bastium alloy is only held by the squats. Armor made from it, even among them, is likely only affordable for Cawl's leading Hearthkin warriors. Malevolus, seeing it, would regard it as a priceless treasure. A smile touched Nareth's lips. The plan to corrode Malevolus would be easier to achieve. He slung the High Cawl's corpse over his shoulder and strode forward quickly. 2 hours later, Magos Malevolus entered the bridge. His gaze lingered on the Primarch for a moment before shifting to the corpse at his feet. Upon seeing the armor, his eyes lit up with fervor. The master smith who had forged countless suits of armor instantly judged that the armor's craftsmanship and materials were second only to the Oramite armor of the Custodes. Suppressing the impulse to immediately approach the corpse for study, he walked respectfully before the Primarch and bowed. Lord Nareth. Nareth said with a smile, Malevolus, it has been a while. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Malevolus replied, his face beaming. The armor on the squat corpse at your feet is of exquisite craftsmanship. Might it be entrusted to me for research? Of course, Nareth said with a laugh. Coincidentally, I am also very interested in this armor's craftsmanship. I would like to examine it with you. While void combat continued in Rosario, Clearing the remaining squat fleet from the system, the second chapter, with the assistance of the Mechanicum tech priests, began re-equipping with the Cataphractii Terminator armor. The Glory of Light was simultaneously being retrofitted with teleportarian platforms. Tall adamantium columns were erected under the guidance of the tech priests. Control panels were installed, establishing connections with the Cataphractii Terminators. The 4 chapters of the 11th Legion launched assaults on the underground cities. The second chapter, which had re-equipped first with Cataphractii Terminators, served as the main force, attacking the hold. Lord, teleport homing beacon confirmed. Prepare for teleport. Wilshire, clad in Cataphractii Terminator armor, gave the command. Moments later, after receiving confirmation, a squad of court members entered the teleportation platform. Dazzling light erupted. The entire bridge could hear the piercing screech. Electricity coiled upward like serpents, and lashed viciously against the adamantium columns before swiftly subsiding. Underground in the Rosario hold, light burst forth like parting clouds. A squad in Cataphractii Terminators appeared in the mining tunnel. The squad leader opened the comm channel and reported to the Lord in orbit. Lord, teleport successful. Move out. Wilshire strode toward the platform, each step heavy. The teleportation device hummed again as it accumulated energy. The tech priest's mechadendrites twitched, inputting a string of characters on the control panel. Dazzling light flashed again in the underground city. Wilshire led his squad out. Hearthkin raised their auto-pattern bolt cannons, firing at the newly emerged black-armored giants. Dense beams struck the additional shields mounted on the plate armor. After breaching the shields, they failed to inflict significant damage on the heavy armor. Wilshire took steps. Although the Cataphractii Terminator had built-in autobalancers, the armor's immense weight made running impossible. He stepped forward with heavy footfalls, shouting loudly in the chapter's voice channel. Shadows of Order. Today we set foot in the depths of Rosario. For the chapter and for our father, we shall carve new honor. Our moment will be engraved into every corpse we leave behind. For our Primarch. Wilshire added silently in his heart, for the Black Emperor. For our Primarch, the Shadows of Order of the second chapter shouted in unison. Wilshire activated the Cyclone missile launcher on his shoulder. Missiles trailing fire streaked towards the densest concentration of ironkin. Boom. 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 Amidst the roar of explosions, ironkin mechanical carapaces were torn apart. Wilshire raised his right arm. The Reaper autocannon roared, firing a dense barrage at the Hearthkin. Cataphractii Terminators stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an iron line. The beams fired by the Hearthkin, after piercing the Cataphractii Terminators' shields, dissipated harmlessly. The Terminator's bolt round struck the grey armor of the Rosario kindred in waves, reaping lives in swathes. Wilshire swung his left arm. The Cataphractii Terminator granted his arm formidable strength. The relic thunderhammer slammed into an ironkin mechanical form. The tremendous force directly crushed it. The resilient squat lines were shattered by the iron charge. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 387, Chapter 386, Perturabo, your palace. Let me tear it down and rebuild it. While the second chapter attacked the hold, Nareth and Malevolus took a Stormbird to the tech priest's ship, the Forgehammer. As they disembarked, 12 servo skulls in the air chanting hymns of welcome. Welcome Gene Primarch Nareth to the Forgehammer. May the Omnisia bless you. Malevolus led the way, the servo skulls chanting accompanying them as they proceeded inside. Unlike the Muggos Lien Ramleys, Malevolus did not own an Arc Mechanicum. But as the most exceptional master armorer, having forged armor for several Primarchs, he possessed a cruiser-class warship of his own. The moment the Primarch boarded the vessel, he sensed it immediately, the entire ship felt like a burning forge. He could hear the roar of machines, feel the heat waves of the smelting furnaces. Malevolus led the way. Nareth proceeded forward, arriving at the tech priest's private laboratory. Inside, he saw an enormous blazing forge occupying nearly 1/10 of the entire chamber. Serpentine cables bound the steel devices together, and the central cluster of worktables was piled high with various precision instruments. Malevolus walked to the center of the experiment area. Lord Nareth, let us begin. Good. Nareth walked to the table, looking at the Bastium alloy armor brought from the Longbeard-class mega-cruiser. Malevolus connected his mechanica dendrites to the coupling devices on the table. Robotic arms suspended above descended. Mechanical fingers opened, the mechanical probes at their tips rapidly sliding over the armor. Nareth's eyes flashed. Light and shadow flickered in his gaze. He placed his hand on the armor, telekinetic force injected into it like threads. The telekinetic force penetrated the armor's interior, analyzing and deconstructing the Bastium alloy. Density moderate, high ductility, high toughness, this part is iron. High electrical and thermal conductivity, silver. Extremely high density, extreme toughness, unknown metal. 3 standard ship hours later, Nareth raised his hand. The mechadendrites also stopped. He said to the tech priest. 514 metals, 238 of which are unknown, likely mineral deposits unique to the galactic core. A flicker of astonishment passed through Malevolus's eyes. He thought of the Primarch's miraculous abilities, then calmed. The alloy's opposition ratio is even more peculiar. While fierce fighting continued in the Rosario underground city, Nareth and Malevolus began their research. 3 weeks after securing the Longbeard-class mega-cruiser, Tech Marines and the Honor Guard had opened every compartment but found no Fane on the ship. Nareth was slightly disappointed but not anxious. Acquiring a Votan might be difficult, but each kindred had at least one Fane. The Emperor and the Terran Council had issued orders to conquer 35 star systems. They could acquire at least one ancestral Fane. Nareth and Malevolus achieved significant gains in their research on the Bastium alloy. Not just in understanding the squat alloy, but also with Malevolus himself. My lord, our research has achieved preliminary results. Fabricating this alloy could enhance armor's protective capabilities. The only deficiency is the materials for the alloy. Some unknown metals can be substituted, but 159 have no ideal substitutes. Nareth saw Malevolus looking at him respectfully. The tech priest had been corroded. Magos Lien Ramirez and tech priest Malevolus are both loyal to me now. Among the Mechanicum's 3 great talents, only Archon land remains. The Shadows of Order have captured 27 warships in void combat, including another Longbeard-class mega-cruiser. Various quantities of ores were found on them. Besides large quantities of ore, he had other gains. During his research, Nareth examined other items. He discovered a data storage medium used by the squats. The Data Warden slate was the main ingredient for the potion of Sequence 7 Detective of the White Tower pathway. Returning to the Shadow's sovereignty, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder and had the Jokeros prepare the Detective Potion. Back in the real space, Nareth summoned Arsena and handed him a blue-white potion. After drinking the Detective Potion, Arsena meditated, reigning in the scattered power. Thank you for your gift, my lord. After piously thanking the Black Emperor, Arsena reported. My lord, the astropath informs me Magnus is expected to arrive in 2 standard ship days, and Perturabo in 5 days. Understood. Nareth nodded. 5 days later, Magnus and Perturabo, each accompanied by their legion's high-ranking commanders, landed in the Shadow's sovereignty's docking zone. Arsena, representing Nareth, waited in the docking zone. Remembering the Black Emperor's instructions, he addressed Perturabo first. Lord Perturabo, Lord Magnus, welcome. Perturabo merely gave a slight nod, his expression expressionless. Magnus approached Arsena with a smile. Arsena Dunn, my sons have heard you are an excellent scholar with a vast collection of books. They are very interested. My lord, the 1,000 sons are welcome to visit my personal library. Let's go, Perturabo spoke up. Our father and the War Council have placed command with Nareth. He must already have a plan. Magnus detected a hint of dissatisfaction and a trace of reluctance in Perturabo's calm tone. Perturabo wanted to command this campaign. But 11th Legion's forces alone outnumber the combined Astartes of my mine and his. Nareth has also achieved victories in numerous campaigns like the Wheel of Fire, Advex Moors, and against the Mituzinos, reclaiming Incaladian, so many victories. Of course father would inevitably assign the command to Nareth. Among the 1,000 sons contingent, Hathermot followed his gene father, heading into the Shadow's sovereignty. He thought excitedly, finally, I will see my lord. Entering Nareth's palace, Perturabo immediately frowned. The palace's architectural style caused him some discomfort. Great slabs of obsidian, tilted at mechanically impossible angles, held up the dome like the remnants of a ruined structure. 12 metal rods descended from the dome's interior, each bearing a chapter's banner. They were arranged 3 left, 4 right, 5 center, deliberately asymmetrical. Why not 4 each on left, center, and right? Perturabo's right hand clenched. For a moment, he wanted to stride over, tear down the central banners, and hang them on the left. He forced himself to look away, directing his gaze to the floor, his frown deepening. The onyx tiles radiated outward following a Fibonacci spacing pattern, but asymmetrically. Perturabo could no longer control himself. He strode up to Nareth. Nareth, if your sons lack the ability to construct a palace worthy of you, my iron warriors can assist. I can design a plan for you. Let's dismantle it and rebuild. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 388, Chapter 387, The Architectural Arts of 3 Primarchs. I would be pleased to receive your architectural designs and see them realized. I believe you are a great architectural designer, none of your designs should be buried. But Perturabo's anger instantly subsided. A dazzling light shone in his eyes. But my palace's architectural style is also a form of art. I believe you should learn to appreciate it. Hearing this, Perturabo looked around. Everything around him was deconstructed into numbers. The chapter banners were 3.3 meters long, 1.1 meters wide. All 12 banners were identical, which eased Perturabo's furrowed brow slightly. But then, the banner of the first chapter, painted with scales, and the banner of the second chapter, painted with a sun, were 5.2 meters apart. The second chapter banner and the banner of the third chapter, painted with a deep black moon, were 6.1 meters apart. Why is the distance between each banner different? Perturabo also recalled the jet black floor tiles arranged asymmetrically in a Fibonacci sequence, irregularly painted with patterns like wings and lines. Appreciating art. All I see in this palace is lost balance, a disordered state, lacking meticulous design and proper calculation. Art is usually unrelated to precise calculation. Those things unrelated to logic are the source of art. Nareth's gaze was profound, his tone meaningful. Art has nothing to do with technique. Nareth's words struck Perturabo's psyche, ruthlessly uncovering a corner of his dust-sealed memory. He had once failed. His foster father, Damkos, had held a sculpture competition. He had crafted a perfect statue, yet lost. He lost to a piece that wasn't perfect, but was expressive, emotional, and incredibly nuanced. He had lost to his brother. Was it Hector, or Andos? Perturabo tried to blur the memory, to make that failure seem like a dream. But he was a Primarch. His mind was too perfect. He remembered everything. He could understand the structural properties of objects and materials just by observing them. He had an instinctive grasp of mathematics and engineering. How could he forget that name? It was Andos, not Hector. I smashed my statue, and Andos's. Perturabo fell silent. His anger subsided. He once again scrutinized the entire palace. With his kind of talony he didn't actually need to look again. All answers had been hidden within his anger the moment he entered the palace, he just hadn't wanted to see them. With his kind of talent, he actually didn't need to look again, he had already understood the moment he walked in. The truth had simply been buried under his refusal to acknowledge it. Now it pierced through, mercilessly. Even in its disorder, this palace is art. It's not inferior to my designs. A nameless fury flickered in his eyes. His hand twitched toward the hammer on his belt, then stopped. He didn't destroy the palace the way he once destroyed that statue. Magnus sensed the emotional storm roiling in his brother, rippling through the warp. Perturabo, in my youth, I once witnessed a statue of a great bird. It stood atop a mountain peak, perfect. The word statue instantly gripped Perturabo's attention. He looked at the red, one-eyed brother who had approached him. Just as I approached it, it fell to the ground. In the broken fragments, I found triangles, quadrilaterals. I found truths that have existed in the universe since the beginning, truths that birthed the 5 schools. Perturabo pondered and said, true art is contained within disorder. It's more accurate to say that art isn't defined by order or calculation. It isn't bound by rules, Nareth said with a smile. Perturabo stared at the 2 Primarchs. Their silhouettes overlapped with the memory of Andos, radiating artistic brilliance. He sealed the statue, and this palace, deep within his mind. Slowly, the entire palace faded from his awareness. He stood within it, yet it felt like he was standing in a shadow. We should return to the real matter at hand. Our father sent us here to make these short ones submit to the Imperium. That is our mission. Art cannot help in war, and father would not want us indulging in it. I disagree, Magnus' eye gleamed. More important than adding them to the Imperium is their knowledge, their culture. As long as it doesn't affect progress, the Emperor wouldn't mind our methods. His sigillite loves culture and art, which hasn't incurred his displeasure. Nareth said with a smile. Among his collection, the Mona Lisa and Van Gogh's sunflowers are worth seeing. He would surely agree to you visiting his prized treasures. Perturabo's eyes flickered, but he decided not to pursue this topic further. Partly because he felt it wasn't the time, and partly because he didn't wish to continue discussing art with his sons present. He didn't believe his understanding in this area was inferior to Nareth's or Magnus, but his comprehension of irrational art hadn't reached a level that satisfied him. Nothing is beyond analysis. I just need a little time. Yes, just a little time. All right. Nareth's eyes were profound. He had keenly perceived that his artistic taste had earned Perturabo's respect. Perturabo clearly wants to change the subject. Bringing up his earlier design proposal now would make him think I'm exploiting his artistic weakness. Given his personality, to prove himself, he would exert all effort to design a palace model, but he would inwardly resent me. I should know when to stop. After he completes a series of tests and accepts me as a friend, then I can leverage his desire for recognition and praise by offering appropriate appreciation, and acquire all those architectural artworks of his. Thinking this, Nareth continued. Let the war council begin. After seating, Perturabo remained like a statue, silent. Magnus asked Nareth. Nareth, you have been fighting the squats for some time. I assume you already have a plan for the upcoming war. Correct. Nareth met Perturabo's scrutinizing gaze calmly and asked, I reviewed the report submitted by the diplomatic envoy you dispatched, Phocis. Nareth knew Phocis was the strongest telepath among the Thousand Sons, the future Magister Templi of the Raptora cult. He, along with Ozek Ahriman, Hather Mott, and others, were among Magnus' key protégés, candidates for fellowship captains. Sending Phocis showed how seriously Magnus took this mission. Unfortunately, the squat's mental fortitude was extraordinary. Moreover, the negotiation process indicated that some entity had engaged Phocis in a psychic battle. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 389, Chapter 388, Thousand Sons temporarily assigned for learning. Based on the diplomatic report submitted by Phocis, Nareth had already inferred who he had clashed with. A Grimner. They are the only kindred who can come close to the Votan and communicate with them, responsible for seeking guidance from the ancestors or interpreting the output. Most squats have low sensitivity to the warp, but Grimner are different. During their clone forging, the Votan core grants them greater psychic sensitivity. Each squat's innate talent and future profession are determined when the Votan selects from its genetic codex. Based on its programming, the Votan produces various type, Hartkin the warriors, Broker the engineers, craftsmen, and artificers, Einhir the shock troops. Grimner are the same. They are not merely lucky individuals but the result of programming. Although the talent direction is set, squats are not fixed programs. Due to different life experiences, they develop their talents to different degrees and in different directions, becoming completely different individuals. After death, most return to the Votan. Each squat's death brings minute changes. The uploaded memories subtly influence the genetic templates. Over countless generations, these micro-adjustments accumulated, newly born squats can be completely different from before. This is also why different leagues and kindreds, all from Votan, exhibit different characteristics. A light flashed in Nareth's eyes. He thought to himself. It can be confirmed that they have Grimner in the ancestor core. But it's not just ancestral Fanis, there's more. The squat star system has more than 1,140 void warships. Its defense grid is packed with fortifications, far stronger than any other system. This proves the squat star system is vital to them. The Votan is vital. Its location will always have far stronger defenses. The league we're facing likely keeps their Votan somewhere in the squat system. Nareth knew that each league placed their Votan, sometimes multiple, somewhere different. It could be hidden deep within a fortified underground vault, sealed inside an unbreakable fortress behind layers of shields, or placed aboard the league's mightiest flagship. Your judgment is correct. Phocis discovered the squats seemed to be guarding something. It might be an object or a secret. Though we don't know what it is, it must be of critical importance. Magnus didn't mention psychic powers, but Nareth knew Phocis must have engaged in a psychic battle with at least one Grimner and made some discovery. From the looks of it, Magnus doesn't yet know the exact existence of the Votan. Could be him putting on an act, moving in secret. But Phocis might not necessarily breach the squat's psychic defenses under Grimner interference. We'll see how Magnus proceeds. Thinking this, Nareth said, my plan is based on this. I have ordered the newly constructed Ramles-class starfort from Cyper Mundi to proceed to the Kalium Gate for deployment to squat. My main force will rely on the starfort to engage the squats in a decisive battle. If the squats truly have a secret they must defend, forces from other systems will come to support. Defenses in those systems will weaken, creating openings. Your plan is feasible, Magnus said. Seeing Perturabo still showed no intention of speaking, he continued, and our legions. Based on current intelligence, System D-1519 is, apart from Squat, the location of the largest shipbuilding facilities. As Nareth spoke, Arsena a control staff. The star map expanded. The 35 explored star systems in the galactic core were highlighted. Arsena then focused on one system in the east, zooming in on it individually. Psychic strikes are the best way for rapid capture. The Thousand Sons will seize D-1519, curbing their shipbuilding speed. Nareth then looked at the Perturabo. System D-1504 is a world composed entirely of mountains. The hold is heavily fortified but I believe the Iron Warrior's hammer can break even such a fortress. Nareth didn't mention this hold's scale and defenses surpassed the 1,504s. He wanted Perturabo to feel valued and would offer praise after the Iron Warriors made sacrifices. To get Perturabo's designs, I really have to work hard, even provide emotional support. Consider it a bribe. It's for the designs, for saving architectural art. Leave it to me. Nareth saw Perturabo, who practically seemed autistic at times, finally open his mouth and accept the mission. Then, let us begin discussing the detailed operational plan. In the following time, the three Primarchs enriched and refined the plan. Nareth noticed Perturabo speaking much more than usual, obsessing over every detail. From establishing every key node to scheduling every company. He wanted to ensure fleets arrived on time, ammunition was sufficient, rations were adequate, support was proper, everything in orderly fashion. Perturabo, like Robot Guilliman, is an organizational genius, meticulous in planning and execution. But while Guilliman cares for his sons' lives, Perturabo only knows how to ram headfirst. Magnus is more flexible, using psychic suggestion, diplomacy, or foresight to predict enemy action. Thinking this, Nareth glanced at Magnus and Perturabo, musing. One fluid, one rigid but precise. The Thousand Sons and Iron Warriors acting together in the Great Crusade makes perfect sense. Moreover, Perturabo only had Magnus as a friend. The comprehensive plan was finalized within a day. After taking a sip of Symphony of the Sea black tea, Magnus said. Nareth, Perturabo, I have an idea and hope for your support. Magnus, speak freely. Nareth looked at Magnus, guessing, temporary assignments for learning. Magnus, go ahead. Every legion has some things worth learning. I hope each of my captains, before leading their fellowship, can accompany another legion, and learn combat methods while deepening the Thousand Sons' understanding of the galaxy. Agreed. The Iron Warriors welcome your captain candidates. Perturabo said with a smile. Your captain candidates are welcome. To prevent raising Magnus' suspicion by requesting a change after he named his candidates, Nareth spoke first. Let it be Hathermot. I saw him aboard the ship to Prospero. My judgment shouldn't be wrong, he must be one of your chosen captains, no. He added the perfect amount of humor. Magnus was momentarily stunned. He had intended to send the most perfect-looking Mott to the Emperor's children and dispatch Phocis to the shadows of order. Of course, Mott is one of my finest sons. Subsequently, the future Magister Templi of the Pyri and captain of the Sixth Fellowship, Colophes, was, as in his memory, assigned to the Iron Warriors. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 390, Chapter 389, The Grimner. The Thousand Sons and Iron Warriors departed, leaving only Hathermot behind. Nareth led Hather away from the palace to his private office. In his warp insight there were no warp entities around Hather. Nareth was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself. In 853.m30, when the Thousand Sons and Iron Warriors were ordered to rescue Morningstar during its magnetic field anomaly, they didn't have tutelaries yet. It must have been after that they found the method to summon tutelaries. He leaned back on his throne, gazing at Hather, and asked. How fares the Thousand Sons now? My lord, the Gene Father has resolved the Thousand Sons flesh change. Recruitment of neophyte has begun on Prospero. Construction of the new city is underway. The Gene Father's Pyramid of Photep, the pyramids of the 5 schools, and the Great Library have commenced construction. The Thousand Sons have entered the 5 schools for study. I joined the Pavoni. Hather's face beamed with a smile. Through 8 years of study, I have mastered all Pavoni arts and am now a temple instructor. Nareth nodded slightly, thinking to himself. The corrosion effect seems quite stable. Over 8 years, Hather must have had considerable contact with Magnus, yet remains loyal to me. It seems you are quite valued by Magnus. Using the ability you bestowed, I observed. The Gene Father's trust in me is likely only lower than in his former mentor, Amon, who recently completed gene modification and was appointed as his attendant, and the former Legion Master, Ozek Ahriman. The Baron of Corruption saw the spectator's mental form glowing solid gold, whole and complete. He said. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. My lord, through careful observation within the Legion, I have mastered the power you bestowed. Shortly after, Hather was promoted to Sequence 8, Telephotist. My lord, I will use your power wisely to obtain more secrets of the Thousand Sons for you. Nareth nodded slightly and instructed. Record the Pavoni arts in data crystals and archive them in the librarium. Back up all knowledge acquired by the Thousand Sons. Transcribe all books from Prospero. Store copies in the cult pyramids and your future flagship. As the future Magister Templi of the Pavoni, Hather's authority within the Thousand Sons would rank just below Magnus, Amon, and Ahriman, giving him access to nearly all their mysteries. As you command, my lord. Second month, 848.m41. The Ramles-class Starfort was deployed to the squat system. Within the navigator's sanctum, the chief navigator closed his third eye. He looked around. Compared to the previous 2 voyages he led for the Ramles-class Starfort, this journey had 3 fewer navigators. Yet despite having half the usual number of assistants, the voyage had been smoother. The warp journey through the Kalium Gate was both rapid and stable. Not once did he feel the danger that previous warp journeys carried. The moment the Ramles-class Starfort entered the squat system, it was immediately struck by the squat void defense network. Weapons platforms, torpedo silos, and minefields choked the void, woven together like a massive web. This defense grid stretched from the system's edge all the way to the main world's orbit. Heavy squat warships threaded through the network, speeding forward. Rocket trails burned like javelins of light, gathering into a storm and crashing toward the Ramles-class starfort. The starfort's central quadrant answered, countless torpedoes launched directly to intercept. Silent explosions rippled through the void, their brilliant flashes illuminating the squat fleet. Launch silos on the defense platforms, as large as warlord titans, fired missiles with unstable plasma cores. At the mechanical countdown 0, they soared skyward. Alarms blared in the command deck as the incoming plasma missiles lit the tactical screens with ominous crimson. Numerous torpedoes dispatched and routed by the Simulus chamber intercepted the plasma missiles. Within the range of 10,000 to 5,000 kilometers from the Ramles-class starfort, torpedoes collided with plasma missiles one after another. Lights like newborn stars blossomed, red fireballs swallowed shells and torpedoes indiscriminately. The Ramles-class starfort's fortress-grade void shield shook violently in the sea of fire. Its heart, the Punisher-class reactors, pumped continuous power to the shields, maintaining the defense systems. As the firestorm subsided, the grid of stars erupted with flashes. The vacuum was torn open with gaps. The Kalium Gate spewed forth the warships of the first and fourth chapters into the squat system. Disorienting etheric mist and resplendent lights burst forth as each void ship surged into reality. The Gloriana-class battleships Judgment's Glory and Death's Withering attacked the exposed missile launch platforms. Beams of lances cut through shields, ripped apart asteroids, and shattered platforms. The Squat League's fleet emerged from the defense net, attacking the black warships. One after another, black warships emerged out from the warp. The four-chapter fleets of Shadows of Order ripped open reality and unleashed fire. The Void War erupted instantly. Over 1,000 of Shadows of Order ships advanced behind the starfort, dismantling the squat defenses piece by piece. Reinforcement fleets from the Squat League continuously poured into the system, desperate to halt the Shadows of Order fleet's advance. The Void combat lasted a full year. The Squat system filled with burning wreckage. Their reckless resistance increasingly convinced Nareth that the Voden was within this system. 3 Gloriana-class battleships, the first chapter's Judgment's Glory, the third chapter's Midnight Veil, and the fourth chapter's Death's Withering, in turn led fleets to launch surprise attacks, taking advantage of weakened defenses in other systems, and captured 5 systems. 5th month, 849.M41. Nareth led a team to board the flagship of the Squat fleet. Torpedoes rained like a storm into the vast void around the flagship, punching through its flak screen. Dreadclaw assault boats slammed into the Squat League flagship. Melta's melted armor. Nareth burst inside, leading the charge forward. His warriors carved a path upward through 5 decks, bolter barges shredding Hartkin warriors, and power swords slicing through Ironkin. Then 2 COG drone floated forward. Behind them, a Grimner covered head to toe in runes raised his staff. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 391, Chapter 390, Concept Swap on the Fane. The moment the Grimner saw the black-armored giant, he knew this was an opponent he alone could not contend with. He raised his staff, ordering the 2 COG drone forward. The warp circuits woven atop their heads were activated. Warp fields and the runes covering the Grimner simultaneously burst forth with blue light. The Grimner seized warp energy, coalescing it as if drawing a cable from a conduit. He swung his staff. Bio-lightning was projected at Nareth. The Primarch raised his left arm. A surge of telekinesis erupted outward, forming a high wall of psychic force in front of him. The psychic lightning struck the force shield, emitting crackling detonations. The force shield shook violently, then suddenly shattered. An invisible shockwave swept the deck, making the entire deck tremble. The Honor Guard members' power armor crackled, their bodies swaying. Arsena's telekinetic power surged as he struggled to keep his balance. Nareth keenly noticed the blue light erupting from the drones' heads. He also knew the bolt guns in their hands were merely physical preventative measures. Their real weapons lay in the complex warp circuits housed within their round casings. Grimner themselves had moderate warp talent, only average compared to humans. But relying on the runes on their bodies and the amplification from the COG drone's warp circuits, they could unleash power only top-tier psychers are capable of. More crucially, the COG drones acted like psychic fuses. When a Grimner drew upon the warp, they could follow his commands to cut the connection, preventing power overload or loss of control. The Grimner's psychic safeguards reminded him of the chief astropath, who often kept 2 Sisters of Silence nearby to suppress his overly vast psychic power and prevent intrusive gaze from warp entities. The psychic safeguard is similar to the chief astropath's method. One uses COG drone circuit fuses, the other uses Sisters of Silence. The Grimner's runes combined with the warp circuit system amplify psychic power much more than anticipated. Quite useful. A power booster and a safety device, all in one. Nareth decided he wanted their warp circuit system for himself. He chose to kill the 3 of them quickly without damaging the hardware. The Baron of Corruption's eyes flashed. Spiritual energy surged forth. The Grimner's consciousness had just probed into the warp, drawing power to oppose the black-armored giant. His intent to protect himself and prevent loss of control was distorted. The Grimner discovered in horror that the warp circuit's direction abruptly shifted. He suddenly couldn't sense the warp. The psychic flames he had coalesced vanished in an instant. Nareth charged forward rapidly. The sword of Vol slashed out. A COG drone just raised arm fell. Nareth then swung the blade again, striking the ornate crown covering the dome, along with its head, fell to the deck. After securing 2 trophies, he charged at the powerless Grimner. Nareth swung the sword of Vol, piercing into the Grimner's head. The blade shredded the stocky body without damaging the runes upon it. After securing the flagship, the honor guard searched it, finding the sealed fane. Unlike the Imperium and many other factions, where important ship compartments are built on upper decks, squat structures are built on lower decks, seemingly commemorating their underground mining heritage. The fane was no different. It was located on the flagship's lowest deck, its area equivalent to 4 decks. Only a Grimner can communicate with the Votan. Building the fane on the lowest deck is quite logical. Nareth arrived before the fane's door. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the door. The Primarch's muscles bulged. His torso twisted, and he pushed with explosive force. The gate did not budge. A door forged from Bastium alloy. Nareth gazed at the gate. He saw the Bastium alloy was covered in warp circuits and unfamiliar runes. After a moment of thought, he abandoned the idea of forcing it open with the Dionysian spear. The Baron of Corruption walked to the control panel, bent forward, and pressed his right hand onto it. I am a human. A Grimner is also a human. A Grimner can open the door. Therefore, I can open the door. Using his concept swap ability, the panel flashed with runes at incredible speed. The blood-red chain glowed as the Baron's spirituality was quickly replenished, yet the consumption still exceeded recovery. The adamantine gate shuddered, and the deck shook with it. Boom. The gate split open. The space resembled a vast underground cavern. At its depth stood a massive statue. The statue was made of a dark, rock-like material. It had no arms or legs, only a giant head. It occupied more than half the fane's space, surrounded by 10 pillars, each connected to the statue by rune-inscribed conduits of the same color. Nareth circled the fane. He found the entire statue seemed like an inanimate object, showing no reaction to his presence. Each pillar was taller than a squat, about human height, covered in runes. Beneath the statue sat a machine of complex wiring, every conduit from the pillars converged into its dark bulk. He knew this was both an altar and an interface. Nareth bent down and placed his hand on the screen. Dozens of seconds later, the screen showed no reaction. A Grimner is a human. I am also a human. A Grimner can communicate with the Votan through the fane. So can I. His spiritual energy drained rapidly. The statue's eyes lit up, deep light reflecting across the screen. Images and text flickered at high speed. The concept swap consumed far more power than opening the gate. Moreover, Squat script differs greatly from High Gothic. Getting all the Votan's secrets won't be easy. I'll need prolonged use of concept swap to interface with the core. As he pondered, his spirituality rapidly depleted. Just before it ran dry, he lifted his hand. He hadn't yet found a way to actively communicate with the Votan like a Grimner. The flashing images and text were uncontrollable. The Baron of Corruption couldn't accurately understand their meanings. Although he couldn't read the script, he could roughly grasp the meanings through graphics. He saw 10 Grimner, each with their COG drones, kneeling before a statue as large as the one before him. They looked excited, chanting resonant hymns. Outside their chamber, countless squats raised cups in celebration. The statue was loaded onto a massive ship. The ship then set sail. The ship arrived at a planet. The statue was moved underground. Nareth Sayes grew thoughtful. Combined with what he knew about squats, he formed a theory. He knew Votan and Fanes were both intelligent machines that could transform into each other under certain conditions. A Votan could deteriorate due to data growth exceeding limits, etc., retaining only Fane functions. This was considered a Lingrin Beton de Bejiu, grievous tragedy, by witnessing broker. A Votan might deteriorate, its data growth exceeding its limit, until only the basic functions of a Fane remained. To any Grimner who witnessed this, it was a bitter tragedy. In Nareth's memory, before the Great Rift, many Votan had deteriorated due to the influx of memories from generations of deceased squats exceeding their capacity. Some Fanes could spontaneously develop artificial intelligence, ascending to become Votan. When such a miracle occurred, the entire kindred regarded it as an immense honor and celebrated jubilantly. The birth of a new Votan could also give rise to a new league. The kindred involved might sometimes choose to leave, establishing a new league. So, is the Squat League a new league born after a Fane ascended? Chapter 392, Chapter 391, The Iron-Willed Squats. Through concept swap, interacting with the Fane, the Baron of Corruption's understanding of the Squat League rapidly increased. With a Primarch's superhuman mind, he absorbed the images and quickly grasped the Squat written language, gaining deeper insight into the League each day. As a young League, the Squat League lacked the accumulated strength that the older Leagues enjoyed. Powerful weapons such as concussion arms were extremely rare, reserved only for elite clan units, never mass-issued. Most Hartkin were equipped with bolt guns and void suit armor. Compared to Imperium weapons, their greatest advantages were stability and reliability, and the ability to function even in extreme environments like those near the galactic core with high radiation. In important parameters like firepower and protection, they held no advantage over Imperial bolt guns and armor. Their equipment's advantages would only manifest when competing for mineral resources at the galactic center, especially in dead zones. Besides the Squat League's origins, the Baron of Corruption first acquired Clonescane's technology from the interaction. Clonescane's technology was the method by which the Votan used stored gene templates to create Broker, Hartkin, Grimner, and other types of squats. The Primarch imprinted the relevant knowledge into his flawless memory. Yet despite memorizing it, Nareth didn't fully comprehend the genecraft itself. He decided to entrust this to a professional, Melina. After checking items collected by the Honor Guard and finding no potion ingredients, Nareth left the Dionysian spear on the deck and proceeded to the Kingdom of Disorder. His spirituality extended, touching the green orb. The Baron of Corruption saw Melina alone in the fields, inspecting plants. Confirming no one was around, he focused his will and pulled her into the Kingdom of Disorder. Wrapped in black mist, Melina regained her senses within the mysterious space. After glancing around, she bowed respectfully to the Black Emperor. "My lord. Have you gained anything from the Siam Handcraft world fragment?" Nareth asked. Marlena answered, eyes gleaming. "Using the ability you bestowed, I deconstructed the Eldari craft world fragment, gaining some understanding of how they create ecosystems in the void. I deconstructed the fragment, reconstructed the lower decks, and transformed it into an ecological garden. Because the craft world fabrication method is only known to Bonezingers, no further gains are possible until acquiring their mysteries." Nareth nodded slightly. "Suspend research for now. War with the Eldari will continue. In the future, you will obtain an intact Eldari craft world. How is the Katakan farmland construction progressing? Can it be maintained in your absence?" "My lord, I used Eldari modification techniques to transform 23 square kilometers of Katakan terrain into farmland. That is also the limit a single planter can sustain. Set course immediately for the galactic core. Take over research on squat genetics." Nareth instructed. Besides the squats, Gardenal also had unique biological genetic technology. Returning to the real world, Nareth received Thomas, who had just returned from the Attila system. "My lord, after your departure, we researched the memory crystals in the stone chamber, gaining a foundational grasp of Necron glyphs. After halting the maintenance factory's operation and without tomb sentinel constructs, we continued exploring the Imga monolith, researching the second stone chamber. Upon entering the chamber, I felt my connection to the warp severed." Recalling the sensation, Thomas felt both physical and mental discomfort. Though as a Beyonder, he still possessed great power, the feeling of losing psychic abilities and the soul losing its anchor was extremely discomforting. The Marshal of Ordnance and Miguel Cuesta, after researching the memory crystals and blackstone structures, believe that the chamber controls the generation and maintenance of the anti-psyker field. The array is currently dormant. Once activated, the anti-psyker field would extend from the chamber across the entire monolith, even the entire star system. I left an archaeologist and several savants to assist their work on researching the anti-psyker field. Nareth pushed a data crystal towards the chief librarian. "The Squat Grimner possesses some special runes. Research them. They also possess warp circuits that enhance psychic power and methods sever psychic flow. But this technology only has noticeable effects on ordinary psychers. Effects on shadows of order are minimal. Further research is needed before librarians can use it." "As you command, my lord," Thomas replied. 5 days later, Thomas boarded a third chapter warship, accompanying the fleet to System D-1510. As Nareth's plan proceeded, facing the threat to the Votan, kindreds from other systems continuously dispatched fleets to support the Squat system. Once Shadows of Order scout fleets confirmed other systems were weakened, fleets would be dispatched to launch surprise attacks on the underground cities while they were weakened. Confirming System D-1510 was empty, the third chapter fleet was ordered to proceed. The D-1510 system's fleet was routed by the third chapter within 12 solar days. Thomas led a team to breach the hold. Upon breaching underground, Thomas extended his consciousness. He found that the entire underground passageway network was a complex tunnel system. Squats could emerge from all sides, attacking from every direction. His consciousness swept over the squats, feeling like hitting stones. Prepare for combat. Thomas realized the nearest squats were less than a kilometer away. It's the shield technology mentioned in the materials from our Lord. The enemy uses web shield technology, creating energy cloaks to stealthily approach us. This technology weaves energy used by both refractors and conversion fields, interweaving special energies like magnetic pulses, producing multi-band shields that can be gathered into personal protective energy cloaks. Capable of covering entire squads, large vehicles, even entire domes. As Thomas spoke, he rapidly marked the detected squats on the squad channel via his auspex. Simultaneously, he ascended to the third layer of the Thelema mind state, mobilizing the power of the cyber control staff. His consciousness seeped into the minds of two squats. Thomas's consciousness felt like colliding with rigid stone gates. The recoil sent ripples through his psyche. Shaking off the discomfort, he thought. As our Lord said, the squat's will is iron solid. Psychic assaults struggle to affect them. These are elite but not top-tier warriors, and even then, breaking their defenses isn't easy. Thomas touched the pouches and bottles attached to his power armor. Although his proficient mental discipline and psychic powers were ineffective, he was still a warlock. Chapter 393, Chapter 392, The Warlock. Thomas's consciousness swept the surroundings, alerting the warriors of the third chapter's 5th company. Targets at 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. The shadows of order raised their bolt guns, firing a dense barrage at the Hartkin warriors. Bolter rounds struck the energy cloaks, only to be deflected back and ricochet onto the rock walls. Boom. 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 The warlock loaded a tube of powdered ammunition into his Archaeotech pistol. He channeled spiritual energy into it and pulled the trigger. The warlock had previously determined through experiments that the ancient weapon, capable of firing any ammunition, rejected psychic-related materials nor spiritual materials. The powder detonated at the 3 o'clock direction, scattering blue dust outward. The Hearthkin's energy cloaks rippled like mist. The shadows of order immediately raised their bolt guns, firing dense volleys at the Hartkin. Amid the roar of explosions, several shadows of order and Hartkin fell at the same time. The warlock fired another round of ammunition made from spiritual materials towards the 12 and 9 o'clock directions. The spiritual materials were given to him by the Black Emperor after he became a warlock. The warlock used his ability to analyze these materials and crafted various potions and bullets. Casting a spell was something he could never complete in a single motion. Even the simplest spell required 3 steps. First, concentrating one's spirituality. Like psychers using the warp energy, the warlock consumed spirituality. Next, he had to outline the symbols of the spell within his mind, though spoken incantations could be used as a substitute. Experienced warlocks preferred mental visualization, making detection less likely. Finally, utilizing materials to cast the spell. Materials served as mediums or as a part of the spell. A warlock's strength directly depended on how many types of materials they possessed and their quantities. Otherwise, knowing a spell was useless. The blue powder came from crystal mirage, made by crushing energy crystals and purifying with spirituality, similar to how psychers craft psychic items. When the Black Emperor gave him the spiritual materials, each was marked. The warlock raised his hand, firing another blue round towards each of the 3 directions, covering the Hartkin in swirling powder. The shadows of order and the exposed Hartkin exchanged fire, guns roaring. Explosion after explosion sounded, more Hartkin fell, and more shadows of order collapsed with them. The warlock pulled a vial from his power armor's chest and sprinkled its contents over himself. The black armor disappeared like mist, vanishing from sight. The warlock stealthily approached the 9 o'clock group. At 20 meters, he drew a dark red potion from his waist, and mobilized his spirituality. The warlock visualized the Black Emperor symbolic glyph in his mind, first, disordered black arcs, then surrounding wings, finally spikes in the abstracted crown above. The warlock also visualized the Eldari fire dragon glyph. After promoting to warlock, he combined the ritual magic he mastered as a mystery prior with spells. Visualizing the Black Emperor's glyph first allowed the warlock to borrow a portion of the Black Emperor's power to cast spells. After visualizing the fire dragon glyph, the warlock tossed the powder forward. It was a potion made from nocturne salamander skin, flesh, and black ore. Spirituality ignited the dark red potion, flames blazing. Some Hartkin smelled a familiar scent, the molten rock smell from deep underground mining. Thomas saw their void suits were blazing but they didn't fall. The materials our Lord provided noted this, their void suits is threaded with bastium alloy, extremely resistant to all forms of extreme environment. But if one potion doesn't work, I have many more. Still concealed, the warlock circled around and hurled a silver potion. With crackling bursts, a mass of silver-white lightning crashed down on more than 20 Hearthkin. With a boom, over a dozen Hearthkin collapsed, smoke rising from their helmets. Some hearthkin, tough as stone, remained standing. Floating silver powder drifted into the lingering dark red potion. The two potions collided, immediately triggering a chain reaction. A massive crimson flame surged upwards, sweeping up several hearthkin. Silver lightning flashes shimmered, tearing their bodies apart. The hearthkin raised their bolt guns, firing towards the direction the powder came from. But the warlock had long since moved. After sneaking several meters away, he threw another vial filled with invisible powder. Whoosh! A violent gale formed out of nothing and swept toward the hearthkin. The hurricane howled, lifting more than a dozen hearthkin and slamming them hard against the rock walls. Twisting midair, the hearthkin fired back in dense barrages. They scanned their surroundings, tense, searching for the hidden enemy. The warlock removed the largest vial from his waist, as big as his hand. The powder inside came from the kraken of Fenris, refined from its hardened flesh and bone. Spirituality surged into the powder, with a crackling burst, it dissolved into blue mist. A towering wave rose like a tsunami, crashing into dozens of squats. The flood carried them through the excavation tunnels and smashed them against stone. Several hearthkin slammed into the walls. Their helmets shattered under the immense impact. Their heads then struck the rock, stars swimming before their eyes as they fell unconscious. Over a dozen hearthkin were thrown off balance by the water, slipping and falling into the flow. They tumbled and spun in the water, extending their bolt guns, trying to hook onto rocks to stop themselves. The warlock unleashed spells at terrifying speed, cutting down the squats, but at the cost of rapidly depleting vial after vial of precious reagents. At the same time, he could feel something else, a faint dissolving sensation spreading through his own body. Drawing on his experience as a mystery prior and melee scholar, Thomas knew he was gradually mastering the power of a warlock. 10th solar month, 849.M41. The materials crafted by the warlock were exhausted. Holding his architect pistol in one hand and a power sword in the other, he joined the arduous combat. Thomas followed the third chapter into the hold. As a perceptive shadow of order and a psyker of the telepathy discipline, the concept of silence had never existed for him. Every moment of his life was drowned in deafening noise, shredded thoughts, chaotic emotions, until he learned the Thelema mind state and gained the ability to filter them out. But once he reached the galactic core, he found none of that chaos. Instead, even when he actively tried to read the squats' minds, he could hardly do so. They were like boulders. Thomas ascended into the third layer of the enumeration. The world sharpened instantly, every detail somewhat glaring. All tiny fragments intertwined into collective structures. Bright vortex trajectories traced behind the hearthkin. A heavy hammer smashing towards him was exceptionally clear in Thomas's thoughts. He raised his power sword, meeting the squat's arm as though the foe had thrown himself onto the blade. The edge pierced the void suits, the disintegration field tearing the squat's body open. After a long and grueling battle, the third Zaptor finally gained the upper hand in the D-1510 system. Thomas boarded a ship and returned to the squat system to report to the Primarch. Chapter 394, Chapter 393, Not Poaching from Gilliman, Poaching His Sons is Also Good. 12th Solar Month, 849.M41, Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty. Nareth received Thomas, who had returned, in his private office, listening to his briefing. My lord, from what I observed, the squat's equipment resembles weapons used by the Imperium, giving a sense that Imperial technology was never lost and continuously developed to this day. But their equipment level is not uniform. It seems due to varying development among kindreds. Kindreds with web shield technology pose greater threats. Ordinary kindreds using what they call bedrock pattern bolt guns and void suit armor can also threaten Astartes, especially with the vast tunnel networks they construct underground, allowing attacks from different directions. Arsena, standing nearby, added. The squats are tougher than any enemy the Legion has ever faced. Even if completely cut off, they rely on their subterranean strongholds and resist to the end. As of now, not a single star system has surrendered. Even on Rosario, 5 deep underground fortresses are still resisting fiercely. The squats have inflicted heavy casualties on our Legion. All 6 chapters involved in the campaign have lost more than 500 warriors. The 11th chapter suffered the worst, over 1,500 Order Shadows killed. Arsena's tone was full of concern. The prolonged underground war of attrition made him worry about the losses. The chief librarian sensed the silver-haired Arsena's anxiety. Recalling battlefield conditions, he said. The Cataphractii Terminator armor, partially equipped by the 3rd chapter, offers better defense than void suit armor. Shadows of Order wearing those achieve notable advantages in battle. But the Mechanicum supplies the Shadows of Order, Iron Warriors, and Thousand Suns at the same time. Each legion receives only 50 suits per solar year. Our own forge domains can produce around 200 suits a year. Even adding the Mechanicum's supply, with 6 chapters sharing them, the number is still small, only enough to use as spearhead assault units. Nareth nodded slightly. I understand. After the meeting, with a thought, he shifted into the Kingdom of Disorder. My domains in the segmentum Ultima, Kolth, and Ganfal's production capacity is invested in shipbuilding and Ramles-class starforts. Other worlds' production capacity, supplying the war against the Squat League, is still slightly insufficient. So, this divination will address this issue. The star map of the segmentum Ultima surfaced in Nareth's mind. He filtered based on known information. His criteria, possessing numerous mature industrial facilities, immediately usable upon capture to provide supplies for the Legion. Worlds flashed through the Primarch's brain. After over 10 seconds, only one remained. Firestorm. Firestorm is the future homeworld of the Aurora chapter, whose predecessor was the Ultramarines' 4th Company. During the second founding, the Aurora chapter was formally established, excelling at lightning-fast armored assault operations. Their armory possessed far more land raiders and predators than most chapters. This was thanks to their homeworld, Firestorm, whose scale rivaled numerous Forge worlds, providing the Aurora with a constant stream of war machines. Although among the Ultramar 500 worlds, the pearls I coveted have been taken, and I don't intend to poach from him further, Guilliman's sons have a few good worlds outside Ultramar. Firestorm is the most developed in terms of industrial production capacity. Not poaching from Guilliman, poaching his sons is also good. It's currently unclaimed territory, first come, first served. Nareth picked up the dice of prophecy, rapidly recalling known information about Firestorm in his mind. Firestorm, an industrially developed planet, covered in large-scale industrial facilities. Firestorm is in the Eastern Galactic region, located between the Forge worlds Inlaradian and Attila. Nareth chose Firestorm for another important reason, to build a bridge between the controlled Incaladian and Attila. After swiftly running through the information, he silently recited his request. The star chart to Firestorm. The 7th and 9th chapters were already rooted in the segmentum Ultima. Among the 7th chapter's domains, Ganfal and Kolth were both developed industrial worlds. Nareth decided to assign Firestorm to the 9th chapter. After silently reciting it 11 times, he tossed the dice of prophecy. It tumbled through the air before landing in Nareth's open palm. A scene like a holographic projection unfolded before his eyes. Just as Nareth was about to return to the real world, whispers suddenly sounded in his ears. He briefly discerned and found the voice came from Santiago Bogdan. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality extended, touching the shimmering orb-like light. Santiago knelt before an altar, praying to him. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. I beseech your gaze. I bring you an offering. The 5th chapter was participating in the war against the Squats, but Santiago had been left at the Kalium Gate, responsible for repairing stations and commanding his company to continue exploring the remaining Void Whale. Has Santiago discovered something within the Void Whale? Nareth concentrated. At the altar in the Kalium system, black mist churned. An intangible gate materialized out of thin air. Wind howled. Items flew up one after another. The Baron of Corruption saw among Santiago's offerings a peculiar leaf. Its 2 sides had silver and gray patterns respectively. Nareth noted it would automatically flip based on light. The side near the light was silver, within the black mist, it was gray. The main ingredient for sequence 7, lucky 1 of the Wheel of Fortune, silver-gray duality leaf. Nareth concentrated, forming a message in his mind, collect the silver-gray leaves. He transmitted the message. Instantly, Santiago's response sounded, as you command, my lord. Nareth then proceeded to the first layer, ordering the Jokero to prepare the Lucky One potion. Returning to the real world, Nareth handed the silver-gray potion to John. The Gyrinx drank the potion, meditated, and reigned in his scattered power. Through the psychic link, Nareth shared the information with John. The Gyrinx quickly ran back to his quarters, grabbed paper and pen with his paws, and scribbled rapidly. Firestorm. John silently recited the written content, memorizing the information on the paper, over and over again. After 11 times, the robot grabbed the paper and leaned back on his wooden bed. The robot visualized a sphere of light in his mind, his eyes turning deep black. He rapidly entered a meditative state. The surroundings instantly became ethereal. Above, intangible things and colorful light seemed to extend, boundless. Images flashed rapidly in John's mind. Through the psychic link, Nareth examined them. He saw a monster as tall as an Astartes, covered head to toe in fleshy sludge. With each step the monster took, clumps of flesh of varying size pattered onto the ground. Carnivorous sludge men emerging from the black reef, meteor. They are launching a surprise attack on Firestorm. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 395, Chapter 394, Carnivorous sludge men attack Firestorm. Nareth, holding the data crystals containing the star chart and Malevolus's notes on Cataphractii Terminator armor, proceeded to the Kingdom of Disorder. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality extended, touching the blue orb. He saw Skesny seated at a desk, examining 3 data slates before him, handling official duties. Nareth concentrated. Black mist churned, swallowing Skesny. Skesny found himself engulfed by black mist. He didn't panic. Looking up into the mist's depths, he indeed saw the Black Emperor's figure enthroned high above. "My lord. What is the current status of the 9th chapter?" Nareth asked. "My lord, after a new batch of neophytes completed transformation surgeries and joined the chapter, the total number of Shadows of Order has reached 20,500. Besides Talasar, the chapter has secured 10 Saharduan star systems. Among them, 4 are suitable for human habitation, classified as ocean worlds based on terrain. 3 systems have developed fishing industries and are classified as agricultural worlds, primarily for fish farming, providing food for Legion domains in the Segmentum Ultima. The 4th system's seabed holds abundant mineral deposits and is classified as a mining world." Skesny then reported the chapter's difficulties. "My lord, although Talasar's primary world is industrially developed, it cannot match a forge world. Its production capacity can only ensure equipment supply for 6 companies. After the war erupted in the galactic core, supplies have been affected. Weaponry supplied by Incaladian cannot meet the chapter's needs." Nareth nodded slightly. He used telekinesis to envelop the 2 data crystals and deliver them to Skesny. "Lead your fleet to Firestorm. After securing Firestorm, efficiently manage its industrial facilities. It will provide your chapter with a constant stream of war machines. Additionally, using the data provided by Malevolus on Cataphractii Terminator armor, establish production lines. In the short term, prioritize this production capacity." "As you command, my lord." Skesny breathed a sigh of relief. He had no doubt about the Black Emperor's words. The chapter's supply issues would soon be resolved. The black mist swallowed him again, and when his senses returned, he was back aboard his flagship. The Storm Lord immediately issued orders. The fleet set sail, destination, Firestorm. Second solar month, 850.m41, Firestorm. The warp tide surges of the maelstrom flung the black reef meteors into real space. Countless meteors streaked across Firestorm's sky, crashing onto the ground. Busy workers, following the loud crashes, looked outside in horror. They saw tall monsters coated with muddy flesh clumps emerge from the impacts. "Carnivorous sludge men!" a worker shouted in terror. Every few centuries, monsters called carnivorous sludge men would appear with falling meteors. During these times, the fiery streaks of meteors piercing the atmosphere made the entire planet seem engulfed in a firestorm, hence the planet's name. It was both a catastrophic calamity and a source of new meteor-borne materials. The last occurrence had been 400 years ago, the one before that, nearly 1,500 years past. Alarms blared. Workers rushed towards armories, grabbing firearms to repel the carnivorous sludge men attacks. Dull impacts and terrified screams came from factory entrances. Foremen shouted orders, nervously directing workers to aim their weapons at the entrance. A massive figure swayed as it entered. Though roughly humanoid in shape, its body was entirely composed of mud-like sludge, as if it had been dredged straight out of a cement pit. Fresh chunks of flesh and bone hung from its mouth and body, clearly having just feasted. Fire! At the foreman's shout, countless searing beams lashed out at the creature. The concentrated fire punched holes through its slurry body until it resembled a sieve. Under the hanging lights, beams passed straight through it like a honeycomb. A second, a third, more and more sludge men followed it in. Workers opened fire with solid-round autoguns, but the bullets sank straight into the creatures' bodies without effect. Even scorching loss beams required 100 hit to melt their forms enough to bring one down. While workers reloaded power packs, the sludge men advanced with shambling steps. One of them charged into the crowd, its sludge-coated hand grabbing a worker and stuffing him into its mouth. The man's head and neck vanished into the creature's maw. His legs kicked wildly, arms pushing against it as he screamed and struggled. Seconds later, strange gray smoke rose from his arms as the flesh was corroded away. Moments after that, his neck was completely gone, and only bones remained of his arms. Bits of flesh clung to the creature's body, crackling as if being roasted in a fire. At the same time, in Firestorm's orbit, the 9th chapter fleet arrived. The moment the ships exited from the warp, the Storm Lord received a report from the Master of Vox. "Lord, numerous black reef fragments are emerging from warp turbulence, crashing towards Firestorm like meteors. Prepare for combat." Skesny recalled the information recorded by the Black Emperor in the data crystal. Carnivorous sludge men would harass surrounding systems like Incacadian. The permanent warp storm called the Maelstrom affected surrounding star regions. Warp energy surges would bring black reef meteors to worlds like Incaladian and Firestorm, like waves carrying deep-sea sand and stones onto a coastline. Black drop pods from the 9th chapter descended from the sky, impacting meteor strike zones. Nicholas leapt from his OD. The storm-disciplined psyker raised his staff. A howling gale formed out of nothing, sweeping up dozens of sludge men. Dragged into the storm, their slurry bodies were rapidly torn apart. Large clumps of mud, flesh, and bone splattered onto the ground. Nicholas's helmet auspex displayed dozens of sludge men charging towards a factory. He strode forward and raised his staff again, summoning another whirlwind that hurled dozens more creatures into the air. The auspex displayed over a dozen sludge men scattered outside the storm. The Folk of Rage didn't waste psychic energy on another storm. He charged forward like a humanoid tempest, reaching behind the sludge men. The Folk of Rage suddenly swung his arm, power erupting in a single strike. His raging blow slammed into a sludgeman. Its body exploded in a spray of sludge. Nicholas saw several sludgemen surrounding a shadow of order. Their dripping sludge fell on his power armor, emitting sizzling sounds. Xeno die. The Folk of Rage roared, his arm swelled, as another raging blow smashed into a sludgeman. With an explosive sound, sludge splattered. Nicholas felt he had become a true Folk of Rage. Within a week, the 9th chapter expelled all carnivorous sludgemen from Firestorm. After deliberation, Firestorm's industrial consortiums quickly decided to accept the Storm Lord's governance. Tech Marines utilized the data to begin manufacture Cataphractii Terminator armor. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 396, Chapter 395, The Path of the Striking Scorpion. 850.m41. The night world of Crisis was discovered. The night house crossed on this planet joined the Imperium. Crisis was the third night world discovered by Nareth, after the Daxon system and Demetus. 5th month of the same year. A fleet of the 9th chapter arrived at the Squat system in the galactic core. Nareth received Sesisny and Nicholas in his private office. My lord, following your command, Firestorm has begun manufacturing the Cataphractii Terminator armor. We present the first batch of 52 suits. Nareth leaned back in his chair, gazing at Sesisny. My Storm Lord, Cataphractii Terminators are prioritized for chapters fighting the Squat League. You and your chapter's court members will receive more suitable equipment shortly. Not long ago, Rozicki prayed to the Black Emperor, reporting the successful prototype research for Saturnine pattern Terminator and Saturnine pattern Dreadnought armor. Vulcan permitted him to bring some prototypes to the galactic core for testing against the Squats. After Rozicki's arrival, Nareth would order him to begin researching various suits suitable for Beyonder beings. My lord, as you wish. Any command, I shall obey. Nareth looked at Sesisny. He remained as loyal as he was on Vostroya. His domains provide equipment for other chapters without the slightest dissatisfaction. The Baron of Corruption, observed Sesisny, seeing a pure azure blue, like the ocean. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. My lord, I believe so. Sesisny said assuredly. After securing Talasser's primary world, I organized fleets to venture deep into the oceans, hunting down Saharduin, who had fled into the deeps of the world. During one hunt, after surrounding 100 Saharduin, I felt that shattering sensation like the previous 2 times when I fully mastered the power. Nareth also confirmed Nicholas had digested the Folk of Rage potion and said. Arsena, first take the Storm Lord and Nicholas outside to await confirmation on subsequent Cataphractii resupply progress. Subsequently, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder, ordering the Jokero to first prepare the Seafarer potion, then use materials like the blue-eyed sea eagle found within the Void Whale to prepare the Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed potion. Moments later, Nareth looked at the newly promoted Wind-Blessed and Seafarer, pushing a data crystal towards them. It contains the Eldari path of the Striking Scorpion. It is very suitable for your chapter. Research it together with Nicholas. The path of the Striking Scorpion was the third aspect path Nareth extracted from Slough Dha's mind, after the path of the Fire Dragon and path of the Howling Banshee. He spent a considerable time adapting the path of the Striking Scorpion into a version suitable for the Shadows of Order. Sesisny picked up the data crystal, somewhat puzzled. I've spoken with members of the chapter's Eldari hunters. Striking Scorpions precisely control shuriken weapons, unleashing fury upon enemies. It seems not strongly related to Sailor, Folk of Rage, Seafarer, and Wind-Blessed. However, since our Lord says so, it cannot be wrong. Nareth keenly noticed the puzzlement in Sesisny's and Nicholas's eyes. He said with a smile. The suitability I speak of won't manifest in external shuriken weapons but in its essence. Striking Scorpions are patient and methodical warriors. They are fierce in attack and unwavering in defense. The aspect grants them unique abilities to perceive the flow of combat, like sailors reading tides, utilizing its power to overwhelm enemies. They might unleash firepower at one moment, charge into enemy lines at dawn, or retreat the next, luring enemies into carefully planned ambushes. Sesisny suddenly understood. My lord, I understand. The path of the Striking Scorpion is also the power of the storm, stirring tides in an instant to swiftly crush enemies. I will definitely work with Nicholas to explore the mysteries of this aspect path. Nicholas also immediately expressed his stance. Father, I will cooperate with the Storm Lord to master the path of the Striking Scorpion. After Cessisny and Nicholas left, Nareth instructed Arsena. Equip first chapter with the Cataphractii Terminator and launch an attack on Squat's hold. The Shadows of Order have gained void combat superiority and can launch offensives against Squat's primary planet. Each chapter will take turns. Equip Cataphractii Terminators to the chapter launching the offensive. As you command, my lord. Nareth then rose and entered Marlena Scara's biological laboratory. The biologist's long hair scattered, each golden strand swaying like venomous snakes. Nareth knew that biologists' hair wasn't just snake-like, it was truly highly toxic. After Marlena arrived on the Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth confirmed she had digested the Harvest Priest potion. He then used the serpent from the Snakebite clan obtained during the Wheel of Fire campaign to prepare the biologist potion. After being promoted to Sequence 6 biologist, Marlena took over research on the Squat cloning technology. Marlena's T-brown eye saw the Black Emperor enter. She placed the strange creature in her hand back into its cage. Nareth glanced at it. The creature had a gray-black serpentine body, showing clear catachan viper traits, and a white rat head. The biologist turned on the faucet, washing bloody stains from her hands, saying, I utilized the Squat cloning technology to improve my hybrid creatures. I found physical modification is easier than mental modification. Enhancing muscle tissue toughness is easier than enhancing resistance to psychic attacks. As Marlena spoke, her fingers tapped on the touch panel. The metal cage flashed with dazzling electricity, striking the hybrid creature. The rat head's white fur stood on end. The serpentine body writhed. Nareth saw the hybrid rat-headed serpent creature tumbling and struggling in the cage, emitting agonized hissing cries. The Primarch keenly noticed that although the hybrid looked miserable, it suffered no substantive damage. The hybrid creature underwent 13 tests including radiation and intense light exposure. It passed all tests. Marlena tapped the panel again. 2 slender, colorful probes extended into the cage. Light flashed. Psychic lightning struck the hybrid creature. The creature emitted sharp agonized howls, collapsed in the cage, and stopped moving. Higher white and red blood cell concentrations allow them to better adapt to extreme environments like high radiation and greater endurance under attack. For now, I can only perform gene modifications for physical toughness. Marlena added, the Squat's psychic resistance modifications involve the warp and soul. I need more time to figure it out. Good, continue the research. Nareth issued the command and then left. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 397, Chapter 396, The Forge Lord's Flagship Forge Hammer. On the 7th solar month of 850 M30, the vessel carrying Rozicki Chek arrived in the Squat system. He proceeded immediately to the Shadow's sovereignty and met Nareth in his private office. My lord, I have been following Primarch Vulcan in researching Saturnine defensive technologies. Not long ago, we produced the first batch of prototypes. On my ship, there are 10 prototypes of the Saturnine Terminator and 1 prototype of the Saturnine Dreadnought. Rozicki bowed and began his briefing. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew that, unlike the more mature Cataphractii pattern, the Saturnine pattern was not yet in formal production. The current prototypes were being deployed to the battlefield for practical testing, to identify flaws for subsequent improvement. The truly mature version of the prototype would not be ready until the Battle of Istvan V. At that time, the frigate Forge Fire would carry 20 finalized prototype suits of Saturnine armor. Vulcan had originally intended to gift the prototypes to other legions, including the newly renamed Sons of Horus, at that time. Even the Iron Hands, the experimental legion for all Terminator patterns, had not been given the Saturnine prototypes before the triumph. However, due to Mars's hunger for Squat technology, the Shadows of Order had been equipped with Cataphractii Terminators earlier and on a larger scale than even the Iron Hands. And because Nareth had agreed to Vulcan's request, dispatching Tech Marines to provide fortress-grade energy shield support for worlds under the 18th Legion's protection to counter threats, Vulcan had specially permitted him to assign personnel to join the research and development. In that case, have the first chapter equip the Saturnine Terminators to breach the hold's defenses. Besides instructing the Tech Marines in mastering the manufacturing techniques for the Saturnine Terminators, you are also to research, alongside Malevolus, the technology of the hunting rig of Necromunda, to develop armor suitable for the court members. My lord. Rozicki frowned, looking at the Black Emperor. The armor for the court members should be considered top secret. Involving an outsider like Malevolus posed a risk. It is of no concern. Like Wojciech Blayek and Lien Ramles, he can now be considered a member of the Legion. The Baron of Corrosion, had already bound Malevolus's loyalty to him. Moreover, he had elevated the tech priest to a savant to lead the armor development project. I wish for the court members' armor to be based on the hunting rig, power armor, and Terminator armor, incorporating the Necron's living metal, the Rangdan personal energy shields, the Squat's Basidim alloy, void armor, and Shieldweave defense technology, as well as relevant Eldari technologies, to develop different armor types. Only then did Rozicki realize how many armor technologies the Legion now controlled. Technologies like living metal had not been available before he was dispatched to Saturn. During my time on Mars, the Legion has continued to grow and develop under my Lord's leadership. I must bring back the knowledge I have learned from the Primarch Vulcan to serve my Lord. As Rozicki pondered, Nareth continued. We need variants, not only those focused on defense like Terminators, but also assault-optimized and agility-enhanced models. The Forge Lord noted the Black Emperor's requirements and accepted the order. By your will. Nareth smiled at Rozicki. The squat fortress ship I captured is now yours. It is not merely a formidable warship, it is a vessel that unites exploration, mining, and forging into one. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Rozicki knew that not only on Mars, but also within the Saturnine tech enclaves he had previously been part of, many were deeply impressed by the formidable forging capabilities displayed by the squats. Before returning to the Legion, he had often heard the conclave's priests speak of the squats' grand subterranean cities, their heavily fortified holds, and the fortress ships that combined mining and forging into one titanic vessel. Compared to Imperial ships, squat vessels were larger, their smallest ships were equivalent to Imperial cruisers in size. This short men, conversely, had no escort or destroyers. Moreover, their ship armor was thicker, embodying the same resilience as the species itself. The flagship of the League would undoubtedly be even more magnificent. Rozicki then followed the Black Emperor, boarding a lander heading towards his new ship. Through the viewport, Rozicki beheld the colossal entity in the void. His instinct taught him it was over 20 kilometers long, reaching the scale of a Gloriana-class ship. The mechadendrites on Rozicki's back moved swiftly above his head, activating his cranial integrated scanning matrix. Moments later, the compiled scan results were fed back into his personal cogitator. Length, 25.41 kilometers. It truly is a vessel comparable to a Gloriana-class battleship. Inspecting the stereoscopic imaging compiled by the Auspex, he immediately noted its differences from a Gloriana-class battleship. Compared to ships like the Shadow's Sovereignty, this vessel is bulkier, wider, and taller. After the lander settled on the deck, Nareth placed a data crystal into Rozicki's hand. Forge Lord, go inspect your ship. From now on, it is yours. The squats do not always accompany contact with others with war. They engage in trade with other factions. Among the items acquired, there are many whose purposes cannot be identified. I have ordered them all gathered and stored. Use your spare time to appraise them. This is also the best way for you to master the power I have bestowed upon you. Nareth spoke to the appraiser. The items he referred to had already been checked by the Baron of Corruption, they were neither alchemical materials nor things he recognized. Although this league was a young, formed only 490 years prior, the items discovered and consolidated from the participating chapters still filled 3 entire decks. Along with some items from the Primarch's palace, they all awaited the appraiser's judgment. As you command, my lord. Rozicki took the data crystal and placed it into a mechadendrite. The tendril inserted the crystal into an external playback unit on his chest, beginning a rapid review. Rozicki quickly found that the data crystal contained information compiled by the Honor Guard after exploring the ship. Mineral Storage Decks, 2000. Mineral Refining Decks, 490. Forge Decks, 1200. Of these, 380 have been dismantled, 520 have been retrofitted. Product Storage Decks, 2000, pending reconfiguration. Dismantled. Retrofitted. Puzzled, Rozicki headed towards the nearest forge deck, number 13. The relevant information in the data crystal stated, merged from 2 dismantled decks. Entering the forge deck, Rozicki immediately saw thousands of laborers working busily on production lines. With a brief assessment, he recognized they were manufacturing bolt guns. The Forge Lord noticed that over a dozen steps in the process differed significantly from what he knew, and the finished products had broader, thicker frames. Lord Rozicki, the overseer, a Legion serf who had received orders about the Forge Lord's arrival today, saw the black-armored giant with mechanical arms and quickly ran over, kneeling on one knee. You are from Vostroya? Rozicki asked, hearing the distinct Vostroyan accent. Yes, the serf replied. Not just me, but all the workers on this forge deck are from Vostroya. We were fortunate to be selected, to depart from Vostroya and come to this ship to serve His Majesty. The deck I oversee is responsible for producing a new bolt gun pattern. It's called the Bedrock pattern. The standard template construct comes from the squats. When we first arrived, we found this deck unsuitable. The ceiling was only slightly taller than me. After I reported it, the great tech marines of the Shadows of Order granted permission to merge the upper and lower decks and adapt the machinery. Rozicki nodded. Looking up at the nearly 5-meter-high ceiling, he understood the meaning of dismantled and retrofitted in the data crystal. The kin of the Forge are shorter than humans. Their work environments and equipment couldn't be used directly and required adaptive modifications. The Ironkin handle mining. Equipped with machinery, their frames are larger, so modifications weren't needed for them. Carry on with your work, the Forge Lord instructed. At once. Rosicky spent 2 ship standard hours quickly grasping the ship's status. Afterward, he proceeded to the ancestral shrine on the lower decks to report to the Black Emperor. Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will certainly utilize the ship effectively to research and provide more equipment for the Legion. You should give it a name, Nareth said with a slight nod and a smile. The entire ship is like a massive forge, encompassing the entire process from ore to casting to storage. Laboratories and such also serve the forging purpose. Let it be called the Forge Hammer. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 398, Chapter 397, The Appraiser. The Galactic Core, Squat System, Forge Hammer. 12th month, 850 M30. After considerable effort, the Forge Lord had enabled the Legion's tech marines to master the manufacturing methods for the prototype armor designed by the Primarch Vulcan by the 10th solar month. Subsequently, he devoted more energy to appraising the unknown items. Rosicky arrived at Storage Deck 1. The deck was empty by about 1/30th, the result of his previous spare time endeavors. The appraiser strode towards a large slate of blue-gray stone leaning against a wall. It was one of the largest single items on the entire deck. Yet, it occupied one of the smallest footprints, propped vertically and seemingly carelessly against the hard fortress wall. The squat seemed utterly unconcerned about whether it might topple and shatter from the ship's vibrations. Although the Forge Hammer was a leviathan even among their massive, thick-hulled vessels, it was not impossible. Rosicky knew the reason. His god, his Ather, had told him that the squat's survival philosophy was one of pragmatic utility. He scanned the slate. It depicted a bizarre creature with bat-like wings larger than its body, its ears jutting backward prominently. The slate depicts an image of some creature. This blue-gray slate was clearly, by squat standards, merely graffiti from some civilization, unworthy of their attention. Rosicky stared at the slate, thinking to himself. If not a creature of fantasy, then it is one that truly exists. Xenos. Previously undiscovered Xenos. Rosicky saw, in the lower right corner of the slate, pictographic characters he didn't recognize, resembling symbols. The appraiser placed his hand on the slate, golden light flickering in his eyes. His spirituality rapidly depleted, and simultaneously, the pictographs gradually became comprehensible. The Crave are dreadful demons. They first enslave every race they encounter, slowly harvesting each life. Rosicky lifted his hand from the slate, staring at the bat-like Xenos. Crave. It seems to be a powerful Xenos that truly exists, but I've never heard of it. As Rosicky pondered, a mechanical arm extended from his power armor, retrieving a data slate. He quickly recorded the information and wrote in the disposition column. Librarium. The appraiser rested briefly, his gaze sweeping the deck. His eyes fell upon a rod-shaped object sized for an Astartes. Compared to the slate, the space the squats had allotted for it was generous. It lay horizontally on a weapon rack. The appraiser walked over and picked up the rod-shaped object. Golden light once more ignited in his eyes. The appraiser required no divination or prophecy, an image flashed through his mind. Rosicky gripped the rod with one hand, his fingers swiftly tapping a sequence on the dozens of runes clustered near one end. His first tap was on a rune facing upward, 2 hand-widths from the tip. His second tap was on a rune, 1 hand-width from the tip, accessed by rotating the rod clockwise. Rosicky tapped up and down, on different facets of the rod in his hand, as if striking at random. After tapping 14 runes in total, the long rod in his hand blazed with a brilliant blue light. Simultaneously, a spear point crackling with electrical energy shot forth from the other end. Rosicky tapped another sequence of 14 different runes. With a sharp crack, the power field dissipated, and the spear point retracted. A mechanical arm lowered before him. His hand quickly input information onto the attached data slate. Power spear, originates from unknown Xeno species. Size adapted for legionary use. Activation sequence. Deactivation sequence. Rosicky marked the runes on the power spear to facilitate subsequent testing by the tech marines who would take over. Disposition, armory. As he input the information, he felt something dissolving within him. Only a sliver remains to fully master the power of the appraiser. I should become a true appraiser today. With this thought, Rosicky placed the weapon back on the rack. The squats likely identified this as a weapon, hence the larger space. They may not have found the activation method, or they did but found it unsuitable as a weapon, so it remained here. Thinking this, Rosicky walked towards the central area. A pure white stone was held within a stasis field. Relative to its size, it occupied countless times more space, and its storage within a stasis field clearly marked it as no ordinary item. A newly retrofitted mechanical arm on Rosicky's back, made of bonded alloy, deactivated the stasis field and grasped the stone. The appraiser's left hand hovered over the stone, his spirituality extending. His golden eyes swirled, and simultaneously, he felt as if stars were shattering within him. I have become a true appraiser. Rozicki placed the white stone back in position, reactivated the stasis field, and rapidly input information onto the data slate. A type of energy stone, usable as a power source. Disposition, second forge deck. After using his spirituality to appraise over a dozen more items, the appraiser proceeded to the lower decks for an audience with the Black Emperor. My lord, on the blue-gray slate, I discovered an image and a species named the Crave. Is this species real? Nareth nodded and said, the Crave indeed exist. They are a race older even than the Eldari Empire. Their mind control abilities far surpass those of the Osiris Hybrid. The Crave can exist simultaneously in the warp and real space. A single individual, if it successfully finds an initial host, can alone enslave an entire world. Hearing that the Crave truly existed and were even older than the Eldari, Rozicki felt a slight shock inwardly. Beyond using psychic abilities to remotely manipulate, enslave, and feed upon other races, the individual combat prowess of the Crave is also immense. Even an ordinary Crave surpasses a typical Astartes in individual combat power, rivaling the Custodes. Among them, the elites are called Primes, capable of contending with Primarchs. In Nareth's memory, the Crave would clash with both Onran and Sanguinius. If not for a Prime attempting to span countless light years to enslave Lion L. Johnson, and the Lion possessing exceptional talent in that very area, the Crave would have continued to pose a grave threat to the Imperium. Lion traced the connection back, discovered the Crave's stronghold, and led his forces, employing numerous forbidden weapons, to eliminate this great menace. To resolve this immense threat, the Lion even forsook participation in the Battle of Alinor, abandoning the chance to fight alongside the Emperor. This directly cost him any chance at the title of War Master. The Crave are actually that powerful? Rozicki said in astonishment. Nareth nodded slightly. He suspected the Crave might very well be alchemical ingredients. Perhaps I should journey to the Ghoul Stars when the time comes and secure the Crave for myself. As Nareth pondered, he observed Rozicki's aura. He saw Rozicki's aura was a unified, dark yellow hue. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Rozicki affirmed, yes, my lord. Nareth retrieved a data crystal from his armor. My latest acquisition from here is the standard template construct for a spatial particle excavator. Review it first. Later, I will summon you to bestow upon you a new power. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 399, Chapter 398, The Coordinated Dance of the Thousand Suns 5 Cults. After Rozicki left, Nareth proceeded to the Kingdom of Disorder. He ordered the Jukero to prepare the Sequence 6 Artisan Potion using materials like the gear discovered on Necromunda. After obtaining the Golden Artisan Potion, he immediately returned to the real space and summoned Rozicki. Rozicki took the potion from Nareth's open palm and drank it in one gulp. The sound of countless interlocking gears echoed in his ears, followed by the roar of machinery. A moment later, Rozicki reined in the dissipating potion's power and bowed slightly. Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will make good use of the power you have bestowed. After becoming an artisan, I can complete the construction of the spatial particle excavator more quickly. Although the spatial particle excavator can refine new elemental ores, the accompanying destructive nuclear fusion reactions will also cause irreversible ecological damage to a planet's environment, Nareth instructed. Once production is successful, deploy it in uninhabitable star systems. As you command, my lord. The Forge Lord accepted the order and departed. Nareth walked towards the machine beneath the statue to continue his exchange with the Fane. Considering Votan's crucial importance to the Squats, any action he took against the core of this League's Votan would provoke retaliation from many leagues. More critically, once the Squat League surrendered to the Imperium, the Mechanicum would urge the War Council to accept. Nareth had no reason, nor was it possible, to engage in continuous warfare with the Squats at the cost of the Shadows of Order. He had to seize the time to secure the spoils. The hazardous environment of the galactic core was not suitable for human habitation. Only a special population like the Squats, shaped by technology, could survive here. Nareth also did not intend to expend vast resources establishing territories in the galactic core. The galaxy still held many easily developed worlds. His plan was to engage in trade with the Squat League to obtain resources unique to the galactic core region. Nareth's target was the various technologies contained within the Votan. Once removed from the galactic core, the Fane might be unable to interact with the Votan due to distance. For this reason, after the Shadows of Order launched their landing assault on the Squat homeworld, he did not immediately join the battle. Nareth aimed to fulfill the strategic objectives of the War Council while excavating as much knowledge, such as STCs, stored within the Votan as possible. During this period, he repeatedly used the conceptual swap, in a cycle of exhausting his spirituality, recovering, and repeating the interaction. Nareth quickly walked to the base of the statue, placed his palm on the screen, and activated conceptual swap. I am a person. A Grimner is also a person. Grimner can interact with Votan. So can I. Nareth, adopting the identity of Grimner, pleaded, Great Ancestor, I need plasma beam weaponry to repel the invaders. Through multiple interactions, he had not only mastered the squat language but also learned how to initiate exchanges. The Primarch swiftly memorized the design templates for the Edikarn-type plasma gun flashing across the screen. The Baron of Corruption also used each interaction opportunity to transmit to the Votan the future he, the Grimner, foresaw. As his spirituality was about to be exhausted, he said, Great Ancestor. Primarch Nareth will bring hope to the Squat League. The Squat League should form an iron-sworn oath to fight alongside the Shadows of Order. Nareth knew that since the Great Crusade and humanity's rediscovery of the Squats, some Squats had fought alongside the Imperium. Many iron-sworn bands would also leave their homes as mercenaries, joining various galactic factions to broaden their knowledge of the galaxy. Beyond technology and acquiring resources through trade, the third aspect he targeted was the Squats' martial forces. Nareth planned to personally enter the battlefield only when the core forces of the Squat League committed, to decisively crush the enemy army. While the Baron of Corruption excavated the Votan's secrets, the other two Primarchs personally led their warriors in launching assaults. First Solar Month, 851 M30. Periphery of the Galactic Core, D-1519 system. The Thousand Suns, having captured numerous shipyards in the D-1519 system through a series of raids, launched landing operations on the planetary surface. Magnus himself commanded the offensive, leading 5,000 Suns against the hold. The Athenian cult was his mind. They linked the minds of all Thousand Suns together. Members of the Athenian cult also strove to probe the minds of the enemy, but the Squat's willpower was resolute, making it difficult to glean information. Magnus joined this process. Together with several other fellows, he collectively glimpsed the surface thoughts of the enemy. As the master of all the cults in the enumeration, his skill in every aspect surpassed that of any Thousand Sun. When the Athenian cult's progress stalled, he immediately filled the gap. Magnus' immense psychic power and supreme skill pierced the tough surface thoughts of the Squats, discerning their flanking maneuvers and interception routes. The Corvidi cult was Magnus' eyes and ears. He saw a large number of Ironkin appearing from the 9 o'clock direction, raising plasma cannons to fire at the Thousand Suns. Ahriman immediately sent a brief warning pulse. In an instant, he touched Magnus' mind. The Primarch's incredibly complex mental structure was like a brilliant star in the void, its dazzling radiance illuminating the surrounding constellations. After Ahriman's future warning was sent, the Thousand Suns immediately reacted. The Thousand Suns of the Raptora cult were Magnus' shield. Their projected telekinetic barriers intercepted the plasma fire. The Pyri cult and the Pavoni cult were the fists of Magnus' counterattack. They launched assaults against the enemy. Psychic arcs danced across the Ironkin steel shells, reducing the sturdy metal to piles of charred, scattered components. Clouds of psychic flame melted the iron bodies, burning them, along with the Ironkin's forms, into cinders. The Corvidi cult, aided by foresight, continuously sent thought pulses to the Thousand Suns. Each intervention altered the course of the future. Every outcome rippled with causal waves, their interactions weaving intricate patterns imperceptible to ordinary minds. Only Thousand Suns versed in Corvidi arts possessed the mental fortitude to process this information. Ahriman experienced a dance with potential futures, witnessing possibilities and certainties intertwining into a storm. Capricious, shifting between the substantial and the illusory. Ahriman had never experienced a more perfect scenario. He smiled. His gene father, Magnus, was leading a magnificent dance that dispelled the gloom of the flesh change. The Red Cyclops, Magnus, led his Athenian sons in probing the Squats' intelligence while overseeing the entire battle. He found the Squats more tenacious than he had anticipated. Even with the 5 cults integrated into a single cohesive whole, unleashing psychic arts that inflicted heavy casualties, the enemy not only did not break but even maintained the integrity of their lines, striving to mount counterattacks. The Corvidi cult foresaw major shifts, providing early warnings of ambushes, but the continuous hail of fire could not be entirely avoided. The Squats' intense, unrelenting firepower was ceaseless. The Raptora cult could not block every attack. A Pyri cult Thousand Sun was struck by over a dozen bolts. His power armor was shredded. His son was dead. Seconds later, an Athenian cult member fell. Tens of seconds later, a Raptora cult Thousand Sun's psychic reserves were exhausted, his kinetic shield shattering. Magnus raised his arm. Meteor-like flames descended from the sky, crashing into the ranks of the Squats. The Thousand Suns now numbered only 5,000. Including newly transformed recruits, they were less than 10,000. They could not be expended in brutal underground warfare. Magnus strode forward. The curved blade in his right hand slashed out, its spinning edge felling several Ironkin in succession. His left hand raised his staff high. Telekinetic force seized dozens of Squats, hurling them into the air and tearing them apart. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 400, Chapter 399, Perturabo, the plasma gun I make, will. Galactic Core, D-1504 System. Within the immense Holds tunnels, larger than the hive cities of Terra, Nuni issued commands over the Vox channel. Auspex detects at least one squad. I intend to attack them. Third squad, your squad leads the charge. Fifth squad, prepare to support. Listen up, squad sergeants. Synchronize Chronos. I want your attacks launched precisely in 14 minutes. His company-wide broadcast ceased. Nuni was a ruthless leader. He preferred squad designations over the names his troops gave themselves. In the past, he would have called 3rd Squad Barnet. More than one sergeant had said he had changed, that he was consciously mimicking the Primarch. Barnet's squad was on the front line. The sergeant knew his captain was testing him, but he was more concerned with proving himself to his new battle brothers. This squad had been severely mauled before, losing over half its number in battles against the squats. The high casualty rate increased the pressure on the Iron Warriors. Battle brothers resented him, an outsider, for surviving where others had not. They doubted if he, not born in Barnet's hive, could lead the squad forward. As a veteran from another squad promoted to sergeant, he needed to win everyone's trust. Advance, the sergeant roared, giving the order on time, not a second late. He held himself to a strict standard, with no margin for error. Attack. He fired first. The Iron Warriors unleashed a dense barrage of fire at the squats. The squats raised their Edecarn pattern plasma guns in response. Liquid hydrogen fuel was rapidly heated into plasma, contained within the gun's body by powerful magnetic fields. When a squat pulled the trigger, the magnetic field expanded and opened. The plasma was ejected through a linear electromagnetic accelerator, resembling a solar flare in appearance and temperature. The Edecarn pattern's unique hydraulic coolant system sprayed a mixed coolant, which rapidly circulated within cooling channels before excess heat was vented through exhaust ports, like smoke billowing from a kin's mouth. The Iron Warriors formed assault formations while other squads advanced. They moved in rows of 3, charging down the corridor. The assault team rushed the passage held by the squats. One warrior was struck by several blinding beams during the charge, staggering and falling to the ground. The other 2 Iron Warriors did not pause. They swiftly surged into the passage, their thunder hammers swinging down to smash heavily against the floor. Squats were hurled away by the shock waves. Barnet's squad rapidly followed up, securing the passage. Deploy tarantulas, the Barnet squad sergeant shouted. 3 Iron Warriors hurried to the passage entrance and began setting up twin-linked laser tarantula sentry guns. The fire support team pursued the remaining squats. An Iron Warrior armed with a plasma gun fired over a dozen beams at the enemy. Superheated beams struck the squats' void suits. Over a dozen molten streams of fire melted the bonded alloy. As the squat burned along with his void suit, orange warning runes lit up on the Iron Warrior's targeting display. The Iron Warrior knew his weapon was reaching critical temperature. A plume of superheated steam vented from the exhaust, blasting against his Mark II power armor. While Imperial plasma guns had emergency coolant channels and vents to periodically expel excess heat, thermal buildup still occurred within the weapon's body. For the Auxilia, being chosen as a squad's plasma gunner was a dubious honor, because if the weapon overheated, the weapon might survive, but the user often would not. An overheating plasma gun was almost always fatal to them, potentially even detonating in extreme environments. Astartes pushed the limits of their own resilience by using higher quantum state hydrogen than standard Imperial patterns. The protection provided by their power armor allowed them to use plasma guns relatively safely. But they still had to use plasma weapons cautiously, avoiding clogged vents or coils cracking from high temperatures. The Iron Warrior switched weapons, preventing the orange warning runes from turning into red danger runes. He switched to his bolt pistol to fire, waiting for the plasma gun to cool. As he raised his bolt pistol to shoot, he saw the squats opposite still returning fire with their plasma guns. Their weapons had fired earlier than his and were still firing continuously. The squats' plasma guns are more stable and safer than the Imperium's. The plasma gunner thought of the lengthy prayers required before battle compared to other weapons. He had to screw the hydrogen canister into place precisely, as unstable ammunition could easily spill or contaminate the plasma inlet. Removing the canister after battle was even more dangerous. This task was usually not performed by himself. A tech priest would perform lengthy binary prayers to ensure no plasma leaked from ruptured seals or improperly closed valves. That could cost him a few fingers, or even burn off a hand. Father has already disassembled the squats' plasma guns. Hopefully, he can uncover the secrets of their manufacture. As the plasma gunner pondered this, beams from laser cannons joined the suppressive fire, helping the Iron Warriors gain fire superiority. Reporting, mission accomplished, the sergeant reported on the company channel. Simultaneously, squad members fortified the position further around the tarantula sentry guns. The sergeant watched their actions. He knew this was the greatest change for the Iron Warriors. Through previous battles, they had become accustomed to the responsibility of constructing fortifications after completing their missions. They would transform every conquered world into a future hub for colonies, a waypoint for Legion supply fleets. This was the standard war procedure for this line of the Iron Warriors. It was both their duty and their greatest reward in brutal combat. In one corner of the hold, fortress cannons and sentry guns deployed by the Iron Warriors roared as they attacked the squats. Every shell landed precisely among the charging squat formations, mowing them down in swathes. The perfectly coordinated fire control system ceased once the squats' battle lines were completely shattered. Perturabo's electronic dreadlocks detached from the tactical network. For him, the battle was over. He had perfectly shattered the enemy lines. Now it was time for his sons to prove themselves. They had to perform excellently, had to eliminate the remaining enemies within 20 minutes. Perturabo walked to a workbench. Upon it lay 3 squat plasma guns and 1 firearm he had personally crafted. His mind rapidly calculated, reconstructing every manufacturing parameter of the firearms, comparing them. The plasma gun I am personally making will soon be complete. It will certainly be a work of art. Nareth and Magnus would never imagine that while commanding the battle, I also disassembled and mastered the secrets of the squat's plasma gun manufacture. I will make 2 plasma guns to give to them. They will surely be astonished. A faint smile appeared on Perturabo's face. The surrounding Iron Warriors immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere lighten. Their peripheral glances curiously turned towards their gene-father. Sensing the surrounding gazes, Perturabo's smile vanished instantly. He walked to the experimentation table, his hands moving swiftly. 22 minutes later, footsteps sounded. Ferrix, the warsmith, first captain, the breaker, entered the chamber. His gaze swept over every part of the room. Unlike before, besides the 3 warsmiths specially favored by the Gene Primarch, members of the Primarchs Advisory Council, and the banners of the Trident, 3 new battle banners now hung in the room. Father had told them this was a reward for the 3 companies with the most outstanding combat performance outside the Trident. But Ferrix was puzzled. The 3 new banners were not arranged symmetrically. 2 banners were on the Primarch's left, and an additional banner now hung in the center. This hanging method, and the non-architectural style modifications made to the fortress after the Iron Warriors captured it, reminded him of the architectural style of the Primarch's palace on Nareth's Shadow Sovereignty. Could Father be imitating the architectural style of Lord Nareth's palace to understand the art of asymmetry? Ferrix knew he would not learn the truth from his father's mouth. Suppressing his curiosity, he reported. Father, the squat's counterattacking force has been routed. My company suffered 49 casualties. Perturabo hung a hydrogen canister on the gun body and looked up. My first captain. You should have routed the enemy within 20 minutes. 1 minute for consolidating the report. 1 minute is the time it took you to walk from outside into the fortress. Ferrix, you have met the standard precisely. I expect you to perform outstandingly next time. Ferrix breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting Father's standard was already no small achievement. As you wish, Father. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 401, Chapter 400, The Squad Elite, The Heart Guard. 4th month, 851 M30. Galactic Core Region, Squat System, Squat Homeworld, outskirts of the Hold. When the 5th chapter once again set foot on the battlefield, Carlo anticipated that assaulting the Squat subterranean fortress would prove more arduous than the ground-level siege. So 1st Company was directly deployed. The Cataphractii Terminator armors would serve as the spearhead, driving breaches in the initial enemy lines. The Vanguard units, having locked onto the teleport coordinates, saw the teleportation platform flare with light. 185 warriors in Cataphractii Terminator armors of the 5th chapter materialized in a flash before the underground fortress. The target sensors built into their Cyclone missile launchers locked onto the densest, highest threat concentrations of the enemy. Missiles trailing fire streaked from the twin launcher boxes on their shoulders, flying like lightning into the Ironkin formations. With explosive roars, the Ironkin's steel shells were shredded. The kin saw the invaders uniformly raise their right arms. They saw 2 black muzzles and immediately recognized them as a pair of bedrock pattern bolt guns linked together. Though somewhat different from their own, the modifications were clearly adaptive changes for the larger frame. As skilled artisans, they could see the 2 bolt guns were fixed directly to the black-armored warriors' arms. At the end of the arms hung disc-like magazines. The Cataphractii Terminator's combi bolters roared to life, unleashing a dense barrage at the kin. The combi bolters were heavier and had greater recoil than standard bolt guns, typically not equipped on power armor. They were fielded alongside the deployment of Terminator plate. Compared to the earlier temporary solution of 2 standard bolt guns linked, the bedrock pattern bolt guns used here were more stable. The most direct evidence was that when the 2 guns fired, they did not interfere with each other. Trajectories were steadier, and kill efficiency higher. Simultaneously, linked with advanced targeting systems, the two bedrock pattern bolt guns could form a 45-degree angle. The wider firing arc allowed them to engage a broader range of different enemies, even at close quarters. A dense curtain of fire covered the kin. Adamantine-tipped bolts struck bonded alloy armor, the explosions causing void armor to shatter like eggshells. The kin fired as they fell back. The warriors of the first company had read the combat reports. They knew the tenacious squats were not retreating but utilizing the fortress's internal passages to launch flanking fire assaults. The entire underground of Squat was a complex subterranean fortress. "Open the door!" the captain shouted. Over 30 apprentices strode forward with heavy steps towards the rock wall. The apprentices slapped their hands against the rock. Before the eyes of the shadows of order, a hazy, insubstantial, blue door suddenly appeared. It was embedded in the rock wall, like a curtain of water. The kin, moving quickly but taking a circuitous route, had just reached the ambush point. They intended to press the activation runes and launch a surprise attack when a dense barrage suddenly shot towards them. A squad of arbiters strode through the door, swinging power fists at the enemy. The immense strength augmented by both Cataphractii Terminator armor and power fists made the arbiters' punches as terrifying as the destructive missiles fired from cyclone launchers. Heavy fists descended, smashing down onto the kin. The devastating force crushed heads, necks, and armor together. Warriors and hunters in Mark II power armor swiftly followed, wielding blades to rapidly hunt the kin. It wasn't just the honor guard. Most chapters of the Shadows of Order now had court member bestowed with different types of power by their Primarch. In the 5th chapter, the most numerous were the apprentices. Warriors in Cataphractii Terminators stormed the hold. After the apprentices opened doors, they charged into the defenses, destroying turrets and clearing hidden firing points. The first company breached the hold's outer defenses. After thermal bombs detonated the thick, dark gray walls, they became the first Shadows of Order to charge into the holds proper. The Cataphractii Terminators had just surged through the breach when they collided head-on with a unit of short-statured warriors clad in armor of a dark gray, almost black hue. Each kin held an Edekarn pattern plasma gun in their right hand. On their backs, each also carried a shoulder-mounted external armor grenade launcher. Their left hands held different weapons, plasma blades or heavy gauntlets. Upon contact, cyclone missile launchers and grenade launchers roared simultaneously, attacking the other side. Boom. 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 The front ranks of Cataphractii Terminators and kin swayed. Both sides' heavy armor withstood the initial onslaught. The Cataphractii Terminators were shocked. This was the first time they had encountered enemy troops equipped to withstand missile fire. The Cataphractii Terminators realized they had encountered the elite forces of the Squat League. The continuous explosions shook the entire furnace fortress. A tech marine among the Cataphractii Terminators, having emptied his missile pods, and as a savant, quickly identified the enemy from the data provided by his gene father. He shouted a warning over the company channel, "Einherjar Hearthguard. They are equipped with the best weaponry. Each of them is selected from the most elite warriors across the league." At the front lines of both formations, Cataphractii Terminators and kin elites fell almost simultaneously. The relentless hail of grenades and missiles tore through the heavy armor of both sides. For the ancestors. An Einherjar roared in fury. The conviction to defend the Votan drove these exceptional warriors, veterans of countless battles, to shout and charge the enemy. Compared to the Cataphractii Terminators, the Einherjars possessed comparable defense but retained full freedom of movement in combat. They charged the black-armored warriors with swift speed. Hunt-ER systems mounted on their armor automatically stabilized their aim while running. Every plasma beam they fired shot accurately towards the enemy. The Cataphractii Terminators, facing the curtain of fire released by the Einherjars, raised their combi bolters, unleashing a dense barrage at the enemy. The Shadows of Order keenly targeted the sprinting Einherjars, holding their own in this deadly exchange of fire. Bolter shells and plasma beams flashed across the lines between the two forces. Dark black and dark gray armor withstood countless attacks from the other side in an instant. Resilient defenses were breached by terrifying firepower. In every moment, warriors were torn apart by devastating energy. On the flagship bridge of the 5th chapter, Carlo, who had received the first company's report of a major breakthrough, was now continuously receiving new reports. "My lord, we are continuously losing teleport homers from the Cataphractii Terminators. 41 have been lost." The Tech Marine's report filled Carlo with confusion. He had never lost so many Cataphractii Terminators so quickly before. "What is happening?" "Calarm, report." Carlo pressed the comm bead, shouting. The first company had named itself after the sacred duty their gene father had entrusted to them, to guard Calarm. Encountered. Einherjar Hearthguard. Carlo immediately recalled the data provided by his gene father and understood the severity. Honor guard, prepare for teleport. He led 20 warriors, each wearing the prototype Saturnine pattern Terminator armor, onto the teleport platform. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 402, Chapter 401, The Saturnine Terminator. The wide, half-circular pauldrons of the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype housed teleport sync modules that linked directly to the teleport transponders worn by the first company captain, allowing for rapid lock-on to their arrival coordinates. The moment the honor guards clad in the Saturnine prototype stood steady on the teleportation platform, light flared. Relying on teleport synchronization, the honor guard in prototype armor arrived at the battlefield far faster. Their advanced targeting systems instantly locked onto the rapidly moving enemy. The 20 honor guard raised their arms. The reactors powerful enough to feed their energy weapons roared to life, plasma blast guns thundered, spewing beams of equal output to over a dozen Edicorn pattern plasma guns wielded by the Einhir. Boom. The plasma blast guns pierced the chests of 20 Einhir, incinerating their bodies. Carlo saw 2 Einhir swiftly close in on an Cataphractii Terminator. They nimbly dodged attacks and swung the plasma blades mounted on their left arms. The orange-yellow blades attached to the gauntlets struck the Terminator's armor. A harsh screech of friction sounded as the buzzing ion blades cut through the steel armor on the thigh. Die! Carlo shouted, raising his arm. The heavy disintegrator roared. The heavy disintegrator was a relic from the dark age of technology, extangus powerful, and rare that in the entire 5th chapter on Heis armor was equipped with such a weapon. The heavy disintegrator beam struck Einhir. The brutal weapon flashed as it destroyed the armor at a molecular level. Flesh and metal were instantly torn apart. The protective armor crafted by squat artisans could not withstand the terrible attack of the heavy disintegrator gun. The heavy disintegrator gun fired another blast, reducing the Einhir to cinders. The appearance of the Saturnine prototypes on the battlefield immediately brought sudden death to the Einhir. In mere moments, over 30 of their finest fighters fell, fewer than 100 Einhir remained. The champion leading the Heart Band was astonished. Even powerful orc warriors would be shattered by their assaults. The earlier black-armored warriors had inflicted nearly one-for-one casualties among his elite warriors, which had already shocked him. The newly arrived, even larger warriors were beyond his imagination. They instantly shattered his line. For the ancestors. Deal with them first. The champion marked the enemies clad in massive black armor and simultaneously reported to the Botanic Council. The Shadows of Order have deployed even stronger forces. I will fight to the death. The Einhir concentrated their fire entirely on the massive Saturnine prototypes, completely ignoring the much smaller Cataphractii Terminators. The shoulder-mounted external armor grenade launchers on the prototype suits unleashed their final, remaining firepower as they charged. Grenades rained down, crashing towards the 21 Saturnine prototype suits. Invisible conversion fields crackled amidst a series of explosions, yet not a single one fell. The charging Einhir suffered continuous deadly strikes from the honor guard in Saturnine First Company's Cataphractii Terminators. The various ranged weapons equipped on the Saturnine prototype's right arms roared to life. Twin-linked assault cannons spun and thundered. A stream of heavy bolts struck the Einhir, shredding their armor. Missile pods emptied in an instant. Armor-piercing missiles trailing fire crashed into heavy armor. Explosive shockwaves tore through the squat's battle plate, hurling their bodies away. Carlo raised his right arm. The dreadful flame storm cannon attached to his right arm shot a blinding beam, striking an Einhir. With a bang, the thick armor ignited. The fire spread subsonically within the armor, instantly setting the guard ablaze. Armor and the resilient body within turned to ash in an instant, sparks scattering in all directions. 1/3 of the Einhir fell on their death charge before reaching their targets. For the ancestors. The champion roared, leading the remaining of the Einhir in an attack. As they swung their arms, the weight of their punches was greatly amplified by shock gauntlets. Shock weapons, technology lost to the human Imperium, smashed heavily against the ground. Invisible shock waves surged out, crashing against the prototype armor. Several nearby Cataphractii Terminators were pushed aside by the concussive blasts. The conversion fields of the Saturnine prototype suits screeched with piercing noise. Their bodies swayed but did not fall. The other half of the Einhir swung their glowing blades, slashing at the massive calves of the black-armored warriors. Plasma blades clashed against the conversion fields, emitting a harsh grinding sound. The honor guard swung their left arms. Chains whirred, motors roared. The rapidly spinning blades shrieked as they sawed through dark gray armor, reducing Einhir to pulp. Power fists on the prototype suits smashed down heavily. Heavy fists crushed the heads of Einhir, pulverizing their armor into ruin. Carlo took a step forward. His blade flashed with a piercing blue light, cleaving down through the air. The power sword collided with the champion's shock gauntlet. A disruption field met a concussive shockwave. Boom. Destructive energy forced the champion's feet to sink into the rock of the hold, while Carlo's massive frame, its conversion field having weakened the shockwave, only swayed slightly. As the champion pulled his right foot free, the barbarian roared in fury. Resolute dwarf eyes flashed with golden sparks. The barbarian swung his arm. Another vicious slash cleaved the air. The champion raised his arm, barely blocking the attack with his shock gauntlet. Amidst the explosive noise, he lost his balance. The barbarian seized the opportunity, slashing out with his sword. The energized blade struck the champion's armor. The disruption field erupted in blue light, tearing apart the dark gray armor along with the champion himself. After annihilating all the Einhir, the honor guard strode forward. Meanwhile, within the fane of the hold, 3 Grimnir stood before the massive machine. The chief Grimnir lord sighed and said, "The ancestor has not yet responded." Hearing this, the other 2 Grimnir lords furrowed their ash-white brows. As the only ones capable of communing with the Votan, they had sought the ancestor's wisdom ever since the Shadows of Order entered the squat system, praying for guidance, yet no response came. They knew this was not unprecedented. Sometimes the Votan would answer decades or centuries later. And in extremely rare cases, not at all. After a moment of silence, the chief Grimnir lord spoke. "Lorenzo, you will remain and await the ancestor's reply. We will join the High Cawl in holding back the enemy." If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 403, Chapter 402, Darkstar Weapons. Carlo led his warriors through the hold. Their heavy armor grew harder to move in the high-gravity environment. Within the galactic core region, due to the multitude of stars, each planet experienced significantly greater gravitational pull compared to planets in other regions. Shadows of Order in Mark II power armor advanced swiftly. When encountering stubbornly resistant defensive strongpoints, they would summon brothers in Cataphractii Terminator armor. Carlo gazed over the squat defensive installations towards the depths of the hold. He saw a massive, deep gray proto-fortress. He believed that must be the core location of the squat league's hold. Carlo noted that the reactor in his targeting display had finished charging the heavy disintegrator. A thought crossed his mind. His gaze locked onto a bastion from which over a dozen lost guns extended from firing ports, unleashing a dense barrage of beams at the Shadows of Order. During a charge, a Shadow of Order's visor was targeted by a squat marksman's Hun-TR system. The beam fired curved around the storm shield from the side, striking the Astartes in the left eye. Not only had the Shadows of Order gained a deeper understanding of the squats by combining combat experience with data from their gene father, but their opponents had as well. Carlo had already lost over 2,000 warriors in this long battle. Without the Cataphractii Terminator armor and the newly deployed Saturnine Terminators, the casualties would have been far worse. Now, at last, he could see the final objective: what would end this war. The heavy disintegrator on his back automatically locked onto the target and fired a blast at the defensive works. The Loss rifles vaporized into atoms. Steel, and the squats within, crumpled like drifting dust, vanishing almost instantly. Carlo's attention was drawn to a group of squats emerging from the central fortress. A contingent of Einhir Heartguard and Ironkin escorted 3 figures out of the fortress. The central figure wore resplendent armor. He held a plasma gun in his left hand and wielded a Warhammer in his right. The instant Carlo looked at the hammer, he felt a sharp, instinctive sting. That weapon is extremely dangerous. On either side of this dwarf stood 2 figures in robes. Strange apparatus extended from their backs to their heads. They held glowing staffs in their hands. Beside each stood 2 ornate servitors armed with bedrock-pattern bolt guns. Carlo knew these were the Grimnir and the High Cawl, specially designed squat psyker. He raised his right arm. The plasma bombard fired a blinding beam at the rapidly advancing group. The chief Grimnir lord on the left raised his arm. His body and the 2 COG drones beside him simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. The brilliant radiance eclipsed the explosion flashes on the battlefield, even overwhelming the incoming piercing beam. A force shield enveloped the entire group. The searing thermal ray struck the field as if swallowed by an invisible maw, vanishing in an instant. Carlo slowed his pace, raised his right arm high, turned sideways, and fired 2 more blasts at the squats. Both were blocked. The second Grimnir lord raised his staff high. Telekinetic force propelled the group, sending them speeding towards the battlefield. The heavy disintegrator finished charging again. Carlo locked onto the enemy and fired. Boom. Carlo's warp insight saw the psychic shield shatter. An energy shock wave rippled outwards. The Einhir Heartguard swayed, nearly thrown off their feet. Some Einhir Heartguard plunged their glowing plasma blades into the ground to steady themselves. Others were supported by nearby Ironkin and remained standing. Before the enemy could raise another psychic shield, Carlo raised his right arm and fired a blast at the enemy in resplendent armor. The auto-targeting system of the Saturnine prototype ensured the beam struck true. The shield weave of the Squat League's High Cawl glowed. The thermal beam was deflected by a tiny angle, grazing his armor and striking an Einhir Heartguard behind him, who melted instantly. The High Cawl let out a furious roar. For the ancestors. He raised his warhammer and charged at Carlo. The heavy disintegrator charged. Carlo fired consecutive shots at the enemy charging towards him. The High Call's master-crafted Bastium armor in no way hindered his mobility. He constantly changed direction, closing in on the enemy. As the League's greatest living warrior, he nimbly dodged 2 beams. Only one struck. The shield weave shimmered. The deflection field only altered the angle slightly. Most of the beam struck his gleaming battle plate on the chest and abdomen. The High Call's meticulously groomed gray-white beard was singed to ash by the heatwave. But his resplendent battle plate merely darkened from deep gray to a sooty black, the engravings remained undamaged. He reached the foot of the black-armored giant. The squat swung the warhammer forged from Darkstar ore, smashing it against the enemy's calf. Darkstar ore was mined from the dead zones within the galactic core. Even for the most resilient kin and ironkin, entering the death zones was an extremely perilous endeavor. In the Squat League's brief history, only 4 weapons had been forged from Darkstar ore. Unlike the Imperium's unstable plasma weapons, the Squats could forge stable plasma weapons. The Darkstar weapons were, among many weapons, the only unstable, dangerous ones. Only the most elite warriors were entrusted with the duty of using such weapons. They had to wield them with utmost care. The slightest wound they inflicted could end an enemy's life, as if an invisible hand switched off the opponent's life. The Darkstar warhammer struck the conversion field. The explosive sound resembled a missile colliding with a force field. The Chief Grimner Lord saw the High Call's warhammer blocked by the enemy's shield. The runes on his body, his back, and the 2 Mind Impulse servitors beside him simultaneously lit up. Arcs of electricity crackled around his upraised staff. The Chief Grimner Lord swung his staff. Electricity arced out, coiling like a python around the warhammer in the High Call's hand. The body, crafted for ultimate resilience, shuddered. He was hurled into the air by the massive energy influx. The High Call dodged the descending energized blade. Simultaneously, he swung the Darkstar warhammer, smashing it hard against the right side of the black-armored giant's knee. Psychic lightning pierced the conversion field. The Darkstar warhammer cracked open the Saturnine prototype armor, striking Carlo himself. Carlo's body swayed. He tried to regain his balance. Such damage should not be a severe injury for an Astartes physique. But the reality was that the Darkstar ore, a biological material, released a destructive field that, upon contact, shut down the Astartes' superhuman organic metabolism and myoelectric functions in an instant. Before Carlo could even comprehend what had happened, his consciousness plunged into darkness. The warriors of the 5th chapter saw their lord collapse like a mountain. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 404, Chapter 403, The Killing of the Squat League's High Call and Grimner. The lower decks of the Forgehammer, Fane. The combead in Nareth's ear buzzed. He raised a hand to press it. Arsina's voice sounded in his ear, "My lord, I bring unfortunate news. Lord Carlo of the 5th chapter has fallen in the assault on the Squat Hold." Nareth's eyes darkened, a shock running through him. He knew Carlo was equipped with the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype armor. Although a prototype, this armor, utilizing conversion fields, represented the pinnacle of current Astartes defensive technology. Only a handful of hand-forged suits possessed greater defensive capability. "I want the battle report." Nareth turned and strode out of the Fane, simultaneously sending a message to Rozicki. "Prepare for teleportation." Rozicki and the other tech marines were also equipped with Terminator armor to enhance their safety while repairing armaments on the battlefield. They wore the Cataphractii Terminator armor, more suitable for their duties than the Saturnine pattern. Malevolus and Rozicki had modified Nareth's armor with teleportation modules. Linked via teleport synchronizers to the teleport transponders of senior officers, he could rapidly arrive on the battlefield. Nareth boarded the newly built elevator sized for the Shadows of Order. As the elevator ascended rapidly, he swiftly reviewed the received briefing. The High Call and his Einhir Heartguard, 2 powerful Grimner Lords. The Honor Guard retrieved Carlo's body. The apothecary's examination found only injuries from a heavy weapon attack on the side of the knee, yet he had lost all vital signs. A Darkstar weapon. Nareth pressed the combead, issuing orders. "Bring Carlo back. Enter him within the Saturnine dreadnought." Although Carlo had lost vital signs, his consciousness likely had not yet perished. Judging from the Darkstar weapon's strike location, the damaged bodily functions did not include the brain. "As you command, Father," the commander of the 5th chapter Honor Guard responded. With a clang, the elevator stopped. Nareth strode onto the teleportation platform and commanded. "Initiate teleport." Light flared, enveloping Nareth's form. In an instant, Nareth appeared on the outskirts of the Squat Hold. His consciousness expanded, grasping the battlefield situation in a moment. He immediately noticed the High Cawl in resplendent armor leading his Einhir Heartguard in a counterattack. The 5th chapter relied on numerical superiority to hold the line, but wherever the High Cawl and the Grimner appeared, the lines were continuously breached. Nareth spread his golden wings behind him. In a flash, he appeared before a nearby Grimner. The second Grimner saw the black-armored, golden-winged giant and immediately recognized the danger. Runes on his entire body, his back, and the 2 COG drones beside him activated fully, flashing with dazzling light. A torrent of telekinetic force erupted. Rubble and debris were hurled aside. Nareth focused his will. Telekinetic force surged. Boom. Roar. The 2 telekinetic forces collided. The second Grimner was immediately hurled away. Nareth drew the sword of Vol. Blue-white light flashed. The energized blade slashed diagonally, cutting the 2 Mind Impulse servitors in half at the waist. Deprived of warp circuit support, the second Grimner found it increasingly impossible to contend with the Gene Primarch. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. With a push of his right hand, the second Grimner Lord's body uncontrollably levitated. Another press, and the second Grimner Lord plummeted faster, smashing heavily onto the ground. Telekinetic force pressed down upon his resilient form. Amidst a series of explosive cracks, the second Grimner's body was torn apart, scattering on the ground. The Primarch's precise psychic control preserved the runes intact. At the same moment, the chief Grimner Lord sensed his death. He immediately shouted into his comm bead to the High Cawl. Lovitus is dead. A powerful enemy is now on the battlefield. Converge with me. We must kill him together. The 2 rapidly moved towards each other's marked rune positions. As the chief Grimner Lord sprinted at high speed, he suddenly noticed the High Cawl's rune had stopped. He thought, "This is bad," and quickened his pace, charging towards the rune's location. At the same time, Nareth had already encountered the High Cawl and his guard. The Einhir Heartguard raised their Edekarn pattern plasma guns, firing dense beams into the air. Runes on Nareth's armor flashed with light. An invisible personal energy shield expanded, enveloping his black armor. Rozicki had equipped his armor with a reactor identical to those in the Saturnine prototypes and performed a series of modifications. His golden wings allowed him to retain his agility advantage while adding dual-layer protection of a personal energy shield and a conversion field. Energy enveloped the armor's surface at a distance of 1 meter, forming the outermost layer of protection. The middle layer was the conversion field contained within. The innermost layers were the scales of the Ironhide Kraken and the sturdy armor itself. Energy beams crashed against the personal energy shield, causing a series of detonations. The reactor provided ample power for the personal energy shield, offering stronger protection than the armor of a typical Shadow of Order. The plasma beams were blocked before they could deplete the conversion field. Nareth descended. To swiftly kill the High Cawl, he used force, converting the downward pull of gravity into upward buoyancy. The High Cawl, who had been charging in large strides towards the black-armored giant, now leapt upwards even faster. To his shock, the High Cawl found he could not control his body. Facing a powerful enemy, this was the most dangerous situation. At that moment, a dazzling light enveloped his form. The Darkstar Warhammer in the High Cawl's hand crackled with electricity. He thought, "The ancestors protect." The chief Grimner Lord had arrived in time. Nareth's swinging sword of Vol clashed with the Darkstar Warhammer. His eyes flashed as he looked at the short-statured Psyker in dark grey robes. Like Miguel, a rare technology-oriented Psyker, Nareth decided to kill the chief Grimner Lord, amplifying the High Cawl first. The Baron of Corruption's right hand pressed down. The force applied to the High Cawl's body instantly reversed. Gravity slowed the High Cawl's ascent. Seizing this moment, Nareth beat his wings and pounced towards the Grimner Lord. The chief Grimner Lord raised his staff. The bolts fired from the bedrock pattern bolt guns in the hands of the 2 Mind Impulse servitors glowed with light. Boom. 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 Nareth felt the bolts, enhanced by the technology-oriented Psyker, strike the conversion field, causing violent tremors. Whereas originally, bolt gun fire posed no threat to the conversion field. Nareth leapt between the Mind Impulse servitors. Releasing his spirituality, he distorted the chief Grimner Lord's intent. A surging telekinetic force swept over the 2 COG drones, crushing them into fragments, though their warp circuits remained intact. The chief Grimner Lord knew escape was impossible. He raised his staff, mustering his final strength, and applied it to the High Cawl. For the ancestors. The chief Grimner Lord shouted before the sword of Vol pierced his brain, his head shredded by the disruption field. The High Cawl, having landed, saw the black-armored giant fly towards the chief Grimner Lord and immediately sprinted over, but he was a step too late. For the ancestors. He swung the Darkstar Warhammer, smashing it towards the black-armored giant. The Baron of Corruption's arm swelled. He threw a punch with full force. The Hand of Order instantly annihilated the electrical arcs. The High Cawl felt an irresistible, colossal force. It was the first time he had encountered a being stronger than himself. Even an orc warboss could not match this strength. The brutal force unleashed by the Baron of Corruption sent the Darkstar Warhammer flying. The Sword of Vol swung, and the High Cawl's head shattered. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 405, Chapter 404, Successful Concept Swap, Acquiring a Star. Deep beneath the central fortress of the hold lay the Squat League's largest ancestral shrine, 5 kilometers in diameter. Lorenzo felt the vastness of the shrine was empty. Besides the statue, the machine with its intricate circuitry, and various adornments, he was alone. No squat other than a Grimner was permitted to set foot in the shrine. Lorenzo sensed that the 2 other great souls belonging here, the chief and second Grimner lords, had perished. He knew the High Cawl had likely died as well. This meant that, as the sole remaining Grimner lord, he had to shoulder the responsibility for the Squat League and guard the ancestor, the Votan, 10 kilometers below. Lorenzo felt the weight of a world pressing upon him. Even his will wavered at the current situation. His gaze settled on a control console where crimson runes flashed with a piercing light. Lorenzo knew that was the final safeguard for the Votan. Once pressed, nothing would threaten the Votan again. A doomsday weapon would activate. The Votan, along with the entire planet, would be reduced to rubble within moments. The destruction of the Votan would also signal the destruction of the Squat League. Lorenzo walked with heavy steps towards the console. The destruction of the Votan was preferable to it falling into others' hands. When he was 4 steps from the console, he suddenly felt a spark of thought leap. Lorenzo looked with surprise and hope towards the screen before the statue. He saw runes dancing. Praise the ancestor. He has answered our prayers and inquiries. Lorenzo hurried to the display screen. Only the most exceptional Grimner could become lords and join the council. In an instant, he comprehended the Votan's revelation. His pupils dilated violently, his eyes filled with astonishment. He murmured as if confirming something. The Gene Primarch Nareth of the Shadows of Order will bring hope to the Squat League. The Squat League should engage in trade with his domains and dispatch warriors to fight alongside the Shadows of Order. Lorenzo could not understand. After years of brutal war, he knew the faction calling itself the Imperium of Men, after failed diplomacy, had sent 3 Astartes legions, the primary forces of their conquest. Among the 3 legions, the Shadows of Order had inflicted the greatest casualties upon the various kindreds of the Squat League, their numbers exceeding the combined strength of the other 2 legions. Now, the ancestor's revelation was to set aside hatred and ally with him. Lorenzo slammed both palms heavily onto the screen. Thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Why would Nareth bring us hope? He brought us death. Why ally with him? His thoughts raced, but he received no further response. After another dozen breaths, Lorenzo raised his hands. Though he hadn't opened a comm channel, his over 20 years on the council told him the situation outside, people were dying every second. The ancestors' will could not be defied. Since the decision was to submit, it must be done swiftly. He opened a comm channel and issued the order. Transmit to the commanders of the Imperium of Men, the Squat League surrenders. We accept the terms. We submit to the Imperium. The chief communications officer heard the order, finding it inconceivable. He would rather die fighting than yield. But the 3rd Grimner Lord was the sole remaining council member. He was both the representative of the ancestors' will and the highest authority of the Squat League. His command superseded all else. Moments later, Nareth received the message from the Squat League. They had surrendered. Perhaps my use of concept swap, disguising the information fed to the Votan, took effect. Or perhaps the Squat League realized that continuing the fight would only lead to their annihilation. Nareth knew that even a Grimner Lord could not obtain all information from the Votan. The Votan's database was vast and complex. When responding to a Grimner, it would only select from existing information to give a reply. The information he, disguised as a Grimner, provided, once verified by the Votan, might well be delivered as a revelation in the Votan's own voice, rather than attributed to a particular Grimner. The Squat League's Votan is a young core, recently elevated from a Fane. This means the database of deceased Squat minds it contains is not too vast. In other words, the Votan's response speed is faster. Faced with such a major threat, the Ancestor Core should have reacted promptly, offering a response. Therefore, most likely, my concept swap has succeeded. I accept their surrender. War was always merely a means. Since the objective was achieved, Nareth would not continue fighting. Moreover, the Squat League still possessed considerable strength. The stubbornly resisting squats would continue to inflict significant losses on his legion. 1 hour later, Nareth met the Squat League's last Grimner Lord. Greetings, Gene Primarch of the Shadows of Order, Nareth. Through meditation and adjustment, Lorenzo had detached himself from feelings of hatred. The ancestors' will was paramount. Squat is willing to pledge allegiance to the Imperium and establish trade relations with your domains. Squat will also dispatch Ironsworn to campaign alongside your legion. We will gift you a mineral-rich star to initiate our friendship. Nareth smiled. He knew the Squats could, using their technology, capture stars, process them, and tow them to other star systems. Stars were indeed an item on their trade list. The Baron of Corruption, observing the Grimner Lord's actions, became even more certain his concept swap had achieved its goal. If they were merely forced to submit, they would never gift him a star. For the nascent League, towing a star to a distant star system would consume vast resources. Welcome to the Imperium. I look forward to receiving the gift from you. My aide will represent me in negotiating the trade agreement with the Squat League. Nareth left the negotiations to be led by Arsena. He intended to use this time to continue mining the Votan's technology via the Fane on the Forgehammer. He had already begun exchanging with the Squat League's Votan about shock technology, long lost to the Imperium. Before boarding the Stormbird to return to the Forgehammer, Nareth instructed Arsena, who had arrived. Arsena, your task is to secure as much trading share as possible from the minerals the Squat League mines in the galactic core. Furthermore, monopolize the products they manufacture. Besides weaponry and equipment, civilian machinery suitable for ordinary humans is included. Beyond mineral resources, the various durable civilian products of the Squats would also be highly sought after within the Imperium. Alicia, Cypramundi, and the Abyssal Port were all located at intersections of numerous warp routes. Trading wealth would bring immense prosperity to these worlds. The warriors of the three legions campaigning in other star systems successively received orders to withdraw from the battlefield for rest and recuperation. Perturabo and Magnus received news of the Squat surrender almost simultaneously. Their flagships set course for the Squat system. The War Council also received the report not long after. Representatives from Mars eagerly boarded ships and, alongside emissaries dispatched by Malkador, hurried towards the Squat system. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 406, Chapter 405, The First Warrior Interred in a Saturnine Dreadnought Prototype. 6th month, 851 M30. Nareth exited the Fane of the Forgehammer and took the elevator to the Dreadnought Hall. This deck was named the Dreadnought Deck, for its purpose was to eternally inter fallen battle brothers within Dreadnought sarcophagi, allowing Legion elites to continue serving their Primarch. Nareth stepped out of the elevator and looked around. Over a dozen decks had been merged, creating a total length exceeding 5 kilometers. It was the second largest chamber on the Forgehammer, second only to the Forge Lord's primary Forge Hall. The most striking features in the vast Dreadnought Hall were the Dreadnought chassis secured on row after row. Nareth's vision confirmed the total number exceeded 120. Numerous weapon systems were arrayed beside the dreadnoughts: missile pods, Volkite guns, massive piston-driven hammers, power flails, heavy bolt guns, and twin-linked flammers, awaiting installation on the steel frames. Among them, 3 were the largest. One completed chassis was crafted by Vulcan and brought to the Legion by Rozicki. The other 2, constructed by Rozicki and Malevolus, were incomplete, evident from the unfinished mechanical limbs. Only the sarcophagus and related components were finished. After the 5th chapter's brutal assault on the hold, Rozicki and Malevolus had temporarily set aside other work, devoting more time to this task. Nareth saw their respective works were only half complete. The armored sarcophagi lay open, revealing translucent amniotic tanks within. Bubble-like suspension chambers held naked forms immersed in amniotic fluid. Viscous materials clung to the Astartes' superhuman physiques, their enhanced muscles emitting a faint glow. Between the half-interred bodies, a massive dreadnought chassis rose with a hiss of releasing clamps. I shall serve His Majesty forever. Nareth approached the first shadow of order interred within a Saturnine dreadnought prototype, the former chapter master of the 5th, Carlo. The 2 primary weapons he had wielded in his Saturnine Terminator armor, twin-linked disintegration cannons, and heavy plasma bombard, were now mounted on either side of his chest armor. His shoulder plates housed larger teleport homers, enabling him to reach the battlefield faster. The dreadnought chassis hummed, taking an awkward step forward. His tone and demeanor carried a familiar air. Father. Nareth nodded slightly. Carlo, you shall continue your glory within the dreadnought. Rozicki and Malevolus stepped around the dreadnought from either side, bowing to Nareth. Nareth handed a data crystal to Rozicki. It contains the technology for shock weapons. As you wish. The Forge Lord accepted the crystal and acknowledged. How goes the dreadnought interment? Nareth surveyed the surroundings. Each dreadnought housed one of his sons, a scar left upon the shadows of order by the brutal war with the Squats. Rozicki then reported to the Black Emperor, elite warriors who have fallen from all participating chapters wish to be interred within the steel sarcophagi of the Saturnine dreadnoughts. They are placed in suspension chambers and transported to the Forgehammer. But only 3 can be interred in the Saturnine dreadnoughts. It's not only because only Malevolus and I can manufacture them, but also because only warriors with extraordinary willpower and focus can pilot such steel engines. Upon hearing this, Carlo seemed to understand something. He recalled the last clear memory before losing consciousness. A small being struck his knee with a hammer. He had guessed the weapon was dangerous but hadn't imagined it could kill him. A flash of insight struck Carlo. He suddenly remembered the dangerous weapons mentioned in the data provided by his father, the Dark Star weapons. Perhaps if I had remembered immediately, I wouldn't have died. No. I was sufficiently vigilant then. But the High Call's agility, the potent psychic power of the two Grimnir lords. Even if I faced them again now, unless I teleported away instantly, I could not have escaped their targeted strike. They had already aimed for me. Accepting this reality, Carlo immediately felt the power surging within his steel form. This feeling is also good. I can serve Father for a long time. As Carlo pondered, Rosicky continued his report. Besides the 3 warriors interred in Saturnine dreadnoughts, 54 warriors have been interred in other dreadnoughts. Their interment rituals are nearing completion. 37 of them are from the 5th chapter. Nareth nodded and asked, "What is the progress on the new armor research?" Malevolus spoke before Rosicky. "My lord, we have been studying various technologies and have begun applying some of them. Only the core technology has not yet been utilized. I believe we should craft various patterns for important figures like the Auxilia, experimenting with integrating different technologies in the process. Once we have mastered them, we will then craft armor for you in the Shadows of Order. Proceed according to your plan." Nareth approved of Malevolus's idea. Crafting armor for non-Shadows of Order was indeed the appropriate timing. For the war against Cardinal, the main force he envisioned was not the Shadows of Order, but the Beyonder individuals. Unlike Ferrus Manus, he already knew before the war that Cardinal's social structure was based on a caste system. He decided to adopt a different approach to conquer Cardinal. "My lord," Rosicky thought of the Black Emperor's close confidants, Arsena Dunn and Marlena Scala, who would certainly be on the list. He said, "The data crystal records Dominum armor prototype patterns without versions adapted for psychers. We can only adopt the system combining Grimnir runes and warp circuits to experimentally create entirely new patterns. I require ordinary psychers to assist." "I will have Marlena provide you with assistance," Nareth said. Leaving the dreadnought deck, Nareth boarded a Stormbird and flew towards the surface of the Squat system. Arsena's negotiations with the Squat League had concluded. He needed to go to the surface to sign the treaty. 1 hour later, in a temporary palace constructed for him on Squat, Nareth listened to Arsena's briefing. "My lord, the war is over. Legion losses have been consolidated. The Legion lost a total of 273 ships, including 54 capital ships. The 6 participating chapters suffered a total of 18,400 casualties." Arsena fell silent. The Shadows of Order had suffered their greatest losses to date. Nareth had anticipated this. Although he didn't know the exact Imperial losses from the war against the Squats in his memory, he knew it must have been a brutal conflict. Most Squat technologies surpassed the human Imperium in their respective fields. They were the only faction to compel an evolution in power armor. Both in his memory and now, the Mechanicum had realized the limitations of standard power armor in brutal siege warfare. Mark III power armor was under development. Simultaneously, the Squats, upon joining the Imperium, maintained a high degree of independence, even exceeding that of the Mechanicum. They paid no tithe to the Imperium, only providing the manufacture of certain weapons and equipment. Their obligations were far less than their production capacity or the duties borne by the Mechanicum. Without sufficient strength, the Imperium would never have permitted such a state. If not for demanding the Cataphractii pattern Terminators from the Mechanicum beforehand and receiving the Saturnine Terminator prototypes, losses would have been even more severe. As Nareth reflected, Arsena continued his report. The 5th chapter, responsible for the assault on the hold, suffered the highest casualties, with 6,540 Shadows of Order fallen. The other 2 legions also suffered significant losses. The Thousand Sons lost nearly 2,000 warriors in the assault on the D-1519 system. The Iron Warriors lost nearly 10,000 in the underground assault on the D-1504 system. Primarchs Magnus and Perturabo will arrive in the Squat system in 2 standard days. "I understand," Nareth nodded, thinking to himself. The hold assaulted by the Iron Warriors was smaller in scale than the one in the Squat system, yet their casualties were higher. Perturabo still employs his signature precise planning for frontal assaults. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 407, Chapter 406, the Aquila Lander gifted by Nareth. "My lord, in accordance with your will, I have reached an agreement with the Squat League." Arsena presented the data slate to the Black Emperor. Nareth took the slate and quickly reviewed its contents. The Squat League agrees that after fulfilling their duties as determined with the Imperium, their remaining output will be prioritized for our supply, covering weaponry and equipment, civilian products, and various minerals. Squat Broker are willing to design Sagittarius transports and Hecaton land fortresses suitable for the Legion. I have seen their warriors' vehicles. Although the kin are shorter, their vehicles have ample interior space. Ordinary auxilia troops can use them, though they would be rather cramped for Shadows of Order. Hearing this, Nareth's eyes flashed. In his memory, after the Squats nominally joined the Imperium, they did not build Sagittarius transports or Hecaton land fortresses for it. This was the best proof of their considerable independence. Although the Mechanicum also had significant freedom in supplying weapons, they still had to meet Imperial demands to a considerable extent, especially during the Emperor's and the Primarchs era. The Sagittarius multi-role infantry vehicle was a high-performance, rapid-response, all-terrain vehicle capable of operating in various extreme environments. This vehicle was most suitable for exploratory operations, its performance among the finest in its class of reconnaissance vehicles. The Hecaton land fortress was the Squat's iconic combat vehicle and armored transport, a versatile and practical asset for any clan or mining guild. Its modular standard template construct allowed for the replacement of different weapons and warheads as needed, fulfilling a full spectrum of roles from troop transport to destroying enemy heavy weaponry. As a light vehicle, the Sagittarius often operated alongside the Hecaton heavy fortress, a heavy vehicle. The Sagittarius was one thing, but the STC for the Hecaton land fortress was something even the Imperium envied. However, Nareth had not yet extracted these two STCs during his exchanges with the Votan. As Nareth pondered, the Primarch attendant continued his report. The Squat League will dispatch a 10,000-strong Ironsworn contingent to campaign alongside the Legion. The size of the Ironsworn will gradually increase, ultimately reaching 50,000. Nareth knew the Squat League, having suffered heavy losses, needed time to recover. In the short term, aside from Gardinal, he wouldn't initiate other major campaigns. And for Gardinal, he planned to focus on ordinary Beyonder individuals, which could wait a while. He nodded with satisfaction, saying to Arsena, "Well done. You have worked hard." A short while later, to the melodious strains of Squat long flutes, Nareth walked towards the Grand Hall of the Squat League. Nareth surveyed his surroundings. In his warp insight, the complex emotions in the minds of the Squat League's members as they looked at him and his honor guard were evident. There was a hint of hateful crimson, but also perplexed, pale gray. For Squats, who just endured a major war and are known for holding grudges, their resentment towards the Legion is remarkably faint. The Votan's influence on them is indeed profound. Lorenzo waited at the entrance. As the sole remaining Grimnir Lord, he naturally became the chief. As the only Grimnir Lord, and with a new High Call not yet selected, he had to step forward, directly representing the Squat League to sign the treaty with Nareth. Lorenzo approached Nareth and said, "I have dispatched prospector teams to search the galactic core to select a mineral-rich star for you. I hope this gift and this treaty will establish friendship between us." Nareth smiled and extended his right hand. "It certainly will." His large hand enveloped the Squat's hand. The surrounding Shadows of Order and Squats witnessed this harmonious moment. 2 days after Nareth signed the agreement with the Squat League, the flagships of the 4th and 15th Legions arrived in the Squat system. Heading to the now-surrendered Squat homeworld, both Primarchs, independently and coincidentally, chose to travel aboard the recently received gift, the Aquila lander. In the hangar, Magnus looked at the red-hued craft before him, smiling as he spoke to Amon, beside him. The Aquila lander is indeed an elegant craft. Compared to the Stormbird, its wings are more expansive, reminiscent of the Imperium. Meanwhile, Perturabo circled the silver Aquila lander. His ice-blue eyes scrutinized every part of the steel craft. His mind instinctively deconstructed the entire vehicle into a stream of data. Length, 23.6 meters. Wingspan, 42.9 meters. Height, 16.2 meters. Weight, 84 tons. Nareth did not lie. It is indeed specially crafted for a Primarch. Ferrix was astonished to see his stern father actually wear a rare smile. This was the first time he had seen his father smile. He had thought his Gene Father would always be so serious. The Iron Warriors, since their Gene Father's return, had erupted with greater fighting spirit than before, displaying combat prowess in the assault on the D-1504 system far surpassing the past. But shortly after the Iron Warriors captured the hold, the evaluation was merely, barely adequate, perform better next time. Now, seeing his father display obvious pleasure, Ferrix couldn't help but think to himself. The Aquila lander gifted by Lord Nareth has pleased father greatly. Gaining respect from a brother. As Ferrix pondered the reason, he heard Perturabo's rock-like voice. Bored. Ferrix noticed the smile had completely vanished from his father's face. If he weren't an Astartes, he might have doubted whether the fleeting smile was an illusion. Perturabo took 2 steps towards the deck, speaking as if casually. "Bring the 2 plasma guns I forged." though made casually, they were crafted by my own hand. I shall gift them to my two brothers. Perturabo wasn't worried that his sons would discover that the plasma guns he forged during battle intervals were masterfully crafted works. During moments he wasn't physically forging, he used his talent conceive and refine the weapon in his mind with numbers and craftsmanship standards. Perturabo had drawn upon both Imperial and Squat plasma technology. He was absolutely confident these two weapons surpassed any plasma gun in the Imperium. As you command, Father. Ferrix personally shouldered the two plasma guns. He had seen Perturabo disassemble the Squat's Edekarn pattern plasma guns. The data slate Perturabo gave him had caused the Iron Warrior's plasma gun forging technology to leap forward, achieving stability unmatched among many legions. There were no explosion incidents in subsequent battles. And his father had invested far more thought into those two plasma guns. Every warsmith coveted those two masterpieces. For honor guard equipped with the new pattern plasma guns followed Perturabo and the first captain aboard the Aquila lander. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 408, Chapter 407, Perturabo, Nareth has also mastered the short one's tech. The Aquila lander carrying Perturabo descended slowly onto the primary planet of the Squat system. Perturabo, accompanied by his first captain and 4 guard members armed with plasma guns, stepped off the deck. The envoy from the Squat League, clad in exquisitely crafted armor, felt his body stiffen under the giant's ice-blue gaze. He bowed slightly and spoke in fluent, standard High Gothic. Lord Perturabo, welcome to Squat. Our Grimner Lord and Lord Nareth await you in the banquet hall. Perturabo said nothing. Ferrix, holding a plasma gun in each hand, spoke, lead the way. With vehicles suitable still under development, naturally, there were no vehicles sized for Iron Warriors. The group had to proceed on foot. They moved in silence. Perturabo's mind constantly calculated, absorbing everything around him and swiftly deconstructing it. On 512 scaffolding platforms of varying heights, 3,940 squats climbed, swiftly repairing damaged structures with wrenches and various tools. Perturabo observed that the damaged starport was being rebuilt at a pace rivaling that of Iron Warrior's construction, already operational again. He was not surprised. During the war in the D-1504 system, he had discovered that these squats were adept at building fortresses. Perturabo surveyed his surroundings. Sturdy structures, devices similar to the Imperium's but more durable, and all the clever designs and ingenious constructions during the building process flooded into his mind like a tide. Their designs, their conventions, their methods of use, how all these things operated in principle was grasped by Perturabo. In the process, Perturabo inevitably took note of the squats efficiently moving among the structures and equipment. Their void suit designs, their movements, their expressions, for him, everything could be parsed into data. Perturabo noticed the hateful looks the squats cast towards his group as they passed. A cold smile touched Perturabo's lips. He cared not at all for this. As long as he fulfilled the commands of the War Council and the Emperor, he gave no thought to the enemy sentiments. Moreover, the Mechanicum's genicoders had compared squat genetics to the Imperial gene repository. They were entirely outside the human spectrum. Even by the Imperium's current judgment standard, the skull, as a basis for comparison, the squats fell somewhere between abhuman and xenos. Whether to classify them as human depended entirely on a subjective decision. Perturabo paid no mind to their thoughts. If the Emperor commanded it, he would order them all exterminated. Perturabo's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a squad of warriors in black power armor conversing with squats. The mining vehicles from the Jonas Guild are sturdy and durable. I've decided to purchase 100,000 units first for the worlds under my company's jurisdiction. According to the agreement between the League and the Shadows of Order, for this transaction, I will sell them to you at a 15% discount. Perturabo was not surprised that the Shadows of Order were negotiating trades with the Squat League. He knew the Shadows of Order governed conquered worlds, and their achievements were part of their evaluation for promotion. Squat equipment was sophisticated. It was reasonable for the Shadows of Order to procure it. What surprised Perturabo was that despite the mutual casualties inflicted by the Shadows of Order and the Squat League on each other, which exceeded those of the Iron Warriors, their relationship seemed far more amicable. Those squats seemed to have forgotten the deaths the Shadows of Order had caused them. Before Perturabo could delve into the reason, his attention was captured by the plasma guns carried by the Shadows of Order. Those plasma guns were almost identical to the Edekarn pattern plasma guns used by the squats, merely elongated and scaled-up versions. And the bedrock pattern bolt guns. How is this possible? Waves stirred in Perturabo's ice-blue eyes. No one knew better than him who had personally disassembled the Edekarn pattern plasma gun the differences between it and Imperial weaponry. The Edekarn pattern's linear electromagnetic accelerator, cooling channels, and exhaust ports were completely different from the Imperium's. Involuntarily, Perturabo halted his step. Ferrix and the others stopped as well, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing unusual. Father, what is it? Ferrix asked, puzzled. Nothing. Continue. Perturabo offered no explanation. He had also noticed the bolt guns carried by the Shadows of Order were distinctly different from Imperial ones. He resumed walking, noticing several other squads of Shadows of Order discussing various trades with squats. They all carried Edicon pattern plasma guns and bedrock pattern bolt guns. The Shadows of Order have already mastered the manufacturing methods for these two weapons. How is that possible? Perturabo strode towards a squad of Shadows of Order. The squad member saw the approaching Primarch and bowed in salute. Lord Perturabo. From where does the manufacturing knowledge for your plasma guns and bolt guns come? As I know, our Forge Lord obtained the standard template constructs from our father. The Legion began re-equipping. Did the re-equipment begin after the Squat League surrendered? Perturabo pressed. Nareth obtained the technology from the Squat League. No, the Shadow of Order's answer shocked Perturabo. My squad was re-equipped with bedrock pattern bolt guns a year ago, and with Edicon pattern plasma guns 5 months ago. What? The Squat League had not surrendered then. Nareth couldn't have obtained it from the short ones. The technology came from Nareth. This means he also had a method to disassemble and master the short ones technology. Lord, the Shadow of Order asked hesitantly. Perturabo emerged from his thoughts, masking his confusion. It is nothing. He strode forward, his eyes darkening. Guided by the squat envoy, the group proceeded towards the ceremonial hall. Before the hall, he encountered Arsena waiting to receive him. Lord Perturabo, please follow me. Perturabo's expression remained impassive. He gave a slight nod and followed Arsena. Entering the hall with Arsena, Perturabo saw that besides Nareth, Magnus had also arrived. Nareth saw the 2 plasma guns Ferrix carried behind Perturabo. They bore some resemblance to the Edicon pattern. Having mastered the STC, Nareth was intimately familiar with this pattern's structure. From the extremely smooth exhaust ports and sturdy gun bodies, he could tell these plasma guns were masterfully forged, works of fine craftsmanship. He also looked at the 4 Iron Warriors. The plasma guns they carried also shared structural similarities with the Edicon pattern. Perturabo disassembled the Edicon pattern and mastered the manufacturing technology. Nareth was not surprised. Perturabo had been gifted with aptitude in technology and knowledge by the Emperor. He was both an engineer and a mathematician. No one, not even Ferrus Manus or the Fabricator General of Mars, could rival his technical prowess. Technology differed from forging weapons, it was a profound understanding of principles. In forging weapons, Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus, and Vulcan might slightly surpass Perturabo. But in understanding technology, they fell short of Perturabo. Perturabo's learning ability for binary coding was equally astonishing. His speed in comprehending and calculating binary information could astound even Magi. He could even write entirely new programs for Titans from scratch. If Perturabo had been given the opportunity to intervene in the affairs of the Mechanicum, he might truly have earned honor and recognition as an imperial hero, achieving many great feats, reconciling the Mechanicum, refuting the traditionalists, and creating new armaments. But the Emperor had not placed him in a more suitable position. The plasma guns in Forix's hands are clearly different from the other 4, and he carries them separately. 2 of them. Perturabo wouldn't have specifically forged 2 as gifts, intending to give them to me and Magnus, would he? If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 409, Chapter 408, Perturabo, since you made them, they shouldn't go to waste. Nareth confirmed that the plasma guns in Forix's hands were likely weapons personally forged by Perturabo. He also keenly sensed Perturabo's gloomy countenance, emanating an aura of keeping others at a distance. There was none of that suppressed anticipation of receiving praise after gifting something. Something's off. According to Perturabo's personality, shouldn't he be suppressing the desire for others' approval right now? What went wrong? Plasma weapons. Could it be? A flash of insight struck Nareth. He recalled that all participating chapters were equipped with a certain number of Edicon pattern plasma guns. Could it be that Perturabo saw the plasma guns they were equipped with? He thought his supposedly unique technology appeared in others' hands, thus not wanting to embarrass himself. His depression must have flared up again. Not only is he not giving me a gift, but he's also upset. No. Perturabo, since you made them, they shouldn't go to waste. Thinking this, Nareth immediately spoke. Perturabo, those 2 guns in Forix's hands, you made them, correct? I think, only you could forge such perfect firearms. Their exhaust ports are smooth and unobstructed, the heat dissipation performance. Perturabo looked at Nareth. His words precisely highlighted the exquisite aspects of the plasma guns he had forged. The admiring expression on his face was evident, the curve of his lips just right. All the data indicated Nareth's praise was genuine. Perturabo's eyes suddenly shone brightly. His electronic dreadlocks swayed smoothly. True. Even if Nareth could replicate them, they wouldn't match the unique improvements I made upon the squat's foundation. For these improvements, I invested considerable thought. The Edikarn pattern is more stable and powerful than the Imperium's. The ones I personally forged are 50% more stable and 4 times more powerful than the Edikarn pattern. Perturabo thought with confidence, only I could achieve such improvements. Having reached this conclusion, he said nonchalantly. These 2 guns were casually forged by me. Since you like them, I'll give you one. Magnus. Before Perturabo could finish, Nareth had already reached out and taken a plasma gun from Forix's hand. Forix only saw a black blur before his eyes, then felt the weight in his hand lighten. The plasma gun was now in Lord Nareth's possession. Perturabo was momentarily stunned. Like an unappreciated artist suddenly receiving a connoisseur's admiration, he smiled and said to Magnus. If you also like it, I'll give you the other one. Perturabo, I would of course be pleased to receive your gift, said the red-skinned Cyclops. He took the plasma gun from Forix. Thank you for the gift. Magnus then looked at Nareth. Today was my first time aboard the Aquila lander. Its elegant form immediately brings the Imperial Aquila to mind. The entire flight was smooth and comfortable. The viewing dome offers a wider field of view than observation windows. Magnus was not being insincere. Although his consciousness could expand, entering an ethereal state to survey the entire planet, appreciating the scenery through his single eye was a different artistic experience. It is indeed good. However, it still experiences turbulence when encountering air currents. The stabilizers could be improved. Performance has at least a 30% margin for enhancement, Perturabo said in an engineer's tone. Nareth's eyes brightened. He immediately seized the opportunity, saying, Perturabo, I think you could write down your improvement suggestions. For you, it's a trivial matter. My technical teams might take hundreds or thousands of years to find a way. Good. This won't take me much time, Perturabo said with a smile. I will provide comprehensive improvement suggestions for your Aquila lander. The standard version's performance will increase by 25%. The version suitable for us will increase by 54%. Forix stood with empty hands, curiously observing his gene father. Father seems very different from usual. He's not as stern. He seems relaxed, even happy. Perturabo sensed Forix's gaze. His smile faded, and he asked curiously. Nareth, along the way, I noticed your warriors are equipped with weapons similar to the short ones Edikarn pattern plasma guns and bedrock pattern bolt guns. Your sons told me the technology originated from you. How did you acquire their technology? Did you also disassemble their weapons? Hearing this, Nareth's thoughts raced. The Votan and his concept swap were secrets he could not reveal to Perturabo. Nor would anyone know the truth, for it was already buried. He used the same explanation he had given the Grimnir lords in response to Perturabo's query. Correct. I grasped every detail of them. So that's it. Perturabo nodded, thinking contemplatively. The shadows of order have keen perception. Nareth's keen perception likely isn't limited to other beings. He probably grasped every component. This is replication, not understanding the technology of their manufacture. But it's sufficient for duplication. It's different from my understanding of the manufacturing principles. Nareth sensed Perturabo, as he had guided, thinking along the lines of the gifted talents bestowed by the Emperor. He had previously misled the Grimnir lords into thinking he was a technology-oriented psyker like the late Chief Grimnir Lord. Both instances involved concept swap. Seeing Perturabo had his answer, Magnus' gaze swept over Hathermot. He asked Nareth. In the D-1519 system, I discovered that the clan controlling the local area, though established relatively recently, traces its history back at least several thousand years. Nareth, have you made any discoveries? Nareth nodded slightly. Of course. Hather and I unearthed some knowledge about the Votan League. The squats, also known as the Votan League, primarily comprise 2 main categories, the kin and the iron kin. To elevate Hather's standing in Magnus' eyes, at least ensuring he surpassed other cult primarchs besides Ozek Ahriman, Nareth had shared much knowledge obtained from the Votan with Hather and permitted him to tell Magnus. The more trust Hather gained from Magnus, the more benefit Nareth could derive from the Thousand Sons. Magnus' eyes shimmered, immersed in knowledge. Satisfying his curiosity, he naturally absorbed the information. Perturabo swiftly stored everything Nareth said into memory, ready for recall when needed. Nareth keenly noticed that compared to before the war during planning, Perturabo's attitude had clearly shifted. He asked questions from time to time, not as cold and withdrawn as before. Magnus, of course, was even more curious, asking question after question. The exchange among the 3 Primarchs lasted 5 days, until representatives dispatched by the Mechanicum and Malkador arrived in the squat system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 410, Chapter 409, The First Fellowship Council, Hathor temporarily second only to Magnus. Imperial representatives boarded golden Aquila landers, departing from the ships in squat orbit. 130 aircraft formed an Aquila pattern in the void. Subsequently, the formation flew in orderly fashion to hover above the starport. They halted simultaneously, their engine plumes blossoming over the starport. The Aquila landers descended in neat rows, settling in the landing zones. Officials in Imperial administration clothing, accompanied by entourages, stepped off the decks. Malkador's representative smiled, saying to his attendant beside him, "Only such craft are fitting for us, representatives of the Imperium, those trusted by the Sigillite, to travel in. This is not vanity, but a necessity in service to the Emperor." The attendant beamed, agreeing. "Lord Andrea is wise." "Indeed so. Now, let us meet the Primarchs." A short while later, Andrea met the 3 Primarchs in the palace. He crossed his arms over his chest in the Aquila salute. "Lord Nareth, Lord Magnus, Lord Perturabo." Andrea of the Imperial administration, paying homage to the Primarchs. Perturabo's eyes seemed unfocused. In his mind, the wings of the Aquila lander were isolated, rotating, and disassembling into individual components. Nareth decided to spend the following time in the fane aboard the Forge Hammer, communicating with the Votan to acquire as much technology as possible. "I have already spoken with the Grimner Lord of the Squat League. The subsequent negotiations will be conducted by you, representing the Imperium, with them. I trust you will reach a suitable agreement." "I am quite interested in squat culture," said Magnus. "I will participate in your negotiations." Although he had obtained information about the squats from Nareth, and Hathor had his unique findings, Magnus was curious about this resilient race, whose history was veiled in mist yet whose technology seemed intricately linked to the Imperium. He wished to understand them personally. Nareth and the silent Perturabo then departed. Magnus patiently sat with Andrea and the hastily arrived Mechanicum emissary Muggos to understand the demands of various Imperial factions. Time flowed. After the effects of the 3rd privately tailored stimulant Andrea injected to maintain alertness wore off, he proposed a temporary recess. Magnus, accompanied by Amon, Hathor, and others, left the hall and returned to his flagship. He then announced the convening of the First Fellowship Council. Members of the First Fellowship Council were personally selected by Magnus, a senior body within the Thousand Sons Legion responsible for discussing all current Legion affairs. Its membership was fluid. Whether a Thousand Son could join depended on many factors, a crucial one being his prestige within the Legion. The 5 cults competed for dominance, coveting the valuable positions near the Primarch. Everyone knew that basking in Magnus' radiance granted precious knowledge and great power. Even Magnus' former mentor did not hold a secure seat on the First Council. Lacertian of the Raptora cult fought hard to secure his seat but perished in the recent war in the D-1519 system. Hathor replaced Hastar of the Pavoni cult. Imhoden barely maintained his position within the cult and the First Council, relegated to the margins. Over 20 members followed Magnus to the Red Giant's residence. Within the palace, there were none of the esoteric symbols, bizarre instruments, or mysterious ritual implements many might imagine. The walls were of bright, transparent crystal. The floor was not adamantium from a void ship, but pure white marble quarried from Prospero's deep mountains. Black tiles inlaid with golden threads were meticulously laid into a repeating geometric spiral expanding from the center. Over 20 individuals stood upon the spiral pattern. Parts of the spiral were unoccupied, their former members sent by Magnus to other legions. Their distance from the center served as a symbolic measure of status, also indicating their standing within the First Council to some degree. Ozek Ahriman walked silently along the black spiral, passing 1,000 Sun after another, reaching his position. His position was near the front, but one person, perhaps 2, stood closer to the center than he. The definite one was Hathor. The uncertain other was Amon, captain of the 9th Fellowship. Amon was responsible for training the Legion's Hidden Ones, the Thousand Suns recon units. Ahriman neither saw nor sensed Amon's presence. Few could discern this individual's whereabouts. Among those present, only Magnus knew his location. Ahriman felt no discontent. Since the Primarch's return, he had decreed that captains must complete secondments for learning, and this was part of the evaluation criteria. Amon did not stand beside Magnus as usual. In the First Council, he participated as a fellowship captain, not as an attendant. He stood slightly ahead and to the side of Ahriman, looking at Hathor opposite him. Within the Pavoni cult, Hathor stood several meters ahead of Imhoden, the cult's leader. Both he and Hastar had been overtaken by Hathor, as had Amon himself. In the First Council, rank was expressed not only by distance from the spiral center but also by many subtle factors, who stood beside whom, who blocked whose sight line, who remained visible, and the curvature of the line connecting each person to the solar disk. All of it was a contest for core influence. The subtle interplay between each member's footing wove a web of power only Magnus could read. Ahriman stood slightly behind and to the side of Amon, while Hastar stood farther from Hathor. This clearly indicated his status, surpassed by Hathor. At least for now, Hathor was at the apex of the First Council. Above the center of the spiral, directly beneath the crystal spire, was a glorious golden disk in the shape of a sun, positioned at the convergence of the white marble and black spiral tiles, precisely at the palace's geometric center. Amon saw the crimson Magnus step onto the golden sun, nodding to the assembly. The chamber yet requires the Sotham sigil, Amon announced. His crimson armor blended with the shadows cast from the dome. Others in the First Council heard his voice but saw no one. Magnus nodded. From his waist, he took a golden sickle-like blade. With a thumb's flick, the hilt smoothly extended, transforming with a low hum into a long-hafted weapon. He tapped the solar disk with the sickle, tracing an intricate, convoluted pattern on the floor. Hathor felt the world around him grow dim in an instant. The entire palace was now shielded from external scrutiny. At this moment, no one could perceive events within the palace through any technological means or psychic method. He frowned slightly. The sudden severance from the warp was disconcerting. But he was still an empath, able to peer into others' thoughts like Fennec. Hathor looked towards the center. During today's council, Magnus' pupil had shifted to a violet hue. He wore a scholar's smile, his gaze fixed upon Hathor. Hathor knew that as the leading member of the First Council, second only to the Primarch, it fell to him to formally open. Only on Prospero did the First Council communicate via the ether. Here, the Thousand Sons were forced to use crude language for discourse. I am Hathor Mott of the Pavoni cult. Who has come to this First Council? Corvidi cult, Ozek Ahriman. Over 20 individuals announced their names in turn. Hathor finally reported to Magnus. Phocis accompanies Lord Perturabo. Colophis is seconded to the Emperor's children. Aside from them, we are gathered here. None other are present, Amon confirmed. Before Magnus spoke, his eyes swept over the assembled faces. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 411, Chapter 410, Becoming a Magister Tempi, who will be the chief librarian? Magnus' gaze finally settled upon Hathor Mott. With a scholar's curious smile, much like when he ascended the lectern on Prospero, he spoke. Hathor has discovered some interesting things about the squats. Let us now hear his findings. Welcome Hathor Mott of the Pavoni cult to share his discoveries with us, said the Primarch's equerry, 9th Fellowship Captain Amon. The telephotist looked at the Primarch. Unlike Primarchs like Perturabo, who showed little emotion, his father displayed evident curiosity. Today, the violet hue of his single eye shimmered with bright inquisitiveness. Amon remained hidden in his unseen place. Even with the Sotham sigil deployed, shielding psychic activity, he did not reveal himself. One could only discern his location by the vague source of his voice, suggesting he was in the direction of Ozek Ahriman's Corvidi cult. Ahriman's gaze lingered upon him, containing scrutiny and a hint of wariness. Is he wary of me surpassing his status, gaining greater authority within the Thousand Sons? The telephotist swiftly surveyed his surroundings, simultaneously feeling a dissolving sensation within. Finally, his gaze returned to his gene-father. The perfectly sculpted features of the Pavoni cult wore a charming smile. To fulfill Nareth's command and elevate his own standing, Hathor decided to present information known to very few. The squats should, in fact, be called the Votan League, or the kin. The Votan is also known as the Ancestor Corps. All kin, whether of the Forge or the Iron kin, originate from the genetic template stored within. I believe, Father, you have already noticed they possess not only strong resistance to psychic influence but also considerable resilience against other psychic arts. Magnus nodded slightly. Indeed. Their physiques are remarkably resilient. Please allow me to demonstrate. Hathor retrieved a data slate from his waist. His fingers tapped lightly, calling up the secrets of the Votan League that Nareth had entrusted to him. Though he believed his lord he served possessed greater wisdom and power than his gene-father, he had no doubt about his father's perceptiveness. Only substantive content would earn his father's attention. Though the telephotist couldn't read Nareth's explicit thoughts, he believed the clone-woven technology was not an absolute secret that must never be revealed. Moreover, this part of the data slate contained mostly genetic template data for the non-Grimner kin. As his gene-father would have no interest in creating kin without psychic talent, his curiosity was purely for knowledge. Text and images flashed before the eyes of many Thousand Sons. Even with psychic powers isolated, the Thousand Sons retained superhuman vision to see its contents. But they had not mastered the squat language. With psychic powers cut off, relying solely on their minds, they could not quickly decipher it. Combining Hathor's parsed parallel Gothic text, they frowned deeply, beginning to decode the squat script. Magnus' violet eye shimmered. Images and text flowed through his mind like a river. Moments later, Magnus' purple eye flashed. Clone-woven technology, weaving genetics. The Votan League's technology indeed has unique aspects. Are there any other discoveries? Hather remained silent for a moment. Compared to pure knowledge like clone-woven technology, he had also been entrusted with a rune. This rune was one from among those used in the warp circuits of the COG drones of the Grimner, serving to gather psychic energy. Nareth told him to decide whether to show it to his depending on the situation. The telepathist could not precisely gauge how much presenting the rune would elevate his standing in Magnus' eyes. In a breath, Hather made a decision. He would try. Now was the moment he believed was the only chance to win a status equal to Ahriman's in Magnus' eyes. Before the Thousand Sons reunited with their gene father, Ahriman had been the Legion's de facto commander, leading them through that perilous era. Now, Ahriman had not yet completed his secondment. Hather still had a chance. Once Ahriman completed his secondment, the vacant position of Chief Librarian, his hope was much smaller than Ahriman's. Becoming Chief Librarian would grant more power. More knowledge and secrets would pass through his purview. He could also offer more to his lord. Thinking this, Hather made his decision. He raised his arm and swiftly traced a rune, a pentagon nested within a circle. Because the Sodom sigil isolated the warp, the rune elicited no effect. But Magnus keenly perceived this rune's uniqueness. This is a rune capable of inducing psychic change. It does not belong to any known category. An excellent discovery. Is there anything else? No more. This rune is my greatest discovery. Hather knew his lord had captured several COG drones and likely already possessed complete warp circuits, but clearly he was unwilling to give them to Magnus. Magnus nodded with a hint of regret. He could sense this rune was incomplete, seemingly part of a larger psychic array. Such situations had occurred twice before since the Thousand Sons left Prospero. In ruins of two different civilizations, they had recovered over a dozen incomplete runes, all belonging to lost cultures. But the runes obtained in the past, compared to this one from the Votan League, were far less potent. If only a complete one could be obtained. After a moment of disappointment, Magnus addressed the assembly. Members of the First Council, Hather accompanied my brother Nareth on a most fruitful journey within the shadows of order. He has also added knowledge of the Votan League to the Legion during the war with the Squat League and discovered a rune containing peculiar power. In light of his accomplishments, his prestige within the Thousand Sons, his knowledge and capability, his understanding of Pavoni arts, he is worthy of becoming the Magister Templi of the Pavoni cult and captain of the Third Fellowship. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Hather's eyes. Though becoming the second captain after Amon, who didn't require a secondment experience, and becoming a Magister Templi of one of the 5 cults was significant, it still fell short of his expectations. From the start of his secondment, he was destined to become a captain. Within the Pavoni cult, whether Prospero or Terran-born, no one's psychic power rivaled his. Even the founders of the Pavoni cult, Hastar and Imhoden, had long been surpassed by him in their arts. The Magister Templi position was virtually assured. What he wanted was the vacant position of Chief Librarian. The telepathist's eyes swept over the crowd congratulating him. He saw the look in Ahriman's eyes directed at him carried a touch of gravity. The telepathist then looked towards his gene father, finding his single eye glancing between himself and Ahriman. Could it be that the gene father will choose between me and Ahriman to be the Legion's Chief Librarian? My contribution this time wasn't useless, it has earned me this opportunity. Suddenly, Hather felt as if a star had exploded within him. He thought to himself, I have become a true telepathist. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 412, Chapter 411, a rune in exchange for Magnus Sotham's sigil. After the Thousand Sons' first council concluded, Magnus drew the sickle blade. With a swing, the invisible barrier of the Sotham sigil was dispelled. The Thousand Sons felt their connection to the warp restored, powerful energy returning to their grasp. As Magnus rehung the sickle at his waist, he raised his left arm, swiftly tracing a rune in the air. The pattern of a pentagon nested within a circle was quickly completed. The Thousand Sons sensed the warp's tides beating against the rune, gathering around their gene father. This rune can channel the warp's tides. Its effect is quite good. Ozek Ahriman's eyes were profound. Indeed. Hather has contributed a useful rune to us. Magnus slowly traced the pattern again, ensuring all Thousand Sons remembered it. As the Thousand Sons departed, he said to Hathermot, Hather, you stay. When only Magnus, Hather, and the shadowed Amon remained on the deck, the red-skinned Cyclops spoke. Hather, that rune, did you discover it together with my brother, Nareth? Father, yes. Hather's eyes flashed. He had already guessed his father's purpose for asking. The endless thirst for knowledge. It is part of an array. There are other runes. Nareth may possess other runes. Through communication on Prospero, Magnus knew Nareth possessed powerful psychic strength and skill. Among his brothers, he was only slightly weaker than Magnus himself. In telepathy and telekinesis, the might be evenly matched. If Hathor had discovered something, Nareth likely found more. You shall serve as my representative, under the pretext of communicating negotiation progress, to attempt to obtain other runes. As you command, Father. Hathor acknowledged. This provided an opportunity to report to his lord. Hathor then boarded a stormbird, flying towards the forge hammer. 2 hours later, he entered the lower deck's fane. He approached the black-armored giant, who wore a sword at his right hip and a plasma pistol at his left. The plasma gun personally forged by Perturabo was a two-handed weapon for an Astartes, but for a Gene Primarch, it was merely a pistol. My lord. After bowing, Hathor, somewhat anxious about not achieving the desired outcome, decided to start with the positive. In the recently concluded First Council, I became the Magister Templi of the Pavoni Cawl, and was formally appointed third captain. Well done. Congratulations. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. His investment in Hathor was beginning to yield returns. Before the Great Slaughter, the Thousand Sons were the smallest of the 18 Astartes legions in terms of numbers, yet still numbered 85,000. In the future, the Thousand Sons would have only 9 fellowships. Although they currently had 10, during the middle phase of the Great Crusade, they suffered heavy casualties in the war against the Orcs in the Kamenka-Yulizarna system. The captain of the 5th Fellowship, the Magister Templi of the Corvidi cult, Ahriman's close friend Apophis, also perished in that battle. Magnus restructured the legion, reducing it from 10 to 9 fellowships, modeled after the ancient Egyptian Ennead. Moreover, the 5 cults were distributed among the 9 fellowships to enable coordinated use of their different psychic powers. Of course, the captain's cult would dominate within their respective companies. As captain of the 3rd Fellowship and Magister Templi of the Pavoni cult, before the Great Slaughter, the number of Thousand Sons Hathor could influence would conservatively reach 10,000. Provide details about the First Council proceedings. Yes. Seeing his lord was relatively pleased, Hathor relaxed slightly. As the leading member of the First Council, second only to the Primarch, I was responsible for opening the council. After Ozek Ahriman and other Thousand Sons announced their names in turn, I reported to the Gene Father. Father then drew the sickle, tapped the solar disk, and traced the Sodom sigil on the floor. Nareth's eyes brightened. He knew this sigil was one of the most powerful among the many sigils created by Magnus. Yes, the Sodom sigil. It severs connection to the warp on one side. All Thousand Sons present lose their psychic powers. No one can perceive the council's proceedings through technological or psychic means. Father once said that once the Sodom sigil is deployed, even the Emperor himself could not penetrate the invisible barrier. After listening to Hathor's description, Nareth thought to himself. Perhaps the Emperor truly cannot break through, or perhaps only the versions etched into Prospero or Magnus' flagship, made from precious warp-reactive materials, can truly bar him. But hastily or temporarily deployed ones in places like campaign tents might not withstand the Emperor's scrutiny. If Magnus possessed an artifact like the Spear of the Phoenician, personally infused with power by the Emperor, he could see through it regardless. Quietly assessing this in his mind, while listening to Hathor continue describing the process, Nareth thought. The kingdom of disorder can block all scrutiny. But in the real space, I indeed lack such means. The range of burial isn't broad enough. While Freddy is on the darkness pathway, he hasn't mastered this type of ability. Psychic wards can block scrutiny to some extent, but they aren't particularly powerful, unable to stop potent psychers. As Nareth pondered, Hathor spoke with slight tension. Since Father's return, he has not established the position of Chief Librarian. Unlike the Shadows of Order and other legions, in the Thousand Sons, a Fellowship Captain can also hold the position of Chief Librarian. Brother Ahriman commanded the Legion before the Gene Father's return. Although Ormus died, Ozek's position has grown more solid. To become Chief Librarian and serve you, I must win Father's favor before Ahriman completes his secondment. The telepathist looked towards Nareth and continued. Therefore, I shared the rune you told me about during the First Council. Nareth nodded slightly and smiled. Since I entrusted it to you, you naturally could decide based on the situation. No need for concern. Hathor breathed a sigh of relief. Nareth asked. Do you know the Sodom sigil? I do not. Hathor said helplessly. Only Father can complete the Sodom sigil. He explained in detail. Although the Sodom sigil's pattern is complex, it's not difficult for a Thousand Son. The reason it cannot be completed lies in the psychic application during its tracing. Every tap must be precisely executed with the psychic force, without the slightest error. Only Father can achieve this. Hathor knew that even Ozek couldn't complete the Sodom sigil. Perhaps the mysterious Amon might be able to, but he didn't think the Primarch attendant could either. I can only trace about 1/3 of it. Open your mind to me. I wish to personally explore its mysteries. Nareth said. Since Magnus had obtained his rune, it was only reasonable for him to acquire the sigil Magnus created. Although the value between the two was vastly different, they were both runes. No need to haggle over such details. By obtaining the Sotham sigil, he could use it as a foundation to create his own sigils for secrecy, useful in many situations. Hathor hesitated slightly. Any psyker, especially a Thousand Sun, knew the consequences of opening one's mind to another. Powerful telepathic psykers needed to breach mental defenses to manipulate minds. Opening one's mind meant even a psyker with some skill could seize the opportunity to control the mind, even enslave the will. But Hathor knew he lacked the ability to refuse. Hathor could not resist the Baron of Corruption's command. He compliantly opened his mind to Nareth. As you wish. Nareth's consciousness extended, seeping into Hathor's mind. On the flesh and blood mental gateway forged by Pavoni arts, embedded with sparkling eyes, the telepathist's psychic reflection, Nareth's consciousness encountered no obstruction. Seeping into Hathor's mind, he swiftly located two mental images. In the Prospero Hall, Magnus tracing the Sotham sigil. On the flagship's palace, him tracing the Sotham sigil again. Every movement of Magnus wielding the sickle unfolded before Nareth like a playing film. Every motion was deeply etched into the Primarch's superhuman brain. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 413, Chapter 412, Supporting Hathor Mott to become the Thousand Suns Chief Librarian. After Nareth obtained the Sotham sigil, his consciousness withdrew from Hathor Mott's mind. He recalled the entire process of Magnus tracing the Sotham sigil, the images flashing through his mind. The Baron of Corruption drew the Sword of Vol. Spirituality covered the blade as he used concept swap. The Sword of Vol is a sword. A physical blade is a blade. Therefore, the Sword of Vol is also a physical blade. The Sword of Vol tapped. The shimmering energy field seemed not to exist as the blade swiftly glided. The convoluted pattern Nareth traced psychically started slowly but gradually accelerated. The Sotham sigil rapidly took form. Hathor stared in astonishment as Nareth completed the tracing of the Sotham sigil in an instant. Apart from the different materials, the sigil was practically identical to the one drawn by his gene father. His thoughts froze. After a moment of stunned silence, he recalled his own struggle with the Sotham sigil, which he couldn't complete. Yet, his lord had mastered it in a flash. Hathor exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, I feel my connection to the warp forcibly severed. The Sotham sigil you traced isn't just in form, it possesses the same effect as the one father draws. In the future, you might also master this sigil, or one with similar effects." Nareth swung the Sword of Vol, dispelling the barrier created by the Sotham sigil. Although the Sotham sigil had powerful shielding effects, being based on psychic power, it wasn't as good as creating a sigil based on spirituality. Once Hathor mastered such a sigil, it could also block the tutelary that might follow him in the future from eavesdropping during remote communication. The Sotham sigil had the same effect, but Hathor couldn't wield psychic power to complete it. "Thank you, my lord," Hathor said, continuing his report. "Using the power you bestowed upon me, I observed father's behavior. I suspect he might choose between me and Ozek Arman to serve as chief librarian. My series of performances, including contributing the clone-woven technology and the rune this time, have earned me this opportunity." Nareth nodded slightly, thinking to himself. If events proceed unchanged, the Thousand Suns will join the Iron Warriors to travel to Morningstar, rescuing the local humans trapped by magnetic field anomalies. Perhaps that will be Magnus' test. Strive for it wholeheartedly. If needed, I will provide you support. Father is very interested in the other runes matching that one. He sent me here hoping to obtain them from you. Hathor candidly stated Magnus' request, leaving the decision to his lord. I will give you several runes to take back to Magnus. Having obtained the more valuable Sotham sigil from Magnus, Nareth didn't mind investing a bit more. If it helped Hathor become chief librarian, greater returns could be gained. The Baron of Corruption observed Hathor's unified aura. He asked, "You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you." "My lord, I believe so. I had the same feeling as last time." Hathor replied. "Give me the data slate. Wait outside." Nareth took the slate and proceeded to the Kingdom of Disorder. He ordered the Jokero to prepare the potion for the Visionary Pathway Sequence 7 Psychiatrist using golden-eyed fruit. While the Jokero worked swiftly, Nareth rapidly input 5 runes into the slate. Along with the previous rune, they all belonged to part of the same psychic matrix. Among the warp circuit's COG drones, these 6 runes were sometimes directly connected, sometimes dispersed. Combined, they could gather warp energy within a certain surrounding radius, achieving roughly 1/5 of the original matrix's effect. Nareth obtained the Psychiatrist potion and returned to the real space. Moments later, Hathor was promoted to Psychiatrist. After reining in the power, he took the data slate to review the runes within. "My lord, I will certainly make good use of the power and runic mysteries you have bestowed to win the position of chief librarian." Hathor then departed with the data slate. He wouldn't immediately return to the Thousand Suns flagship. He wanted his father to know he had exerted tremendous effort to obtain these runes. This was both to avoid his father asking him to attempt to obtain more runes and to highlight the value of his effort. Nareth, holding the newly acquired STC data for the Sagittor multi-role infantry vehicle obtained through Votan, entered the elevator. 2 minutes later, Nareth entered the primary forge deck. He looked around. Dozens of decks had been merged, the total area at least half again larger than the Dreadnought deck. 12 control consoles were distributed across the primary forge deck, operating the surrounding machinery. Dense cables spread like spiderwebs, connecting the machines together. Nareth's gaze was then drawn to the area marked with the Gothic numeral 8. He saw Marlena Scara standing in the experimental zone, clad in armor of a forest green hue. Compared to other armors, Marlena's suit had numerous densely packed apertures on the arms, sides, and legs. Within these apertures, green filled the spaces, vines, algae, fungi, spores densely packed. Clearly, this was an armor suit designed to complement the abilities of a Mother Pathway Beyonder. Malevolus and Rozicki stood before a control console, monitoring sensor data fed back onto the visual screen before them and surrounding image screens. Nareth walked over. He saw Rozicki lean close to the microphone and speak. 49th experiment. Begin recording. Marlena's tea-brown pupils shimmered with light. She raised an arm, pressing a red gemstone on the waist of her green armor. The red gemstone flashed. The armor glowed. Warp circuits activated. Vast power surged. Nareth keenly sensed the immense power gathering within the palm-thick glass enclosure. Marlena's body was lifted by the surging power. Her eyes shone like stars, arcs of electricity coiling like snakes around her. Marlena pushed both hands forward. In the area covered by her left hand, the writhing catachan viper clusters on the ground rapidly swelled. With a bang, the flesh of hundreds of venomous snakes exploded, splattering. A spear of lightning coalesced in Marlena's fair right hand. Psychic lightning crackled, striking directly at a decommissioned tank. Dazzling arcs danced across the tank. With another bang, it became a pile of metallic wreckage. After destroying all experimental targets before her, Marlena turned, clasping her hands together. Immense power concentrated between them. Marlena's figure blurred. Her hands pushed heavily against a crystal sphere glowing with white light. Rozicki watched the rapidly climbing readings, fingers flying over the visual screen, recording data. Nareth stepped onto the control platform and asked, "How is the progress?" If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 414, Chapter 413, The Artisan. Rozicki and Malevolus turned and bowed. Then, the Forge Lord reported. "My lord, the Dominum armor suit suitable for Psykers has been successfully developed. The average test results show a 10% increase in power for biomancy spells. Notably, the initial average test result was 9%. It gradually increased, reaching 11% in the most recent test. This indicates the Dominum armor's adaptive and personal growth systems are gradually taking effect in the psychic aspect." Malevolus glanced at Rozicki beside him and said admiringly. The Forge Lord's ingenious ideas and unparalleled skill achieved this innovative accomplishment. Malevolus had always believed that in the field of armor crafting, he was unmatched within the Imperium. Even when crafting armor alongside Ferrus Manus, he marveled at the Primarchs' ingenuity, but their contributions were nearly equal. Rozicki, however, astonished Malevolus. Throughout the R&D process, initially, Malevolus led. But when a series of problems arose, before he could devise solutions, Rozicki quickly found answers. The first challenge was how to integrate warp circuits into the Dominum armor's established system. The obstacle was that the Sage Grimnir system is a completely different framework, evident in their physical forms. Grimnirs are also kin. Their physical resilience surpasses ordinary humans, allowing them to wear heavy armor, much like Astartes Psykers. Nareth nodded. Having mastered clone-woven technology, he understood Malevolus's point. Grimnir genetics share approximately 63% similarity with normal kin. They possess resilient physiques, capable of wearing heavy armor, at least enhancing their protection. Yet they wear only robes. I researched the kin's void armor. I found that bonded alloy and the runes inscribed upon it conflict with the runes on Grimnir and the warp circuit system of the COG drones. That is why they don't wear battleplate like Legion warriors. Similarly, the various systems within the Dominum armor conflict with the Grimnir system. Malevolus's eyes shone as he looked at Rozicki. The Forge Lord improved the Dominum armor's original systems, reducing their spatial footprint within the armor while enhancing their effects. Most astonishingly, he also constructed 2 external modules on the adaptive module. One connects to the warp circuits. Malevolus watched Marlena Scara step out of the test chamber and continued. Within the Dominum armor's spatial frame, warp circuits are installed. On Marlena's waist, controlled by a red energy stone. The other module externally connects to Marlena's various plants. This was another part of her requirements. To accommodate these plants, providing space and facilitating their release presented another immense challenge, arguably more difficult than system conflict. Please allow me to illustrate with visuals. Very well. Nareth walked to the visual screen to hear Malevolus's professional explanation. Besides the personal growth and adaptive systems, the Dominum armor has a complete self-sustaining system providing regular sustenance for the wearer. Its self-repair function ensures infrequent maintenance is needed. But both these systems, like others, require a sealed environment to function. This conflicts with Marlena's needs. The Forge Lord again demonstrated his creativity. Through design, he layered the plants, increasing storage capacity while creating a sealed environment. Malevolus operated the console, magnifying this section. Nareth saw densely packed various plants filling the spaces. Rozicki's design allowed inner layer plants to fill gaps between adjacent outer layer plants. Through multiple nested layers, gaps were filled, creating a sealed environment. He integrated the self-sustaining system with the plants. Marlena can cultivate plants. The plants are decomposed and absorbed by the self-sustaining system, then provided to the armor's wearer. Nareth saw the new module Malevolus displayed. On the highlighted curved electronic tubing on the back, hundreds of branch-like needles pierced the plants, extracting nutrients. These circulated within the tubing, eventually injecting nutrients into the body through contact points like the arms. The other direction of the self-sustaining cycle was retained. Waste would still be converted into nutrients, fed back to the plants, promoting their growth. This would reduce Marlena's expenditure in cultivating plants. This modification by the Forge Lord fully utilizes Marlena's abilities, allowing her to fight nearly indefinitely. Combined with my ability to catalyze plants, disregarding mental fatigue, my body could indeed sustain limitless combat. Marlena added a comment. It should also be emphasized that although sensors can't detect my precognitive abilities, I do feel improvement in this aspect. Even without actively using the ability, I often see glimpses of the future. When actively used, it's about a 5% enhancement. This armor exceeds my expectations for optimal performance. Moreover, it will continuously evolve with use. The armor forged by the Forge Lord is unparalleled. Hearing praise from the finest armor craftsman Malevolus and the suit's user Marlena, a proud smile appeared on Rozicki's face. This is all due to the power my lord bestowed upon me. Malevolus, as long as you serve my lord faithfully, you will possess similar power in the future. Nareth nodded slightly. Before becoming a Beyonder, Rozicki's innate talent, especially in armor crafting, couldn't compare to Malevolus. After advancing to Sequence 6 Artisan, Rozicki's in mechanics underwent a transformation. In Malevolus's area of expertise, he surpassed him, becoming a top-tier armor master. Of course, this was because Rozicki was originally the Legion's finest tech marine. An ordinary person without any talent wouldn't achieve this level of improvement. As for Malevolus, he had only just digested archaeologist through studying squat technology, becoming an appraiser 5 days ago. He hadn't yet advanced to artisan for the qualitative leap. As Nareth pondered, the Forge Lord continued his report. My lord, through this period of research on the Dominum armor, I've discovered its limitations. Especially regarding defensive capability. Even the most protective pattern struggles to compare with Terminator armor. It's slightly stronger than power armor but consumes several times the resources. Moreover, this pattern cannot evolve like others. For many court member, Terminator suits are more suitable. We should use them as a foundation, attempting to incorporate adaptive systems and personal growth modules. Nareth nodded, agreeing with the Forge Lord's idea. Indeed. You and the Beyonder whose starting points are Lawyer, Arbiter, Sleepless, Apprentice, Bard, and Gravedigger should all use Terminator armor as a foundation. Not only is it more suitable, but equipping time will also be shorter. Other court members should also integrate Dominum armor and power armor technology, fully leveraging their abilities while retaining armor of matching size providing sufficient protection. Another major disadvantage of Dominum armor is its customized design, consuming too much time. Rozicki and Malevolus collaborated intensely for months to complete it. In the same time, they could finish one Saturnine Terminator prototype or several Cataphractii Terminators. Compared to power armor, even Terminators, Dominum armor consumes greater resources and is harder to mass produce. It can only gradually spread from higher sequence Beyonder to lower sequence ones. I will have Arsena come here. With the experience designing for Psychers, you can complete it more easily. Arsena's path doesn't require plants or such. The customization time should be much shorter. And also the witch Maria Kornikova and others. For conquering Cardinal, Beyonders outside the shadows of order were the main force he placed his hopes upon. Nareth handed the data crystal containing the Sagittor STC to the Forge Lord. Then, he returned to the lower decks Fane to continue communicating with the Votan. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 415, Chapter 414, The True Victor. 4th month, 852.m30, the lower decks of the Forge Hammer. Arsena Dunn, clad in immaculate white armor, entered the fane. The moment Arsena stepped into the fane, Nareth was aware of his arrival. He turned his head and saw Arsena's armor covered in runes. The black runes on his chest and abdomen matched those on the Grimner. The runes on his arms were Eldari Fire Dragon runes. The runes on his legs came from other Xenos, like the Frail. Nareth watched Arsena approach. He asked, "Are you satisfied with the armor the Forge Lord crafted for you?" "My lord, I am most satisfied. This armor combines the Rangdan personal energy shield, the Squat's shieldweave technology, and bonded alloy. Without hindering movement, it provides protection comparable to power armor. This is because I don't have special requirements like Marlena." He hovered his left hand above the black energy stone on his waist. "Through experiments, activating the warp circuits increases my psychic spell power by 12%. Activating the Eldari Fire Dragon runes on my arms further enhances fire-based spells by 15%. Nareth nodded. The White Tower pathway didn't have special requirements before advancing to Sequence 6 Polymath. After becoming a Polymath, based on the abilities learned and analyzed, special needs would arise. Currently, Arsena's special requirements stemmed from psychic aspects, especially the Fire Dragon runes. Nareth could see the Fire Dragon runes inscribed on Arsena's arms were vivid, crimson hues concealing potent power. Clearly, the psychic materials and craftsmanship were top tier. Although the Legion had many psychic artisans, only 2 possessed this level of skill. Santiago came from the Borgkamp family, generations of psychic artisans. But he had just succeeded as Lord of the 5th chapter, busy repairing the Kalium Gate. He wouldn't be here. That left the technology-oriented psyker, Miguel, the family that forged psychic blades. Miguel inscribed them for you. Your discernment is correct, my lord. Indeed, him. Research on the Imga monolith has made some new progress. Miguel was ordered to come report. Later, I will see him personally. Nareth looked at the Arsena holding a data slate. Has the Imperium reached an agreement with the Squat League? After prolonged negotiations, Imperium representatives and the Squat League have reached an agreement. Arsena's eyes shone. He said with a full smile. The Squat League is willing to join the Imperium and provide the Imperium with a portion of its manufactured weaponry and equipment output. Notably, the Imperial Administration representative set the minimum output quota at a mere 1.5%. Although the Squat League's 1.5% output rivals that of most Imperial industrial worlds, in our subsequent agreement, the minimum share is 4%. Nareth nodded slightly. The Squat League's strength had indeed secured them quite favorable terms. Arsena continued his report. The Squat League has assembled an Ironsworn contingent. The number of kin reaches 20,000. Having just experienced a major war, the Squat's recovery speed is remarkably fast. Besides ships requiring time to build, their numbers have likely recovered by at least half. Nareth was not surprised at all. Deceased Squats return to the Votan. Their memories become data, forging future kin. Their bodies become materials fed into the forges, shaped into new kin by clone-woven technology. All Squats know they are born from the forges. They fully accept this process, viewing return to the Votan as an honor. Nareth remarked with feeling, for any kin of the Forge, the greatest punishment is exile, losing the qualification to return to the Votan. So that's why. No wonder the Squat League is so confident, displaying a tough stance towards Imperium representatives. Arsena exclaimed. Mars, during negotiations, although not obtaining standard template constructs, gained the qualification for observation and learning. The Squat League permits them to visit certain factories. How much they gain depends on the tech priest's abilities. The terms reached by the Imperium and Mars aligned roughly with what he remembered. In the normal course of the war, the Imperium gained nominal submission and a small output share. Mars would acquire some technology. The Iron Warriors obtained stable plasma gun manufacturing technology. The Thousand Suns received several warp energy gathering runes from me and gained knowledge of Squat history. The true victor is me. Most of the Squat's conventional technology, I obtained from the Votan. Owning over 20 systems, the Squat League's 4% output rivals most Forge worlds. Trading priority and preferential terms. A star. An Ironsworn contingent of at least 50,000. As Nareth reflected, the Arsena reminded him. My lord, the Legion is about to depart. You previously designated the Ramles-class Starfort as the future trading location with the Squat League. Should we arrange for Shadows of Order to garrison it? After a moment's thought, Nareth instructed, order the first chapter to select a lieutenant and a squad to remain. A short while later, Miguel entered the fane. He approached the Primarch. Father, research on the second chamber has achieved preliminary results. We deciphered part of its contents regarding methods to create anti-psychic fields. Beneath the chamber's control area, we discovered a large matrix. Activating it would generate a field covering a vast area. We couldn't determine if activation would trigger uncontrollable consequences, so we didn't act recklessly. Do not activate the control runes. Nareth knew activating the anti-psychic field within the Imga monolith wouldn't cause consequences like the Pariah Nexus. After the Great Rift opened, the Cybelax warp storm's interstellar travel wasn't affected. The anti-psychic field was prepared for the replication ships. Once activated, it might trigger a chain reaction, prematurely activating the Necron artifact. As Nareth pondered, Miguel continued his report. Creating an anti-psychic field requires a substance called blackstone. Within the Imga monolith, a portion of stored blackstone exists. Our first replication product has been transported to the Shadow's sovereignty. As the technology is still immature, the device is as large as a tank. Activation requires at least 1 Terran-hour. Its effective radius is only 1 kilometer centered on it. Although the anti-psychic field generated by the Imga monolith couldn't dispel warp storms, the energy field created by its technology could isolate the warp within a certain range, proving highly effective against psychers and demons. I understand. The Baron of Corruption gazed at Miguel. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Father, I believe so. After committing numerous Necron runes to memory, I always feel a dissolving sensation within. I think I am now a true savant. Miguel, promoted to Sequence 8, archaeologist, departed 3 days later, returning to the Imga monolith to continue archaeology on the tens of millions of years old Necron artifact. The Shadows of Order fleet set sail, departing from the Squat League. Among the black warships, 14 deep gray, thick-hulled ships stood out conspicuously. The smallest among them matched Imperial cruisers in length, with even thicker hulls. 20,000 elite kin, 50,000 iron kin, 130,000 miners, and artisans departed the Galactic Core for the first time. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinsu. Chapter 416, Chapter 415, William of the Woodcast. En route to the Mandeville Point, Nareth received the navigator leader, Aiden Vischer, in his private office aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty. Aiden wore ornate jewels on his forehead, concealing his third eye. Nareth keenly noticed his body already showed some visible signs of mutation. His skin was slightly pale. Scale-like plates were on his wrists, hidden within his sleeves. Aiden, what is the matter? Lord Nareth, the alliance the Vischer family established with the Legion is envied by many other navigators. They wish to establish varying degrees of cooperative relations with the Legion. I convey their requests to you, inviting you to visit Uranus as a guest. Within the solar system, there were 2 major warp gates, Uranus's Elysian Gate and Pluto's Chthonic Gate. After the Great Crusade began, incorporating Uranus's settlements and moons into the nascent Imperium, void ships frequently entered and exited the warp through the Elysian Gate. Navigator families established their new domains on Uranus's 27 moons. Compared to the scarce land on Terra, these new domains offered more space and were more convenient for hiding secrets beneath their glorious facade, secrets not for outsiders' eyes. Nareth had originally planned to travel to the Sol system, having some members of his treasure-hunting teams join the Legion to play a role in the upcoming Cardinal campaign. After brief consideration, he agreed to Aiden's request. I would be pleased to visit the Navigator families as a guest. I will immediately chart a course, guiding the Shadow's sovereignty to the Sol system. Aiden bowed slightly, saluted, and departed quickly. While the Shadow's sovereignty traveled to the Sol system, Cardinal Prime. William would sprinted across the wilderness. At 9 years old, his clothes were tattered, holding only a rusted dagger. On Cardinal, each person's fate was determined from birth. The caste they were born into decided their destiny, their social stratum, their profession, their food, everything about them. For thousands of years, Wood had been the worker caste. Tens of thousands of Woods were all workers, without exception. But William refused to accept this fate. Visions flashing before his eyes drove him to become a deserter. He knew that from the moment he left the shabby shanty town, he had only himself. His caste, the higher caste masters, would not tolerate him. If caught, his parents, his kin, no one would tolerate his transgression. Death would be his best outcome. Punishments like immersion in medicinal liquid followed by ant feeding, flaying, and other tortures, methods he was told as soon as he could speak, were reserved for those daring to challenge the hereditary system. William bit his lip hard. He warned himself mentally. Between chemical plants B12 and B13, dozens of kilometers are filled with waste. I must find a hiding spot. No, one hiding spot isn't safe enough. At least 3. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wait, how do I know the phrase a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? The Woodcast were workers. They had no right to education. Each would only needed to know numbers and the bolded words on the operation manuals. Phrases like, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, weren't something a Wood would use. William ran, breathing heavily. His breaths were labored, yet he dared not stop, only able to distract himself by thinking of other things. Suddenly, an image flashed in William's mind. A grey figure, dripping sludge, charged swiftly towards him. William then felt the wind whistling behind him. A strange chemical odor assaulted him. Having grown up in chemical plants, William was accustomed to chemical smells. But he was certain this sudden, intrusive smell wasn't any single chemical. It was the mixed odor of many chemicals and residues, similar to the smell in the drainage channels he, as a child laborer with an undeveloped body, was responsible for cleaning. William's clothes clung to his back, soaked with cold sweat. Without time to think, his body instinctively rolled. The sound of fabric tearing, followed by something sticky slapping against his back. William felt a piece of skin torn from his back. He tumbled awkwardly, crashing onto a hill of piled chemical dyes. The growls were no longer suppressed. The grey figure pounced repeatedly, stirring up waves of mixed garbage. William's body rolled continuously, bumping against the irregular junk piles, aching all over. But William ignored the pain. As he rolled, his mind raced, seeking a way to save himself. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down. As his back hit the ground, William clearly saw the grey figure's appearance. Overall, it resembled a wilderness hyena, but its body was caked in sludge, as if just pulled from a chemical pit. From its gaping, foul mouth, a bizarre odor wafted forth, nauseating. A cold glint flashed in William's eyes. He pushed hard with his arms, springing up, charging at the hyena. Guessing the rusted dagger he grabbed while fleeing couldn't pierce the hyena's chemical sludge armor, he could only risk attacking its vulnerable eyes. William stabbed the dagger hard into the hyena's left eye. The shattered yellow eye, disgusting fluid mixed with blood, splattered over his right hand. But to his shock, William found the hyena's movements didn't stop. Its claws swiped at him. This damned thing is really tough. It's still not dead. William wanted to dodge, but the hyena was faster. I don't want to die. I refuse to accept this. Can the worker caste never escape their fate? As the hyena's claws were about to touch William's body, an invisible force surged within him. With a bang, the claws struck a psychic shield and were deflected. Though William didn't understand what happened, his quick reaction after the narrow escape was swift. He yanked the dagger out and stabbed it hard into the hyena's other eye. Once, twice. Until he was utterly exhausted, collapsing together with the hyena onto the garbage pile, sludge covering him entirely. William lay weakly on the garbage pile, breathing heavily. After a long while, his stomach growled. He wobbled to his feet, retrieving the dagger from the hyena's corpse. William used his hands and the dagger to scrape off the sludge, searching for the hyena's flesh. October, 852. M30, Solar System. The Shadow's sovereignty emerged from the Elysian Gate. Dust clouds filled the space around the Elysian Gate. In the roughly 3,000-kilometer open zone, rows of fine particles shimmered uncertainly. Nareth stood before an observation viewport with its protective shield open. Gazing at the drifting gray substance in the void, unlike its appearance, it shimmered with radiant spiritual light. A term surfaced in his mind. Siren's dust. Nareth knew that for hundreds or thousands of years, starships entering the warp from this location, upon exiting reality, would generate and scatter a drifting, soft gray substance. Navigator families and the Jovian clans had a specific name for it, Siren's dust. Among them, stories circulated, prospectors once tried to collect this dust. Upon truly touching it, they lost interest in any other substance. Whether true or not, this dust perpetually hovered here, slowly orbiting the Elysian Gate space, like swirling smoke within a glass sphere. But the similar space around the Chthonic Gate lacked such substance. Siren's dust was unique to the Elysian Gate. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 417, Chapter 416, The Detective's Digestion Fluctuations. Nareth carefully observed the spiritual radiance emanating from the Siren's dust, thinking to himself. It seems like potion material at Sequence 5 level. For the Hermit Pathways Astrologer, or the Door Pathways Traveler. Mortal scavengers lose interest in everything else once they touch it. What about an Astartes? Nareth then entered the second layer of the Thelema mind state, extending his consciousness into the void. His consciousness spanned over 1,000 kilometers, reaching the center of the glass sphere. Ethereal murmurs arose. The surrounding swirling smoke billowed like sirens, singing seductive songs. The sound was unlike anything in the material world, directly singing within consciousness. Nareth felt an invisible force enticing him to touch the soft gray substance. He judged that the Siren's dust threat was less than he anticipated, but he maintained the second layer, not falling to the first. His consciousness swept slowly, effortlessly over the soft gray substance. Within moments, he had scanned over 100 kilometers of it. Combining this with what he knew of its formation, he thought. It should be a special substance generated when matter and fuel pass through the warp gate into the warp. Astartes with strong willpower can resist this substance's intrusion. For shadows it may slightly affect those who have mastered the first layer of Thelema, less so the second layer, and hardly at all the third. Nareth withdrew his consciousness and instructed Arsena, "Done, have Ramsay come see me." "As you command, my lord." Nareth shifted his gaze from the spiritually glowing siren's dust to the more physically conspicuous objects in the void. On the routes from the Elysian Gate to Uranus and its 27 moons, numerous orbital fortresses densely clustered. Like those around Pluto and the Chthonic Gate, and most orbital fortresses, each was as large as a battlecruiser, 3 kilometers wide. Embedded with numerous cannons and void shield generators, capturing each fortress required an entire battle group and would cost many ships. But compared to the Ramles-class Starfighter, these fortresses were like children before a giant. Even a Gloriana-class battleship seemed like an attendant flanking a king before a Ramles-class fortress. As Nareth pondered, Arsena elevated to the second layer of enumeration, sending him a thought pulse. Though not a telepathic psyker specialized in this area, elevated by Magnus' second layer, he could transmit information over short distances. "My lord, during recent spare time, I reviewed materials about the warp gates. The legends are fascinating and also make me feel contradictory. In the ancient age of strife, something emerged from within. In the memories of Uranus's settlers, it's a story about star vampires and men of iron. To guard the warp gate, the original colonists built fortresses here, manned by warriors guarding the gate. These sites were called Eyes of the Old Gods." The detective, combined with knowledge the Black Emperor had shared, keenly sensed the contradiction. If star vampires refer to Tan, well, timing-wise, it couldn't be complete Tan. When humanity settled Uranus, most Tan should have been imprisoned by the Necrons. Likely escaped Tan shards. But assuming they were Tan shards, their emergence from the warp gate is highly contradictory. The detective expressed his reasoning covertly, feeling a dissolving sensation within. "You told us the Tan are gods of the material realm. Warp gates are portals to the warp. They shouldn't emerge from within." Nareth stood with hands clasped behind his back, not turning. He responded with a thought pulse. "What is your conclusion?" As a master of deduction, the detective, combining known information about Tan, warp gates, and men of iron, sent another thought pulse conveying his meaning. It should be escaped Tan shards that consumed many star systems before reaching the warp gate. At that time, humanity dispatched Iron Men armies to intercept, preventing them from approaching Uranus and its settlements. The final battle happened to erupt near the warp gate. The siren's dust here might originate from the Tan-S effect on the Elysian Gate. Due to the distant time, it was mistakenly recorded as star vampires emerging from the gate. The detective found facts supporting his conclusion from memory. According to records, the Chthonic Gate is constantly under guard. While other parts of the solar system gradually fell into the darkness of the Age of Strife, they maintained vigilance. Your reasoning might be fact. The Primarch's thought pulse made the detective feel as if coffee were boiling within him. But another possibility exists. Another thought pulse caused the boiling to rapidly cool. The Burning One, Neodrazatha, once revealed to the Necrons a method to use dolmen gates to enter the webway, aiming to bring its terrible flames into the webway. A Tan shard invading the warp gate, emerging from the Elysian Gate, is not impossible. But the siren's dust generated when void ships enter the warp gate here should originate from the Tan shard's effect on the gate and surrounding space. Nareth's acknowledgement made the detective's inner boiling resume. Its displayed power suggests a transcendent Tan, similar in strength to the one at the Imga monolith. The detective's inner boiling gradually subsided. Having experienced this twice before, Arsena thought to himself. As a detective, one must keep knowledge secret, reporting only to necessary individuals. For me, that's only the Black Emperor. As a detective, I engage in deduction. Combined with keeping knowledge secret and acquiring new knowledge, I've mastered most of the power the Black Emperor bestowed. As the Arsena pondered, Librarian Ramsay approached them from behind. Father, you summoned me. Nareth turned, looking at Ramsay, issuing cautious orders. You shall lead Shadows of Order who have at least mastered the second layer of the Thelema Mine Tate aboard a transport ship to acquire Siren's dust for me. Remember, only those mastering the third layer may directly touch it. Those with the second layer handle other tasks. Nareth transmitted the ritual method and site preparation requirements to the mystery prior via thought pulse. Compared to the initial ritual process he devised, refined by specialists like Arsena and Thomas, the process was more elaborate and solemn. Nareth attached a message in the thought pulse, perform the ritual and offer it to me. In Ramsay's mind, information about the Black Emperor, rituals, etc., flashed rapidly. His superhuman brain briefly adapted, then received all information. His pupils dilated sharply. He thought to himself. The Black Emperor. Whether it's father, Jean Primarch, or the Black Emperor, my loyalty is to only one. Ramsay bowed and said, as you command, my lord. After leaving the bridge, Ramsay, with the Primarch's authorization, assembled an extraction team. 5 librarians. 142 honor guard members from various chapters. All librarians mastered the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state. Among the honor guard, 103 also mastered the 3rd layer. Ramsay led the selected members aboard a transport ship dispatched by the Primarch attendant, heading into the void. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 418, Chapter 417, The Secret Suppliant. After the transport ship left the fleet, it slowed its speed, delving into the drifting gray substance. Ramsay led a squad of shadows of order aboard the transport ship. With metal cables wrapped around their waists and void tether secured, he stepped out of the airlock first. Ramsay floated amidst the drifting gray substance. Siren's dust collided with his black armor. The secret suppliant immediately sensed mysterious voices intermittently sounding in his mind. Is this? You will liberate me. I shall. Who is speaking? Ramsay cautiously surveyed his surroundings, finding no one. He asked over the comms channel, do any of you hear voices? Reporting, negative. The secret suppliant pondered. Could it be because, as a secret suppliant, my inspiration is exceptionally high? As a biomancer, Ramsay precisely controlled his body, moving in the void as if under terror-like gravity. He extended a hand. Dust swirled in his palm like a miniature vortex. The secret suppliant gazed at the particles in his hand, watching them spin in increasingly complex iterative patterns. As a biomancer, he wasn't originally adept at uncovering information like diviners from the prophetic disciplines. But after becoming a secret suppliant, his ability in this area improved significantly. Inspiration allowed him to unearth more information. The particles shimmered with bright, fragmented light. Remnants of some ancient metallic entity, long turned to dust in this void. The secret suppliant sought meaning within the pattern motifs, listening to echoes of the past woven into the random interactions of the swirling dust. The words swirling around the secret suppliant's ears became clearer. He heard phrases like, gods of the material realm. Could this voice come from Atan? Ramsay released an invisible force from both hands, pushing the shimmering particles toward a crystal bottle held by 2 shadows of order. The crystal bottle's material came from the crystal mirage. High-quality crystals were selected to make data crystals and other high-demand items. Medium-quality crystals were crafted by tech marines into various storage vessels. Their gene-father cherished various special items, requiring vessels to store them. Pure crystal was suitable as vessels. Most substances could be preserved well within. Strands of Siren's dust flew into the crystal bottle like grains in an hourglass. Increasing dust coated the armor of other shadows of order. Ethereal voices began whispering in their ears. Siren's dust, the most beautiful substance in the universe. They are everything. As if a seductive force urged them to reach out, to keep the Siren's dust in their hands. The shadows of order promptly elevated to the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state, pushing the temptation aside. Report, we hear voices. Ramsay was greatly surprised to find others heard completely different voices than his. After inquiry, he confirmed what the other shadows of order said was true. Coincidentally, 5 crystal bottles were now filled. He immediately issued the withdrawal order. Inside the transport ship, Ramsay elevated to the 1st layer of the enumeration. The first extraction process of Siren's dust and the data given by the Arsena flashed through his mind. He then realized the powers bestowed by their gene-father differed. Others were warriors, hunters, apprentices. Only he was a secret suppliant. Arsena's data mentioned 10 shards. If it came from him, he might have embedded 2 types of information. One is ordinary information, received through direct contact or extensive indirect contact via armor. Another type of information he deliberately concealed, or only those with high inspiration like me could hear. Ramsay decided extraction would temporarily cease. After offering to the Black Emperor, he would report the encountered situation and decide next steps upon receiving orders. Building an altar required time. But the Black Emperor ordered him to use the altar within the librarium. The secret suppliant didn't understand why he wasn't to directly deliver the Siren's dust to the private vault but to perform an offering. However, he would faithfully execute the Black Emperor's command. Perhaps the Black Emperor intends for me to master abilities during the ritual. After boarding the Shadow's sovereignty, Ramsay directed Shadows of Order to load the 5 crystal bottles onto a transport cart. Then, he drove the vehicle alone toward the librarium. Chief Librarian Thomas stood before the sealed door of the restricted area within the librarium. The Chief Librarian never permitted anyone besides himself to enter this area. Librarians speculated that extremely dangerous forbidden weapons were sealed within. But now Ramsay guessed an altar likely was constructed inside. As Ramsay was about to dismount and salute, Thomas waved his hand. He said solemnly, "Proceed. Lord Thomas, thank you for your assistance. All for our Lord." Thomas finished, tapping the runes on the black door with his staff. Light flashed. The door slowly opened with hydraulic sounds. All for our lord. Ramsay started the vehicle, driving into the restricted area. Upon entering, he found the area divided into two layered spaces. Thomas followed inside. He explained, the restricted area has inner and outer layers. The inner layer is the altar. The outer layer is the ritual preparation area. Vehicles can only park here. Additionally, there are cleansing areas, meditation areas. After explaining to Ramsay, he departed. Ramsay carried a crystal bottle in each hand toward the inner sanctum. Before the door, he set down the bottles, picking up the control staff beside the door. Following the opening method Thomas taught, the secret suppliant infused spirituality into the control staff, swiftly tapping 11 runes on the door. The 11 runes were distributed irregularly on the door, a book shape symbolizing the monarch's iron law, a golden scale. The door rumbled open. Ramsay picked up 2 crystal bottles, entering the altar. After lighting flickering candles, he looked at the altar, 11 meters high, 33 meters in diameter. Around the altar stood metal offering tables of varying heights, square or circular. Ramsay carried the crystal bottles to the nearest 2 offering tables, placing the offerings upon them. Then, he made 2 more trips, placing the other 3 bottles filled with siren's dust on metal offering tables. On the 3rd trip, his other hand, not holding a bottle, picked up a bundle of ritual candles. After placing the bottles, the secret suppliant drew a ritual candle. His palm brushed the wick, using spirituality to create friction. After repeating 3 times, the candle ignited, emitting a fresh fragrance. The sealed altar's air immediately freshened. The secret suppliant placed 33 candles into candle holders around the altar. He looked at the golden clock hanging on the inner sanctum door. Dunnick numerals appeared, 33:33. From Thomas, the secret suppliant learned that once the altar was prepared, the countdown would start. The ritual must begin precisely when the countdown reached 0. Different rituals had varying processes. For the offering ritual he was to perform, other items were already on the altar. He only needed to place the offerings. For different rituals, the final step declaring the altar ready was always lighting the ritual candles. The secret suppliant left the altar, heading to the cleansing pool. He removed his Mark II power armor. Adding 33 drops of ritual essential oil into the pool, he then lay in the cleansing pool, 11 meters in diameter, 3.3 meters deep. The secret suppliant clasped his hands, index fingers pointing downward inverted, other fingers together, naturally pointing down. 11 minutes later, the secret suppliant emerged from the pool. After drying, he donned a black silk ritual robe. Then, he proceeded to the meditation chamber, kneeling on an iron meditation mat. The secret suppliant clasped his hands, adopting the inverted gesture designed by the chief librarian and Primarch's aide, entering meditation. Meditation time was 11 minutes. Combined with the earlier cleansing, 22 minutes total. The remaining time was for movement and flexible use. Ample time prevented feeling rushed. As the countdown reached its final 2 minutes, Ramsay closed the door and stepped onto the altar. He picked up the ritual knife, reciting in Dun. I sanctify you, O blade of the ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me within the rite. Spirituality surged from the blade's tip. The secret suppliant felt a dissolving sensation within. He rose, stepping in a circular path. Invisible power radiated outward. The secret suppliant felt spiritual walls indeed erected around him, excluding all impurities. Simultaneously, the dissolving sensation within grew more pronounced. Through prior meditation, his body, mind, and soul were already tranquil. Kneeling on the onyx meditation mat, he recited the formal incantation in Dunnick. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. As he recited the prayer, Ramsay felt an inner boiling. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I offer unto thee these sacrifices. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 419, Chapter 418, the Sequence 8 with the highest potential ceiling. Orselio Moon v. The House Orselio's domain occupied nearly a quarter of the entire moon. Within the opulent villa, Nareth sipped the delicious black tea served by an attendant. Murmuring voices echoed in his ears. Ramsay. Leave me. I wish to rest for a while. Arsena bowed slightly. Before leaving, he reminded, My lord, the banquet house Orselio hosts for you begins in 2 hours. Understood. Watching his aide depart, and with the Dionysian spear left aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, he decided to proceed directly to the Kingdom of Disorder. The Baron of Corruption drew the Sword of Vol. Spirituality extended and using concept swap made it an ordinary blade. The Primarch flicked his wrist, swiftly tapping a convoluted symbol onto the floor. In an instant, he completed tracing the Sotham sigil, creating a sealed space within the 200 square meter suite for rest. The Baron of Corruption sheathed the sword while surveying his surroundings. In his vision, the entire space created by the Sotham sigil was composed of countless shapes of different colors, gray inverted equilateral triangles, green squares. Through repeated use and deconstruction, combined with studying the patterns, the Baron of Corruption had deconstructed the Sotham sigil from his perspective. The gray inverted equilateral triangles served to suppress psychic power. It was this that allowed Magnus to sever all Thousand Suns' connection to the warp during the First Council. I have a preliminary understanding of the runes composing the Sotham sigil and the lines of law only I can see. I can begin attempting to construct sigils traced with spirituality. As Nareth pondered, a thought carried him to the Kingdom of Disorder. In the shadow aspect, he found an additional shimmering dark crimson orb, constantly expanding and contracting. The Baron of Corruption then proceeded to the fourth layered space. With a thought, his spirituality extended, instantly linking this layer with the dark crimson orb in the shadow aspect and Ramsey. After advancing to Baron of Corruption, his authority within previously opened spaces also increased somewhat. Manipulating them was smoother than before. Aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, within the Librarium's restricted inner sanctum, black mist surged upon the altar. The secret suppliant felt an inner boiling and burning. He slightly raised his head, seeing a wind generate from nothing, swirling up the 5 crystal bottles filled with Siren's dust, flying toward the door. My lord, during the collection of Siren's dust, I made discoveries. Please heed. Black mist enveloped the secret suppliant's body, swallowing it. Simultaneously, he felt something within rapidly dissolving. Ramsey regained his senses, finding himself in a mysterious, unknown space. The secret suppliant discovered his inspiration was useless here. He could only clearly see within a 2-meter radius around him. Deep within the black mist, a majestic figure sat upon a throne. Ramsey, well done. You collected Siren's dust for me. The secret suppliant maintained his clasped hands, inverted gesture. My lord, I boarded the transport ship, arriving at the area dense with Siren's dust. As he spoke, the secret suppliant continuously felt an inner burning boil, something accelerating dissolution. I heard an intermittent voice telling me, I am a god of the material realm. Combined with the information your aide gave me before departure, I believe the tan shard that invaded the Elysian Gate is bound somewhere. It wants to compel me to liberate it. Nareth nodded slightly. When the appropriate time comes, I shall deal with it. He judged that tan shard was likely a transcendent tan composed of around 10 shards. Without confidence to secure it yet, he decided to take no immediate action. The Black Emperor's concise words stirred huge waves within the secret suppliant. Ramsey felt as if stars were shattering within. I have become a true secret suppliant. The Baron of Corruption also noticed Ramsey's change. His inner aspect became a unified dark crimson. Indeed, performing rituals, praying to me, and receiving feedback nearly equivalent to the Black Emperor within the Kingdom of Disorder, Ramsey digested the secret suppliant potion. You have mastered the power I bestowed. After I return you to the altar, I shall bestow new power upon you. After becoming a listener, you shall return to that area. Perhaps you will gain power from the voices. But be cautious. If you feel your will being encroached upon, immediately elevate to the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state and cease. You must pray to me daily. I will decide whether you continue. Listener is among all sequence 8s, possibly the one with the highest potential ceiling. They might even acquire abilities far surpassing those of higher sequence beyonder individuals. Their strength entirely depends on abilities gained from unknown entities. Mid-sequence or even high-sequence beyonder abilities are not impossible. But obtaining powerful abilities comes at a cost. Listeners may have their minds twisted by the whispers they listen to, even driven mad. Using powerful abilities is both a burden on the body and a test of the spirit. Nareth still allowed Ramsey to proceed because the Transcendent 10 was clearly bound somewhere, its influence limited. Otherwise, the Emperor wouldn't have allowed the Imperium to use the Elysian Gate as one of the Sol System's 2 major inter-system travel hubs, with no major disasters erupting until the Great Rift opened. More crucially, Ramsey differed from ordinary listeners. An Astartes mind was more resilient than an ordinary beyonder individual's. Moreover, he had long tempered his will, mastering the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state. As you command, my lord. I will strictly remember your instructions. Ramsey replied. After returning Ramsey to the Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth went to the 1st layered space, ordering the Jokeros to prepare the Sequence 8 listener potion using materials like the monocular night owl's ear. Moments later, a bottle of black-red potion flew from the gate, landing in Ramsey's hand. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Ramsey thanked the Black Emperor. Without hesitation, he lifted the black-red, ear-like gelatinous potion to his mouth and drank. Dense whispers immediately filled his ears. Ramsey strictly followed Legion's psychic codices. As a neophyte, he had found his warp symbol, a crimson door. Now, the door was pushed open. From beyond came a chaotic babble of voices. I tell you, a great battle once erupted at the Elysian Gate. The existing records are incomplete. A playful voice sounded beyond the door. I will tell you a story, a secret story. Ramsay reined in his thoughts. His willpower training enabled him to overcome curiosity, resisting temptation. He focused on containing the potion's dissipating power, thinking to himself. After becoming a listener, my inspiration has further increased. I can hear even more voices. I can now even be considered a divination-type psyker. From the Flaal data crystal, Ramsay knew divination-type psykers received revelations from the warp through various methods. Listening to whispers was one of them. My lord also warned me to be cautious about listening. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 420, Chapter 419, The Listener. Ramsay ordered the transport ship to depart again for Siren's dust extraction. He and the 5 librarians each led their teams into the void. A librarian wielding an Osiris staff led 2 squads leaping from the transport ship. The mystery prior opens his eyes of mystery prying and curiously observes the drifting gray substance in the void. In his vision, the dust rapidly floated up like willow tree, instantly coalescing into an intangible, majestic figure. The sight of this majestic figure made his body tremble slightly. He immediately closed his eyes of mystery prying. The librarian then elevated to the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state, expelling the terrifying majestic figure from his mind. He opened the librarian comms channel, saying, I saw a majestic figure. Seconds later, another librarian's voice sounded, I saw a starship being torn apart. Ramsay consolidated all information, further refining his understanding of the unknown power. The listener activated his listening ability, heeding his surroundings. You will release me. You will receive my gifts, gain unparalleled power. Now, I shall give you a small benefit. Even a little will grant you powerful strength. You will understand. The listener's listening grew clearer. He felt a dissolving sensation within. The unknown mysterious entity seemed aware that he could hear, offering bait. The listener trembled as he heeded the mysterious entity's whispers. Muscles on his back gathered toward his shoulder blades, chest, and other areas. This ability is like the siren's dust before you. The ravings you utter will plunge your enemies into dreams. What's stronger than siren's dust is that those hearing your ravings will become addicted to what they most desire, never awakening. After their consciousness falls into dreams, their bodies will fall into silence, unable to move. Until you kill them, they won't awaken. The listener's spirituality rapidly depleted. His listening abruptly ceased. Biomantic energy surged within Ramsay, instantly soothing the numbed temples. The gathered muscles also settled. Orselio Moon V, the House Orselio's domain. Patriarch, Nareth smiled at the exceptionally handsome man before him, wearing a crown, showing no signs of malignant mutation. Through the banquet and today's communication, we have reached a consensus. Next, my aide, Arsena Dunn, will fully represent me in negotiating the specific details of the alliance with House Orselio. I believe we will engage in extensive cooperation within the segmentum obscurus. In Nareth's memory, House Orselio's future known routes connected thousands of worlds. Within regions like the Calixis sector and Kronos Expanse, they formed extensive commercial agreements with houses like Von Valancius, Gibrahan, Drotus, etc. Among the navigator houses inviting him, they were the most powerful and would become the most influential in the future. Lord Nareth, may we advance together through future collaboration. Nareth walked towards the landing pad. He saw over 20 elegant aircraft parked there. Their wing shapes were unique, similar to the Imperial Aquila. The Aquila landers exported from Alicia had become the favored aircraft of Imperial nobility. Many members of navigator houses were no exception. Nareth boarded the black aircraft sized for his frame. It was twice the size of surrounding models. The black Aquila lander ascended. Within over 10 seconds, it reached maximum speed, far outpacing a yellow Aquila lander that took off afterward. Ordinary Aquila landers flew at 1,900 km per hour. Perturabo's design improved performance by 54%, increasing speed to 2,926 km per hour. Rozicki replaced the power core of the Black Emperor's craft with a scaled-down version of the Punishment-class reactor, the Scourge class. The ample energy provided by the Scourge class further enhanced the Aquila lander's performance. Minimum flight speed exceeded 3,000 km per hour. Range improvement was even greater. Ordinary Aquila landers had a maximum atmospheric range of 2,400 km. Perturabo's design, though more energy efficient, consumed more energy due to performance gains. Maximum range decreased to 2,300 km. The Scourge class reactor increased the Aquila lander's maximum range to 5,200 km. The Aquila lander swiftly headed toward the Shadow's sovereignty in orbit. Prayers echoed in Nareth's ears. Ramsay. Nareth drew the Dionysian spear from his back. Approaching the hatch, he opened it and slipped, letting the spear fall into the void. A newly promoted honor guard member from the 5th chapter exclaimed. Father. I shall retrieve it for you. Nareth shook his head slightly. Unnecessary. It shall return to my hand tomorrow. Returning to his personal office aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, a thought carried Nareth to the kingdom of disorder. He went to the 4th layered space, extending spirituality toward the dark crimson orb. After receiving 130 bottles of Siren's dust, he listened to Ramsay's report. Majestic figure. Tan's temptation. With a thought, he instructed. The ability you listened to is his prepaid reward, also to make you serve him, showcasing his might in advance. This is their common method. Nareth knew that in the future, on Pharos, the shard of the potentate, Zahilash, would make a deal with Belisarius Cawl in exchange for the removal of the shackles of Necrodermis. Cawl seemingly agreed, gaining benefits, and finally betraying the potentate. Continue listening. Listen carefully. Nareth then extended spirituality, touching the swindler's orb. Finding him alone in his office, frowning deeply, he directly pulled him into the kingdom of disorder. Tierney, swallowed by black mist, quickly snapped out of contemplation. He knelt on one knee. My lord. How fares the treasure hunting group recently? Nareth asked. My lord, after the Cormag house and Duchess Dracus discovered they were deceived, they rallied numerous house for pursuit. Their influence is vast. The treasure hunting group's several activities on Terra were discovered, forcing abandonment of operations. No matter. Conclude activities on Terra. Return to the Shadow's sovereignty. I have new tasks for you later. In Nareth's plan, the treasure hunting group would play a role on Gardenal. As you command, my lord. Tierney acknowledged, then was returned to the real world by Nareth. Ramsay followed the Black Emperor's command, leading his team to continue collecting Siren's dust, heeding the unknown entity's whispers. 15 days later, the listener, through listening, acquired the complete ability described by the Tan. On the 16th day, the Tan's voice echoed in Ramsay's ears. I am. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinzu. Chapter 421, Chapter 420, The Silent Ravings. Sol System, space near the Elysian Gate. Within the 3,000-kilometer radius, the drifting gray substance generated over centuries by void ship passages had diminished by nearly half. The entire space appeared clearer. Over 15 days, the listener had mastered the ability offered as bait by the unknown Tan. On this day, while listening, he heard entirely new content. I am the silent cry, Caligula. The listener focused his thoughts, thinking to himself. The silent cry isn't one of the Tan mentioned by Father. Silent cry and Siren's dust are two terms that could be related. Mortals touching Siren's dust lose interest in other things, which could be seen as a form of silence. I am the true God, the living embodiment of this universe. You shall go here. I shall bestow supreme power upon you there. You will free me. I shall traverse the galaxy, reuniting with my various parts. As the listener heard this, he felt as if stars shattered within him. Countless voices echoed in his ears. He, a lost, pitiable being, presuming to call itself a god. It can grant you powerful strength. What will you do? As if hearing his thoughts, a majestic voice resounded in his ears. The warp is mere illusion. I am the form and manifestation of existence in this universe. I am the silent cry, Caligula. I am a Tan. I am the tide of stars and time. I am a god, and you shall serve me. Free me. The listener did not respond. He elevated to the third layer of the Thelema mind state, making the voices in his ears vanish. He ceased listening. Although listening to the silent cry's voice granted him silent ravings, the power bestowed by the Black Emperor was stronger. Silent ravings was the name he gave to the ability after learning the mysterious entity was the Tan called Silent Cry. More crucially, he would never betray the Black Emperor to become a slave of a Tan shard. Ramsay opened his eyes. He was astonished to see rows of fine particles spreading before him, forming an image. He felt the pathway before him seemed familiar. After a moment of stunned silence, he realized it somewhat resembled star charts he recorded as a scribe. The silent cry manipulated the Siren's dust to show me the star system where it is imprisoned. What is that? A mystery prior stared in astonishment at the void. The dust in the void arranged itself in bizarre, rapidly shifting patterns, forming an image, as if manipulated by a giant hand. Ramsay offered no explanation but gave an order. Record it. The librarians simultaneously entered the first layer of enumeration, etching the Siren's dust-formed image into their minds. As the gray substance scattered, beginning to drift again, Ramsay issued the command to cease. He ordered all librarians to sketch the star charts they saw. After comparing for accuracy, he ordered the return to the Shadow's sovereignty. Ramsay swiftly completed ritual preparations. After offering the sacrifice to the Black Emperor, he clasped his hands in an inverted grip, praying. My lord, the unknown entity revealed its true identity to me. Black mist swallowed Ramsay. When he regained his senses, he was in the mysterious realm. Nareth sat upon the throne, questioning Ramsay. Who is it? The silent cry, Caligula. Hearing Ramsay's answer, Nareth nodded slightly. The silent cry indeed has some similarity to Siren's dust. I recall the silent cry is special. After being shattered, the silent king Zarek decreed no Necron dynasty could use it. It was imprisoned on a planet. Later, that planet became an imperial prison world called Saint Atina's Penance. Future Black Templars warriors visited that world. As Nareth pondered, Ramsay produced a data slate. My lord, the silent cry showed me the star chart leading to its imprisoned world. Please review. Nareth's telekinesis extended, bringing the data slate before him. After browsing, he thought to himself. Not Saint Atina's Penance. The location where the escaped shard was sealed after the great battle at the Elysian Gate. After concluding, Nareth instructed. Record it in a data crystal. Having confronted a Supreme 10 directly, Nareth assessed his own strength. Currently, he lacked confidence to secure it. Although also a Supreme 10, the silent cry might be considerably weaker than the Void Dragon, but it was still a powerful entity. Data crystals produced by the Arrhenius Continuity and Crystal Mirage allowed the Shadows of Order to record all important information. Star charts naturally belong to important, high-value information, recorded and stored within the librarium. Nareth now had 4 confirmed assets awaiting acquisition. He predicted the lowest difficulty to obtain, and most impactful for the Second Rangdan War, was the doomsday weapon on Vigilus, the Void Claw. On Necromunda, the giant octopus worshipped by the Fishmen. Although confident to deal with it, its immense size might cause ecological damage during combat. Nareth would act only when possessing the ability to kill it swiftly. The 2 Supreme 10, the Silent Cry, whose location he just obtained, and the Void Dragon within the Imga monolith. Both were powerful. He currently lacked confidence. Nareth reigned in his thoughts, looking at the listener before him. Seeing his unified dark crimson aura, he spoke. You have mastered the new power I bestowed. I am pleased. Remaining at listener for extended periods was dangerous. He required Ramsay's daily prayer reports to ensure his safety. Now that Ramsay had digested the potion, he needn't worry. Later, I shall bestow new power upon you. Thank you, my lord. Ramsay offered devout thanks, then reported. My lord, I named the ability obtained from the silent cry, Silent Ravings. I wish to offer this ability to you. Begin. Nareth leaned back on the throne, speaking casually. If in the real space, he would cautiously elevate to the second layer of the Thelema state. But within the kingdom of disorder, Ramsay using the ability posed no threat. The listener took a deep breath. His throat vibrated, emitting supernatural ravings. Wind, chaotic, and irrational sounds echoed in Nareth's ears. His thoughts froze, as if everything around him fell into silence. Because of this silence, he briefly lost consciousness. Immediately, Nareth's consciousness recovered. Looking at the listener, he praised. An excellent ability. Against most enemies, it will be more useful than your biomancy. Perhaps even stronger than the ability I am about to bestow upon you. But your current spirituality can only sustain this ability briefly. You must grasp the timing for its use. In Nareth's mind, he recalled the ravings just now. When a Tan uses this power, it originates from its own essence. When I or Ramsay use it, unlike the Tan, we use spirituality to replicate and simulate this ability. Though perhaps not as potent as when Caligula, Master of Silence, wields it, it is still a powerful ability, even surpassing my current sequence 6 level Beyonder abilities. Moreover, by continuously replaying it in my mind, I can master Silent Ravings. My lord, I understand. Ramsay felt that in mere moments, his spirituality was exhausted. He wasn't disheartened that Silent Ravings had no effect on the Black Emperor. In his heart, the Black Emperor was the most powerful being. Since the Black Emperor said Silent Ravings was a powerful ability, he held no doubt. He thought to himself. Powerful, but I can only use it briefly. Must use it at the right moment. After returning Ramsay to reality, Nareth proceeded to the first layered space. He ordered the Jokero to prepare the potion for Sequence 7, Shadow Ascetic, using materials like shadow worms. Moments later, Ramsay received a potion bottle. The potion was black-red, reflecting numerous faces. The faces seemed shrouded in shadow, indistinct. As Ramsay drank the potion, advancing to Shadow Ascetic, simultaneously, at the Martian starport. Archmagos Archon land boarded his ship. Information sent back by the first Mechanicum members confirmed a perplexing truth. The Squat League possessed numerous technologies similar to but more advanced than sacred standard template constructs. Land was heading to the galactic core to uncover its mysteries. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 422, Chapter 421, Another Divination Hijacking One of Guilliman's Son's Destinies. 12th month, 852 M30. Nareth concluded his visits to the various navigator houses on Uranus's moons. He signed alliances with 10 of these houses. Among them, with houses like Orselio and 2 others, he reached deep alliances similar to the one with House Vischer. 240 Shadows of Order became new Shadow Guards, stationed alongside navigators for experience. With the other 7 houses, he signed partial cooperation agreements. Nareth provided protection to navigator houses in exchange for their services and exchanged star charts within certain scopes. After personally attending and signing the alliance treaties with the 3 navigator houses like Orselio, the Shadow Sovereignty set sail. After ordering the shields opened, the Primarch's gaze penetrated the void. He saw the grey substance accumulated over centuries around the Elysian Gate had mostly disappeared. As if wiped clean, structures like star fortresses became much clearer. Correspondingly, over 10,000 accumulated bottles of Siren's dust were poured into the Kingdom of Disorder, forming a sea of sand. Nareth withdrew his gaze, walking back to the throne. Arcean followed him before the throne. "My lord, a matter warrants your attention. The 11th chapter has continuously participated in all recent Legion campaigns. Its numbers have now dropped to 20,400. Based on recruitment replenishment rates from worlds like Vostroya, it's estimated to require 3 replenishment cycles to reach 30,000. The 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th chapters, rooted in recruitment worlds, received ample suitable recruit replenishment. Their numbers had all reached 30,000. The first chapter, rooted in Alicia for a shorter time, still numbered 25,000. The 11th chapter, with Vostroya as its recruitment world, should also exceed 30,000. But continuous participation in major campaigns required a longer time for replenishment. I understand. I shall find a new recruitment world for the 11th chapter. Nareth misplaced the Dionysian spear, then returned to his private office. With a thought, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder. Nareth went to the 3rd layered space, finding the dice of prophecy fully charged. He rapidly recalled known information about Aventinium. Prosperous Aventinium. The noble class possesses profound cultural heritage and noble demeanor. The new recruitment world Nareth selected for the 11th chapter was Aventinium. This world was the future homeworld of the Bronze Consuls. He thought to himself. Another divination hijacking one of Guilliman's son's destinies. I didn't intend to, but Aventinium is too suitable for the 11th chapter, primarily following the Black Emperor pathway. The Bronze Consuls displayed unique noble grace and mastery of etiquette at court banquets, aligning with the order and implied noble ranks of the Black Emperor pathway. Nareth didn't know much about Aventinium. But the dice of prophecy had proven that as long as the divination target was clear, divination could succeed. After swiftly reviewing in his mind, he silently recited the star chart from the Kalium Gate to Aventinium. After 11 silent recitations, he tossed the dice of prophecy in his hand. The prism tumbled several times in the air. Upon landing in Nareth's open palm, a holographic-like image unfolded before his eyes. Nareth memorized the star chart, inputting it into a data crystal. He returned to the real world, using the psychic link to have John perform a divination. The Jernix grabbed a quill, writing a brief line on parchment. He then leaned on the bed, performing dream divination. Over 10 seconds later, John's mind was empty. No images surfaced. Through the psychic link, sensing this, Nareth thought to himself. John's divination ability originates from Sequence 8, Robot. After advancing to Lucky 1, enhancement in this area was limited. He couldn't divine useful information. A thought carried Nareth to the 4th layered space in the Kingdom of Disorder. Spirituality extended, touching Pel Koshani. Black orb. He saw Pel standing atop a tower, gazing into the distance. Simultaneously, Vostroya, Shadowhold, the 11th tower standing askew. Pel stood atop the tower, observing the training grounds kilometers away. Candidates who had undergone several modification surgeries were practicing the Otsburg-Via. Every Vostroyan practiced the Otsburg-Via. Youths aspiring to become Shadows of Order or Auxilia began training as children. Pel's attention was drawn to 2 combatants fiercely dueling at the center. A blonde candidate wielded a long sword. He stepped forward sharply, executing a swift thrust using Otsburg-Via Form 1. Movements repeated thousands of times were ingrained in his body. The long sword in his hand shot forth like a venomous serpent, aiming for the opponent's throat. Another blue-eyed candidate met it with Otsburg-Via Form 6, raising his sword. Blades clashed, parrying the thrust. The two candidates exchanged offense and defense. The blonde candidate used Otspurd via Form 12, body rapidly spinning, step swift to evade the blue-eyed candidate's continuous thrusts using Otspurd via Form 16. Blades collided, the clashing ring continuously. Pell nodded with satisfaction. Future chapter recruits' sword foundations were well honed. In between offense and defense, they sought each other's openings, launching decisive strikes. Only the replenishment rate is somewhat slow. My chapter originally had the highest numbers. But after successive battles, replenishment can't keep pace with losses. As Pell pondered, black mist surged before his eyes, instantly swallowing him. Per found himself in the mysterious realm. He bowed toward the throne. My lord. Nareth's telekinesis extended, delivering a data crystal before Por. You shall personally lead half the chapter to Aventinium. Occupy this prosperous world. It shall serve as the chapter's recruitment world. John's divination didn't reveal Aventinium's situation. For caution, Nareth decided to have Pell personally go. Select new members solely from the noble class. Subject them to rigorous training from childhood. By the time they become Shadows of Order, they shall be exceptional individuals with masterful swordsmanship and superb marksmanship. This is precisely what I've been pondering recently. Upon return, I shall immediately act. Pell acknowledged. He hadn't expected his worries to be resolved so quickly. After returning to reality, Pell immediately mobilized chapter forces. The 11th chapter's fleet set sail 3 days later. After a 2-week journey, the fleet arrived at the Kalium Gate. Taking only 5 solar weeks, the fleet was delivered to Aventinium. Aboard the Relic-class ship Son of Vostroya, on the bridge throne, Pell issued orders. Activate Augur Matrix. Maximum power scan. First Captain Gibbs reviewed the navigator's report, exclaiming with admiration. Last time passing through the Kalium Gate, only 2 gate pairs were repaired. That journey took at least 6 solar weeks. Pell nodded slightly. He said confidently, in the future, travel time will grow shorter. Once the Kalium Gate is fully repaired, cross-sector delivery might be even faster than warp travel through nearby systems using stable warp routes. Pell envisioned the future, Legion warships swiftly reaching all corners of the galaxy via the Kalium Gate. A smile appeared. Moments later, the Mater of Vox's voice sounded in the comm bead. Lord, Auspex officer team reports, Aventinium is in a state of war. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 423, Chapter 422, The Yellow-Clad Academy. The small fleet in Aventinium orbit is not moving. They neither reacted to our arrival nor took action regarding the ground conflict. Pell examined the visual screen, asking. What is happening on the ground? Auspex analysis suggests Aventinium is in a civil war, the Master of Vox said. As you can see, the orbital fleet remains. Augur scans show orbital defense installations are still operational. The current situation might be due to Aventinium's internal strife, causing the orbital fleet's indecision, unsure which orders to follow, creating confusion. Transmit full-spectrum broadcast. Demand the orbital fleet surrender to us. Cease the civil war immediately. Pell ordered. The 11th chapter's fleet deployed formations, steadily advancing toward Aventinium. 41 warships, nearly triple Aventinium's fleet, pressured the defending fleet. The fleet admiral nervously watched the holographic screen. In his ears, a looped message played. We are the Shadows of Order, scions of the Great Primarch, the Monarch of Vostroya. We demand your immediate surrender. Shadows of Order are. The fleet admiral examined the visual screen. The enemy fleet not only outnumbered his but also had significantly larger ship classes. His flagship was matched by at least 25 ships of equivalent or larger scale in the enemy fleet. Orbit the defense installations. Execute tactical maneuvers. More concerning than the enemy's powerful fleet were the contradictory orders from the Council and the Yellow-Clad Academy. The Yellow-Clad Academy rose 1500 years ago. Advocating eugenics and noetic, it played a decisive role in Aventinium's rise. They trained numerous elites. Even within the Noble Council, many families were affiliated with the Yellow-Clad Academy. Over a millennium of development, the Yellow-Clad Academy had infiltrated every aspect of Aventinium. Recently, the Yellow-Clad Academy launched a coup, plunging Aventinium into chaos. The Ossipole family, to which the fleet admiral belonged, wasn't affiliated with the Yellow-Clad Academy but acknowledged its ideology. The family remained neutral in the conflict. Ossipole donned his helmet, switching to the family's private channel, transmitting a message. An entity calling itself the 11th chapter of the Shadows of Order suddenly appeared within the system. They possess a powerful fleet. If we intend to resist, relying solely on my fleet is impossible. Requires Aventinium's full support. Request the Patriarch make an immediate decision. Ossipole attached the received audio message to the transmission, sending it to the family Patriarch. Ossipol nervously watched the visual screen, awaiting the Patriarch's order. He knew the shadows of Order Fleet wouldn't give him much time. The clock's second hand ticked. After 2 full circles, a weary voice sounded in Ossipol's helmet. Delay them. Currently, nobles and the Yellow Skolam are in conflict across all 36 hives. Neither side has gained advantage. You will receive no support. Be prepared. Conflict will likely soon reach the ground-based anti-air batteries. Ossipol remained silent for several seconds. He wanted to roar, utterly powerless to defend Aventinium's space. But he knew shouting was futile. The Patriarch couldn't change the situation. Even if the Ossipol family joined either side, they couldn't overwhelm the other faction. Losing composure would only draw other officers' attention, causing panic. Ossipol removed his helmet. He took a deep breath, calming himself, speaking in a steady tone to the communications officer. Transmit message to the other side, we require 3 days to consider. Aboard the Son of Ostroya, on the command throne, Pell heard the Master of Vox's report, his lips twitching. Inform them they have only 30 minutes. Also, tell them we know Aventinium is in civil war. If they wish to end the conflict swiftly, their best choice is surrender and cooperation. Gibbs heard Pell's orders, agreeing. The orbital fleet commander likely belongs to neither faction in the civil war. Otherwise, they wouldn't be inactive. Currently, both sides in Aventinium's civil war focus on each other. Third parties are also affected, unable to make quick decisions. Acting now, we can achieve victory fastest with minimal expenditure. I think they will neither agree nor refuse. They'll dispatch 1 or more ships to test our stance. Pell considered the opponent's contradictory mindset, devising countermeasures. Gunnery, prepare to attack. Honor Guard, prepare for boarding actions. We shall strike with thunderous force, seize their ships, give no time for thought, even resistance. Pell then walked to the tactical table, staring at the holographic display. Aboard the Aventinium flagship, Ossipol issued orders. Dispatch 2 ships. Activate etheric shields. Test their response. The yellow-clad academy advocated intellectual development, scholar supremacy, and psychic power utilization, granting Aventinium's void ships unique technology, etheric shields. The distance exceeded 40,000 kilometers. Even penetrating etheric shields wasn't easy. He could use this time to fulfill the Patriarch's delay task. If the other side retreated due to his unyielding stance, that would be an unexpected boon. He'd become Aventinium's great hero. Aboard the Son of Ostroya, Pell saw 2 ships. From Auspexskin signatures, one corresponded to Imperial frigate class, the other destroyer class. Fire. The Relic-class ship's prow lands crossed the void, striking the frigate. Dazzling light blossomed in the void. Pell saw the feedback image flashing on the visual screen above the tactical table. He switched comm bead channels, ordering the lieutenant in charge of the augury chamber. Lance attack ineffective. Analyze. Merely 2 seconds later, the reader led 3 Shadows of Order squads specialized in ship command, with 50 auxiliary officers, completed battlefield data analysis. Lord, the Aventinium fleet employs a special energy shield. Based on readings, it likely utilizes etheric technology. Recommend deploying etheric cannons for attack. Estimated probability to penetrate enemy shields, 94%. The reader orderly reported, interpretation, analysis, suggestion, supporting Pell's decision-making. Etheric cannons, fire. On the Son of Ostroya, the etheric cannons mounted below both sides glowed with piercing light. Aboard the Aventinium fleet flagship, Ossipol stared in shock as 2 beams with anomalous readings flashed across the screen, striking the frigate. Then, the enemy ship fired another piercing beam, readings identical to the earlier ineffective energy weapon. But this time, the beam pierced the frigate he dispatched. He lost the frigate. The enemy fleet suddenly accelerated. Countless cannons fired at his fleet. Report, mid-deck A-13 under attack. Deck breached. Enemy boarding the ship. Report, upper deck A-5 lost. After a moment of stunned silence, Ossipol weakly issued the order. Surrender. He felt as if a weight lifted. The next moment, light flared. He slightly closed his eyes, adapting to the sudden intense brightness on the bridge. Pell, clad in Saturnine Terminator armor, walked before him. You made a wise choice. Now tell me, what happened on Aventinium? 1 solar hour later, Pell teleported back to the Son of Ostroya. Before issuing the orbital assault orders, he went to the altar, praying to the Black Emperor. Kingdom of Disorder. After hearing Pell's report, Nareth thought to himself. Yellow-clad academy. Psychic powers, advocating eugenics and noetic. The cogniti. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 424, Chapter 423, Swift, Precise Hunting. The local yellow-clad academy on Aventinium is likely a branch of the Cogniti. Pell heard the Vostroyan term spoken by the Black Emperor, finding it very unfamiliar. Cogniti. The Cogniti originated in ancient times on Terra. They attempted to build chaos-channeling towers. It was destroyed by the Emperor leading armies. Nareth, mindful of Annuncia plots, cautiously didn't mention Olanius Person. Person operated under his own name within the Auxilia. He believed besides his friend the Emperor and individuals like John Grammaticus, no one remembered his name. Though unlikely, if Pell encountered Person, alerting him might affect Nareth's plans. Nareth would only tell Pell necessary knowledge. The Primarch transmitted knowledge about chaos to Pell via thoughtpulse. The imperial truth propagated by the Emperor conceals the fact that life exists within the warp. Warp entities are born from the thoughts, dream, and emotion of every psychically attuned sentient beings in the material realm. Among them, the most powerful entities are called the Chaos Gods. They are known by those like the Thousand Suns who discovered them as the primordial annihilators. Pell's pupils dilated sharply. He exclaimed in astonishment, so the imperial truth is entirely a lie. After learning of the Black Emperor's existence, Pell no longer believed in the imperial truth. But he hadn't imagined gods also existed in the warp. As he pondered, Nareth spoke again. The Cogniti's current goal is to use chaos power to liberate humanity from what they see as imperial dogma's oppression. The Cogniti operates a network of academies, training disciples to advance their chaos agenda by combining psychic power, eugenics, and noetic. Each graduate is highly intelligent and dangerous. As Nareth spoke, Zygmunt Malach flashed through his mind. He schemed to make himself a virtual god. Legendary Inquisitor, Alpha Plus Grade Psyker, Gideon Ravener, interrupted him at the ritual's critical moment. Cogniti members on Aventinium won't have Malach's ability but must still be dealt with. The yellow-clad academy is likely a Cogniti branch. To swiftly pacify Aventinium, they must be found. The Mitu developed devices to detect psychers among various species. I shall bestow them upon you. Use them well to find cult members hidden among the populace. Although Legion Beyonder development had entered its second phase, with chapters forming cores of main pathway Beyonders paired with other pathway Beyonder. The 11th chapter had 52 sheriffs. But they couldn't cover all Hive Academy and needed time to familiarize themselves with jurisdictions. For swift eradication of yellow-clad academy members, Mitu psychic detection devices were more effective. My lord, with Mitu psychic devices, I shall uproot the yellow-clad academy completely. Pell said. Beware Annuncia. It is a powerful force. Nareth cautioned. If encountering enemies using language affecting reality's structure, you must kill them immediately. My lord, I understand. Hearing the Black Emperor's warning, Pell replied gravely. Black mist swallowed Pell. Regaining his senses, he stood upon the altar. Pell devoutly clasped his hands inverted, praying to the Black Emperor. Moments later, wind generated from nothing on the altar. Items of various sizes flew from the opening intangible gate. 1 Terran hour later, 11th chapter drop pods rained upon Aventinium. First Captain Gibbs, leading his command squad, landed in the second largest hive. Gibbs leapt from the drop pod, surveying his surroundings. Chaos greeted him, burning buildings, screaming residents fleeing everywhere. Gibbs issued orders, detect. Confirm targets. A squad member held a torso-sized disc, the largest model among Mitu psychic detection devices. The squad member pressed the activation button at the disc center hard. Runes flashed on surrounding screens, then fully lit. Trained, he knew the center represented him, changing with his movement. On the green screen, he saw a flashing red dot. Determining direction, he spoke in the squad comms channel, 4 o'clock direction. 1 target. Move out. Gibbs ordered. As a barbarian, clad in Saturnine Terminator prototype, Gibbs strode forward, faster than a squad in Cataphractii Terminators. Command squad members advanced toward 4 o'clock. The squad member holding the Mitu device, through repeatedly comparing advance distance, confirmed the distance between circular dotted lines on the instrument was 1.5 kilometers. The squad advanced directly toward the target, direction naturally becoming 12 o'clock. Seeing the target beyond 2 rings, he immediately reported via comms. 3 kilometers. Target stationary. Continue advance, Gibbs ordered. Prepare to engage. Shadows of order raised their bolt guns. Under the bards singing, they strode forward. Hundreds of rebels raised firearms, unleashing dense barrages at the black-armored warriors from all sides. Autoguns chattered, bullets struck black armor, then deflected. Cyclone missiles on 5 Cataphractii Terminators' shoulders aimed at rebels in strongpoints. Fire-trailing missiles struck the densest rebel concentrations. Boom. Roar. Amid explosions, buildings were hurled aside. Dozens of rebels were torn apart by shockwaves. Through the roaring bolt guns, hunters and warriors drew power swords, charging remaining rebels. Gibbs led the squad breaching rebel lines, advancing toward the target. 1 kilometer from the target, he locked onto a yellow-clad academy member in a yellow robe. The figure held a gun in one hand, a staff in the other. The Saturn prototype's reactor roared. Auto-targeting locked onto the yellow-clad academy member. The plasma blast gun thundered, firing at the enemy. A superheated beam struck the yellow-clad academy psyker. His robes instantly shredded. His body ignited in orange flames. Amid explosions, his right shoulder and large part of his chest vanished. The yellow-clad academy psyker raised his staff high. A torrent of flames descended from above. Burning orange flames rained down on squad members like hail. Several squad members were struck by a series of orange fireballs. He quickly activated his personal energy shield. Dazzling light enveloped his form. The Cataphractii Terminator swayed. Seeing the attack ineffective, the psyker's eyes flashed with piercing white light, concentrating attacks on one black-armored warrior. Dozens of orange fireballs struck the energy shield. Facing over a dozen fireballs' detonations, the shimmering personal energy shield shattered. Remaining fireballs engulfed the black armor. Cataphractii Terminator armor rapidly melted in orange flames. The shadow of order was instantly incinerated to a skeleton, scattering on the ground. Gibbs strode forward. He raised his right arm. The heavy Volkite gun fired a continuous barrage at the yellow-clad academy psyker. Bang. 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 The psyker was struck by projectiles, hurled back repeatedly. Each explosion stripped large chunks of flesh from him. In moments, his body was charred black. The psyker abandoned attacking other black-armored warriors. His staff aimed at the towering giant. Orange flames rained upon Gibbs like hail. Before striking the heavy black armor, they detonated in bursts. Orange fireballs were blocked by the Saturn prototype's conversion field. The barbarian's steps didn't halt. He howled. A thunderclap echoed in the psyker's mind. He dropped his staff, clutching his head, emitting painful groans. Gibbs reached the psyker. His left arm swung the energized blade, striking the enemy. The disruption field flashed, tearing the psyker apart. At the same time, the primary hive. A tall figure in a yellow robe, his face hidden under a hood, only his eyes' stellar light illuminating the surroundings. I have lost 23 students. How is this possible? How could outsiders locate them so swiftly? My meticulous schemes have failed. The yellow figure slid as if bodiless. I must hide, await opportunity. He moved through the crowd, heading outside the hive. The yellow figure walked leisurely. Where he passed, the bizarre figure drew no attention, as if he didn't exist. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 425, Chapter 424, The Demise of the Billions Optimization Plan. Aboard the Son of Vostroya, Pel's comm bead on the bridge intermittently buzzed with beeping sounds. To counter potential powerful enemies wielding Enuncia, as mentioned by the Black Emperor, Pel didn't enter the battlefield. He remained on the bridge, ready to teleport to the battlefield to eliminate threats. Progress was smoother than he anticipated. Though shadows of order continuously fell, strikes against yellow-clad academy members advanced swiftly. These psykers were indeed powerful, even by librarian standards. But they were too scattered, each leading their own developed forces independently. Coordinated strikes by several squads could swiftly take them down. At that moment, a sharp beep sounded in Pel's comm bead. He answered. The command squad captain's voice came through. Lord, we've locked onto a powerful target. On the Me2 device, he shines brighter than others. But we chased the signal twice, attacked his location, yet saw no one. The captain continued, perplexed. He disappeared before our eyes. Both times, over 10 squad members had activated warp vision. But both times, no discovery, not even psychic fluctuations. He didn't use teleportation or sensory interference via telepathy. Could he be using Enuncia? Pel thought of the ability mentioned by the Black Emperor. He asked, did you hear anything? The comm channel fell briefly silent. Moments later, the voice returned. Lord, I heard nothing. But there's a court members in the squad. He received the father's gift. He is a secret suppliant. He seemed to hear some sounds. According to him, the sound resembled no known language, completely different from Aventinium's local tongue. More like supernatural power than language. Continue pursuit. Before catching the signal again, send me a teleport, Homer. Pel ordered. As you command, Lord. The captain closed the comm, locked target location. Continue advance. The Vostroyan pattern Rhino command vehicle's engine roared. The psychic detection device mounted was the sole high-power unit deployed on Aventinium. Tech Marines had only developed generator power replacement a week prior, replacing flesh fuel. The command vehicle sped ahead. 5 Vostroyan pattern rhinos flanked and followed. The armored convoy pursued the psychic signal. Ahead loomed the massive gate of the Hive City. Figures in brass armor from both sides fiercely exchanged fire in the gate area. Both sides used identical weaponry, pouring bullets upon each other. The captain stared at the visual screen briefly, then ordered. Auxilia 1st Regiment, follow up. Disarm the Noble Council. The 11th chapter, from earlier contact, found the local Noble Council didn't strongly resist the shadows of order arrival. After hearing the standard audio broadcast, they were willing to engage with the Legion. The chapter's current strike targets were yellow-clad sect members. Lukpov, eliminate the yellow-clad Academy Psyker. Many 11th chapter squads named themselves after places from their homeworld, Vostroya. This was proof of their pride in guarding their homeworld. Right, Captain. The Vostroyan pattern rhino on the command vehicle's left detached from the convoy. Its cannon aimed at the Psyker. Accelerate. Breakthrough. The captain ordered. Though unsure why the target left the Hive City, pursuit must continue. The Vostroyan pattern rhino command vehicle's engine roared. The machine spirit roared, powering into the steel war machine. Boom. A loud crash. The ramming prow thundered, hurling the steel gate aside. Beyond Hive Primus lay a vast wasteland. Carbon slag and scorched materials everywhere. Shattered, encrusted wreckage mixed together. The sky arched like a dome, filled with turbulent debris clouds. The captain checked the screen where the vehicle's psychic detection device operator marked the location. He looked toward the corresponding area on the visual screen. Numerous ruined structures filled his view, collapsed towers, shattered spires, damaged massive fortresses. As the rhino advanced, crushed black earth splashed countless glass shards. The rapidly charging steel vehicle swiftly closed the distance to the ruins and the target. Captain, 500 meters. The operator's tone was urgent. This was their 3rd time catching up to the target. The captain suddenly understood. He shouted. Target intends to lose us using the ruins. Transmit teleport Homer to flagship. A figure in a yellow robe sprinted rapidly. Bolt gun fire shot toward his location, then passed through the intangible form. A cold glint flashed in the yellow-robed figure's eyes. His muttered words were already somewhat slurred. Though all attacks were nullified by Enuncia, he felt near his limit. As a Cogniti member, he could maintain far longer than student, but there was a limit. His throat was nearly half damaged. Lungs and elsewhere felt like burning inferno. He knew even reaching his established base for timely repairs, his body couldn't fully recover. The yellow-robed figure's potent psychic sense felt his psychically linked student dying one after another. Among them, one he considered intellectually gifted enough to be a genius. Damn. How can they find my students? You ruined my plan, killed my apprentices, inflicted unbearable damage upon me. The yellow-robed figure looked ahead. He already saw his tower. That merely 4.1-meter-tall tower was inconspicuous even among the wreckage. But only he knew it was a tower crafted with Enuncia. Activating it with Enuncia, the entire nearby Hive City would become ruins, like the emerging city millennia ago during his experiment. Damn. This wasn't my plan. Thinking this, the yellow-robed figure's rage intensified. He intended to seize control of Aventinium through this coup, accelerating the construction of a chaos-channeling tower. Though Enuncia was core to building the chaos-channeling tower, it still required materials. Controlling Aventinium would expedite his plan. After using Enuncia to activate the tower, he'd gain immense power, lurking in shadows, awaiting the Chaos God's minions to complete screening for him. He only needed to appear at the appropriate time, recruit the final eugenically selected student, becoming a Cogniti mentor, establishing his yellow-clad academy as a full-fledged branch. The Cogniti, since ancient Terra, had numerous internal branches. To grasp power, he needed his own. Now, the black-armored warrior's appearance shattered his grand vision woven over millennia, screening billions, establishing the yellow-clad academy. You ruined my optimization plan. You shall accompany me in death. As the yellow-robed figure pondered, he muttered, maintaining the Enuncia enveloping his form. Enuncia, obeying the will of an exceptional Cogniti graduate, altered reality's structure. As if the yellow-robed figure didn't exist, dense bolt gun fire passed through his form without hindrance. The yellow-robed figure was 100 meters from the ruins, 250 meters from his tower. Only 200 more meters, he could invoke Enuncia. Damn it. The yellow-robed figure cursed inwardly again, making the burning spreading throughout his body somewhat bearable. At that moment, dazzling light flared. Pell, clad in Saturnine Terminator armor, appeared via teleport Homer on Aventinium's surface. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu Chapter 426, Chapter 425, Bribery breaks Enuncia. Pell instantly locked onto the target's location and relative distance via the teleportation transponders. The briber's ungauntleted right hand retrieved a handful of adamantium grit from his Saturnine prototype's waist. After advancing to Briber, Pell had modified his armor to utilize his abilities. The Briber threw with full force the adamantium grit toward the target location. For you. You are mine. Enhanced throwing ability allowed him to scatter the grit evenly over the target's area. The yellow-robed figure sensed the abruptly appearing figure behind him. He didn't care much, just another corpse. Moments later, he could activate his chaos-channeling tower with Enuncia. Feeling the thrown sand-like metal objects, he felt even contempt. Their missile-like powerful bullets had no effect. How could these hurt him? As the adamantium grit scattered on the ground, a yellow-robed figure manifested in Pell's eyes. For Pell, this wasn't just seeing the target. It signified that Briber established a connection with the target through bribe connection. The heavy Volkite gun and flame storm cannon instantly locked onto the yellow-robed figure's location. A rain of metal gifts shot toward the target. The yellow-robed figure was astonished to find that as beams passed through his body, the Enuncia defense enveloping him was continuously weakened. He hurriedly muttered, attempting to reconstruct the defense. Pell's attacks didn't cease. Striding toward the yellow-robed figure, his sustained assault was unrelenting. He seized the fleeting opportunity after bribe weakened the defense. Amid explosive sounds, the robe and left leg were disintegrated into atoms, vanishing. The yellow-robed figure staggered and fell. He didn't possess biomancy. The Enuncia he mastered couldn't repair his body. For the first time, he felt mortal threat. But he refused to surrender. He opened his mouth, emitting a piercing psychic shriek. As a master telepath, he believed his psychic scream could severely damage the enemy's mind. Even if the opponent's will was strong and not severely damaged, the fatal strike he could prepare would reap the enemy's life. Afterward, he could reapply Enuncia to conceal his body. He could crawl to the chaos-channeling tower's location. Pell elevated to the second layer of the Taylorian mental state, steps unceasing. Then pushed to the third layer. The psychic scream was blocked by the wall of will. He drew the power sword from his waist, pressing the runic rune. Seeing the psychic scream ineffective, a flicker of alarm passed through the yellow-robed figure's eyes. He was forced to open his mouth, prematurely launching the prepared fatal strike. He uttered an incomprehensible shout. Intangible force surged toward the black-armored giant before him. Amid ear-splitting detonation, Pell's visor flashed with an overload warning for the conversion field. The Saturnine prototype's defense was breached by Enuncia. But the forced, early strike didn't penetrate the thick armor. Pell swung the power sword glowing blue light, striking the yellow-robed figure. The yellow-robed figure wanted to open his mouth again. But his throat was full of a metallic taste. His vocal cords felt ruptured. His stiff movements weren't as fast as Pell's swinging sword. The disruption field flashed, completely tearing apart the shattered form. Pell looked toward the ruins ahead, ordering. The yellow-robed figure was likely the yellow-clad academy leader. His return here must have a reason. Organize squads. Search the ruins. 15 days later, aboard the Son of Vostroya. Pell knelt on the altar, devoutly praying to the Black Emperor. The intangible gate opened. Black mist surged, swallowing Pell and the offerings. Regaining his senses, Pell began reporting. My lord, I have eradicated the yellow-clad academy forces on Aventinium. Nareth listened to Pell's briefing. He didn't have Pell open his mind to attempt acquiring Enuncia. Enuncia differed from silent ravings. Observing scenes couldn't master it. To master Enuncia, one needed to unearth the secret from the mind of someone who possessed it, like John Grammaticus. Cogniti graduates, though all possessed Enuncia secrets, were too cunning. Unless luckily encountered, in situations like Aventinium, by the time Nareth got news and arrived, the Cogniti member would have long fled. The most realistically feasible method was acquiring it from Rupithos. My lord, within the ruins, I found a tower-like structure. Likely the chaos-channeling tower you mentioned. Librarians are researching it, seeking safe methods to destroy it. As Pell spoke, he operated the data slate, showing the tower's image to the Black Emperor. Nareth nodded, asking, does it bear inscribed text or patterns? My lord, I personally inspected. None present. Nareth wasn't disappointed. Though chaos-channeling towers required Enuncia power to create, inscription wasn't necessary, application during construction sufficed. As he pondered, Pell picked up a crystal box nearby. Pell opened the lid, presenting it before the Black Emperor. Nareth's gaze penetrated the colorless mist, seeing shimmering, crystalline glow worms, finger-length, moving within. My lord, within the ruins, I found a laboratory. The laboratory contained research notes belonging to the yellow-clad academy leader. He cultivated these so-called enlightened crystal worms to train his apprentices. He implanted enlightened crystal worms into youths' brains. Failures had their brains consumed, birthing larvae. Successful eugenically selected individuals gained potent psychic power. Nareth nodded slightly, thinking to himself. Main material for the Error Pathway Sequence 7 Cryptologist. Unexpected harvest. How many are there? My lord, within the laboratory, I discovered over 100,000 enlightened crystal worms, Pell replied. From experimental records, librarians found each failure, on average, birthed 4 larvae. Combining information from nobles, he likely lurked on Aventinium over 5 centuries, accumulating this many enlightened crystal worms. Nareth instructed, I am interested in them. Gather all. Offer them to me. As you command, my lord, Pell acknowledged, continuing his report. Though the yellow-clad academy is eradicated, eugenic ideology is deeply rooted within Aventinium's philosophy. Elite education culture is widely promoted among local nobility, more superior than education for other locals or other worlds. Therefore, I believe the policy of recruiting new members from nobility shouldn't change. Nareth knew cogniti education had its merits. He instructed, thus, your chapter shall recruit new members from nobility. After returning Pell to the son of Vostroya, Nareth returned to reality. He ordered Tierney to come to his office in 10 minutes. Then, Nareth returned to the Kingdom of Disorder's first layered space, ordering the Jokero to prepare the Cryptologist potion. Tierney, having digested Swindler long ago, drank the mist-filled potion, advancing to Sequence 7. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 427, Chapter 426, Ozek Ahriman and Hathermot compete for supremacy. After concluding the campaign against the Squat League, the 15th and 4th Legions underwent a brief rest. Subsequently, both legions were ordered for another joint operation, heading to Morningstar to rescue the local populace. 8:53 the 28th Expeditionary Fleet arrived at Morningstar. Ozek Ahriman led his retinue to the ruins of Zarukan. Although he hadn't yet followed the new system established by the Primarch Magnus after his return, requiring each captain candidate to be seconded to other legions, as the former de facto legion leader, he still had over 100 attendants. Ahriman had no worries about obtaining a captaincy. His gene father hadn't assigned him a legion for secondment merely because a suitable opportunity hadn't arisen. What concerned him now was the vacant position of chief librarian. As Magister Templi of the Corvidi cult, he foresaw that, due to their father's preference for knowledge and psychic power, this position held far greater importance than in other legions. Even though Lord Nareth first sought the Emperor's agreement to establish librarian positions, Thomas of the Shadows of Order wasn't the legion's second-in-command. The highly accomplished Sanchez, Bukeo Arshivan, who discovered crucial worlds like Cypermundi, and Howard Fender, who implemented order and reconstruction in domains like the Osiris sector, were all obviously more core figures. Another Primarch advocating psychic use, Sanguinius, was similar in his legion. Only the 15th Legion was different. The chief librarian was the legion's second-in-command. Ahriman also always believed the chief librarian position was his for the taking. Though Amon was their father's mentor and trusted equerry, he lurked in shadows clearly unsuitable for the position. From the information Ahriman possessed, most Thousand Sons also believed he should become chief librarian. But recently, this shifted. Hathermot's sudden rise, his performance, especially bringing back squat knowledge and several rare runes condensing warp energy, greatly elevated his standing in their gene father's eyes. Though his father never explicitly stated, Ahriman foresaw that the upcoming operation on Morningstar would be the arena for his duel with Hather. The best performer among them would become chief librarian. Ahriman wanted to win. To date, besides Sezak of the 11th Legion, all Legion commanders reuniting with their gene father later became second only to the gene Primarch. He didn't dwell on Hather's brief lead being closer to the Primarch during the earlier First Council. But the chief librarian position was different. Gaining it would allow wielding power to command many thousand sons. To win, Ahriman chose Zarukan. Facing the impending magnetic storm, remaining here was reckless even for Astartes. But to secure victory, Ahriman willingly risked it. He aimed to extract precious knowledge painstakingly accumulated over generations from the Lost Age. His consciousness drifted with the wind, merging with the pale ash carried by gales, howling through collapsed ruins and shattered structures. Marble column surfaces were pitted. Among grand structures, glass shimmered. Zarukan's rugged mountains unfolded along broad river valleys, trenches unnaturally straight. Ahriman strolled through ruins. His gaze penetrated time. He knew the last time the city was inhabited was millennia ago. Nature had reclaimed territory from its ancient plasticrete canyons and broken streets. The structures he passed were predate the age of strife style. Styles were unique, varied, lacking the modular aesthetic typical of humanity's later hyper-rapid expansion among stars. Morningstar was settled early in humanity's golden age. Zarukan was among the planet's earliest cities. Was this where Morningstar's first king established his capital? Ahriman inquired. He studied the playful dance of particles in his palm, watching them spin in increasingly complex iterations. Iron oxide microparticles shimmered with bright, fragmented light. Ancient meta-relics, long turned to dust in this desolate ruin of a city. Now awakened, they danced under Corvidi art's compulsion. Ahriman sought meaning within pattern motifs, listening to echoes of the past. Divining the future was always his focus. Now, he sought the hidden past from the ocean's depths. Both held equal challenge. Now is the time for us to open our minds, communicate. Ahriman elevated to the second layer of the enumeration, lowering psychic barriers. His consciousness sank into the ocean's vastness, communicating with this place's awareness. Why did your world alone remain untouched by madness, surviving the old night? Why did Morningstar survive, yet your capital fall and collapsed? Was it your greed? Your arrogance? Or merely time's passage? 9 breaths later, Ahriman suddenly elevated to the third layer, capturing a trace he sensed streaking through the ocean's vastness. The ocean's flow poured into his body, like water cascading down complex channels, guided and shaped by thoughts constructed in the third layer. Unknown became known. Unseen, unwritten possibilities now revealed. Ahriman's body trembled, excited by his discovery. A captivating image formed in his mind. He glimpsed a dreamlike city standing atop the world, its towering spires melting as the world burned. Is this Zarukan's end? As Ahriman's arts unfolded, excavating Morningstar's historical mysteries, his sole competitor, Hathor, also led his third fellowship and some Pavoni cult members not assigned to fellowships onto Morningstar's surface. All in the group had their left pauldron's curved surface adorned with pale ivory white on crimson power armor, the Thousand Suns Legion's serpentine, star-shaped emblem. Upon Hathor and several hundred others' emblems, an additional shining feather was added. That was the Pavoni cult symbol under Hathor's control as Magister Templi. Every Thousand Sun with a shining feather painted on their pauldron had visibly more handsome faces than their battle brothers. Not a single Pavoni wasn't exceptionally handsome. In this aspect, they resembled the Emperor's children. Some among them, upon completing the ascentation surgery to become Thousand Suns, weren't initially this handsome. But using Pavoni arts, they repeatedly adjusted their flesh with psychic power, attaining marble-like features, eventually winning Hathor's approval. Hathor himself even more so. Standing among the Emperor's children, he would stand out. Rumors within the 15th Legion, including the Gene Father and many others, believed Hathor should be seconded to the 3rd Legion. He would surely gain Lord Fulgrim's favor. Though Thousand Suns felt regret about this, after Hathor received Lord Nareth's attention, even gifted precious runes, they were pleased he was seconded to the Shadows of Order. From Ahriman's choice to go to Zarukan's ruins, Hathor already guessed his competitor's intent. He didn't choose ruins. No ruins history surpassed Zarukan. His ability to extract information from them was inferior to Ahriman. Hathor knew his only chance was to make good use of the ability bestowed by his lord. Therefore, he chose Morningstar's largest city. Here, as a psychiatrist, he could best utilize his abilities. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 428, Chapter 427, The Cursed Descendants of the Dragon Kingdom. Morningstar, the planetary capital, Kalina. Kalina was built at the end of a valley straight as an arrow, its source far upstream beyond Zarukan. At Kalina, the valley suddenly widened, forming a broad bowl-shaped structure, enclosed by towering cliffs on 3 sides, the 4th facing a blue sea. Hathor Mott walked within. Kalina was older than any architecture he'd seen since leaving Terra: crowded commercial districts, ocean-going transport ships from across Morningstar, grand cathedrals with circular domes, rotating towers inlaid with polarized glass, and vast libraries. Originally home to 70,000, as electromagnetic storms grew, over 500,000 flooded the planetary capital, boarding ships here to leave their doomed home. Transport routes were overwhelmed. Vehicles bumper to bumper. Tens of thousands of residents shuffled along congested roads. Hathor's gaze swept the crowd. He keenly noticed, as his lord stated, not a single individual among them possessed psychic potential. They weren't the sisters' silence, lacking the distasteful and sickening aura. People looked at the towering red-armored giants with curiosity and awe. Hathor quickly identified his first target. Unlike others showing fear, this man wore a cloak painted with storm patterns. Beneath the cloak was a ochre robe with faintly embroidered golden designs. Sons of Shaitan. Hathor immediately connected this person to the local religious group members mentioned by his lord. Years before the War Council decided the 15th and 4th Legions would handle rescuing Morningstar, his lord had already foreseen this. His words, this operation would be crucial for the competition between him and Ozek Ahriman for the chief librarian position, had also come true. Hathor had no doubt the Sons of Shaitan were his key to victory. Following the man's gaze, he found 5 similarly attired individuals with similar demeanor. Hathor raised his staff. He didn't intend to use his psychic lightning. His lord said the sons of Shaitan held high prestige locally. Acting against them among fleeing crowds might stir negative public sentiment. Just as Hathor prepared to release biomancy to weaken the target into collapse, easily attributed to malnutrition, a man in his blind spot suddenly tore off his storm cloak. The revealed ochre robe bore complete pattern lines embroidered with golden serpents. He clawed, trying to climb a statue. The statue depicted Damien Thorin, Morningstar's first bright king. Hathor cursed inwardly. He immediately changed the spell. As the Pavoni Magister Templi, he skillfully switched spells in an instant. Psychic lightning danced among the crowd. The sons of Shaitan, preparing to incite the crowd and others, were instantly struck down, falling unconscious. "They're killing people." Terrified shouts arose from the crowd. Instinctively, they began to scatter and flee. The psychiatrist took a heavy step forward. He shouted, "Stop." The psychiatrist exuded a frightening presence. Refugees felt dragon-like pressure. They wanted to flee, but the giant's threatening words and red-armored warriors forming ranks made them halt. After using Intimidate to quell public panic, the psychiatrist issued orders to his 1,000 sons. "Bring the unconscious ones out." In Kalina's luxury villa, the original owner had long departed aboard a void ship after the meteorological office reported Morningstar's core undergoing unexplained decay, the planet's lifespan sharply reduced to mere months before self-destruction. In the dim basement, a son of Shaitan slowly awoke. Images in his mind lingered on climbing the statue, preparing to deliver a speech. He looked around dazed. Then his pupils sharply contracted. He saw red-armored giants outsiders. Hathor smiled. Using the perfect voice crafted with biomancy, he spoke magnetic words. "Sons of Shaitan, let us converse." The red giant's words, and sensing a calming scent, made the sons of Shaitan's tense nerves relax. "What do you wish to discuss? Start with why you are called the sons of Shaitan." Seeing the other party influenced by his psychological cue, and carefully blended essential oils, mind no longer tense, he began guiding patiently, starting with simple topics. Sons of Shaitan wasn't a secret organization. They existed openly on Morningstar. The other wouldn't strongly resist. Beginning here could draw him further into the conversation's rhythm. The sons of Shaitan's lips curved upward. He said proudly, "We are the chosen, destined to ascend, joining the Lord of Storm's side. His power shake many worlds. His return cracks the earth. Our world missed one opportunity. Then, an age of strife without light fell upon this galaxy, elevating the chosen into his golden palace among stars. Now, the merciful Lord of Storms again bestows us. He presents this chance to be with him. During Old Night's celebration, we were deprived. Now sons of Shaitan regain the chance. The sky signals his imminent signs. Welcome them. Embrace the golden doom." A flicker of disdain passed through Hathor's eyes. As my lord said, sons of Shaitan are a death-worshipping cult. Hathor operated the data slate, calling up a holographic map. "Where is the colony ship named Shaitan?" From his lord, Hathor learned Shaitan departed from the Dragon Kingdom during humanity's golden age of exploration. Hathor wasn't unfamiliar with the Dragon Kingdom. The 1,000 Sons had set foot there, finding vast warehouses in the lands containing massive missiles with nuclear warheads. The Dragon Empire's colony ship unfortunately experienced the Old Night surge in Psychers. Terrified crew isolated the Psychers, using machines to drain their psychic energy. The resentment of deceased Psychers merged into one, forming a powerful warp entity, Shaitan. The crew fled in terror from Shaitan, but their minds were already brainwashed. Shaitan's curse passed down from generations to generations. Every colonist on the planet was a descendant of the afflicted. Anyone who awakened would become a son of Shaitan. How do you activate the colony ship? Where is the doomsday machine you built? The psychiatrist asked a series of questions, obtaining desired answers from the sons of Shaitan. The psychiatrist then questioned other members one by one. After obtaining needed intelligence, he recorded it. "Now to execute my lord's command. My lord prophesied that once my Gene Father and Lord Perturabo discover Morningstar's people are cursed by Shaitan, they'll kill all colonists and issue an exterminatus upon this world. Before parting, my lord told me, if possible, save the Dragon Kingdom's descendants on Morningstar. My lord's priority remains my victory over Ahriman, but completing this secondary task would also please him." Hathor frowned. His lord said Shaitan was a powerful warp entity only the like of his Gene Father could defeat. He himself had no chance to suppress it, even when utilizing his ability. "I hope my intelligence can draw my Gene Father's and Lord Perturabo's attention. Only then might this task be completed. Regardless, uncovering early the colony ship and Shaitan's secrets will surely give me an advantage over Ahriman in this competition." If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 429, Chapter 428, The psychiatrist carefully weighs his report to the Gene Father. Morningstar, planetary capital Kalina, the library. This ancient structure served as Magnus' temporary office. Hather Mott entered, seeing Ankuan N, guardian of the Prospero Grand Library in red robes, leading subordinates scanning and copying ancient precious texts. Anen turned, giving Hather a friendly nod. Hather then approached the Gene Father clad in golden battle plate, crafted by Terra's finest artisans. Curving horns, sculpted musculature, and most delicate script strokes highlighted customization for the Thousand Sons Primarch. A leather kilt reached his knees. A curved blade of Prosperan silk steel hung at his waist, Percherabo's gifted plasma gun on the other side. Hather's gaze was drawn to an exceptionally massive tome hanging at his side, filled with psychic knowledge, large even by Astartes standards. He knew that book contained what the Primarch considered the most precious part of all knowledge he'd acquired. Future knowledge from countless worlds would be inscribed within. The Book of Magnus would be an unprecedented work. Father. Hather spoke with a psychic voice. As a thousand son who'd crossed the threshold, he mastered other four cults' arts, though not as adept as his primary Pavoni arts. Magnus' eyes today were green. He detached from the psychic apparatus. Hather recognized several flashing runes on the device were those he obtained from his lord and contributed to the Gene Father. He thought contemplatively. So, after arriving on Morningstar, Father immersed himself here, constructing a warp device requiring vast warp energy. Hather, Magnus' jade eyes settled upon him. What brings you? Father, I captured a local cultists group, the Sons of Shaitan, and obtained important intelligence from them. Hather spoke psychically. They are called Sons of Shaitan, related to the colony ship that brought them to Morningstar. That ship is called Shaitan. A colony ship remains. Magnus' thoughts held a hint of surprise. My brother Percherabo already entered the massive colony ship at Kalina's center. He discovered Steadfast Light, though millennia old, remains operational. Steadfast Light is central to his evacuation plan. It can carry far more than Legion warships designed for war. But he certainly didn't anticipate another colony ship. Father, the area where Shaitan is located suffers raging electromagnetic storms. Imperial detection equipment is being interfered. After explaining, Hather continued. More crucially, during its voyage, the colony ship experienced the Old Knight's psychic awakening. A tragic story. Magnus wore a sardonic smile. From Terran texts, he read about witch purges, hearing Imperial suspicion toward Psychers, especially Thousand Sons, far exceeded that toward Shadows of Order and Blood Angels. Hather recounted the process his lord told him. He didn't mention the source, letting his Gene Father assume it came from interrogating Sons of Shaitan. In truth, those who fled Shaitan had memories erased. Morningstar's recorded history was fabricated. Every word that psychiatrist uttered was carefully weighed in his mind. Unless that psychiatrist harbored other motives, extracting secrets from him was difficult, even for powerful Corvidi cult members. But the Gene Father and Lord Nareth were exceptions. Their powerful telepathy could obtain anything desired. That psychiatrist knew each statement must be plausible, not arousing Magnus' suspicion. As a full-fledged telepatist, he knew how. The Sons of Shaitan were his constructed plausible intelligence source. Now, feeling no consciousness probing his mind, his carefully weighed words had won the Gene Father's trust. The psychiatrist carefully continued, the machines drained the Psychers' lives. Shaitan was born in the warp. Morningstar's destruction stems from the death-worshipping cult constructing machines, causing magnetic reversal. My interrogation results, the local planetary defense force, Red Dragons, its high-ranking members are also Sons of Shaitan. Hather reported another intelligence from his lord, hoping to draw the Gene Father's attention. Magnus' smile vanished. His expression turning grave. Never mention warp entities before others. This contradicts my father's imperial truth. After warning his son, he remained silent momentarily, then issued orders. Based on intelligence from Sons of Shaitan, Shaitan and its cultists are a significant threat. If they lurk among refugees, spreading dangerous beliefs to other worlds, it would be spreading a major threat. Hearing Magnus' thought pulse, Hather thought to himself. As my lord said, once the Gene Father recognizes the Sons of Shaitan threat, he'll exterminate all Morningstar's people. He doesn't yet know they are generationally entangled by Shaitan's curse. As Hather pondered, Magnus' thought pulse continued echoing in his mind. I must immediately seek Percherabo, inform him of Shaitan's threat, urge him to revise plans. But this won't be easy. Hather instinctively nodded. He recalled his lord's assessment of Percherabo. He is a genius, possessing enormous pride. He is unwilling to admit his mistake. When circumstances change, he won't acknowledge factors he didn't consider. He'll stubbornly execute his plan. As Hather reflected, Magnus continued issuing orders. You and Atharva shall immediately proceed to the Shaitan. Investigate. Report at all times. Hather's brows furrowed. From his lord words, he knew even most Primarchs couldn't contend with Shaitan. Going there would be suicidal. Just as he intended to send a thought pulse, Magnus' voice again echoed in his mind. The warp device I originally designed aimed to provide protection for the evacuation fleet, ensuring safe navigation through to reach a new world. Now, it requires some adjustments to aid me in controlling that Shaitan. I suspect the Sons of Shaitan's disruption of Morningtar's magnetic field conceals a grand conspiracy. Before entering the magnetic storm zone, report to me. Once device modifications are complete, I shall depart immediately. Hearing this, Hather felt relief. Half his objective was achieved, drawing the Genefather's sufficient attention. Though not departing immediately, he still had to risk entering the Shaitan, but it was a good start. I hope Father won't be late. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 430, Chapter 429, Shaitan possesses Atharva. While Ozek Ahriman searched Zarukan's ruins, Hather Mott and Atharva also arrived. Nico Ashkali served as the Thousand Suns guide. He was Morningstar's senior cultural conservator. Terran-born, he now fully embraced Morningstar's culture, mentally transformed into a local. Ashkali's iron-gray hair was bound by a patterned headscarf. His voice came through a respirator. I led excavation work at the Zarukan site. But this is the first I've known about an ancient colony ship hidden here. His emerald eyes, deeply set, stared in astonishment at the Leviathan revealed in swirling dust. Hather gripped his staff tightly, sending Atharva a thought pulse. Approaching the magnetic storm zone. We should report our progress to the Primarch. Atharva nodded. He gazed eastward at the mountains, where dazzling radiance of a massive magnetic storm swept over peaks. Morningstar's unpredictable weather systems made the storm's path completely unpredictable. Twisted light shone upon Atharva. Pale ivory adorned his left pauldron, the Thousand Suns Legion's serpentine, star-shaped emblem. Within the emblem, an observing eye was embedded. That was the Athenians' cult symbol. Atharva first sent a thought pulse to their Genefather, then a brief report via comms channel. Dust and debris stirred by lightning formed furious pillars, roaring hundreds of meters high. The Thousand Suns contingent carefully skirted the pillars, heading toward the colony ship Shaitan. Lightning-laden pillars collided. A fireball mushroom cloud erupted. Another followed. Rubble rode swirling air currents and twisting magnetic fields, soaring high. Atharva's lieutenant, Raptora Cult's Fosis Tkar, abruptly raised a hand. Telekinetic force surged. Boom. Roar. Continuous severe tremors collided and erupted within the ruins. Tkar's kinetic shield flickered. After a long while, the roar gradually subsided. A biting wind surged from the mountains, scraping against Thousand Suns' armor. Magnetic storm vortexes, carrying dark clouds, pressed upon the contingent. Torrential rain hammered down, lashing power armor. Tkar didn't maintain the kinetic shield. Compared to earlier explosions, heavy rain posed lesser threat. Rain washed dust from power armor, refreshing Hather and his Pavoni. 100 meters from the Shaitan, Atharva suddenly halted. Do you hear it? What? Ashkali and Tkar asked simultaneously. They looked around. Besides distant sounds of the magnetic storm, they heard nothing. Hather warily watched Atharva. His lord told him Shaitan, as a warp entity, often used possession to act in the material realm. Psychers were suitable hosts. Thousand Suns with potent psychic power and physique were even more suitable. Atharva hearing more voices made him the most likely target. Storm's voice. Atharva's tone subdued, drowned by crackling thunder. Ashkali didn't hear. Tkar's superhuman hearing filtered thunder, hearing Atharva's words. He sighed with relief. Magnetic Storm's voice. I hear it constantly. But Hather grew more vigilant. He seemingly casually stepped aside, as if searching. Atharva spoke no more. Amidst storm sounds, he walked toward the Shaitan. The contingent in an instant reached the Shaitan. Atharva bluntly said to Ashkali. Open the hatch. Ashkali felt the Thousand Suns' tone completely different, unlike their cultivated scholar image. The senior conservator approached the hatch, masking a flicker of anger in his eyes. The runes on the hatch differ entirely from earlier. I need time. Before Ashkali finished, Atharva's angry roar interrupted. You have no time. Move. At that moment, Tkar also realized Atharva's abnormality. Instinctively, he raised his staff defensively. My lord. Atharva seemed to not hear. His fingers rapidly tapped runes. Ashkali stared in astonishment as runes lit one by one. With hydraulic sounds, the hatch opened. Atharva immediately tried to charge in. Suddenly, lightning struck him. Hather prepared. He allowed Atharva to open the Shaitan, then launched a charged strike. Currents coursed within Atharva. His body numbed, crashing heavily into the metal chamber. None shall stop me. Atharva dazedly turned his head, emitting a piercing psychic shriek. Many thousand suns were perplexed by two captains clashing. This was the first internal conflict. Their guards gripped staffs and bolt guns tightly, warily eyeing each other. None attacked first. Atharva's psychic shriek swept 5 members from both guard squads indiscriminately. Screeching echoed in their minds. A third fellowship member who'd just mastered the first layer of enumeration, weaker-willed, bled from nostrils, collapsed in agony. Third fellowship guards immediately attacked second fellowship. Chain lightning danced among second fellowship, numbing them. Their other hands clenched, as if squeezing hearts. Second fellowship's blood boiled, as if every cell burned. They endured discomfort, psychically linking. They shouted in unison, causing the Pavoni thoughts to halt. Cease. Hathor commanded. He said to Tkar, Atharva is controlled. You are the commander now, have your cult stop. Tkar hesitated no more. His telekinesis surged, pressing upon guard members. Intangible shackles bound guard members. They couldn't move. After restraining guards, Tkar looked toward Atharva. Now what? Restrain him. Withdraw from magnetic storm zone. Await father. Agreed. Tkar raised a hand, coordinating with Hathor to control Atharva. Suddenly, Atharva opened his mouth, roaring words thousand suns never heard. Magnetic reversal. Ashkali saw glaring readings, screaming in terror, warning thousand suns. Through the sound of electromagnetic roars, screech of electromagnetic static surged through all audio systems. The ground shook violently. Cracks opened. Several thousand suns screamed, falling into fissures. Tkar raised a hand, using telekinesis to lift several thousand suns. The Shaitan waved with the ground, trembling violently. Hathor, using Pavoni arts, maintained balance. But Atharva seized the chance to break free. His body repeatedly struck chamber walls, vanishing from Hathor's senses. Retreat. Hathor shouted the order. Thousand suns were about to flee, feeling tremors intensifying. Seismic activity along Morningstar's crust spreading along branching faults, tearing the ground apart. Morningstar's largest hive city cluster straddled a geothermal rift. As groaning tectonic plates fractured, it sank into the fiery chasm that once powered it. Simultaneously, 3 coastal cities were submerged by tsunami waves. Hathor saw a figure emerge from the Shaitan. The figure walked leisurely amidst the magnetic storm-induced earthquake. Terrifying storms circled his red armor. Hathor's eyes widened. He thought to himself. Atharva has been possessed by Shaitan. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 431, Chapter 430, The Gene Father Hasn't Arrived, The Psychiatrist's Self-Rescue. Morningstar, Planetary Capital Kalina, Orbital Command Center. Magnus was strenuously trying to persuade Perturabo. Despite time pressure, he spoke like a teacher, patiently explaining. During this conversation, his eyes were azure blue, similar to his brother's. Geomagnetic polarity reversal is common on all worlds. Intervals between reversals average around 500,000 years. Polarity reversal itself usually takes centuries, thus almost imperceptible to inhabitants. But Morningstar's magnetic reversal accelerated to 6 months. Martian tech priests delved into the core yet found no cause. This conceals conspiracy. A light flickered in Perturabo's blue eyes, then faded. Through armored glass, he watched tugs ascending toward orbit. My task is evacuation, not seeking reasons for a doomed world. My plan will ensure every Morningstar inhabitant safely leaves this world. To ensure completion, every aircraft, no matter how dilapidated, must be utilized. Magnus, I must continue my work now. After speaking, Perturabo walked to the console. His dreadlocks were about to interface with the system to resume work. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The entire orbital command center swayed. Perturabo's dreadlocks entered the data stream, rapidly consolidating data from nodes. Earthquakes. Large tracts of land cracking. Tsunamis. Cities swallowed. Even the Planetary Defense Force Red Dragons, previously compliantly cooperating, executing assigned tasks decently, launched rebellion. Their armored firepower suddenly fired at Iron Warriors, causing several deaths. They also kidnapped Imperial-appointed Planetary Governor Koned Varga, completely disrupting his evacuation plan. A flicker of anger crossed Perturabo's eyes. His dreadlocks detached from electronic instruments. You foresaw this. With your psychic power. Magnus keenly sensed Perturabo's aversion toward psychic power in his tone. Through prolonged contact, he understood Perturabo to a considerable extent. Unlike Lehman Russ's pure hatred, Perturabo and Rogel Dorn's attitudes toward psychic power somewhat resembled each other. Both emphasized psychic power's dangers. Dorn's thoughts stemmed more from himself. Perturabos due to the Emperor's emphasis. Magnus smiled, slightly shaking his head. More from my son, Hathermot. He captured a cult called the Sons of Shaitan, obtaining intelligence from them. Based on this information, my divine future tells me Morningstar's doom is an elaborate conspiracy. Now, I need that device you manufactured for me. Is it ready? Perturabo remained silent for a moment. Earlier, Magnus gave him decrypted ancient documents, requesting manufacture of a warp navigation device. That device's unique aspect was operating without psychic power, compensating for navigators' shortage in evacuation fleets. It was long completed. Perturabo originally intended to shatter it before Magnus, reminding his soul brother considered a friend of the Emperor's teachings on warp dangers. But now wasn't suitable timing. Magnus was a proud brother, possessing full confidence. Persuading him shouldn't be during his own plan's failure, but when that machine proved useful. Follow me. Perturabo walked toward the covered instrument, pulling aside the grey curtain. 10 minutes later, a red stormbird soared. Magnus worked nervously between two machines linked by adamantium chains. He had no time to modify his own machine. Now he had to combine both machines. Perturabo's machine would lock onto the warp entity named Shaitan. His machine would help gather energy, eliminating the threat. While the stormbird sped toward Zarukan, Hathermot was already in dire straits. He raised his staff high. Thousand Suns' power converged within an electric sphere. The electric dragon's blinding radiance rivaled electromagnetic storm lightning in the distance. Psychic lightning struck the red-armored figure. But he merely raised a hand, shimmering light meeting the electric arcs. Amid detonations, psychic lightning was swallowed. Die! Atharva roared. Molten streams of fire descended from above. Fosistkar raised both hands. Telekinesis surged. Force shield shrouded the sky. Molten streams struck the force shield. Tar's expression drastically changed. As a member of the First Council, a leading figure among the Raptora cult, only the Gene Father's defenses surpassed his within Thousand Suns. But his force shield was breached in an instant. Tar roared. His telekinesis reluctantly pressed back around his body, barely enveloping him. Flames engulfed over a dozen Thousand Suns, instantly reducing them to ash. Atharva's eyes flashed countless images. He emitted a snicker. Thousand Suns, all is dust. Within the Inferno center, Hather's body melted, then regenerated rapidly under biomancy. In the material realm, Atharva's voice came from one. But in the ocean's vastness, countless chaotic voices arose. Voices seemed from millions, men, women, elderly, children. Hather felt perplexed by Shaitan's words. With the Gene Father's return, powerful Thousand Suns couldn't be associated with dust. He swiftly discarded Shaitan's words. Survival was more crucial now. Hather's peripheral vision glanced skyward. No shadow seen. The Gene Father hadn't appeared. He had to seek self-rescue. As his gaze returned, he saw Thousand Suns' dense barrage toward Shaitan dissipated midair, bolt shells scattering like dust. If psychic power couldn't counter the powerful warp entity born from countless Psykers' agonizing deaths, only abilities bestowed by his lord could save him. A flash of inspiration struck the psychiatrist's mind. His thoughts raced. Deceased Dragon Kingdom Psykers were killed after compatriots drained their psychic energy. Shaitan was spawned by countless deceased's resentment. Those deceased still exist. Though Shaitan is powerful, I might placate some among them. After psychoanalyzing, the psychiatrist spoke. Compatriots from Terra, Psykers, I understand you. You never did wrong yet suffered ruthless betrayal by kin. The psychiatrist discovered as he placated, molten streams engulfing him dissipated. Indeed possible. Among Shaitan's aggregate, some were placated by me. I can communicate with him. Perhaps I have a chance to fulfill my lord's command. Thinking this, Hather shouted, retreat. He was unable to send thought pulses. Armor's comms devices incinerated in molten streams. Hather was unprecedentedly disheveled. He saw Shaitan lower his right hand, raise his left, aiming at retreating Thousand Suns. We are not your enemies. I am your friend. Tell me your stories. Atharva's face contorted. Arguments arose in the ocean's vastness. Lies. Kill them. No. I must tell him that story. Tell him about that despicable wretch. He deceived me. Tricked me inside. His name. Damn, I can't recall his name. Yes, someone must know shameful betrayal. Until I finish the story, he and they cannot die. Tar looked toward Hather. Their gazes met. He sensed his firm conviction. He slowly nodded, leading second and third fellowship Thousand Suns turning away, leaving Hather alone with terrifying Atharva. Time passed moment by moment. The psychiatrist listened to hundreds of voices echoing in his mind. He swiftly responded to each voice, carefully placated their emotions. Hathor believed any other psychiatrist would have long been torn apart. Fortunately, he was both Astartes and Psyker, possessing superhuman mind. His Lord's previous 3 gifts also enhanced his mind and gave him ability to handle this situation. The psychiatrist nervously satisfied some, placated others, maintaining fragile balance, until all 1,000 suns vanished from his senses. He just breathed a sigh of relief when engine roars sounded in his ears. Hathor looked up. A legion-marked red storm bird rapidly approached. The Gene Father is coming. As the thought flashed, a terrifying shriek sounded. Shaitan sensed a life-threatening entity. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 432, Chapter 431, The colonization ship crashes. Shaitan raised his right hand and grasped at the air. The stormbird was crushed to pieces like a toy. Hathor Mott looked up and saw metal wreckage falling from the sky. Amongst the metallic debris, he spotted a gray sphere, shimmering with starlight. Hathor took in every arc, every line, every meticulous detail crafted by master artisans. Also captured in his gaze were numerous distinctive features, showcasing the maker's profound understanding and mastery of machinery. That is a warp navigation device, crafted by Lord Perturabo. Father once tasked him with creating it based on data relics from ancient times. Hathor's attention was then drawn to a cubic device, etched with dazzlingly bright runes. He recognized the runes as originating from the warp circuitry COG drones of the Grimner, capable of gathering immense warp energy. Those runes were bestowed upon him by the Black Emperor, which he in turn had given to his Gene Father. Hathor saw the Crimson Giant, using telekinesis to lift the devices connected by adamantine chains and runes. Shaitan raised a hand, and a torrent of fiery molten energy swept across the heavens. In Hathor's vision, the sky was dyed blood-red, engulfing Magnus and that machine. Instantly, in his etheric sight, multicolored light flared as a psychic storm clashed with the flames, producing continuous explosive roars. In the colliding energies, the lightning-riddled clouds were erased. Amidst the ongoing explosions, vast swathes of flame melted away like ice and snow. Magnus, holding the machine, landed steadily. His eyes now shone with silver, identical to Ferrus Manus's, fixed intently on the red-armored warrior. The figure clad in crimson armor bore a resemblance to Atharva, but the power surging within him blazed like a star within the immaterium. Hathor's intelligence was indeed correct. As Magnus pondered, his hands flew across the modified machine's controls. Runes lit up one by one, and from the sphere shot forth a stream of etheric energy, shining with a blue light. The blue energy stream shot like an arrow towards Shaitan. Warp energy flooded violently into Shaitan's body, and his speed suddenly exploded. Magnus saw the red figure move rapidly, even faster than he could. Only the winged Nareth or Sanguinius could match such speed. But I had Hathor's intelligence. I was prepared. A beam of gray light shot from the cube, merging with the blue energy stream. The two beams intertwined, smashing into the rapidly approaching Shaitan. Shaitan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the colonization ship. The blue energy beam tore through the metal hull of the colonization ship, blasting a hole several meters wide. Father, Hathor quickly approached, sending a thought pulse, the device you forged has severely wounded that warp entity. Now is not the time for celebration. It is not dead yet, merely retreated into the colony ship, Magnus responded mentally. I believe Father will surely defeat it, Hathor thought of his Lord Command and pleaded with his Gene Father. Before your arrival, I communicated with him. I discovered many voices within him, likely from those psychers who were persecuted to death. Resolving some of that resentment, I believe, is the best way to address the threat of Shaitan. A glimmer of appreciation shone in Magnus' silver eyes as he looked at Hathor. During his recent clash with Shaitan, he had made a similar discovery. What surprised the Primarch even more was that Shaitan possessed power similar to his own. Atharva's will had been overwhelmed, brought under control. Hathor had not only resisted Shaitan's psychic domination but also successfully bought time. I will bind him within the device I brought, but it was not originally designed for sealing. My runes cannot restrain him for long. You will have very little time. I will be ready. The two communicated swiftly in their minds. Suddenly, Magnus frowned. The earth trembled violently, this time not from magnetic forces, but from the colonization ship. With the roar and vibration of engines, the slumbering iron behemoth of millennia rose into the air. Air currents battered against Hathor. Bioenergy surged within his half-naked form, allowing him to stand firm against the gale. He saw numerous cannons on the vessel swivel, aiming downward. Though a colonization ship, its firepower was mismatched with its massive metallic frame, yet its various shipboard weapons were still lethal. Magnus' expression turned grave. His consciousness spread outwards, skirting the electromagnetic storm zone, issuing commands to the Thousand Suns. Converge on my position. Then, his consciousness retracted, piercing into the colonization ship. The Primarch pushed his mental state to the 10th enumeration, a layer unique to him, unreached by any of his sons. His consciousness swept through the ancient vessel in an instant. The ancient construction techniques and accumulated history flooded his thoughts. Under normal circumstances, Magnus would have leisurely admired this artistic achievement. Now, he had to hurry. In a flash, Magnus' consciousness traversed the entire ship, arriving at the bridge. No crew manned the control consoles, yet binary data streams flickered, levers moved up and down, and gauge needles spun. It was as if 10,000 souls were operating it. Magnus' consciousness scanned the figure in golden armor hovering in the air. Indeed, thousands of souls were at the controls. Lightning flashed in Shaitan's eyes as he looked at the luminous form of Magnus' condensed consciousness. A supernatural collision erupted within the immaterium. All Thousand Suns felt a titanic psychic tsunami surging, its terrifying waves even surpassing the magnetic storm. After Fosist Kar led the wounded Thousand Suns away for treatment, within the ruins of Zarukan, Ozek Arman was closest to the Primarch's location. Feeling the collision within the immaterium, he couldn't help but feel a secret shock. An existence capable of rivaling Father. And he was right here in Zarukan, and I didn't detect him. Hurry, he said mentally. Followers of the Athenians cult relayed his command to everyone. Hastar was the only former Pavoni cult leader who had sided with Ahriman. He hoped Ahriman would defeat Hathor, allowing him to reclaim his position as master of the Pavoni cult temple. Hastar raised both hands, bioenergy infusing the group. Everyone felt energy filling their bodies. Their speed increased dramatically, racing towards the Gene Father at a pace exceeding a forced march. A red tide of ceramite swept rapidly through the ruins of Zakhem, mercilessly shattering the blue stones they once treasured. Moments later, Ahriman's vision filled with the tall form of his father. Simultaneously, a rapid series of images flashed through his mind. No. Ahriman shouted aloud. Father, the colonization ship is crashing. Beware. Magnus did not turn. He looked skyward. His psychic duel with Shaitan had not only destroyed the colonization ship's weapon systems but also its control consoles and power systems. The colossal entity in the air ceased its ascent. Just as Ahriman had foreseen, it was about to fall. My sons, focus your power upon me. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 433, Chapter 432, Magnus holds up the falling colonization ship. Ozek Ahriman and hundreds of thousand sons immediately complied with their Gene Father's command, raising their hands toward the Primarch's direction. The shimmering glow of psychic power drowned out the roar of the electromagnetic storm. Magnus raised his left arm high. Psychic energy gathered in his upturned palm. The Primarch's body swelled. He strained to control this devastating power, to bring it under his mastery. He felt that this colossal force could rival the powerful barrier shields created by the Raptora cult in Tiska, capable of resisting orbital bombardment. But for him, it was not enough. The falling colonization ship contained not just the impact force from gravity, but also the immense power exerted by the being named Shaitan. Magnus raised his right arm. Multicolored psychic light shot from his palm, flying into the device he had forged. The device was engraved with all the runes related to warp power that he commanded. 999 runes, all activated under his guidance. Among them, the 9 core runes, 5 came from the natural patterns formed by the fallen bird-shaped statues on Prospero, and the other 4 were obtained by Hathor Mott. A beam of light descended from the heavens, tearing through the dust clouds, and struck the cube. The Primarch maintained the 10th enumeration, completely transcending his physical form with his mind, using his psychic might to harness the vast warp power drawn from hundreds of his sons and the device. Magnus pushed both hands upward. The immense force collided with the falling colonization ship. Rolling thunder echoed across the entire morning star. Hathor did not infuse his psychic power into the Gene Father, his strength was nearly exhausted from before. His gaze shifted from the slowing, ever closer behemoth. The power gathered by his father had already halted the descending vessel. Hathor looked toward the arriving Ahriman and the others, seeing them connected to the Gene Father through psychic links. For breaths later, his pupils contracted sharply. 1,000 sun, his body, and the red armor upon it, visibly disintegrated, turning to dust that scattered upon the ground. Hathor didn't need to extend his biomancy to understand the reason. The 1,000 suns psychically linked to their Gene Father endured immense pressure on both their minds and bodies. The Primarch could withstand it, bearing the brunt of the strain, but the 1,000 suns could not endure such colossal power. Seeing 1,000 sun after another turn to dust, Hathor couldn't help but recall Shaitan's words. 1,000 suns, all is dust. He seemed to see the shadow of misfortune looming over the future fate threads of the 1,000 suns. Hathor reigned in his thoughts. The shadow that had appeared on his marble-like features, combined with the swirling dust, made his handsome face seem even more obscure. Boom. The deafening crash of the colonization ship hitting the ground refocused Hather's attention on the present. Under telekinetic influence, the ship's landing was relatively controlled, but the sheer weight of its massive frame was still devastating to the shattered ground. Amidst the violent tremors, Hather felt the ground beneath him sink. A shockwave carrying rocks and dust surged toward him. He infused bioenergy into his body, standing firm amidst the series of impacts and the shockwave. Ahead, Hather saw Magnus' robes, the armor on his shoulders and back, all turn to dust in an instant, sliding from his form. He widened his eyes, searching in the direction of the listing colonization ship. Sure enough, Shaitan was not dead. His red armor was shattered, blood continuously flowing from his nose and mouth. Shaitan swayed, letting out a derisive sneer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Crimson King, everything you cherish will turn to dust. Thousands upon thousands of voices echoed within the minds of Magnus, Hather, Ahriman, and the dozen or so surviving thousand sons. Magnus' appraised arms paused, then he thrust them upward again. The warp device flashed with blinding light once more, piercing through dust and clouds. A pillar of light descended from the sky, striking Shaitan. The light pillar split into countless golden chains, wrapping around Shaitan's form. Magnus let out a roar. Shaitan was lifted, ensnared. Shaitan roared in turn, his body swelling as he struggled desperately against the psychic bonds. Storms raged within Shaitan, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break the shackles imposed upon him. In terror, he sought to leave Atharva's body, to return to the Immaterium. The book at Magnus' waist suddenly flew into the air unaided, hovering. As he chanted, its pages flipped rapidly. Hather gazed up at the book of Magnus, his eyes shining. He couldn't help but think inwardly. If I were to present the book of Magnus, which contains the most precious knowledge and immense power, to my lord, it would surely please him. As Hather pondered, a golden beam of light struck the golden device. Atharva's body plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily onto the cube. With a thump, the upward-facing side of the cube was shattered by the red ceramite. Atharva's body rolled inside. The metal sphere immediately flew up, striking the shattered cube, filling the broken side, then stuffing itself within. Magnus took a deep breath, banishing Shaitan's words from his mind. Hather, your intelligence and your performance during this operation have satisfied me. Without prior preparation, dealing with the threat of Shaitan would have resulted in far heavy casualties. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Hather's face. In the contest for Chief Librarian, he had won the final victory. Father will likely make the formal announcement during the next Fellowship Council, after the operations on Morning Star conclude. As Hather thought, he saw his father walk to the device. He drew his khopesh, swiftly tapping and inscribing rune after rune. He is entrusted to you. But he is too powerful. The runes I inscribed can only bind him for approximately 10 solar days. Hather nodded. To fulfill his lord command, he would exert his utmost effort. The psychiatrist approached the device. In a withing tone, he addressed Shaitan, whose shoulders and arms trembled, struggling fiercely within. We hadn't finished our conversation earlier. Now, let us continue. 11 solar days later, as the Thousand Suns excavated the damaged colonization ship Shaitan, Magnus emerged from the colonization ship, walking toward the warp device. He spoke with appreciation to Hather, now clad in fresh power armor. Your conversations have been remarkably effective. Your talent for matters of the mind is no less than that of Ahriman. At least 1,000 psychers have found peace. As Magnus spoke, the psychiatrist felt as if a star had shattered within him. Hather thought inwardly, I have mastered the power bestowed by my lord, becoming a true psychiatrist. As he pondered, a sudden explosive crack sounded. The device before him shattered and disintegrated. The book at Magnus' waist flew up, its pages flipping rapidly. All is dust. Shaitan said venomously, his form being sucked into the pages of the book. Hather watched the book of Magnus fall into his gene-father's hands, his eyes gleaming with brilliant light. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 434, Chapter 433, the Emperor chooses Nareth to accompany him. The last Terran month of 853. Terra, the Golden Palace. Nareth's psychic projection traversed the void. He glanced around and noticed a change in the seating arrangement among the Primarchs. Robot Gilliman, having completed the first phase of his expedition and secured the route to Terra, had risen to the third position, sitting to the right of Horus. To his right sat Rogel Dorn, Lehman Russ, Sanguinius, Vulcan, and Magnus. With the return of Lion L. Johnson, the First Legion had rapidly expanded. He and Nareth were now separated only by Ferrus Manus. To the Lion's left sat Hannibal, Perturabo, and Fulgrim. Fulgrim saw Nareth and graced him with a perfect smile. Nareth, thank you for the gift. It is simply a work of art, as beautiful as the Aquila on my legion's chest plate. The Aquila lander has indeed crafted a new image for us, providing a more suitable aircraft for many occasions, Sanguinius said, a similarly perfect smile on his face. The Stormbird is too rigid, Horus said, looking at his friend. The Aquila lander allows us to present another facet, making diplomatic affairs proceed more smoothly. Malkador smiled, gently stroking the golden Aquila atop his staff. Not just the legions, the imperial administration has also benefited, finding diplomatic affairs proceed more smoothly. After accepting everyone's thanks, Nareth's gaze fell upon Perturabo, who had remained silent. We must also thank Perturabo. He made the Aquila lander more perfect. Perturabo's eyes glimmered. He spoke casually. It was merely a trivial effort. Perfecting it was not difficult for me. Perturabo, how did the evacuation operation on Morningstar proceed with Magnus? We successfully evacuated 1,030,000 people, relocating them to neighboring imperial worlds, Perturabo said calmly. Perturabo did not wish to elaborate. Although, in the end, apart from the civilians who perished in the disasters caused by the electromagnetic storm, everyone else was evacuated flawlessly according to his plan, learning the truth about Shaitan from the captured sons of Shaitan, the liberated planetary governor Konad Varga, and the Red Dragon planetary defense forces had made it clear he was not the true decision-maker. Had the truth not been discovered, and his evacuation plan been executed, Shaitan's faith would have spread to other worlds. The worst outcome could have seen numerous worlds destroyed by a rising death cult. Perturabo resolved to consider the warp and its denizens more heavily as factors in the future, to formulate more perfect plans. Magnus, knowing Perturabo's reluctance to speak, added, on Morningstar, there was a zealous death cult called the Sons of Shaitan. After listening to Magnus and Perturabo's account, based on his memories, Nareth knew the two had omitted many details. Clearly, considering the imperial truth did not acknowledge the existence of life in the warp, Magnus did not mention the warp entity Shaitan. He certainly did not mention the phrase, all is dust, the prophecy for the future fate of the Thousand Sons, first uttered when Shaitan possessed Asava. Despite Magnus' omissions, Nareth, combining them with his memories, gleaned some information. Magnus' iconic scene, holding up the falling colonization ship. Magnus mentioned only 540,000 sons perished in the entire operation, fewer than in my memories. Was it because I had Hathermot provide intelligence, allowing Magnus to be prepared in advance? In Nareth's memories, Magnus faced Shaitan and was almost consistently at a disadvantage. He, along with many thousand sons, would hold up the falling colonization ship. Most of the thousand sons psychically linked to him turned to dust. Finally, Magnus relied on his Book of Magnus to seal Shaitan within it, winning the victory. The detailed process can only be learned from Hathermot the next time I see him. Hather successfully completed his mission. Originally, he too would have been controlled by Shaitan, only to be saved by Magnus in the end. Now, with my bestowal, his abilities are far greater than they were. Not only did he ensure the survival of over 1 million from the refugees, where originally none survived, but he also successfully became chief librarian. After Nareth discussed the Morningstar campaign with Magnus and Perturabo, the Emperor and Constantine Valder appeared in the chamber. After everyone paid their respects, the Emperor surveyed the assembly. He casually inquired about the Morningstar evacuation from Magnus and Perturabo. Magnus gave a more detailed report but still did not mention the existence of the warp entity Shaitan. After the briefing concluded, Malkador spoke. Imperial administration scribes have recorded and publicized the Morningstar evacuation operation. Many worlds rejoice at the Imperium's actions in the face of disaster. Support for the Imperium has increased to varying degrees across numerous worlds, and work efficiency has improved. Members of the Council, the voice of the Fabricator General of Mars, synthesized from vocalizers, sounded from beneath his mask, drawing everyone's attention. In the war against the Squats, the Mark II power armor has exhibited numerous shortcomings. To facilitate combat in confined spaces such as spacecraft corridors, boarding actions, sealed mines, and underground tunnel networks, environments with little cover, we have developed specialized armor adapted for such conditions. Compared to the Expedition pattern, the new pattern, designated Iron Pattern, provides greater frontal protection. Correspondingly, the rear armor's weight is reduced, making it unsuitable for conventional combat. As the Fabricator General spoke, his mechadendrites tapped his chest, projecting new images. It employs a new design called Iron Rim. The sloping plate of this heavy helmet is designed to allow firing to the left and right. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew the helmet design of Mark III inspired the future Mark IV helmet, and its wedge shape formed the basis for the distinctive beak helm of Mark VI. The hologram disappeared. The Fabricator General continued. The Mechanicum will supply the new pattern armor to all legions to meet the demands of future frontal assaults. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. That is another piece of good news I've heard today. He surveyed the council members and continued. I have another piece of good news. He spoke slowly, I have received intelligence that in the southern reaches of the galaxy, on the feral world of Barbarus, there is an extraordinary individual. He leads the local populace in attacks against the Xenos overlords who enslave humanity. Upon hearing this, Nareth knew the Emperor was speaking of Mordorion. I wish to select one from among you to accompany me to Barbarus, to retrieve your brother. The Emperor's gaze swept over them all, finally settling on Nareth. Nareth, you can reach Barbarus swiftly through the Caelium Gate. You shall accompany me. Nareth had no interest in accompanying the Emperor to retrieve Mordorion, a staunch opponent of Psykers. But then he considered that perhaps the Xenos, the overlords, could be ingredients for potions. Nareth also reflected that he did not plan to launch a new campaign in the short term. The next dice of prophecy would only cool down in 855, after which he would divine regarding Gardenal. Thinking this, he gave his reply. As you wish. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 435, Chapter 434, The Emperor's Advance Incentive, Personally Recovered. Segmentum Tempestus, Barbarus. The Shadow's sovereignty arrived at the Caelium Gate via the Teleportarium. It then took only 5 weeks to traverse from the northern galactic region to the southern galactic sector through the reactivated trio of gates. Compared to usual, Nareth's black armor now bore an additional gray belt at the waist. Biologist Marlena and potions professor Michael had prepared various concoctions for him. Nareth boarded a stormbird, flying towards the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. En route, he gazed into the void through the viewport. Barbarus orbited a pale sun, reminding him of Mortarion's suns, later known as the Death Guard. Nareth shifted his gaze to the immense vessel beside the Bucephalus. Even the Emperor's own ship could not overshadow it. Its architectural form generally resembled the prevalent Gothic style of the current Imperium. Its most distinctive feature was the higher, more pronounced central superstructure. Nareth observed the ship, thinking to himself. Why has the Emperor deployed this ship to Barbarus? Barbarus has no defense fleet, nor orbital defense facilities. Could it be, as a bargaining chip, a reward? Nareth's eyes narrowed. If this ship were offered as a reward, it might not necessarily be good news for him. His dark gaze grew profound as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The stormbird slowly descended. After disembarking, Nareth did not see the Emperor waiting to depart. A custodian in golden armor approached Nareth. Please follow me. Moments later, Nareth beheld the Emperor, seated firmly upon his throne. To his right stood Constantine Valder, holding the Apollonian spear. To his left stood Alfarius, appearing as an ordinary Astartes. Nareth reined in his thoughts and spoke. My lord. The Emperor's golden eyes shone briefly, then the light subsided. The Xenos known as overlords enslaved the entire world of Barbarus. Your brother, Mordorion, leads a human uprising to overthrow their rule. Nareth, my Pegasus. I task you with descending to the surface of Barbarus. Aid your brother in overthrowing the Xenos' tyranny. Afterwards, he will join the Imperium. Upon hearing this, it was exactly as Nareth had anticipated. He surmised that killing the one called the Pale King, Nikaer, would not be difficult. But killing Nikaer as the Emperor had would likely earn him Mortarion's hatred, just as it had for him. Nareth knew that with each overlord Mordorion slew, a portion of Barbarus's people were liberated. As the struggle progressed, his self-imposed mission became clearer. Mordorion employed a purge to free Barbarus, killing every overlord, leaving none alive. This was his mission. Should this mission he had set for himself remain incomplete, the resulting shame would torment him. Although Nareth had no expectations for his relationship with Mordorion, he saw no reason to needlessly provoke the poison wielder. As Nareth pondered, the Emperor spoke. Nareth, I personally excavated and recovered a relic from the Dark Age from the permafrost of Ganymede. It is a powerful strike cruiser, equipped with ancient technologies. You likely saw it on your way here. It is yours. The image of the mighty void ship he had seen earlier flashed in Nareth's mind. A warship excavated from permafrost, the Dark Sovereign. Originally, it would have belonged to the Dark Angels, playing a crucial role in the assault on the renegade forge world of Xana during the Great Scouring. Hearing the Emperor offer a reward, and a prepaid, high-value one at that, Nareth immediately felt the request was more acceptable. As a full-fledged lawyer, adept at using laws, a thought suddenly struck him. I don't necessarily have to adopt the Emperor's method and kill Nikaer directly. Countless ideas rapidly flashed through Nareth's mind. Thinking this, a smile appeared on his face. As you wish. Having received his orders, Nareth departed. Upon boarding the Stormbird, he gave orders to Arsena. Muster personnel to take possession of the strike cruiser Dark Sovereign. The Stormbird roared towards Barbarus. Nareth decided to first meet Mordorion, see what support he needed, and negotiate an exchange. Thick, toxic smog blanketed the entire planet. Nareth's gaze pierced the poisonous clouds. The sight of Barbarus stirred memories of his own gestation pod landing on Vostroia. Vostroia's millennia of accumulated industrial fumes were dangerous and lethal. Barbarus's toxic gases were even more dangerous and lethal, but they did not originate from industrial exhaust. The storm bird cut through the poison. The pilot's eyes were fixed on his screens. He noticed his instruments were being interfered with, and the visual range on the vid screens was drastically reduced. On the surface of Barbarus, a giant wielding a scythe, hood drawn, toiled in the fields. Unlike others who wore filtration gear, his face was only wrapped in cloth. Even in the lowlands, the people of Barbarus wore filters. A sudden gust of wind carrying toxic vapor could cause a barbarian to collapse, bleeding to death. Mordorion wore a brown mesh underarmor. The armor on his lower body provided additional protection. He swung his scythe under the rare sunlight. Though Barbarus had vast lowland plains, sunlight seldom reached the fields. Every moment of sunlight had to be seized to tend to the crops. Mordorion knew survival was difficult in this world, filled with hardship from birth. He had to lead his people, cultivate the meager land, and harvest food. The pale-skinned giant, due to scarce sunlight, wielded a massive scythe, harvesting rapidly. His scythe was at least half again as large as the pale human forms around him. The heavy weapon did not hinder his speed. Mortarion's harvesting was both swift and precise. His speed surpassed that of his 100 followers combined, like an efficient reaping machine. Mortarion's rapid pace suddenly halted. He looked towards the distant mountains. Raiding Xenos approach. Prepare for battle. The people of Barbarus silently tightened their grip on their weapons. They quickly found their squad leaders, forming orderly ranks around the fields they depended on for survival. Kala Typhon held his scythe horizontally, standing to Mortarion's side and slightly behind, ready. The Primarch's gaze pierced the thick fog. Seeing the encroaching Xenos, his face grew even paler. The raiding Xenos were more numerous than usual. Though he had no doubt he could lead his followers to kill them, the crops would also be damaged. After the battle, many would starve due to the lost food. Mortarion's pale forehead grew even paler. He moved. Raising his scythe, he raced against the very start of time. His speed far exceeded what the Xenos commanders anticipated. In an instant, he was upon them. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 436, Chapter 435, Mordorion, do you need help? Mordorion violently crashed into the Xenos' lines. His scythe spun rapidly in his hands, reaping Xenos in swathes. Kala Typhon led a small contingent of elite warriors, whom Mordorion had named the Death Guard. The Death Guard had already followed Mordorion into the toxic mist several times, repelling Xenos' attacks and securing victories. The Death Guard charged into the breach Mordorion had torn open, attacking the Xenos with their scythes. Most of the people remained guarding the edges of the fields, the food they depended on for survival. In this impoverished world, food was something to be defended with one's life. "It's him," cried a Xenos, its skin completely ashen from living in the most toxic mountainous regions, its voice filled with terror. Mordorion had led his followers to storm several mountain fortresses controlled by the overlords. The tales brought by fleeing kin were varied, but all agreed, the Pale King's Death Son possessed superhuman combat prowess. But there was only one Death Son, while the overlords had an endless supply of undead troops. The overlord commander issued orders to the captive humans, transformed into shambling corpse soldiers. A common tactic of the overlords was to drive their psychically altered human corpses to attack the enemy first. After weakening the foe, they would launch the decisive strike. Against the Death Son, this tactic was to be employed especially well. Servants of the undying god, hold him back. Upon the commander's order, over a dozen overlord sorcerers, bodies swathed in robes, raised their staves. Green light shot from the tips of the staves. A weird light ignited in the eyes of the shamblers as they lurched towards Mordorion and the Death Guard. Green pus oozed from their bodies, falling to the ground and raising foul, green-tinged smoke. Mordorion swung his scythe with immense force, a sweeping horizontal slash. He shouted to the Death Guard, "Target the shamblers first." If the shamblers reached the field areas, not only would the crops be damaged, but the land itself would be contaminated. Arable land was already scarce on Barbarus. If the soil were polluted, countless would starve to death. The Death Guard clashed with the shamblers. Scythes swung, severed limbs and rotten chunks of flesh pattered to the ground. The overlords snarled as they charged the militia, brandishing their weapons. In the first moments of contact, the militia's weapons were sent flying by the overlord's immense strength. Mordorion swept his blade, felling over a dozen shamblers. Even in combat, he had the capacity to monitor the situation behind him. Typhon and the other Death Guards swung their scythes left and right, strenuously cutting down one shambler after another. The situation was still manageable. But the militia were being routed by the overlords. Dozens had already fallen in moments, and over 100 more had succumbed to the sorcerous fumes. After the battle, hundreds, thousands will die. More will be captured, transformed into mindless shambling corpses. Damn it. Hateful Xenos. Despicable sorcery. Mortarian's eyes filled with rage. He swung his scythe like a windmill, stirring up the green smoke. The Death Guard felt their master's fury. Silently, they swung their scythes, hacking into the shamblers. Scythes split shambler skulls, blades sliced through necks and chests. Rotten flesh splattered, pus and blood clung to the scythes. The scythes hissed and grew heavier. On one Death Guard scythe, near the handle, a sharp crack sounded. The wood, as if buried in a swamp for millennia, rotted and shattered. The scythe fell to the ground. Shamblers lurched towards him from both sides. The Death Guard hastily used the broken wooden shaft as a horizontal bar, holding it before him to block the shamblers, retreating step by step. The next moment, another Death Guard's blade curled upon impact, wedged in a shambler's skull. 2 shamblers rushed him. He released the scythe and stepped back. Yet another shambler charged from the side, crashing into the Death Guard. Just as it was about to grab him, Typhon lunged from the flank, swinging his scythe and cutting the shambler in 2. Among the people of Barbarous, his scythe was the largest. Though not as great as Mortarian's, it was far larger than the others. Stay close to me. Typhon growled low. He freed one hand, gripping the lodged scythe, and forcefully hacked the shambler apart. Gather on me. Mortarion commanded coldly. The shamblers sent by the overlords far exceeded his expectations. Now, they could only abandon the fields and lead the Barbarans in retreat. Typhon and the others immediately converged on Mortarion, forming the spearhead of a scythe formation. Mortarion swung his scythe, shamblers fell rapidly. He led the Death Guard, charging towards the fields. The striding giant suddenly halted. His ears twitched. He looked skyward. In the distant thick fog, 1,000 meters high, a large flying object sped towards them. It was larger than any bird Mortarion knew, yet it did not fly by beating wings like ordinary birds. Mortarion quickened his pace. Whether it was a new creation of the overlords or not, it clearly did not belong to the enslaved humans. Mortarion attacked the overlords to rescue captured humans. The overlord sorcerers raised their staves. Light enveloped the shambling corpses. Their sluggish steps immediately quickened somewhat. The shamblers surged relentlessly towards Mortarion and the Death Guard. Mortarion growled low. He heard the aerial monstrosity descending. At his fastest speed, he swung his scythe, cutting a path through the corpse horde. He swung his scythe, bisecting an overlord through the chest, while simultaneously looking at the landing object. It was a dark metal aircraft. The moment it landed, a black-armored giant emerged. Mortarion saw that the giant was taller than he was. It was the first time he had seen a humanoid being taller than himself. A pair of golden wings spread from its back, more dazzling than the brightest thing visible on Barbarous, the pale sun. Its face was covered by a mask of the same metal. Do you need help? Nareth asked. While searching for Mortarion, Nareth had already penetrated the minds of the Barbarans, mastering the local language. Before landing, after injecting the potion prepared by the biologist, he had cautiously allowed living metal to spread over his face. Help! Mortarion was taken aback. He looked at the black-armored giant. It seems human. Mortarion thought. At the same time, he saw several of his own staggering and falling. He had no time to ponder where this being came from or its purpose. He quickly said, "Please, help me." "Very well," Nareth replied. His right hand drew a plasma pistol, while his left arm rose. Beams flashed, bolts roared. Nareth deliberately avoided the overlords' heads. The shimmering psychic glow reminded him that these Xenos' heads were clearly potion ingredients. Diamond-hard bolts struck the overlords' chests but did not penetrate their ashen hides. A series of bolts hammered the same spot on an overlord's body. Amidst the continuous explosive reports, the overlord's resilient form was finally blasted apart. The plasma culverin forged for him by Perturabo fired a brilliant beam, striking an overlord's abdomen. The beam pierced straight through the overlord's belly. Its green innards burned within the energy stream. Mortarion watched in astonishment as the black-armored giant swiftly killed overlords, even faster than he could. In moments, several Xenos had fallen. His gaze lingered on the weapons in the black-armored giant's hands. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 437, Chapter 436, Trading with Mortarion, Unexpected Gains. The overlords were driven back to the mountains. The sacrifices were fewer than Mortarion had anticipated. But Mortarion did not relax. He gripped his weapon and approached the other being. "I am Mortarion. Thank you for your assistance." He asked tentatively, "Are you also human?" "My name is Nareth." The Primarch had already keenly sensed that the surrounding toxic fumes were not particularly thick. He knew the toxic threat varied across different regions of this feral world. In the valleys and lowland plains where humans lived, they could survive most of the time, even before Mortarion made filters for them. Just like humans on industrial worlds, generations of living there led to adaptive evolution. Ordinary humans from other worlds would, without protection, mostly die within a short time in such an environment. The truly dangerous areas were the mountainous regions inhabited by the Xenos overlords. Moreover, the higher one climbed, the thicker and more toxic the mists became. At the highest peaks, even Mortarion, a Primarch raised in this environment, would be affected even while wearing a filter. His ultimate failure to defeat Nikair was partly due to being weakened by the toxins. Nareth commanded the living metal to recede. The inhaled toxins caused a momentary sourness in his mouth and nose, but it quickly normalized. The people of Barbarous, seeing he was unaffected, as if born to Barbarous, stared in amazement. Nareth noted that the wariness in Mortarion's eyes faded, but was replaced by a hint of worry. Mortarion's reaction is exactly as I thought, Nareth mused inwardly. Mortarion sees himself as the savior of the Barbarans, viewing the slaying of every overlord as his personal mission. He would not welcome a new powerful figure, as I could threaten the completion of his mission. I am an outsider, wishing to make a trade with you. Hearing this, Mortarion relaxed slightly, asking with confusion, a trade? What do you want? The outsider's weapons, the flying metal vehicle, all were things beyond Mortarion's imagination. The Barbarans had only crude weapons and farming tools. He didn't know what could possibly interest the other party. I need flora and fauna from Barbarous, Nareth stated. Barbarous's lifeforms survived in toxic environments. Most were highly poisonous, while others possessed strong resistance to toxins. These toxic substances would be useful for the apothecary, the biologist, even the potions professor. There might even be potion ingredients. I also want the heads of the overlords. I am quite interested in them. In return, I will provide you with food, refined weapons, and more resilient armor. I can also provide you with better filtration devices, even customized improvements based on the specific toxic conditions in the mountains. Of course, you would need to collect the mountain toxins yourselves, Nareth said with a smile. Mortarion won't refuse such a trade. With food, Mortarion can gather more followers and feed them. Equipped by me, the Barbarans can clear out the overlords faster. I'm exchanging common gear for potion ingredients and local flora/fauna, a fair trade. The enemies are killed by Mortarion. He fulfills his mission as desired. I can accomplish the Emperor's task without becoming the scapegoat or the target of his hatred. As Nareth pondered, Mortarion fell into quiet contemplation. Kala Typhon, having finished arranging other matters, approached and heard the outsider's proposed trade. His eyes lit up. He quickened his pace, walking to Mortarion's side. His terms are quite favorable. I agree to your trade. Typhon will act as the representative to negotiate the details, Mortarion stated. He had no reason to refuse the outsider's offer. Nareth promptly gave orders for Arsena to dispatch a transport vessel. 2 hours later, the Barbarans gazed skyward as a black behemoth slowly descended. Servitors wearing respirators unloaded crates. The first brave Barbaran drank the nutrient gruel, achieving the feat of feeling full for the first time in his life. The food generously advanced by Nareth caused the skeptical Barbarans to cheer and accept the trade. Mortarion took the food to the surrounding human settlements. Within a few short days, his rebellion army swelled several times over. Liberated from the constraints of the barren land, able to support more people, Mortarion recruited followers without restraint. Marlena arrived on Barbarous, excitedly taking charge of the crates of toxins delivered by the Barbarans. On the 14th day of Nareth's arrival on Barbarous, Marlena, standing beside him, excitedly reported in Vostroyan. To date, we have obtained 140 species of flora and fauna through trade, totaling over 70,200 specimens. Nareth nodded slightly. Combined with the 47 overlord heads he had already moved to the Kingdom of Disorder, this trip to Barbarous was not in vain. His gaze shifted to the distance. Typhon led over 100 Barbarans wearing gas masks and grey armor into the camp amidst cheers. The gas masks were stock intended for Legion serfs and crew, temporarily allocated and traded to the Barbarans. The grey armor was forged on the Shadow Sovereignty's fabrication deck specifically to counter the toxic claws and vicious bites of the Overlord's shamblers. Nareth's gaze passed over them, landing on a metal cart. He saw within it a crimson, vine-like plant, its stems densely covered with hooked thorns. On some of these thorns hung pieces of grey armor, others held bloody flesh. Sequence 6 Rose Bishop, primary material, flesh rose. An unexpected harvest. Nareth's gaze then swept over the Barbarans, noticing over a dozen of them had damaged armor on their arms and elsewhere, as if torn by something. A few others were carried on the shoulders of fellow Barbarans. Their ashen skin was flushed red, as if burning. They were unconscious, their bodies trembling slightly at times. Marlena, administer antidotes to them. Marlena immediately walked over. Nareth had forbidden her from using psychic powers on Barbarous, but even without biomancy, creating antidotes was not difficult for a biologist. Nareth approached Typhon, saying, I am very interested in these plants. I am willing to pay with 100 scythes forged from fine steel. Typhon's somber face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you for your generosity. I need more. The more, the better, Nareth added. Seeing Typhon hesitate, he continued, I will additionally provide antidotes and protective gloves for harvesting. Of course, Typhon agreed. Just then, the camp erupted in cheers again. The thunderous cheers were even louder than when Typhon had entered. Mordorion, clad in grey armor, strode into the camp. His heavy armor emitted weighty sounds with each step. Over a dozen children, shackled with chains, were driven into the camp by grey-armored warriors, their faces filled with terror. The Barbarans in the camp stared at them, momentarily stunned, then began to curse angrily. A stout barbarian woman threw the half-polished object in her hand with force. The wooden object, already taking the shape of a cup, struck a boy squarely on the head. Witch spawn. Drop dead. In the eyes of most Barbarans, flames of hatred burned. Because the overlords who had enslaved them for generations used psychic powers, in the hearts of the Barbarans, all who practiced witchcraft deserved death. These children brought back were all psychers. However, not everyone felt this way. The Primarch keenly observed that only Typhon and the dozen or so closest to him looked upon the returned children without hatred. Nareth's gaze finally settled on the chain looped around the little finger of Mortarion's right hand. The other end of the chain was tightly locked around a boy's neck. The boy struggled desperately but to no avail. With every step Mordorion took, the boy was yanked into the air. He stumbled and crashed to the ground, over and over. The Primarch studied the child and immediately understood why Mordorion was dragging him separately. Not only was his gaze resolute, not begging for mercy like the other children, but he also possessed a powerful psychic talent. The psychically driven power he wielded instinctively was stronger than that of the other children. Where he passed, the surrounding Barbarans instinctively gave way. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 438, Chapter 437, Saving the Psychers Bound for the Pyre from Mordorion. Nareth watched as Mordorion gave him a slight nod, then walked towards the stone pillar at the center of the camp. The Barbarans lit fires, letting out excited cries. Nareth frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Mordorion brought these psychers to the camp to burn them at the stake, like the witch burnings of ancient Terra. He looked again at the children. They clearly also realized the grim fate awaiting them. The Death Sun brought death not only to Xenos but also to psychers he encountered. Nareth's gaze finally settled on the child with the strong will and outstanding psychic talent. A thought stirred within him. Should I save him? Nareth's eyes swept over Kala Typhon standing nearby. Typhon opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Nareth knew Typhon was a psycher. He was the offspring of an overlord and a human, inheriting the psychic talent of his Xeno father. Typhon would not use his powers before Mordorion, but in secret, he had not abandoned his innate gift. Guided by whispers, he honed his psychic skills. In the future, the Death Guard would be one of the few legions without a librarius, but Typhon, as first captain, would use his authority to gather a group of psychers. But during the Barbarans' preparations to judge the witches, Typhon clearly had no means to save these psychers. That would bring him into direct conflict with Mordorion. Nareth's gaze fell upon the child who did not beg for mercy. He knew that if he wanted to save this child of high psychic potential, he had to decide before Mordorion reached the stone pillar. Once the child was bound, making a request later would be met with outright refusal from Mordorion. Saving him would then be impossible without resorting to force. Nareth's mind raced, weighing the considerations. The friendly trade conducted earlier provided significant aid to Mordorion. Among the Primarchs who support psychic use, I would have a more friendly relationship with him than Magnus, Sanguinius, or Jagatai. Saving these children will certainly affect my relationship with Mordorion. But how important is this so-called friendship to me, anyway? Nareth shifted his gaze to Mordorion. Once Mordorion joins the Imperium and discovers the Shadow of Order has numerous psychers, and learns I am a key figure advocating for the librarius, he certainly won't be my friend. Moreover, Mordorion will most likely turn traitor in the end. Although I use trade instead of direct action to eliminate the resentment he felt towards the Emperor for interfering and preventing him from completing his mission, that's only part of the reason for his fall. Nareth knew Mortarion's dissatisfaction with the Imperium's harsh policies, his feeling of being underutilized and unable to fully apply his abilities, were also significant factors. These were things he could not change, or rather, was unwilling to expend great effort to change. Among the traitor Primarchs, Mordorion isn't worth expending great effort to change. My favorite is Magnus, but he and his legion are deeply entangled in Sench's woven plots, making his redemption far too difficult. Nareth reviewed the traitor Primarchs. Since he could cultivate Beyonders, combat power wasn't his primary consideration. Absolute loyalty and unique abilities were more crucial. Perturabo seems the most worthy of saving. After his fall, he isn't truly loyal to any of the four gods. He possesses unique technical abilities. His binary coding skills are so advanced he can program Titan machine spirits from scratch. He has good abilities in architecture, organization, and more. If, during the Great Scouring, the Kingdom of Disorder can ensure a Primarch's absolute loyalty to me, it might be worth the effort to recruit him. Nareth reined in his thoughts, refocusing on Mordorion. He considered Typhon, Mortarion's most trusted individual, who would become Nurgle's chosen herald. It was nearly impossible for Mordorion not to fall with such influence. Having thought this far, Nareth made his decision. Since Mordorion and I will ultimately be at odds, I might as well save these children now and gain a talented individual. Moreover, Mordorion is ultimately a rational being, capable of communication. Just as he weighed his options before embracing chaos, his so-called hatred of witchcraft is not absolute for Mordorion. Thinking this, Nareth moved, appearing before Mordorion. He spoke. Mordorion, I want these children. Mordorion halted, replying coldly. All witches must be judged. Death is the fate they deserve. Step aside. Mortarion's ashen hand rested on the wooden haft of his scythe. Instantly, the entire camp fell into an eerie silence. The elite warriors behind him tensely gripped their weapons. Though aware of Nareth's power, they were willing to follow Mordorion even onto the path of death. Mordorion had saved them from the Xenos and brought them liberation. The Barbarans were gripped by fear, their filters making their breathing labored. Nareth remained composed, speaking in a lawyer's tone. Nothing is absolute. I will take these children. They will have no impact on Barbarous. If what you can obtain in exchange brings liberation to Barbarous, allowing you to kill all overlords, would it not be worth it? Mordorion, his face mostly obscured by white cloth, betrayed no expression. Typhon stepped forward, standing beside Mordorion, breaking the strange silence. He speaks truth. Exchanging these children for Barbarous's future is worth it. Mortarion's hand moved away from the scythe. After another moment of silence, he finally spoke. I want armor and weapons custom-made for me. Mordorion remembered the power of the Xenos who raised him, the Pale King Necair. He had no certainty of victory. The weapons he forged, and those currently provided by Nareth, could not fully unleash his capabilities. With powerful weapons and armor, he was sure he could kill Necair. Agreed. Nareth stepped forward, taking the chain from Mortarion's hand. He clenched his fist, and a section of the chain shattered. He walked towards the children. Links of the chain crumbled in succession. The youth stared dumbfounded at the approaching giant, having understood the conversation between him and the Death Sun. He knew he was saved. The golden wings, illuminated by the flame's light, seemed to shine into his heart. He knelt on one knee and spoke. You saved me. My life is yours. Ithan, forever loyal to you. Come with me, Nareth said with a slight nod, his voice deep. Ithan rose, following the black-armored giant as they walked through the crowd of pale-skinned people. 15 days later, Mordorion, clad in a suit of ceramite armor and carrying a 3-meter-long scythe, stood before Nareth. You have kept your promise. Watching Mordorion turn and leave, Nareth thought to himself. The trade wasn't wasted. Besides the flora, fauna, and potion ingredients, at least my relationship with Mordorion isn't hostile. If he falls, he probably won't specifically target my domains. Most importantly, I didn't become the scapegoat for the Emperor. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 439, Chapter 438, Mordorion, the traded equipment works so well. The highest peak of Barbarous was perpetually shrouded in toxic fumes. A grey castle stood atop the peak, completely obscured by thick, poisonous mists. The people of Barbarous launched their assault against the sorceress overlords who had enslaved them. This was the final battle for liberation. Mordorion held his scythe. Behind him stood Kala Typhon and the other elite warriors he had named the Death Guard. Unlike previous assaults, this time all the militia were mobilized. It was because Mordorion needed every available force to storm the final stronghold, and also because the militia no longer needed to guard their villages. All the enemies were on this mountain. An endless tide of shamblers emerged from behind grey rocks, from behind pale trees, from within the green toxic clouds. Mordorion wore a specially designed respirator on his face. He knew his Xenos foster father, the Pale King Necair, awaited him at the summit. Fighting his way to the peak would consume much of his strength. Only when he reached the area with the thickest mists would Necair reveal himself. That was where the breath-drinking overlords could best exert their power, and where he would be at his weakest. But he was prepared. His mission must be completed. Mordorion gripped his scythe tightly, swinging it to bisect over a dozen shamblers. His superhuman vision pierced through the corpse horde, locking onto a sorceress overlord with ashen skin. The sorceress overlord raised its staff. A green halo expanded from its form. The shambler's sluggish step suddenly became swift as they charged Mordorion. Mordorion strode forward, his scythe whirling. Shamblers fell in swathes. He advanced with cold deliberation. The scythe blade tore through rotting bodies, shattered limbs scattered like shrapnel. Mordorion breached the shambler lines, rushing to the sorceress overlord before him, deftly cutting it down. Mordorion did not shake his scythe to dislodge the ashen flesh and blood clinging to the blade. This was a battle that would last long, but he was resilient enough. Mordorion swung his scythe relentlessly. The great blade carved wide arcs, limbs fell like rain. After an immeasurable time, the grey fortress appeared in his sight. Mortarion's eyes shone. His mission was nearing completion. He crashed directly into the grey fortress. He drew a combat stimulant, and his weary body was flooded with strength once more. His scythe moved even more swiftly. Where he passed, ashen bodies fell in heaps. Mordorion entered the fortress. Memories from the corners of his mind grew clearer. He followed those memories, searching for Nikaer. In his memories, his former Xenos foster father was most often in the palace, and the sorcery laboratories. "You have come." The low, familiar voice echoed in Mortarion's ears. He already smelled the foul stench of sorcery. "Cease these sorcerous tricks." Mordorion scanned his surroundings, trying to locate Nikaer by the sound. No escape. Only retribution. Following the voice, Mordorion smashed through 4 walls in succession, finally seeing the familiar tall figure. An ashen form, similar in height to himself, holding a gleaming, hateful staff. "My son, it has been a long time." As he spoke, dark green vapor spewed from his mouth. Mortarion's voice came from within the respirator. "Die." He raised his scythe and charged Nikaer. The blade struck a green psychic shield, producing a thunderous boom. Nikaer's staff struck the ground. Green pus rapidly spread, surging towards Mordorion like tentacles, grasping for his former foster son. Mortarion's grey boots slammed down. His scythe swung swiftly, shredding the toxic vapor tentacles. Shockwaves reverberated. Walls collapsed. The ashen figure was driven out of the grey fortress. Toxic fumes churned. Green psychic lightning split the sky. The two turned the entire mountain peak into a ruin. A buzzing filled Nikaer's head. He raised a hand to block the scythe blade, saying with astonishment, "My son, you are more capable than I imagined." Mordorion did not reply. He knew Nikaer was trying to provoke a response to glean information. The respirator provided by Nareth is very effective. If I were using my own crude filtration device, it would have already failed from inhaling toxins, leaving me weakened. In this mission battle, I will be victorious. Mordorion swung his scythe repeatedly, striking the psychic shield. Amidst the impacts, Nikaer raised his staff. Blinding green light erupted. Countless green spikes shot towards the grey armor. A sharp clattering sound rang from Mortarion's armor. The green spike studded his green armor like a porcupine, the green poison coating them sizzling. Mordorion knew that if he wore his previous crude armor, that strike would have wounded him. The fine armor obtained through trade with Nareth had blocked the attack. But the danger was not over. The thick toxins at the summit were something even he could not endure indefinitely. Amidst the popping sounds of dissolving poison, palm-sized sections of grey armor rapidly dissolved, shrinking to finger-sized pieces that fell to the ground in moments. Toxic fumes poured into the armor through the gaps. "My son, you are still too young. Return to my side. I will continue to teach you." Nikaer taunted, putting distance between them. He inhaled deeply of the toxins. The buzzing in his head seemed to lessen somewhat. Nikaer, his strength partially restored, gazed coldly. That his former foster son could fight him to this extent completely exceeded his expectations. The psychic impact laced within his taunting words was merely to break Mortarion's will. The name meaning Death Son was given by him, and now it should be he who completed its meaning. Nikaer grinned viciously, raising his staff, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Just as he was about to launch the fatal strike, he saw Mordorion struggle to draw a black vial from his waist and inject it into his body. Mordorion injected the most precious black potion obtained from Nareth into himself. The Primarch's body digested and absorbed the antidote concocted by Melina Scarra within a single breath. Mordorion felt the numbness within him dissolve instantly. His limbs moved smoothly according to his will. In an instant, he closed the distance to Nikaer, his scythe descending. Nikaer hastily raised a hand. A green psychic shield protected his pale form. With a tremendous crack, the scythe blade shattered the fragile psychic shield and struck Nikaer's body. The final overlord of Barbarous, the Pale King, fell to the ground. I have liberated Barbarous. Mordorion was stunned for a moment. Hearing footsteps, he swung his scythe again, severing Nikare's head. He turned to Typhon with a smile. Except for the Pale King's head, trade all other overlord heads to Nareth. The focus of trade will no longer be weapons, but antidotes, farming tools. No one will enslave us anymore. Barbarous will usher in a new era. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 440, Chapter 439, Cardinal, the crown jewel of Ferrus Manus' conquest. After completing the trade for all the overlord heads with Mordorion, Nareth spoke. You have liberated Barbarous, brought new life to this world. Now it is time to face a new challenge. You must come with me to meet someone. Who? Mordorion asked solemnly. The Emperor, the weaver of your gene code. He sent me to bring you to him. The Emperor? Who is he? Mordorion exclaimed. Someone capable of commanding such a powerful outsider. Though they had never crossed blades, Nareth possessed abilities not inferior to his own. That an entity called the Emperor could command him. The name Emperor reminded him of the overlords who enslaved humanity. Mordorion felt no goodwill towards it. You will know. Come with me. Mordorion gazed at Nareth's retreating figure, then followed. The Stormbird rose, piercing the toxic cloud layer, landing on the deck of the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. Scribes sent by Malcador held pict recorder, data slates, or parchment, recording this glorious moment. 854.m30, the monarch of Vostroia, by the Emperor's command, journeyed to the feral world of Barbarous in the Segmentum Tempestus, retrieving the 14th Primarch, Mordorion, the 14th to return. 5 days later, as the Dusk Raiders' fleet arrived at Barbarous, Nareth also gave the order to set sail, returning to Vostroia. Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Nareth listened to Arsina's report. The second chapter, after receiving reinforcements 3 months ago, currently numbers 15,200 warriors. While listening to his aide's report, Nareth contemplated preparations for the Cardinal campaign. Although he knew Cardinal's entire society was based on a caste system and he planned to use mortal Beyonders as the decisive force, Astartes would still be needed to intimidate the enemy and buy time for the operation. I recall, in the first phase of the Cardinal War, the 13th Legion suffered nearly 1,000 ultramarine casualties. 500,000 auxilia, core being the Saronic Peltasts and Marnian armsmen regiments, and half the strength of the Legio Adoris, failed to achieve decisive results. Afterwards, Ferrus Manus led 70,000 Iron Hands, 6 million Imperial Army and Scutarii, along with several Titan legions, swiftly achieved victory. At a minimum, I must deploy 100,000 Shadow of Order, 1 million auxilia, and at least 1 Titan legion to intimidate Cardinal's ruling castes and secure time. Muster partial forces from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 11th, and 12th chapters. Assemble at the Caelium Gate by the last solar month of 855. Dispatch the Legio Furians. Assemble House Mordred and House Vironii. After recording Nareth's orders, the silver-haired Arsene asked curiously. My lord, is there a formidable objective? The Shadow of Order chapters were spread across battlefronts in the Obscurus and Ultima Segmentums. Most enemies encountered did not require large-scale mustering. The last time was during the war with the Squats. Indeed. Ancient travelers called it the Astrid's Necklace. After 5 millennia of development, the system's population exceeds 100 billion. Cardinal will be a significant addition to the Legion's domain, a radiant world. Nareth thought silently. Cardinal was the most brilliant crown jewel among the many industrial worlds conquered by Manus. 12th month 855, Nareth entered the Kingdom of Disorder, confirming the dice of prophecy was fully charged and ready for a new divination. Information about Cardinal flashed rapidly through his mind. Cardinal, Segmentum Ultima. The Cardinal system comprises 11 planets, from the searing 5th gas giant to the 11th planet of nitrogen ice mountains. The system also contains over 100 moons and thousands of large asteroids. The entire system is heavily industrialized. Nareth's knowledge of Cardinal, its numerous castes, and its ruling High Lords was quite detailed. After several breaths, all the information had flashed through his mind once. He silently recited internally. The star chart from the Caelium Gate to Cardinal. The star chart from the Caelium Gate to Cardinal. After reciting it 11 times, he extended his hand and cast the dice of prophecy. It tumbled through the air several times before falling, landing in Nareth's open palm. At that moment, a scene like a holographic projection unfolded before him. First month, 856. William Wood, clad in a patchwork leather armor, traversed a mountain of chemical waste. The chemical waste came from various sources, but after reacting with each other, it mostly appeared a muddy brown. The boots on William's feet were mismatched, one larger than the other, both ill-fitting. He had stripped them from the feet of different slave caste individuals. Fortunately, the two boots were originally for left and right feet, and not both for the same side. Few creatures lived in the Waste Mountains. William hunted dog-like creatures with more flesh. William couldn't remember where he learned of dogs. The factory where he was born had no dogs. An image of a red-furred, dog-like creature flashed in his mind. He immediately began tracking based on the mental image. William held a gun in one hand, a short blade in the other. He avoided sludge pits, moving nimbly through the waste mountain, throwing the short blade forged from metal scrap. To avoid alerting others, he didn't use his gun. The short blade whistled through the air, embedding itself in the red-furred dog's skull. William walked to the carcass. He withdrew the blade, skillfully beginning to process it. He had just skinned it when another image flashed in his mind, bullets fired from behind. More scavengers trying to steal the prize. Food in the Waste Mountains was a scarce resource that people fought desperately over. William abruptly rolled forward, raising his gun and firing. The bullet struck the scavenger's left eye with precision. He quickly walked to the body, searching for loot. William's movements suddenly halted. His mind was suddenly overshadowed. Like the toxic exhaust clouds that shrouded Gardenal's void. William's body trembled. He didn't know what it was. At the same moment, a Ramels-class starfort was projected into the Gardenal system via the Kalium Gate. After repairing the fourth pair of space stations, travel time through the Kalium Gate was further reduced. In only 5 solar weeks, the Ramels-class starfort and the Shadow of Order fleet were projected from the northeastern Obscura segmentum to the eastern reaches of the Ultima segmentum. On dozens of moons and hundreds of asteroids, numerous orbital defense installations blared piercing alarms. The defenders were not panicked. Over 5 millennia, they had repelled countless Xenos and pirate attacks. Only once in their long history had they faced a substantive threat. The people of Gardenal believed they could repel the enemy's attack, just as in the past. Forests of gun turrets swiveled, targeting the massive object that had suddenly appeared in the void. The High Lords issued a warning to the intruders: leave Gardenal immediately. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 441, Chapter 440, Nareth's plan for the High Lords. Ship after ship of black vessels appeared in the Gardenal system. The battlecruiser, Gardenal's shield. The Voidcast were released from their compartments. Their bodies were muscular, yet their stature was smaller than that of a normal child. Their eyes were vestigial evolutionary remnants, covered by a black membrane. Their mouths were small, oval-shaped, sufficient for sucking nourishment. Their skin was black, coated with a secreted bioplastic serving as a barrier against cosmic radiation. The most unique design was their limbs. Each ended in hands with extremely long fingers, facilitating the operation of void ship equipment and combat. On the bridge, the 5th adjutant of the servant caste reported to the commander. All personnel have been mobilized, including those already designated as expired. The high caste commander's gaze swept over the vid screens with disgust, lingering for a moment on the low caste who were aged or suffering from common inflammations like intestinal issues. Normally, upon returning to the spaceport for routine maintenance, the Human Resources Directorate ensured all low caste marked expired were recycled. Their stripped muscle and crushed bones would be their final contribution to Gardenal. Now, facing a powerful enemy, he was forced to activate these scrapped units to counter the threat. The expired ones moved numbly and obediently from their compartments, returning to stations they thought they would never see again. The high caste commander quickly averted his gaze. I do not wish to see this trash again. As you wish, honored sir, the servant caste adjutant promptly executed his master's command. Within the Gardenal fleet, over 1 million expired individuals were swiftly and completely erased from the information network. Though they still existed, they would no longer be included in resource collection or appear in any subsequent data tallies. Such waste was intolerable in most Gardenal castes, but for a high caste individual, it was a negligible resource expenditure, equivalent to a week's tribute from subordinate castes. The young high caste commander, having dispelled negative emotions at the cost of insignificant assets, quickly reviewed the number of enemy vessels on the vid screen. The staggering figure pierced his eyes. As a military aristocrat, born at the apex, he also bore inherent responsibilities. Compared to other castes, he was fortunate, having some degree of choice. Forsaking the intensely competitive, vast ground systems of Gardenal, he chose the smaller but autocratic Void Fleet. He endured over 16 hours of elite education daily, enabling him to grasp the system's situation before the Chronos hand completed a single circuit. The main strength of Gardenal's fleet centered around cruisers. His flagship was a battlecruiser. The suddenly appearing force calling itself the Shadow of Order not only possessed a satellite-sized behemoth but also had over 400 ships of equivalent class to Gardenal's capital ships in its fleet, and the number was still increasing. At its peak in all Gardenal's history, it had never possessed more than 40 such vessels. What made him feel utterly powerless was that among the Black Fleet, there were over 50 ships of a higher class, and that number was also growing. Submit a report to the High Lords, he said after several seconds of deliberation, then continued, under the most optimistic scenario, space defenses can hold for 3 days. After that, aside from the ring of Cardinal Prime, we will lose all space-based power. Finally, to demonstrate his capability and seize maximum benefit during post-war reconstruction of space forces, he proposed a plan. We should dispatch Consular Caste to make contact and negotiate with the Shadow of Order, to buy time. Utilize this time to maximize industrial output, turning our worlds into impregnable fortresses, using our resources to exhaust the enemy and secure victory. Upon receiving the High Caste Commander's report, the High Lords of Cardinal quickly made a decision, providing a reply before the 2-hour deadline demanded by the Shadow of Order. Shadow's sovereignty. Hearing Arsena's report, a mocking smile touched Nareth's lips. What do you think they are planning? Clad in her black dominum armor accented with forest green, Marlena caught the enemy fleet and gave a ridiculing smile. During the earlier War Council, you informed us that Cardinal possesses powerful ground forces and will not surrender. They also did not accept conditions like granting passage to Cardinal Prime. Their proposed negotiation seems more like a delaying tactic. Arsena, in his black dominum armor with white accents, nodded in agreement. Our void power holds overwhelming superiority, yet they still haven't accepted any of our proposed terms. They merely wish to prepare for war. Correct. Nareth knew the High Lords of Cardinal would never surrender easily. In his memories, they first delayed for a long time with the Thousand Sons envoy, only to be discovered later. Even when Ferrus Manus led the 10th Legion, displaying formidable might, and Cardinal suffered heavy losses, the High Lords who proposed negotiations were not honest. One High Lord personally led assassins in an attempt to kill Manus. I will grant them a chance to negotiate, but only after crushing Cardinal's void power. After that, it will be your moment to shine. You must locate and pinpoint all the High Lords. Cardinal's caste system centralized all power in the hands of the High Lords. The 413th Expeditionary Fleet, led by Sefirot, employed classic ultramarine tactics, identify key enemy targets, then swiftly decapitate them to destroy enemy command structure and rapidly seize control of the local power system. This tactic failed because it was unsuitable for Cardinal. Not only did Sefirot underestimate Cardinal's ground forces, but even if his plan succeeded, Cardinal would not collapse and surrender like other worlds. The people of Cardinal believed the High Lords had existed since the world's founding. Nareth knew not all High Lords had survived until now, but they all lived for millennia, controlling every aspect of Cardinal. As long as the High Lords remained, even if Sicarius decapitated all of Cardinal's military officers, Cardinal's armies and entire society would continue to function. Nareth's plan targeted these High Lords. We have only one chance. We must pinpoint all High Lord locations and execute the operation simultaneously. The number of High Lords likely does not exceed 10, but precisely how many is difficult to determine at present. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 442, Chapter 441, The Ring STC. The High Caste Commander of Cardinal watched in horror as, after the Shadow of Order launched its attack, its advance proceeded far faster than he had anticipated. The hellish firepower unleashed by the black vessels made all of Cardinal's assaults pale in comparison. As the fleet continued at full speed, he could barely keep track of every loss. Though the gun emplacements on surveillance satellites and asteroids strove to coordinate with the fleet, attempting to weaken the Legion, they could not halt its lightning charge. He stared dumbfounded at the colossal void leviathan at the heart of the vortex of destruction. His sensor arrays, operating at full power, could not capture the sheer volume of torpedoes it poured into the void. The interception network he had meticulously constructed, comprising 1 satellite, 5 asteroids, and 10 fast attack ships, was obliterated in the first exchange of fire. The burning wreckage of void ships seared his eyes. The High Caste Commander gripped the command console, a single thought dominating his mind. If only I commanded a powerful void fleet. At the same moment, Nareth gazed at the holographic display. Cardinal's void power was being rapidly crushed. This had been predetermined 5 millennia ago when they abandoned dangerous warp travel and could no longer maintain control over star systems beyond their pocket empire. The system's void forces could not withstand his legion's advance. On the second day of the Void War, the Ramels-class starfort had already reached the orbit of Cardinal Prime. Cardinal Prime was the 3rd planet from the Sun, the first of the 11 worlds to be colonized. Nareth led his honor guard, launching a boarding action against his first prize, Cardinal's Ring. Landing craft sped towards the low-orbit space station clusters encircling the equator. Vast orbital elevator systems rose from the surface of Cardinal Prime, piercing the sky to connect with the orbital stations. Cardinal Prime's ring was far smaller in scale than the supermassive rings of Mars or Medusa, but it still appeared wondrous. Space Station 20. Flamini of the 6th chapter disembarked from the black landing craft's ramp. Having recently become a monster, a premonition flashed in his mind. He immediately confirmed that enemies were approaching from the left among the 3 passageways ahead: left, center, and right. Left side. The honor guards entered the left passage. After passing through 2 chambers, Flamini suddenly shouted, "Open fire!" The Shadow of Order raised their bedrock pattern bolt guns and attacked. A dense curtain of fire erupted from the muzzles before the Voidcast even showed themselves. But many shots missed. Diamond-hard bolts whizzed over the heads of the Voidcast, who were shorter than normal children. Flamini was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected his advance warning would result in no kills. The Voidcast raised their weapons, firing at the bodyguard members. The Shadow of Order simultaneously lowered their muzzles. The roar of bolts shredded black flesh. The Voidcast surged forward like a tide. Bioplastic bodies were blasted into shards, but their advance never faltered. After over 100 generations of evolution in their bioengineered forms, absolute obedience to command superseded everything, including reason, fear, and all other emotions. The military subconsole had given them the order: exert utmost effort. Kill every enemy. The Voidcast advanced through the dense firestorm, raising their weapons, firing brilliant energy beams at the black-armored warriors. But unlike these unarmored sacrifices, the bodyguard members were equipped with the new Mark III power armor. Reduced rear armor was exchanged for greatly enhanced frontal protection, ideal for the narrow corridor environments of a space station. Dense energy beams struck the black ceramite, leaving only shallow marks. Flamini strode forward. Even before his transformation, as a divination psyker, his perception had been keen. The surgery amplified his senses. After becoming a monster, the immense boost to his intuition made him rival many barons of the court in this regard. Flamini raised his Archaeotech pistol, firing energy collected from planetary radiation layers. Each searing kill ray pierced through several, even over a dozen, Voidcast. He immediately drew concentrated fire. After 100 generations of evolution, the Voidcast had long developed the habit of prioritizing the greatest threat. Countless beams shot toward Flamini. Over 100 beams struck his heavy helmet. The sloping plate of the helmet was designed to allow firing to the left and right. The brilliant beams were deflected, scattering like sparks from cutting. Flamini elevated his mind to the 4th layer of the enumeration. Simultaneously, he tapped the runes at his waist. Dozens of runes lit up one by one, initiating the cycle of the warp circuit. Among the Shadow of Order recently equipped with Mark III power armor, only a few had one or several additional modules installed. As a court adept, he was one of them. Flamini employed the Black Raven techniques he had recently learned from the Librarius, allowing his mind to detach from his body, achieving a transcendent state. His mind gently nudged a wheel. The new warp image he had found after becoming a monster was a wheel. As the wheel turned, fragments of future scenes appeared, floating around the wheel. The Black Raven technique's active precognition granted Flamini keen perception of the near future. He grasped that Voidcast were swiftly moving through adjacent passages, attempting to flank from behind for a surprise attack. This posed a threat to the Shadow of Order wearing Mark III armor with its weakened rear defense. Flamini immediately issued a command via the comm channel to the apprentice in his squad. The apprentice placed a hand on the passage wall, opening a doorway. 2 arbiters surged through first. They crashed into the Voidcast, crushing their bodies. The blue-white mauls they swung smashed onto the ground repeatedly, pulverizing the Voidcast's bioplastic forms. With the strategic overview gained from precognition, capturing echoes of the future, Flamini clearly read the fast and slow turns of the battle. The squad advanced at a pace exceeding other assault teams. Suddenly, a section of the wheel in Flamini's vision shattered, simultaneously exploding into an image. A psyker. He's planted psychic charges in the power chamber. He intends to detonate the space station's core. Flamini raced forward, treading upon the series of ominous images from the shattering wheel. Images of future and present intertwined chaotically in his sight, making his steps somewhat unsteady. The other Shadow of Order, seeing his erratic, shifting footsteps, couldn't help but show concern in their black eyes. The Psykercast had just strode into the power chamber when he collided head-on with a squad of black-armored warriors. The psychic shield he raised had not yet enveloped his form when a brilliant beam shot towards him. The beam struck the Psykercast, blasting him into fragments. Flamini felt as if a star had shattered within him. He thought inwardly, "I have become a true monster." Within 5 days, Nareth and his bodyguard captured Cardinal's ring. He stood in the control room of Space Station 1, listening to the report from the archaeologist. "Father, we discovered within the control systems that among its modules is a completely new controller standard template construct. Using it, all space stations can be interconnected into a single unified entity." Nareth nodded with a smile. "Well done." As a relatively powerful pocket empire, Cardinal preserved numerous STCs from the dark age of technology. The Ring STC is a good start. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinsu Chapter 443, Chapter 442, Xiphon Pattern Interceptors Secure Air Superiority. Nareth rejected the series of peace overtures sent by Cardinal after the battle began. The Shadow of Order fleet dispersed. The sixth chapter was tasked with launching attacks against the other 10 worlds. Of Cardinal's 100 billion population, most lived on Cardinal Prime. Collectively, the other 10 worlds still fell short of Cardinal Prime in population, industry, and many other aspects. From Space Station 1 on the Ring, Nareth monitored all of Cardinal Prime. All data converged here, its detail surpassing even the full-power scans of the Ramos-class starfort and the fleet. He looked at the main screen. The cold planet below had an iron-gray hue. Even without the screen, Nareth knew the planet's surface was primarily composed of granite. This was what attracted Cardinal's early settlers to choose this third planet from the Sun to establish their colony. He then looked at the synthesized planetary images captured by numerous monitoring and sensory systems. Fortresses and industrial structures filled the uneven mountain ranges and folds on the spherical surface. Every tiny crevice on Cardinal Prime was packed with layer upon layer of habitation. Like the vast majority of imperial industrial worlds, Cardinal Prime had no liquid oceans, natural clouds, or any terrain unaltered by human will. Orbital elevators connected to the planet's artificial crust, but their over 4 millennia of continuous operation had been halted. Seeing that all orbital elevators were undamaged, Nareth already guessed the High Lord's next phase of action. He issued orders to Arsene Dunn. The High Lords knew he controlled the ring yet took no action. They must be planning to launch an air war to recapture control of the ring. Order all attack craft launched. Compared to void ships, Cardinal's aircraft numbers are staggering. Although Cardinal has many aircraft, not all can operate in a vacuum. Targeted strikes can secure an advantage. After receiving the order, the silver-haired equerry reasoned. They aim to buy time through air combat. Nareth nodded slightly. Therefore, after gaining air superiority, you must initiate infiltration operations. Nareth then looked at other vid screens, assessing the situation around Cardinal. Under High Lord command, 3 damaged satellites were deliberately detonated. Their debris formed a slightly scattered asteroid belt in Cardinal Prime's orbit, concealing the scattered orbital dry docks, heavy industrial manufactories, and material collectors within. The High Lords of Cardinal sought to preserve orbital facilities, or at least delay, through this method. Flight deck after flight deck sounded battle alerts. The roar and vibration of engines gathered like brewing thunder. Tech adepts scurried among Stormbird gunships, conducting final preparations with intense urgency. Fuel supply for the Xiphon interceptors was more precise, requiring both promethium-based fuel for atmospheric flight and anaerobic chemion fuel for void flight. The two must never mix. Flight formations of Xiphon interceptors were the first to swarm from the Black Fleet. As attack craft used by Astartes legions from early on, they boasted an ancient pedigree, capable of operating in both light atmosphere and space. In its original design, the Xiphon required a mechanically augmented pilot, as ordinary pilots could not withstand the stresses of flight. But after the Great Crusade began, this fighter was extensively modified and perfected for Astartes use. Their superhuman physiques allowed them to pilot this high-speed light fighter without additional augmentation. Nelson sat in the cockpit, his spine connected to the Xiphon interceptor via interface conduits. Electricity surged through the magnetic slings behind the launch rails. Magnetic coils flashed yellow. A thunderous boom echoed. Nelson tightened his restraint helmet. He felt the magnetic force rapidly reverse as the magnetic poles switched. Reactive force shot towards the aircraft's tail. The sudden acceleration squeezed Nelson between this force and his own weight as he was catapulted from the flight deck along the launch rail. His hands gripped the control stick. His gauntlets opened the throttle. The wings vibrated violently. One by one, Xiphon interceptors were catapulted into the void, forming up in formation. The black shadow of order formations clashed with the rising Cardinal aircraft. The rotating missile launchers beneath the Xiphon interceptors fired with a roar, striking enemy craft. Simultaneously, Nelson wrenched the control stick to the right. The highly responsive Xiphon interceptor banked sharply to evade, the mechanics releasing forward momentum during the turn. Compared to shuttles and Stormbirds, the Xiphon's performance was incredibly high. Its turning speed and touch response sensitivity were exceptional. It moved with agility in atmosphere as if in vacuum, and in vacuum, its movements could be described as silky smooth. A dense curtain of fire from dozens of enemy craft streaked past the aircraft's canopy. But this extreme performance came at a cost. Nelson felt the strain on his augmented superhuman frame. The shifting center of gravity warned Nelson he was about to roll in the opposite direction and collide with another flight group. He opened the throttle with his hand. Simultaneously, his power boots released the rudder pedals. The interceptor returned to his control, plunging into the brass-colored industrial exhaust atmosphere, tumbling and weaving between enemy aircraft. The Xiphon interceptor was too complex. It was light, yet underpowered. Its design wasn't well suited for a propulsion system operating in various atmospheric conditions. As Nelson's craft plunged into Cardinal Prime's atmosphere, he realized he had to switch to promethium fuel propulsion. He completed the switch swiftly, then gripped the control stick with both hands as if holding a model plane, weaving through enemy aircraft. Twin-linked rapid-fire laser cannons on each side of the Xiphon's fuselage spat a stream of brilliant beams. Cardinal aircraft plunging into the atmosphere were hindered by air resistance, their speed dropping rapidly, fuel consumption soaring. Nelson, as if target shooting, quickly achieved 12 kills. Under encirclement, he chose a rapid climb. Enemy density was lower in the airspace above. Nelson immediately switched to the ion propulsion system, ascending through the yellowish-brown clouds. Nelson piloted his craft, constantly shuttling back and forth between atmosphere and void. Combat required many tedious, precise maneuvers, but Nelson was capable of such frequent operations. The Xiphon interceptor's performance was perfectly utilized, while Cardinal aircraft struggled to switch smoothly between the void and atmosphere. Cardinal craft bursting from the yellowish-brown atmosphere into the void, lost control due to inertia, speed surging, fuel consumption skyrocketing. After a few repetitions, Nelson grasped the pattern of Cardinal aircraft. His targeting system's crosshairs locked firmly onto enemy craft. Nelson felt the machine spirit's intent. In their shared rhythm, his hands danced over the controls, shooting down one after another enemy craft attempting evasive maneuvers. Fuel, from constant switching, ran low faster than ammunition. Forced to return, Nelson looked back at the battlefield left behind. He gripped the control stick tightly, thinking with frustration. I heard the Mechanicum is researching an advanced high-speed suborbital multi-role attack craft, suited for interception from suborbit to high altitude. I truly hope we can switch to the new craft soon. After refueling and rearming, Nelson eagerly returned to the battlefield. Relying on combat stimulants, after over 1,000 combat sorties, the Shadow of Order secured control of the air war. The strategy of luring Cardinal aircraft into the void to exploit the Xiphon interceptor's performance proved effective. Stormbirds and other atmospheric craft took over from the Xiphons, becoming the main force in the air war. Chapter 444, Chapter 443, The Robots' Battlefield Maneuvers. The 11th planet from the Sun in the Cardinal system. Flamini, having returned from the honor guard to the 6th chapter as a lieutenant, disembarked. The low-gravity environment of the 11th planet made Flamini's first step in his power boots feel somewhat unsteady. The second, the third step. His body and the Mark III power armor quickly adapted. Having recently operated on space stations in similar environments, Flamini quickly acclimated. Recently elevated to robot, his eyes gleamed. His gaze pierced through the ancient battlefield ruins, tracing back through the flow of time. Compared to before, when the wheel turned, he saw more complete information. Flamini's gaze penetrated to 2,500 years ago. Combining it with data provided by his father, he traced the genesis of the 11th planet's rift. It was left by orc invaders from beyond the system's edge, who briefly occupied Cardinal's outer worlds. A slight smile touched Flamini's lips. He felt the weight of history and the Legion's might. That was the only invasion Cardinal's pocket empire faced after its establishment, and it halted at the 11th planet. Centuries later, bioengineered warriors were born. Since then, Cardinal's surfaces had never been invaded again. The Shadow of Order was an opponent of a completely different scale. At that very moment, 25,200 Shadow of Order from the 6th chapter were attacking 4 planets simultaneously. This wasn't even the chapter's full strength, 3,600 remained patrolling the colonized new zone. Flamini shifted his attention from the past to the present. His mind nudged the turning wheel. His consciousness transcended the unfolding assault operation. Fragments of the future appeared before his eyes. Compared to the chaotic mind he had as a monster not long ago, after becoming a robot, his mind was much clearer. Advance. Chaotically arranged housing blocks and coil transformer spires were covered in black stains from industrial residue. A group clad in gray padded ballistic armor and vision helmets, wielding assault weapons, charged out from behind countless heavy shields. More poured out from cracked walls, broken arches, and partially collapsed staircases. These stairs led to habitation levels, dozens of layers wide and hundreds of layers deep. Orbital bombardment had been limited to specific areas, avoiding destructive strikes on the Legion's future assets. Flamini surveyed his surroundings. Each warrior caste individual transformed into data, streaming through the robot's mind. The firepower of each squad member was also incorporated into the robot's calculations. He issued orders over the comm channel. Tanith Squad, Sector 5. Manichea Squad, Sector 6. The 6th chapter garrisoned the Coronid New Zone. Many squads were named after various worlds. The 3 squads complied with the lieutenant's orders, deploying their lines. Keen perception of the near future granted the robot an overarching strategic view. He could even sense the enemy's numbness. The lieutenant, as the brain, directed his 3 squads to intercept the warrior caste. Set traps. 2 hunters removed fragmentation grenades from their waists, planting bombs near promethium fuel barrels. Within the Shadow of Order chapters, each squad now had court members granted different powers by their genefather. Among Flamini's 3 squads, 2 had hunters. Flamini oversaw the situation. At the optimal distance from his precognition, as the enemy line surged to 400 meters, he shouted, "Open fire." They raised their bedrock-pattern bolt guns, firing a dense curtain at the warrior caste. Diamond-hard bolts penetrated ballistic shields. Instantly, over 1,000 were shredded. Boom. 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 The first warrior caste stepped into the trap. Fragmentation grenades detonated. Flames enveloped flying shrapnel, tearing into the crowd. Promethium ignited fiercely among the warrior caste. They dared not disobey the military subconsul's orders, not even pausing their advance. 3 warriors swung their greatswords, cleaving through the warrior caste. Amidst the continuous explosions, pale, gaunt faces appeared from within the levels. Expressions only a 200-generation evolved caste could produce. They were hairless, pale-skinned. This was the appearance of most genetically modified lower castes on Cardinal. They wore mass-produced green jackets and trousers, expressionless, eyes vacant. The light of a human soul barely penetrated their skin, showing any external manifestation on their bodies, as if they came from the same assembly line that produced their clothing. Alleles for individualism or empathy, secretly passed down through generations, were completely suppressed by conditioning and psychodrugs. The lower castes held weapons like iron pincers or items like dismantled steel pipes. They wielded crude weapons, joining the fight. Lower castes, numbering tens of times the warrior caste, flooded in, further complicating the battle. Flamini's command extended to every Shadow of Order. Data from friend and foe streamed through his mind. The 30 runes of his divination box adjusted constantly under his direction. The warrior caste, evolved over 100 generations, seized the opportunity created by the lower castes. Dozens of warrior caste formed assault units, launching attacks. The robot calculated rapidly, striving to shore up the line's defensive weaknesses. The heightened intuition of 3 monsters compensated for calculation gaps and unexpected developments. They identified dangers, reacting promptly. Cardinal castes, 10,000 times the number of the 3 squads, launched wave after wave of attacks, crashing against the black-armored warriors' line. Flamini's maneuvers concealed the 3 squads' vulnerable rear armor. Before ammunition was exhausted, he timely called for Stormbird airdrops for resupply. Just as Flamini repelled enemy waves, after the Shadow of Order secured air superiority over Cardinal Prime, swarms of Stormbirds launched assaults on the surface. A phalanx formation of Cardinal heavy fighters attacked the formations of Shadow of Order Stormbirds. They directly pierced through fighter defenses, stabbing into the gunship and transport arrays. The suicidal assault immediately drew laser cannon fire. Stormbird gunships roared fire at the Cardinal heavy fighters. Firepower shattered one heavily armored fighter after another, but their formation remained unchanged, showing no intent to evade. Amidst continuous exchange, Stormbirds disgorged their cargo. Shadow of Order landed, immediately attacking the orbital elevator installations. At the same time, hundreds of shadow-patterned Stormbirds mingled among countless Stormbirds, flying towards their respective targets. Arsena Dunn, Marlena Slara, Maria Kernikova, Tierney, and other Beyonders each led their teams, disembarking, beginning their missions. Chapter 445, Chapter 444, The Witch. After Cardinal's 104th consecutive plea for peace, Nareth finally agreed to negotiations. Cardinal Prime, the capital city. There were no roads within the city. The city's transportation system consisted of a network of broad-gauge rails for bullet-shaped trains, and narrow pedestrian skybridges connecting transport substations to buildings. Maria Kernikova wore a suit of black dominum armor. The Forge Lord and Malevolus had provided Maria with 2 design schemes, the Markatten and Yeld patterns as bases for her choice. Between the 2, she chose the Markatten pattern, capable of spraying flexible silk threads. Purple patterns were engraved on the black armor. The raised, sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. Maria emerged from the shadows, standing on a pedestrian skybridge. Bald, pale-skinned lower caste individuals moved numbly. Their gazes lingered slightly on the suddenly appearing beautiful woman but did not halt their steps. After over 200 generations of evolution, the lower caste's pursuit of beauty had long been eliminated by more efficient selection. "You haven't eaten in 2 days, have you?" The witch's voice was magnetic, complementing her words, causing the lower castes to stop. For these lower caste individuals, food held more attraction than alluring appearance. Deliberately guided to lose most desires, their craving for food was prioritized only beneath the absolute belief in devout service to the higher castes. The witch watched as many people stopped, a faint, almost imperceptible glint flashing in the corner of her eye. Her 380 assassins and 520 apprentices launched attacks on food factories and water plants in surrounding areas. Dozens of factories were reduced to rubble in explosions. Normally, the consuls would promptly manage production capacity. Cardinal's immense output would swiftly compensate for any issues. But after losing most of the fleet and even more aircraft, all of Cardinal Prime was affected. Remaining capacity was allocated for war preparations and maintaining the higher castes' dignified lifestyles without decline. Maria spoke, instigating. I can tell you why. Because those factory castes deliver food that should belong to you to the consular castes. The consular castes are merely the High Lord's servants. They should not wield such power. The witch surveyed the crowd, seeing suppressed anger on their faces. The lower castes were not entirely devoid of rebellious consciousness, they were bound by biochemical shackles. But biochemical shackles also required maintenance. Currently, there weren't enough enforcers to maintain them. She could find plenty of opportunities to instigate. Follow me. See for yourselves. After speaking, Maria turned and walked towards her target. The lower caste silently followed behind her. Maria led the group to a bullet-shaped train station, encountering the first squad of enforcers. Maria activated the built-in grapnel launcher, leaping into the shadows above. The lower caste stared blankly at the ceiling. The arachnoid web fang gun sprayed strands of flexible silk. Upon contact with air, the silk rapidly hardened to the strength of steel wire, firmly trapping over a dozen enforcers. Vile slaves, you dash, the enforcer captain began to berate. All the lower caste's bodies seemed frozen, unable to move. His words were cut off by the descending shadow, the cold glint of blades on her forearms. The enforcer captain's excellent reflexes, honed over 100 generations of evolution, allowed him to roll quickly, taking cover behind other enforcers. Maria charged forward swiftly, swinging her claws, shredding enforcers. Simultaneously, a transparent ice spear materialized, stabbing towards the enforcer captain's position. White frost created by the witch spread, entrapping the enforcer captain. Then, claws tore through the enforcer captain's body. With the captain dead, the lower castes regained mobility. Maria surveyed the crowd, a slight smile curling her lips. She saw a glimmer of light in the eyes of the lower castes. Instigate has begun to take effect. Rebellious belief is awakening. Compared to the legendary High Lords and Consuls, enforcers are the most powerful, highest caste individuals they can see. My easy killing of an enforcer will shatter their entire worldview. The lower castes boarded the train. Simultaneously, beyond their sight, numerous assassins sprinted onto the bullet-shaped metal train. Several assassins skilled in driving pushed the control levers. The bullet train rumbled into motion, heading towards the target. The lower castes were no longer as numb. They crowded against the observation windows, looking outside. On cardinal trains, the observation function was secondary to many other purposes. The lower castes curiously gazed out the windows. At first, there was little difference: transport trains, stations, and towering buildings. Then, differences appeared. The number of building floors decreased. Steel towers rapidly transformed into estates filled with greenery. Ignoring warnings, the train continued, crashing into the transport consul's mansion. This was the only consul's mansion accessible by train. Follow me. Maria led the lower castes off the train. She saw guards assembled, ready for battle. The witch raised her right hand, sweeping it before her face. Instantly, her features and dominum armor became blurred and indistinct. The witch chanted incantations in Dunnic, simultaneously sprinkling a handful of glowing powder over herself. The witch's form began to fade bit by bit, her outline seemingly erased by an eraser. Moments later, the lower caste saw a burst of black flames land among the guards. The witch, using invisibility, appeared behind the guards. Her claws swung, tearing through them. The lower castes watched in astonishment as the tall, powerful woman swiftly killed the formidable guards. Maria's form vanished from sight again, entering the transport consul's mansion. The witch charged into the mansion. She saw bronze mirrors hanging on the walls. A torrent of molten fire surged towards Maria. The granite floor exploded, sending debris flying. The psychocast raised a flame shield, glancing around warily. He suddenly looked behind, seeing a black-armored woman leaping from a mirror. The witch's claws were wreathed in black flames. A burst of frost erupted around the psychocast. Frost and flame collided. The fire rapidly receded. The witch's claws struck the psychocast. Black flames blew up his right arm. At that moment, a cold command echoed from loudspeakers. Self-destruct. The psychocast unhesitatingly executed the transport consul's command. His psychic power detonated the psychic charges on his person. Boom. In the explosion, the witch's form leapt from a mirror at the hall's edge. The shockwave struck the dominum armor. The witch tumbled, avoiding the shockwave, then vanished within the hall once more. Moments later, when the lower castes entered the mansion, they saw the tall woman in black armor holding a figure in ornate robes. Merely seeing the person in her grasp, they instinctively felt fear. Maria threw the transport console down, announcing loudly, "This is your transport console." With a swing of her claws, she tore the transport console into pieces. A gleam appeared in the eyes of the lower castes. They surged towards the dining area, grabbing weapons. Maria felt a sense of melting within her. Chapter 446, Chapter 445, The Polymath coordinates operations. The diplomatic envoys sent by the High Lords boarded their craft. Under the surveillance of black gunships, they flew towards the Shadow's sovereignty. As they beheld the endless fleet of black ships stretching across the void, a shared thought arose in each of their minds. If only we had such a powerful fleet. But the development path decided by the High Lords was unchangeable. Abandoning dangerous warp travel was the wise choice. On the bridge, Nareth gazed at the chronological display. No one in the Cardinal diplomatic delegation matched the appearance of the three-person team that tried assassinating Ferrus Manus in his memories. After a moment's thought, he addressed Pell. "You will represent me in meeting the Cardinal delegation." Nareth knew the High Lords of Cardinal achieved interlinked and fused consciousness through a series of mental matrices, manifesting in different bodies with distinct personalities and behavioral patterns. But if they intended to assassinate him, they would certainly send a High Lord clad in Sacred Arc battle armor. Only the dangerous weapons mounted on Sacred Arc armor, such as particle cannons, could threaten a Primarch. Not spotting a figure taller than a dreadnought among the group meant the High Lords hadn't risked personal involvement to assassinate him yet. With the ground war not yet fully erupted, Cardinals had not unleashed their full power in a ground conflict with the Shadows of Order. The High Lords remained unaware of their own strength. Arsena Dunn had infiltrated Cardinal Prime to track the High Lords. Pell was best suited to represent him in negotiations. "As you command, my lord," Pell acknowledged. Moments later, the Cardinal diplomatic team was brought to the reception chamber. After seating, a diplomatic caste individual, his appearance designed to match his duties, clad in ornate robes, spoke. "I come on behalf of the High Lords, seeking mutual understanding." Pell, Shadow Lord, Shadows of Order's 11th chapter, representing Lord Nareth. "Lord." The diplomat paused, taking a moment to comprehend the title before stating his demand. "We demand the Order's Shadow immediately cease all hostile military operations," he declared, his eyes blazing with fury. "This includes activities targeting our cities. Such actions serve no purpose in the forthcoming negotiations. I trust you share our desire for Cardinal to resolve its differences with the Imperium and reunite with it." Hearing this, Pell immediately realized that Arsena and the other surface activities were having an effect. He had always known the Black Emperor commanded subordinates beyond the Shadow of Order. They possessed abilities akin to those of the court members, Arsena among them, as well as figures like Marlena. Pell's fragmented childhood memories could still recall numerous legends of Vostroya. This time, the Black Emperor entrusted the conquest of Cardinal to Arsena and the others. Compared to the Shadow of Order, they were less conspicuous, more likely to locate High Lords other than Straken, who commanded armed forces. As for unification, he cared only that Cardinal pledged allegiance to the Black Emperor. Pell did not correct the diplomatic caste statement. He replied with a faint, ambiguous smile. "If you can't even suppress a rebellion, you'd be wise to surrender sooner rather than later." Pell's blunt words caused the diplomatic caste's expression to shift. After a moment of silence, he began to speak. "We are perfectly capable of suppressing the rebellion. Your concern is unnecessary." "Then let us commence negotiations," Pell stated calmly. He was well aware of his responsibility. Negotiations were merely a method to buy time, allowing the Arsena and others to pinpoint the High Lords' locations. At the same moment, on the iron-gray surface of Cardinal Prime. In a consul's mansion within the capital, Arsena had seized control of the building amidst the riots. Beside him, a reader nervously speed-read all data documents, including electronic personnel files transmitted by the Marauders. Even limited to the high caste range, the numbers still reached millions. A student of ratiocination examined content filtered by the reader, trying to find clues. Arsena reviewed all reports he received, including those from Marlena, Maria Kurnikova, Tierney, and others. Marlena had pinpointed a bioengineering facility, preparing to launch an attack. Maria ordered the assassins to carry out precise killings of high caste commanders. Then, she and Dementieva, with 15 instigators, delivered speeches to lower castes lacking food, instigating them to rebel. Tierney's Marauders infiltrated Cardinal, stealing crucial data. Arsena elevated his mind to first-layer enumeration and placed himself in a detective state, searching through the vast information. His focus was primarily on two categories. First, caste families with recorded history of serving as High Lords. After learning from the Black Emperor about the High Lord's methods of sustaining life, the polymath reasoned around related aspects. As a master of reasoning, the polymath quickly found a breakthrough. The Black Emperor told him consciousness transfer had special requirements and couldn't be done at will. Combining this with Cardinal's situation, the polymath focused on several key nodes. What physical and lineage requirements must a body meet to host a High Lord's consciousness? Therefore, trace all known High Lords' originating castes. Where was the consciousness matrix stored before transfer? Biolaboratories possibly preserving related technology. Though Arsena didn't know where these might be stored, they were most likely in ancient structures dating back millennia. After reviewing all information, the polymath immediately issued operational orders. He took out a communicator, first sending a message to Marlena. The PAP caste controls the bioengineering domain. Their laboratories preserve extensive data on creating various castes. I understand. I will take action against their laboratories. This will help us locate the High Lords. Marlena's voice came through the communicator. The High Lords' biocastes have sustained Cardinal for 5 millennia. This data will be very valuable. After ending the call, Arsena sent a message to Tierney. I'm sending you coordinates. Within the capital, there's a structure over 5,000 years old, one of Cardinal Prime's most ancient buildings. But there are no related records. On the orbital transit maps Maria found in the transport console's home, it and the surrounding area are marked as restricted zones. Yet it isn't a high caste residence. Finally, he sent a message to Maria. Cardinal's forces will certainly take action to suppress the riots. The Lucifer Blacks and Katakan jungle fighters will support you. I've already forwarded your comm channel to them. The Black Emperor placed elite auxilia under Arsena's command to hunt the High Lords. Rest assured. I'll ensure their attention remains on us. Maria understood her task. After issuing orders, Arsena instructed the only psyker among his retinue, Fularin. Follow me. Chapter 447, Chapter 446, The Detective Tracks the High Lord. The transport hub of Administrative District 105, adjacent to the capital city and the foremost outpost of Cardinal Prime, was abruptly decommissioned 3 days prior in the transport console's report, deemed inefficient and useless. Yet upon scrutinizing all transport records, Arsena Dunn discovered no irregularities whatsoever at this substation. On the contrary, after the Shadow of Order's appearance, increased workload and sleepless nights had generated massive demand for office supplies, caffeine, and other provisions, causing transport volume to surge. This bizarre situation caught his attention. Clearly, some external force was at play. Arsena's conjecture pointed towards a connection with the High Lords. The administrative caste, being one of the high castes, possessed few entities capable of inducing such anomaly. Considering 3 days had passed and others might have overlooked it, Arsena decided to investigate personally. Accompanied by his retinue, student of ratiocination, Fularin, using psychic powers along the way to avoid enforcers, they reached the transport substation. A kilometer from their destination, Arsena saw the entire substation enclosed by fencing, yet no guards were around. Arsena paused for a moment, entering detective mode. A flash of understanding crossed his sharp, narrow blue eyes. Whoever handled this incident seems confident, having erased all traces, not even leaving guards. More likely, the uprising stirred by Maria has strained manpower, at least not allocated to concealing this secret. Moreover, most Cardinal would not disobey orders. Arsena didn't give up. As a detective, he knew first-hand investigation was key. After becoming a polymath, his drive for action was stronger. A subconscious urge always pushed him out of the office, to be more active on the front lines. This time, the Black Emperor entrusted him with overseeing the hunt for the High Lords. He would not betray that trust. Arsena advanced with Fularin to the locked fence. His telekinesis extended, like a giant hand grasping the fence. With a faint scraping sound, a 3-meter-wide section of fencing was torn from its posts, landing silently on the ground. Arsena stepped inside, scanning his surroundings. The 10-meter-wide road was smooth and clean. The polymath walked slowly. After several dozen paces, his intuition stirred. He halted abruptly, crouching to run his hand over the ground. The surface felt uneven beneath his touch. There are signs of combat here. Energy weapons were used. The polymath rose, continuing to search. 12 meters further on, he halted once more. Arsena's telekinesis extended. The ground cracked. A golden insignia buried beneath flew into his hand. Fularin approached, looking at the insignia bearing a white stag pattern. Having recently become a true reader, he immediately recalled all data he'd reviewed. It's the Mattis insignia. This caste is part of Cardinal's administrative caste. They split from the Brennan caste 2,500 years ago, over 100 generations. Most Mattis in each generation serve as Cardinal administrators. Recently elevated to student of ratiocination, he reasoned based on current clues. This area is near the administrative district, unaffected by the uprising. It was likely conflict between Mattis and another high caste. The polymath nodded. Then, why did they clashed? That's key. The detective continued searching. He found an Alfie insignia and other combat traces. Moments later, the polymath gathered all items before him. His hands passed over each, using paranormal abilities to reconstruct a scene. A flash crossed the polymath's narrow eyes, a luxury vehicle passing by, suddenly attacked. The Mattis caste was attacked by the Alfie caste. What do you think is the reason? The student of ratiocination was silent for a moment, then spoke. Lord Arsena, I have a bold hypothesis. Lord Nareth previously stated that those inheriting a High Lord's consciousness would consider it an honor. As Arsena's confidant, Fularin attended the briefing and knew Cardinal's core intelligence. After becoming a High Lord, they would bring benefits to their caste, breaking through and elevating its position within the caste hierarchy. This would be impossible before a High Lord emerged. Each cardinal caste was fixed from its creation. Only a High Lord could change that. After his clear, logical presentation, he concluded. I speculate someone from the Mattis caste was chosen to become a High Lord, or at least as a candidate. The Alfie caste also has a candidate. To become the High Lord, they launched this attack. The polymath nodded slightly. Your reasoning is correct. Immediately check all Mattis and Alfie caste individuals, ages 10 to 25. Although cardinal biotechnology could modify bodies, and the powerful could use life-extending tech, he guessed High Lords would choose young bodies for transfer. After all, each transfer wasn't easy. Younger bodies were better, presumably usable for longer. As you command, Lord. I will certainly find that High Lord, Fularin acknowledged. At the same moment, the bioengineering research zone. Marlena stood 1 kilometer from the laboratory complex, beckoning to a group of rats found in lower caste habitation zones. The biologist tossed dozens of seeds. Gray-brown furred rats immediately moved, raising their paws. Each paw held 1 or 2 seeds of varying sizes. Simultaneously, a squad of warriors with painted faces, clad in black ballistic armor, led hundreds of cardinal lower castes in an assault on the laboratory. The guard captain activated a loudspeaker, shouting. Vermins. This laboratory is sacred ground for the honored. Disgusting, lowly slaves, leave immediately. The guard captain observed that, unlike previous occasions, the lower castes did not scatter in panic like rats. Instead, they actually charged forward, screaming. Open fire. Kill these wretches. Guards raised their guns, firing dense beams at the bald lower castes. The Katakan squad leader raised a lost gun crafted by Incaladian, accurately blowing the guard captain's head off. He shouted to the demolitionists, proceed. The Katakan leader gave orders. Usually, Katakans wouldn't launch direct assaults, they'd infiltrate to seize the lab. But his orders were to attack, create breaches in the complex, then feign being repelled. The leader didn't know why, but those were his orders. 3 demolitionists raised their missile launchers. 3 missiles trailing white smoke struck the laboratory complex. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 448, Chapter 447, The Marauder yelled pattern dominum armor. Marlena watched as the Katakan elites, following the plan, launched missiles, creating breaches in the bioengineering laboratory complex. She then turned to the rats she was commanding. The biologist pointed towards the laboratory complex. The rats surged forward on all fours, scurrying towards the structure. The laboratory tower stood 130 meters tall, 15 meters wide, protected by 4 defensive turrets encircling its perimeter. These turrets were studded with firing ports, their gleaming gun mounts unleashing a torrent of ammunition upon the Katakan warriors. The missile had only punched a fist-sized hole in the adamantium-armored ferrocrete structure. Impossible for an ordinary person to squeeze through such a gap, no matter how hard they tried. Yet for the driven rats, it was sufficient. They entered the laboratory, crawled into ventilation ducts, dropped the seeds they carried, then scurried elsewhere. Seeds from Katakan vines stubbornly began to grow. Though not spreading as rapidly as on their homeworld, growth was still visible to the naked eye. While guards, with turret support, repelled the Katakan warriors, the biologist released a second batch of pets, various venomous snakes from Katakan. Swamp mambas soared through the air, the first to plunge into the laboratory complex. They landed upon the guards, their fangs piercing ballistic armor, venom injecting into their bodies. The guards' bodies convulsed violently, dark green blood trickling from their mouths. After 29 heartbeats, the guards stopped twitching. In Marlena's tea-brown eyes, seeing the outer guards fall one by one, it was time to launch the assault. She would strike with lightning speed, seizing the entire laboratory before the guards realized their position was indefensible and activated the self-destruct sequence. Marlena opened her communicator, issuing orders to the Katakan Banshees. Attack. The Katakan Banshees had expanded from the initial 2 experimental regiments to 5. Marlena brought 4 of them. Banshees wearing spectral masks, hair dyed red, emerged from 4 directions. They tilted their heads back in unison, emitting piercing shrieks amplified by their masks. Spiraling, invisible screams echoed within the turrets. Seizing the opportunity, the Katakan Banshees swiftly breached the fire perimeter. Leading demolitionists drew Televar pattern melta bombs, setting them for 3-second detonation. They accelerated from the formation, slapping the melta bombs onto the adamantium alloy outer walls. Boom. 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 Explosions thundered. Outer walls collapsed. Marlena charged into the laboratory first. Where she passed, plants spreading through the corridors rapidly grew, covering the entire first level in moments. Plants proliferated swiftly. The entire laboratory seemed overgrown as if long abandoned. While Marlena stormed the Papcast's bioengineering laboratory, Tierney led several marauders in action against the over 5,000-year-old ancient structure. Tierney and Maria Kernikova faced the same choice when selecting the type. Unlike the assassin's choice, he selected the Yeld pattern Dominum armor as the base for the marauders. Forge Lord Rozicki made targeted modifications to the Yeld pattern based on Tierney's requirements. The original Yeld pattern only provided chameleonic camouflage when the wearer remained motionless, concealing their presence. The artisan incorporated Eldari camocloak materials into the Dominum armor's lightweight yet resilient metal composite. By embedding warp circuitry from Grimner COG drones at key nodes, he linked the entire suit. Tierney and the marauders pressed crystals at their waists. As the runes illuminated one by one, the warp circuits energized the camouflage array, maintaining their concealed state even during slow movement. Tierney led the marauders stealthily towards the mechanical sentries, their electronic eyes scanned the surroundings, just as they had done for the past 5,000 years. Tierney and the others slowed their pace, preventing any signals detectable by sensor arrays. They didn't fear attacks from the mechanical sentries. Conductive filaments linked to their neural cortices could activate in sync with their consciousness, deflecting enemy attacks. Tierney was the first to slip between 2 mechanical sentries. The metallic constructs showed no reaction. The marauders followed, reaching the metal tower. The tower stood dozens of meters tall. Its base was circular, over 10 meters in diameter. The cryptologist silently circled the tower's base, eyes examining runes distinctly different from those on Vostroya or in the Imperium. Combining cardinal runes provided by Arsena, the cryptologist swiftly analyzed the runes before him. After a full circuit, he stopped before one rune. During his circuit, the cryptologist observed that the tower's base level contained elements from 1 to 11. Among them, 1 sun, 4 claws, 11 stars. The cryptologist recalled that when this structure was built, the Cardinal hadn't controlled 11 planets. Their initial colonization was the 3rd planet, Cardinal Prime. He thus moved to the position corresponding to 3. This rune comprised 2 symbols, 3 feet, 1 above, 2 below, encircled by intricate rings. Tierney pressed his hand against it. With a rumbling vibration, a gray door slowly opened. The marauders filed in. Tierney entered last, pressing an internal rune to close the door. Search separately, Tierney ordered over the sealed comm channel after glancing at the massive gray statues on the ground level. In the stealth provided by their Yeld pattern Dominum armor, the marauders skirted past mechanical guards as tall as dreadnoughts, beginning their search. One marauder ascended to the 4th level. He removed his gauntlet, extending his agile hands to brush along the wall. Suddenly, his fingers retracted. He tapped lightly and a hidden door opened. The marauder entered the concealed chamber, scanning over 100 artistic statues. Superior observation allowed him to identify the most valuable among them, a statue clad in gray armor, raising a great sword, remarkably lifelike. When the timer in Tierney's black armor completed 2 cycles, all marauders reported their findings. They discovered artworks from different periods but no traces related to the High Lords. The cryptologist spent an hour cross-checking the peculiarities reported by the marauders. He found 2 more concealed chambers but still no information related to the High Lords. The cryptologist frowned, thinking to himself. Could this tower merely house artifacts recording Cardinal's historical development? But why would such a place require so many mechanical guards? Why, with the capital now in chaos and reinforcements from other strongholds unable to reach in time, have these mechanical guards not been deployed? The cryptologist's gaze swept his surroundings. His eyes fell to his feet. A thought suddenly struck him. If not inside the tower, what about underground? Tierney crept down to the lowest level, skirting past a mechanical guard wielding a great axe before scaling a colossal granite statue. Behind the statue, the cryptologist discovered a horizontally arranged 11-star pattern. He pressed the 3rd planet. A beep-beep alarm sounded overhead. Amid mechanical whirring, dark gun barrels emerged. The cryptologist focused. Hundreds of independent metal plates attached via microfiber strands to an articulated frame shifted. Wings propelled Tierney backwards through the air as dazzling particle beams erupted from the ground, punching dense clusters of craters into the surface. Tierney's expression remained unchanged. As a full-fledged marauder who had infiltrated countless defensive facilities, he recognized that had those particle weapons struck him, even if his suit deflected most beams, the remainder would have been lethal. Even the shadow of Order power armor would have been pierced. Hearing heavy footsteps, Tierney quickly snapped out of his shock. He knew the mechanical guards were alerted. More would arrive soon. Hold it off. The marauders spread their wing blades, flying towards the axe-wielding mechanical guard from all directions. Multi-laser emitters poured barrage onto the gray metallic form. Lasers struck adamantium alloy armor, blackening the gray plates, but the mechanical guard's movements didn't cease. Its electronic eyes flashed red, raising the great axe. The targeted marauder strained to flap his wings, drawing the mechanical guard's attention. Another marauder seized the opportunity, flying behind to the mechanical guard's neck. The sharp wing blades of the yelled pattern dominum armor swiftly closed. The metal wings weren't just for flight, they could attack. A black flash. Dozens of metal plates from the wing tips pierced the mechanical guard's head, eyes, cheeks, and shoulders. The wings spread. The mechanical guard's head was torn apart. At the same moment, the cryptologist swiftly tapped the 3rd and 11th planets. 3 for the beginning, the Cardinal started here. 11 for the end, their goal was to occupy all 11 planets. Runic arrays across the granite statue lit up. Amid vibrations, a passage was revealed. Tierney leapt down first. The marauders spun and flew, evading fire from mechanical guards, descending. The cryptologist flew along a narrow passage for over 10 kilometers. Suddenly, the space opened into a seemingly endless platform. Above the platform lay a metallic wreck. The portion he could see was as large as a frigate. The cryptologist controlled his wing blades to slow, thinking to himself. A starship wreck. The vessel the early Cardinal colonists arrived in. Hence, the art gallery built above. The High Lords used consciousness matrix technology for life extension from the start, possibly brought to Cardinal. Perhaps the colonial vessel contains it. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 449, Chapter 448, a decision utterly unlike Ferrus Manus's. 41st day of the ceasefire. Arsena Dunn had relocated over a dozen operational bases. As more warrior caste individuals were mobilized into the armies, his operating space shrank. The High Lords possessed immense human resources, a point the Black Emperor had emphasized before the war. However, he now had the results he sought. After infiltrating the colony ship, Tierney had provided him with data on the consciousness matrix. Marlena, after seizing the Pap caste's laboratory and before it was retaken, transmitted genetic data for creating castes. Combined with information gathered from the lower caste uprisings led by Maria, he directed, student of ratiocination, to search and analyze all data. After seizing control of the Pap caste's laboratory, Marlene Scala transmitted genetic blueprints for manufacturing castes before it was retaken. After several targeted search operations, the polymath finally concluded. Besides the publicly known Straken, who commanded all Cardinal military forces, there were 5 other High Lords in the shadows. Arsena swiftly reviewed the critical junctures throughout the process, aware that any error could negatively impact the entire subsequent operation, potentially causing catastrophic losses. Moments later, he drew a deep breath, opened the communication channel, and reported to the Black Emperor. Shadow's sovereignty. After listening to his aide's report, Nareth revised the battle plan he had been formulating before issuing his command. I will order the Legion to launch military operations and personally deal with Straken. Having now identified all the High Lords, Nareth saw no point in waiting for Straken to make his assassination attempt. He resolved to strike first. Ferrus Manus had sought to prove himself capable of employing diplomatic means, akin to Lupercal, Sanguinius, and Robert Gilliman, to integrate the lost human colonies into the Imperium, rather than resorting to his much-maligned brutal tactics. This would prove his suitability for the role of War Master. Only after the assassination attempt, over a dozen honor guard killed, and Amadeus Duquesne and Gabriel Santa, among others maimed, did he ruthlessly order the purge of Cardinal Prime. Nareth knew full well that Cardinal would not yield easily, and naturally wasted no time awaiting negotiation outcomes. Straken, through mechanical augmentation, possessed terrifying firepower. 3,600 years of life granted him rich combat experience. Nareth decided to personally deal with Cardinal's foremost warrior. My Light Lord will attack the Biosphere Recycling Center on the primary world, eliminating Brandon. The remaining 4 High Lords are yours. If possible, use the Osiris Cybrid Staff to dominate at least 1 High Lord. Killing all High Lords would leave Cardinal leaderless, collapsing swiftly. Dominating a surviving High Lord could utilize their prestige to integrate the 100 billion population post-war quickly. Beyond Terra and the Necromunda he controlled, No other world in the current Imperium possessed such human resources. Hearing the Black Emperor's trust, Arsena responded fervently. My lord, I will certainly live up to your expectations. After ending the call, Nareth switched channels, sending a message to the Forge Lord. Have you cracked the ring's weapon systems? Unlike Manus, who only seized orbital elevators for rapid troop deployment, Nareth captured all ring space stations. Besides ring technology, it was because he knew the High Lord's final mutual destruction weapon. If they unanimously agreed, they could activate the weapon system dormant for 1600 years. In Nareth's memories, the ring's weapon systems activated, targeting Manus. Finally, Akerduana, second captain of the Emperor's Children, considered the strongest Astartes of his time, stormed the control tower, sacrificing his life to detonate it, preventing the ring's weapons from striking Manus. Rozicki's voice came through. My lord, I have taken control of the orbital platform's weapon systems. After resetting the control core, I revoked surface control tower permissions. It is ours now. Excellent. Nareth had no further concerns. Even if Arsena hadn't pinpointed all High Lords, he could swiftly conquer Cardinal Prime. He switched channels again, sending a message to Pell. Inform the Cardinal Diplomatic Consul, Cardinal must surrender unconditionally. He has only 1 hour left. Nareth then issued orders for combat preparations. 1 hour later, as expected, Cardinal's refusal arrived. With combat orders issued, Foreshadow of Order chapters launched assaults on Cardinal Prime. Cardinal Prime's orbital ring was littered with debris, mineral residues extracted from satellites, and corrosive waste. 5 millennia of technological development transformed it into a nascent ring system aligned with the planet's magnetic field and rotation. The entire debris zone was saturated with radiation. Auspex scans by the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet, later verified after accessing the ring's cogitators, indicated that the radiation originated from nuclear devices used 1600 years ago to shatter the planet's already damaged satellite. Now, the geostationary orbital platforms scattered throughout began to rotate slowly. Launch ports opened, radiation levels surged, and the firing mechanisms, dormant for 16 centuries, awoke. Attitude control vanes whirred as each weapon platform adjusted its orientation, locking onto a single target. Devastating particle weapons unleashed countless beams, piercing the brass-colored atmosphere to strike the marked fortress. Red ripples spread in concentric circles across the military fortress sector. As the Gardinalian watched in stunned disbelief and horror as their orbital defense platforms turned on them, the Rammels-class Starfort and Shadow of Order fleet joined the bombardment. Targeting was precise, avoiding industrial and habitation zones, focusing on military fortifications. 15 hours after orbital bombardment began, Nareth ordered it to cease. Unlike Manus, who used forbidden weapons indiscriminately to annihilate the Cardinal main force, killing most of Cardinal Prime's 100 billion and countless surface auxilia before launching a full assault, Nareth initiated the decisive battle now. Third chapter drop pods slammed into the granite-like claws. Black hatches blew open on impact. First Captain Alexander stepped onto the surface, seeing endless ranks of gray-armored Gardinalian charging with shouts. Even with orbital bombardment and chosen landing zones far from military strongholds to evade anti-aircraft fire. Yet still, so many Gardinalians. The industrial scale of Cardinal Prime surpasses even some Forge world, enabling them to arm such vast numbers. After this thought, Alexander shouted orders, clear the landing zone immediately. Prepare for the gunship's descent. Our war machines will make the Gardinalians face reality. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 450, Chapter 449, Court Adepts Coordination. Alexander commanded his first company, repelling 2 waves of assaults, then ordered his command squad to advance, expanding the landing zone. Cardinal Prime's sky was stained metallic rust red by bombardment. Shadow of Order black ceramite boots trod upon scorching ferrocrete. After repelling 2 waves of assaults, Alexander commanded his first company to advance, widening the landing zone. The foundation beneath was exceptionally solid, a product of millennia of Cardinal construction. Within the ferrocrete towers, the few surviving cannons after the orbital bombardment stubbornly fired their guns skyward. Breaching squad. Alexander bellowed. 10 honor guard members clad in Mark III power armor charged from the formation, splitting into 5 groups as they ran. Shadows of Order unleashed a hail of fire upon the enemy, suppressing the defenders' firepower. Bolters roared, diamond-tipped bolts struck adamantium, failing to penetrate the formidable defense. 5 apprentices placed hands on the adamantium-clad ferrocrete towers, opening a door. With the Legion's first development phase concluded, each squad now having Court Adepts, the Legion entered its second phase. Court Adepts granted different abilities by the Gene Father, through various combinations, formed new squad types. The Breaching Squad was a tactical unit specifically designed for scenarios where impregnable fortifications were encountered. The other member of each group charged through the opened doors. Warriors and Hunters swung power swords. Sleepless and arbitrators activated power fists. The warrior castes watched in astonishment as black-armored warriors breached the turret. They froze in shock. The turret had remained undamaged through previous assaults. A fissure suddenly appeared without a sound, and the enemy was inside. This incomprehensible sight shattered their numb minds. They cried out in fear, staring at the black-armored warriors as if they were monsters appearing from nowhere. The shadows of order charged with lightning speed, their gleaming disintegration fields tearing through gray armor and flesh alike. A faint, echoing chant sent shivers through those who heard it, momentarily dazing their minds. The breaching squad leader, a midnight poet, fired bolt rounds at the enemies whose eyelids grew heavy. After seizing the defensive turret, Alexander activated his communicator and issued the landing order. Before the armored forces of the First Company landed, Alexander first spotted the rolling enemy armored regiment. Giant tanks bore inspiring slogans as their turrets swiveled, locking onto his position. Massive super-heavy tripods followed behind the steel chariots, advancing with heavy, deliberate steps. Flanking the armored formation were warrior caste, ever present in their numbers, an endless column exceeding 100,000 strong. After ordering the armored units to expedite landing, Alexander opened another channel, requesting support from the Legio Astorum. I didn't expect to need reinforcements so soon. Cardinal's tank forces weren't the reason for his request. Though the Black Emperor stated during pre-war briefings that Cardinal tanks were based on the same standard template construct as rhinos and predators, Alexander's forces possessed comparable armored strength. What compelled him to seek reinforcements was the Black Emperor's warning: Cardinal walkers could match titans. Besides the Legio Furians mobilized for this campaign, the Legio Astorum were usually dispersed in several detachments, cooperating with chapters 3, 6, 8, and 11, centered in the Segmentum Obscurus. Compared to other Titan legions, the Legio Astorum were more agile and arrived on the battlefield faster. Alexander immediately ordered defensive preparations. Before armored units landed, he had to hold against the Cardinal assault. The newly captured defensive turrets became potent weapons for the defense. The turrets swiveled, unleashing a dense barrage of fire upon the gray heavy tanks. Alexander marked the foremost enemy tanks within his divination box. Guided by his targeting, the turrets unleashed concentrated beams of laser fire upon the designated targets. Boom. 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 Amid explosive reports, 5 tanks billowed black smoke, metal wrecks slumped on the ferrocrete. Second-wave gray tanks collided with the smoking wrecks, their speed dropping instantly. With Alexander's precise elimination, Cardinal armored vehicles slowed. Seeing gray tanks cluster, Alexander marked a central bombing rune, then swiftly marked over a dozen enemy concentration points. Nightmare, bombard marked locations. The first captain's flagship, an orbital relic vessel, its newly installed Punisher-class reactor hard operating, aimed its lances and macro-cannons groundward. 5 savants swiftly completed calculations, locking onto surface targets. Light lances pierced the rust-red clouds, striking the center of the Cardinal tank formation. In blinding light, gray vehicles were shredded, drivers vaporized instantly. Alexander watched as rain-like shells fell upon the Cardinal ranks. Vast areas were instantly cleared. Not a single shell impacted the defensive zone. The military subconsul, seeing his forces thrown into chaos by enemy orbital strikes, shouted over the comm network. Reform your ranks. They number less than 100. We still have tens of thousands. Victory belongs to Cardinal. For the High Lords. Shackles deeply ingrained through 100 generations of evolution swiftly quelled the warrior caste's fear. They reformed ranks, attacking the defense turrets. Alexander saw gray heavy tanks roar in unison, firing dense volleys at the defense turrets. Despite orbital support inflicting heavy casualties, Cardinal still had nearly 200 armored vehicles approaching. Alexander scanned the communications channel, reviewing the landing report calculated by the Simulus chamber. First landing wave, 30 Vostroyan pattern rhinos, 10 Gabriel pattern predators. Estimated remaining time, 2 minutes 13 seconds. Fourth landing wave, 100 Vostroyan pattern rhinos, 30 Gabriel pattern predators. Estimated remaining time, 1 hour 5 minutes 14 seconds. Alexander placed complete trust in the projected landing times. The application of the Simulus chamber enabled the Legion to deploy its forces with greater flexibility. Regarding the landings, embarkation, and launch sequences would be adjusted to facilitate rapid reorganization. Precision scheduling could reach 10-second accuracy, enabling Alexander to base defensive deployments on minute-by-minute calculations. The foremost defense turret fired continuous volleys. Overheating and failing within a minute, it destroyed 4 Cardinal tanks. Hunters planted melta bombs. Apprentices opened doorways. Shadow of order swiftly withdrew. The enemy's retreat boosted the military subconsul's confidence. He shouted orders. Advance. As apprentices opened doorways on the second defense turret, hunters detonated the bombs. The melta bomb ignited the turret's energy core. A blinding light erupted skyward, flames engulfing the adamantium alloy as it hurled shards in all directions. Over a dozen fireballs crashed into advancing tanks. Adamantium alloy mixed with ferrocrete chunks, like meteors, slammed into grey tank hulls. As the second defense turret was abandoned, black gunships and landers pierced the rust-colored clouds, descending slowly. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 451, Chapter 450, the same rhino, but I have weave shields. Stormbirds disgorged their cargo, Gabriel pattern predators. 5 Gabriel predators on each wing deployed into formation, their twin assault cannons in the main turrets roared with fury. The Gabriel predator crashed into the surging tide of warrior caste. Their treads squealed, shredding Cardinal warriors' bodies. As they constantly turned sideways, leaving crimson paste in their wake, side-mounted heavy bolters on their flanks scattered death's hail further afield. The Gabriel pattern predators ground down the surging warrior caste beneath it heel like millstones. Alexander shifted his gaze to the tank engagement. This was the first time rhinos fought enemy tanks based on the same STC. 30 black Vostroyan pattern rhinos attacked enemies outnumbering them several times over. But the first captain had faith in his warriors. His company's rhinos utilized squat weave shield technology. By weaving energy used jointly by refractors and conversion fields, interspersed with special energies like magnetic pulses, a multi-band shield was created, which could be drawn into an energy cloak. Weave shields could be installed not only on personal armor but also on war engines, even large domes. Rhinos flanked the Cardinal armored forces from both sides. Storm bolters simultaneously fired upon unsuspecting enemies. Over a dozen grey rhinos erupted in flames. Only then did the Cardinal realize, to their horror, their scanning arrays showed nothing, allowing the enemy to flank their vulnerable sides. The military subconsul hastily shouted, "Turn! Face outwards! Find those damned black tanks!" The grey rhinos spun in confusion, swerving towards the flanks. Then, to their horror, they realized neither direct sight nor sensors detected anything. Ghosts. A driver screamed in terror over the communications network. Ghosts. Nothing but enemy tricks, the military subconsul roared in anger. Open fire. The grey rhinos fired blindly and frantically in all directions, unleashing a hail of shells. The Shadow of Order, having spotted them before the enemy could, had already maneuvered to their rear flanks and launched another barrage of fire. The grey rhinos spun disorientedly in circles before finally locking onto the enemy's exposed signals during their firing. Cardinal rhinos scored their first hits on Shadow of Order rhinos. By then, their numbers now stood at nearly double those of their opponents. The second wave of armored firepower deployed obliterated the Cardinal's armored forces entirely. The military subconsul watched in horror as signals from his armored formation vanished rapidly from his screen. Infantry was also being routed by enemy tanks and the Shadow of Order coordination. He shouted at his driver. Retreat. Fall back to the Walker formation. He who had enjoyed overwhelming superiority moments before could never have imagined how swiftly the tables had turned. The driver yanked the control stick, and the grey rhino command vehicle spun rapidly in reverse, retreating towards the accelerating Walker formation. Alexander didn't pursue, ordering accelerated clearing. Simultaneously, he checked reports from the Legio Astorum, arrival in 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, the first tripital Walker fired energy beams at the Shadow of Order. A silver beam struck a roaring defense turret, scattering incandescent sparks. The particle beam pierced adamantium, exploding within the ferrocrete tower. Amidst silver light, several Shadow of Order burned within the flames. Alexander immediately shouted, "Abandon the remaining 2 defense turrets." He ran towards a Vostroyan rhino marked in his divination box. "Open a door." Entering the rhino, the weave shield caused the black hull to swiftly vanish under the energy cloak's concealment. The rhino lurked, accelerating towards the Walker, closing in. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions. The Walker's particle weapons destroyed 2 more defense turrets. The Vostroyan rhino raced forward, approaching the Walker like a black shadow. Nightmare, Alexander's eyes grew profound. He closed them. The grey Walker, as tall as a warhound titan but bulkier, turned with the shriek of hydraulics and rubberized belts. Its 3 legs crushed ferrocrete paths into rubble. It searched for black armored vehicles, but Shadow of Order vehicles remained concealed by weave shields. The battlefield fell into eerie silence, broken only by the hiss of pistons grinding against inadequately lubricated metal sleeves. Suddenly, the Walker halted. The crew's minds wavered. They seemed to see serene moonlight, a tranquil, gently rippling lake. Their eyelids grew heavy, as if they could fall asleep standing. Within the Vostroyan command vehicle, the Nightmare drew the lieutenant into a dream. Within the dream, the Midnight Poet saw his captain approach. Concentrate fire. Engage the Walker. Upon destruction, immediately maneuver into concealment. The dream shattered. The lieutenant returned to reality, immediately issuing orders over the company channel. Open fire. 80 Vostroyan rhinos and 30 Gabriel predators simultaneously fired upon the Great Tripodal Walker. A dense curtain of fire struck the shields. Energy shields crackled. With a piercing shriek, the Tripodal Walker's shields failed. The crew died in their sleep. As the nightmare returned to reality, he heard the lieutenant shout. Maneuver. Conceal. Over a dozen Tripodal Walkers directed fire towards the shadow of order. At the same moment, cacophonous sounds filled Alexander's Vox channel. Captain, seems I arrived just in time. The Legio Astorum Titan charged into the fray with his characteristic ferocity. The Warlord Titan raised both arms. Bellicosa pattern volcano cannons fired concentrated shells, engulfing 2 Tripodal Walkers. At the same moment the 3rd chapter's 1st company secured its foothold on Cardinal Prime. Within the capital, Maria Kurnikova and the assassins began their operations. Maria's assigned target was the High Lord from the administrative caste, Mattis. She and another witch, Dementieva, each led a team, operating separately. Maria's team comprised her assassins and 500 Cardinal. Though the rebellion she and the instigators had sparked was quelled by the warrior caste deployed into the capital by the High Lords, she had handpicked elite members from among the lower castes who had risen up. These individuals possessed either greater physical strength or sharper wits, unlike the numb masses. After training by assassins and baptism in previous actions, they were vastly different from before. Assassins cleared patrolling warrior caste. They moved swiftly through the shadow. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 452, Chapter 451, Markaten Assassins moving like spiders. Assassins clad in Markaten pattern dominum armor sped towards the administrative complex. They activated built-in grapnel launchers. Silk threads shot towards habitation towers. Grapnels firmly gripped ferrocrete exterior walls. The assassins leapt lightly, soaring through the air. Gliding nearly 100 meters, the assassins detached from the silk threads like spiders descending, landing on spanning pedestrian walkways. In leaps and bounds, aided by Markaten armor's silk, they moved several times faster than on foot. Maria Kurnikova's team soon reached the administrative complex, launching their assault. Assassins fired silk threads, swiftly gliding over guards' heads in the shadows. They released threads, descending like feathers behind guards. Assassins moved with agile steps, appearing behind them. Explosive force concentrated in a single strike shredded the fine gray armor. When the 500 lower caste elites arrived, guards were already routed. Assassins charged into the administrative complex. A tall lower caste woman, her brown hair grown past her scalp after discarding her past, shouted. Those who call themselves Lords of Cardinal have enslaved us for countless generations. Now is the time for change. We are the new Cardinal. Today is our destined moment. Her fluid words and fervent passion infected the others. The lower castes cast off the shackles of their origins. They charged into the administrative complex, wielding blades against the higher castes they had once dared not even look upon. At the heart of the administrative complex, High Lord Mattis watched the surveillance screens, his face ashen, eyes blazing with fury. How dare those vile slaves? They shall die. The commander of the guard caste, expression grave, had replaced the original servant caste in protecting the High Lord's safety since Mattis's awakening. He personally led the force that crushed the Alfie caste, eliminating threats to the High Lord's safety. Great Lord of Cardinal, your safety is paramount. We should depart immediately. Mattis nodded. Prepare for evacuation. The guard caste commander immediately issued orders over the comm network, initiating evacuation procedures. Elite guards holding riot shields formed a defensive ring around Mattis. Mattis was only 15, but his inherited memory spanned over 4,500 years. The earliest memories dated to the administrative complex's construction 5 millennia ago. The periods of slumber served as time to seek his successor. Even a body enhanced by biotechnological evolution might prove incapable of bearing the imprint of consciousness. The sheer volume of memories, coupled with the behavioral patterns and decision-making processes reshaped by life experiences, constituted a formidable test of will. Throughout his prolonged existence, Mattis had faced numerous situations, rebellions instigated by castes with fewer evolutionary iterations, incursions by external foes. Having weathered such trials, he swiftly regained his composure. Glancing back at the administrative complex left behind, he stated calmly, Cardinal endures. The foe will perish. The guard commander responded with a resounding shout, Long live the High Lord. The words had scarcely left his lips when a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Figures descended from the sky, simultaneously lashing out with whips. The whip struck the ballistic shields, producing a series of thuds. Guards looked up, seeing black-armored figures emerging from all sides. The guard commander's expression remained unchanged. He hadn't anticipated that, besides the assassins who had infiltrated the administrative building, there were also ambushers here. Assassins landed, again lashing out with Marketan venom whips. Besides the standard webfang gun, Marketan's close combat weapons allowed choice between claws or venom whips. Maria excelled in Otsbergvia. Most assassins she taught chose claws. Among Dementieva's assassins, more favored the venom whip. The Marketan venom whips coiled like a python around the shields, lashing against the grey ceramite before instantly shattering its defenses. Venom whip striking guards immediately released stored biotoxins. Guards felt paralysis, collapsing one after another. The guard commander and several elite guards reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the whips. The guard commander suddenly sensed incoming wind. He rolled several times, barely dodging a descending transparent ice spear. Frost spread rapidly. The guard commander's movement slowed for an instant, becoming impeded. Witch Dementieva landed like lightning. Black flames swirling around her rose like a vortex, engulfing several elite guards. Amidst screams, the witch didn't pause. Marketan venom whips entwined with black flames lashed towards the guard commander. The guard commander narrowly avoided whip strikes again and again. He swung his particle blade, slashing at Dementieva. The witch sidestepped the blade. With a flick of her wrist, a barrage of frost spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the grey armor. The guard commander's face twisted in horror. He strained to free his legs from the frosty spikes. The initial numbing chill had spared him pain. The searing agony struck as two black-flamed whips severed his torso. The guard commander's body broke into 3 segments, burning in black flames. Dementieva felt as if something shattered within her. With 2 similar experiences, she thought inwardly. By spreading disaster on Cardinal, I've mastered the power bestowed by the Black Emperor, becoming a true witch. Dementieva then shifted her gaze to her target, High Lord Mathis. Mathis watched in horror as his guard was slain in an instant by the assassin who had materialized. His mind raced. As the slender woman in black attire approached, he spoke. I surrender. But I wish to see your commander, the Primarch. Before Mathis finished, Dementieva raised her left arm. A Marketan venom whip struck him. The High Lord's body went numb, his entire frame convulsing. Dementieva raised her right arm. The webfang gun projected resilient filaments that rapidly hardened upon contact with the air. A steel cage of filaments wrapped around Mathis, rendering him utterly immobile, even if he could move. Mathis watched the woman, skin pale and smooth as water, effortlessly lift and sling him over her shoulder. As Dementieva captured the High Lord, Tierney also began operations. The treasure-stealing team's target this time was a person, not a valuable item. Unlike the countless industrial facilities scattered across Cardinal's 11 worlds, Cardinal Prime's capital had fewer factories, only meeting the capital's various needs. Yet within the capital stood a massive industrial complex. Even during the recent lower caste uprising, they couldn't breach this steel fortress. Over 100 unseen shadows silently descended upon the steel fortress's rooftop. Tierney led his marauders, feeling their way across the dome, searching for an entrance. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 453, Chapter 452, The High Lord has been stolen. Tierney led his treasure-stealing squad along the outer walls of the steel fortress, searching with patience. His experience told him that a fortress spanning several kilometers in diameter could not be a single monolithic structure. The entire edifice must consist of multiple modules, mechanically interlocked together. Tierney's fingers danced nimbly across the metal panels. Having grown up in Vostroya, he possessed an extraordinary grasp of industrial structures. After leaving the Auxilia to form the treasure-stealing team, he grew increasingly familiar with architectural structures through repeated operations. After circling the dome twice, Tierney found a recessed seam on the fortress's exterior wall. He examined it from a marauder's perspective for a moment, then curled his fingers, gently tapping. Adamantium alloy. No special alarm connections. The Cardinal wouldn't anticipate someone like us silently infiltrating the dome 300 meters high to open an entry here. After discovery, confirming the situation would take longer. Melta bombs are too noisy. Got it. Use laser cutting. Tierney opened his communicator, summoning the marauder with the most agile fingers. The marauder adjusted the yelled pattern lossimeter guard to cutting mode, aiming at the recessed seam. The yelled pattern Dominum Armor's lossimeter originally only fired laser beams at enemies. During design, Tierney, considering Marauder's needs, requested multi-power output. Forge Lord Rozicki Czech fulfilled this. He drew inspiration from Squat Miner prospector suit designs, enabling small-range output power adjustment. Squat miners faced various challenges during prospecting. Their prospector suits needed to meet cutting requirements for mining while also serving as viable loss weapons. Tierney didn't perform the task himself because he and some swindlers upgraded to more powerful missile launchers. A bitter wind swept over the yell-patterned dominum armor, but the marauder remained unaffected. His movements were swift and precise, like an experienced worker. Moments later, a breach was cut in the steel fortress's dome. Tierney retracted his wings, precisely slipping through the breach, then spread them, looking down at the roaring furnaces below. Marauders filed in, then flew in all directions, searching for their target. The High Lord overseeing all industrial facilities and related castes, Ismail, showed little visible flesh. Unlike Straken, another High Lord with extensive mechanical augmentation, his body lacked the numerous weapon systems mounted on Sanctum battle plate. Instead, he possessed a more developed brain and computational processors. His mechanical prostheses were also more numerous, capable of simultaneous integration with multiple systems. Within Ismail's sole remaining golden eye, shock mingled with fury. 10 planets fallen. Countless industrial facilities lost contact. All mining stations and space elevators had been knocked off orbit, disrupting raw material supplies and causing Gardner's industrial output to plummet by 13.72%. Partial rebellions among lower castes, triggered by food shortages, reduced industrial output by a further 5.61%. 11 major industrial zones had been occupied, causing a 2.38% decline in industrial output. Transport systems had been crippled by orbital strikes, resulting in an 8.04% drop in industrial output. Ismail's expression darkened. In his lengthy 4,315-year lifespan, he had never witnessed such extensive industrial asset losses. The shadow of Order's advance proved far swifter and more impactful than his calculations had projected. Yellow runes flickered, snapping Ismail from his contemplation as he immediately focused on the alert report. Breach detected at junction of dome sections B-174 and C-581. Red alerts flashed in Ismail's consciousness. Wartime demanded different priorities. He immediately elevated the report to priority, inspecting surrounding monitors. Finding no anomalies, he lowered the risk assessment. After a moment's thought, Ismail issued orders. Technician repair team, proceed to breach for immediate repair. Under normal circumstances, he would dispatch low-caste laborers for such tasks, but now he required skilled technicians to complete the patching swiftly. Ismail watched as the technicians boarded the lift and ascended, before returning to his duties. Not a single alarm rune flickered across the 1,000 screens surrounding Ismail. Yet beyond his and the security personnel's sight, hundreds of figures darted through the fortress, searching. The treasure-stealing team quickly located the High Lord's control chamber, gathering outside the door. Tierney flew to the control chamber's massive door. Several swindlers clustered there. Their discussion sounded over the comm channel. Door forged from adamantium alloy. Our missile launcher's time to destroy it is impossible to predict. Melta-bombs can blast the door, but would draw attention. Guard forces would swarm us by then, we can only kill the target, not steal him. The door has a mechanical lock, but it's a new type. Tierney frowned. Although Arsena's orders explicitly stated to kill or capture based on circumstances, and killing Ismail would complete the mission. Tierney knew Ismail, controlling all Cardinal industry, could accelerate integration and be more valued by the Black Emperor. Seeing the ascending repair lift below, Tierney decided to try. Tierney immediately flew to the gray gate several meters high. Swindlers promptly made way. The cryptologist stared intently at the mechanical lock. He found the adamantium door's lock was dial-based. Rotate the dial, aligning 11 outer symbols with 11 inner symbols to open the door. But I have only one attempt. Any error would certainly alert Ismail. Then we'd have to open fire and kill. The cryptologist thought, eyes fixed intently on the mechanical lock. After becoming a cryptologist, further enhanced, superior observation allowed him to perceive details beyond mere metalwork, details invisible to ordinary eyes. Dial markings. Damn. He must be using an irregular method, periodically changing the code. Some pattern exists. The cryptologist's mind raced. Traces flashed rapidly through his thoughts. Time ticked away as he swiftly made connections and deductions. As the maintenance lift flashed past the back of his head, Tierney's eyes flickered slightly. The cryptologist confidently gripped the dial, forcefully rotating it. The hydraulic transmission sounded. As the door opened, Tierney felt as if a star shattered within him. He knew he had become a true cryptologist. Ismail turned in shock. He didn't see the guard commander or the industrial console. He changed the door's access code daily, informing only those two afterwards. But neither was present. In fact, he saw no one. A heavy blow struck Ismail's head, robbing him of consciousness. Tierney's wings enveloped Ismail's metallic form. After extracting the High Lord, Tierney closed the gate. Several swindlers grabbed his body, carrying him afloat. After repair crews sounded alarms, the guard commander rushed into the control chamber, only to discover, to his horror, their High Lord had vanished into thin air, as if stolen. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 454, Chapter 453, The Legio Furians' Furious Assault. Wilshire found it perplexing that his target, Cersei, had concealed himself within the Biosphere Recycling Center for nearly 5 centuries. As a High Lord commanding bioengineering, he possessed far more suitable locations to choose from: biolabs, caste cultivation centers. Yet Cersei had forsaken these obviously more significant sites, opting instead for the recycling center. An asset deemed expired ought to merit little special attention from a High Lord. Wilshire checked the vid screens in his Vostroyan Rhino command vehicle. His second chapter had already breached outer defenses. But over 100 walkers emerged from the vast Biosphere Recycling Center. Too strange. The entire recycling center remains enclosed beneath its dome, utterly unnecessary and highly anomalous. Wilshire didn't attempt to risk traversing through tripedal walkers. He immediately called the Legio Furians to handle them. In orbit, the fleet from Forge World Enlightener. Legio Furians commander, Princeps Seniorus Anger of the Shiragar, floated within a coffin-like, milky white amniotic tank. The communication receiver implanted in his inner ear cartilage emitted a series of beeps. Upon receiving Wilshire's request for support, he immediately ordered combat preparations. The hangar bustled with final preparations, devoid of Enlightener's past customary mystical rituals. It differed little from other Titan Legion's preparations. Rumbling heavy cranes descended from above, delivering heaped-to-the-brim giant shells and slender missiles to the Titan weapon rack's loading bays. Enormous rotary cannons, long-range howitzers, and plasma annihilators as vast skyscrapers. Ammunition carts laden with Vulcan megabolter rounds sped past ground crews and deck laborers, carefully avoiding engine fuel and lubricants. The yellow war machines made the 2-kilometer-long hangar feel uncomfortably cramped. The Legio Furians completed landing preparations in 1/10 of their previous time. They once believed every part of the god machine, from cockpit cables to chains buried within autoloaders, represented a machine god aspect. Legio Furians crew members scrubbed away those faith-imbued symbols from the god machines. Those beastly glyphs were utterly erased from both the feral world of Homera and the god machines themselves. They still revered the god machine as manifestations of the Omnisia, yet abandoned the barbaric, arcane shamanistic rituals. As the Shiragar stepped onto the surface, Anger immediately issued attack orders. Over 2 centuries of confinement had tormented them. Now, these caged tigers, having returned to the Folds galaxy, could finally unleash their pent-up fury. The Shiragar's dual volcano cannons and laser blasters roared like enraged tigers, launching a fierce assault against 2 tripedal walkers. The Warlord Titan's furious barrages made the air tremble. Grey tripedal walkers were instantly suppressed by savage firepower. Brilliant particle beams struck void shields, emitting piercing shrieks, but the Shiragar didn't halt. Unlike most Titan legions favoring sustained bombardment, Legio Furians' Titans scorned stationary tactics. They preferred high-speed maneuver, face-to-face firefights. Anger moved with exhilarating fluidity, the Shiragar moved as swiftly as his thoughts. Like a tiger stalking its prey, he selected targets through the auger. The Shiragar's barrel swiveled, locking onto 2 prey. The Warlord Titan launched a series of bombardments while striding towards them. 2 tripedal walkers raised arms, returning fire at the approaching metallic construct. The crackling was cut short by 2 thunderous explosions, almost simultaneous. From his command vehicle, Wilshire gazed at the vid screens. The Legio Furians lived up to their name, fierce and swift as tigers. The Legio Astrum deployed swiftly upon entering the battlefield, yet their pace on the field lacked the Legio Furians' relentless momentum. Legio Furians' Titans swiftly breached the tripedal walker lines, creating gaps in the orderly formation. As the tripedal walkers scrambled to reorganize, the yellow Titans pressed relentlessly forward, crashing into one gray walker after another and tearing them apart with brutal efficiency. Though tripedal walkers held a numerical advantage, their firepower and defense were inferior to Warlord Titans. The battle concluded far sooner than Wilshire had anticipated. The path leading to the Biosphere Recycling Center was now unimpeded. Wilshire personally mustered his honor guard clad in Cataphractii Terminator armor, launching an assault on the recycling center. Dozens of Vostroyan Rhino armored vehicles revved engines, crashing towards the recycling center. Gray defensive turrets unleashed dense beams upon the black armored combat vehicles. Unlike the 3rd chapter near Cypher Mundi, which completed Weave Shield retrofits earlier, the 2nd chapter hadn't finished technical upgrades. Over a dozen beams struck a Vostroyan Rhino. Energy beams instantly tore through black armor, vaporizing the shadows of order within. The Legio Furians did not withdraw immediately after combat to perform their battle rites, as they had done before. Even before Wilshire's request, they had already launched an attack on the perimeter wall turrets. Apocalypse missile launchers locked onto the defensive turrets, and missiles trailing luminous trails screeched into the adamantium alloy. The concrete poured road shook violently as blinding spheres of light shot skyward, piercing the rust-red sky. The defensive turrets were instantly torn to shreds, and the Ferocrete outer wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Within the Vostroyan Rhino, Wilshire's intuition suddenly stirred. Instantly, a chill gripped him, as though he'd fallen into an icy cavern. The Rhino command vehicle passed beneath the Titan's legs, under hanging banners. The Cataphractii Terminator helmet filtered the most intense light. Wilshire squinted, opening his psychic sight, gazing towards the nearby recycling center. The structure before him transformed rapidly. The blazing inferno receded, and it abruptly resembled an ice chamber, emanating a chilling aura. Shadowy figures moved within, some pacing restlessly, others murmuring softly. The Vostroyan Rhino didn't stop, crashing through wreckage into the recycling center. Wilshire deactivated his psychic vision, his eyes darkening momentarily. In his warp insight, he saw gleaming lights. Wilshire's earlier puzzlement instantly found answers. The Black Emperor mentioned during the War Council that Cardinal could create psychers. Cersei must have commanded psychers, establishing psychic arrays here. Expired individuals, though numb, still erupt with fear and resentment towards death in their final moments. This is harnessed as material for creating. Just as Wilshire reached this conclusion, a piercing wail erupted, causing the entire recycling center to tremble. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 455, Chapter 454, The Solar High Priest. Wilshire's eyes shifted abruptly from their deep, dark depths to a brilliant gold, as though two miniature suns burned within their sockets. He surveyed his surroundings, immediately opening a comm channel to send Anger a message. The enemy has established psychic arrays. Their energy convergence is underground. A reckless, blind assault might trigger unforeseen consequences. Leave the rest to me. I will lead my team underground to resolve it. Wilshire then switched channels, issuing orders to his honor guard, disembark. The Solar High Priest disembarked first, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings before marking a 100-meter-tall gray spire on his divination tablet. This gray structure appeared most frigid and ominous through the Solar High Priest's eyes. Honor guards clad in black armor assembled behind him, raising their bedrock pattern bolt guns. They advanced towards the target building while firing. Open a door. Two bodyguard members, hearing their lord's command, quickened their pace. Their hands pressed against the gray structure. After the incorporeal door was opened, Wilshire entered first. The Solar High Priest easily found the underground passage within the gray spire. The team descended spirally. Everyone felt the temperature dropping. One honor guard, sensing supernatural cold, said over the squad channel. Bloody hell, it's freezing in this place. The chapter's librarian looked around. He saw stairs and gray walls engraved with numerous runes. Psychic arrays. Cardinal Psychers established combined psychic arrays here. I cannot determine the array's full effects, but they seal this area into an enclosed space. There should be other arrays. Before the librarian could finish, a shuffling sound heralded the emergence of a horde of creatures. The front ranks raised las guns, unleashing dense beams of light. Their hunched bodies had an additional arm extending from their backs, firing swiftly. The Solar High Priest saw the humanoid creatures covered in rotten flesh, maggots writhing within. The Solar High Priest pondered, then the golden sun in his eyes suddenly blossomed. A sacred crystalline light descended from above. The humanoid creatures screamed in agony within the radiance, melting away as if consumed by fire. Honor Guard members bathed in the brilliant light only felt purity and warmth. After using holy light summoning to slay the monsters, the Solar High Priest felt as if something melted within him, confirming his earlier suspicion. Cersei used bioengineering to modify human bodies. He then established psychic arrays to bind expired souls within those bodies. He was creating necrotic entities. No wonder he entrenched himself in the Biosphere Recycling Center, an endless supply of raw materials. As Wilshire pondered, he saw withered monsters flying up from below. Each bore 3 heads, twisting to survey their surroundings. Seeing the black giant, their heads turned simultaneously towards Wilshire. Silken strands of black mucus dripped from their mouths, plopping onto the ground. 2 honor guards flanking him raised their bedrock pattern bolt guns. The mounted squat Huntar modules mounted on them instantly locked onto the approaching creatures and roared into action. Diamond-hard bolts shot forth, striking the monsters, blasting their pieced bodies apart. A swarm of humanoid monsters approached, their 3 heads opening in unison to emit a piercing howl. The creatures' cries were filled with agony, seeking to inflict their torment upon the black-armored warriors. Painful cries merged into a terrifying screech. 2 honor guard members' arms faltered, their firing momentarily halted. The monsters' 6 arms, connected by bat-like wing membranes, began to vibrate. Their speed surged abruptly as they lunged towards the black-armored warriors like lightning. The Solar High Priest's golden eyes blazed. Golden, sun-holy water fell from nowhere. Sun holy water struck the flying monsters, piercing their bodies like spears. Plop plop. The solar high priest strode forward. His thunder hammer gleamed with golden light as he attacked the swiftly falling monsters. He swung the hammer in sweeping arcs. Within golden light, bodies were torn to shreds, swiftly vanishing. The solar high priest descended, using create sun holy water. Drops of summoned sun holy water fell, striking and slaying the surging necrotic entities. Suddenly, Wilshire's vision opened up. The librarian followed his lord. He saw a massive circular platform gleaming with psychic lights. A crimson river churned, green mist billowed. This is the psychic array's central nexus. A roaring bellow interrupted the librarian. Damn you! A figure as tall as a warhound titan burst forth, snarling. His form was hung with numerous arms, covered in countless faces. You interrupted my great plan. All of you, die. Cersei's furious roar echoed with the wails of countless souls. Using his bioengineering and psychic arrays, he sought to transform himself into a perfect form, possessing power equal to Straken's metallic body. Cersei, driven by his desire and the Psykercast, spent a millennium constructing the framework within the recycling center. Another 430 years passed as he gathered the refined essences of recycled bodies onto his own frame. Just over a century more, and he would complete his transformation, becoming a powerhouse equal to Straken. But these damned invaders had disrupted his plan. Cyclone missile launchers atop bodyguard members' cataphractii Terminator armor struck Cersei. Boom. 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 The ground shook violently beneath his feet as severed limbs and fragments flew. A severed arm struck a guard member, black biochemical slime rapidly corroding the cataphractii Terminator armor. Cersei lost hundreds of arms, yet thousands remained, forming 3 slender limbs. 2 gray-white arms swept horizontally. 1 arm smashed downward. The honor guard, whose armor had been corroded by the bioslime, was struck by 1 arm and was instantly crushed into paste. Another arm crashed into honor guards, knocking them aside. The smashing arm descended directly towards Wilshire. The solar high priest's eyes blazed. Instantly, golden flames ignited from nowhere. These flames radiated the sun's vast, pervasive aura, densely coalescing into an ocean that enveloped Cersei's massive form. The sacred flames ignited by the fire of light consumed the souls bound to Cersei like candles, melting them into droplets of liquid that vanished into silent screams. The solar high priest silently chanted Dunnick. His speed surged. Holy Oath made him, clad in cataphractii Terminator armor, faster than Shadow of Order in Mark II power armor. Flames ignited upon the thunder hammer, radiating brilliant golden light. The solar high priest leapt high, swinging the thunder hammer, smashing onto Cersei's body. Amidst explosive reports, Cersei's body shattered. Simultaneously, Wilshire felt a star crack within him. He thought inwardly. I have become a true solar high priest. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 456, Chapter 455, The Biologist. Cardinal Prime, the capital. Sylvan Deca entered the interrogation chamber. He walked to the guardrail, looking down at the warrior stripped of armor below. His head was as large as the mediator's torso beside him. Blood loss left his otherwise lustrous skin somewhat pale, yet his body still displayed remarkable resilience to injury. Confined within golden amber, both arms crushed by industrial clamps, he still appeared stronger than an hour ago when brought in. His body was slowly regenerating. Under the bright lights of gem diodes and flatlined radium lacquered gauges, he squinted down. Deca observed the Shadow of Order, reflecting on the testosterone-driven, fury-fueled warrior caste and the emotionally deficient law enforcement caste. They shared the same ideal obedience, yet lacked such glaring congenital flaws, a superior design evident even to his genetic caste's psychic abilities. The mediator unfastened the leather holster restraining his wolf-tooth club, preparing to strike the giant. But Deca smiled slightly, psychically compelling him to step back. Time was short now. High Lord Uriah awaited his results, expecting solutions to the current crisis. The librarian watched the mediator retreat, then shifted his gaze to Deca. Besides his gene-father and the chief librarian, he had never encountered such a powerful telepathic psyker. After a series of psychic clashes, he had been overwhelmed. I will tell you nothing. His voice was low, carrying a faint echo. Deca descended along the peeling metal of the guardrail, bending forward as if the weight of his thoughts pulled him towards his goal. His mind flickered. The subconscious key, granted permission, unlocked his consciousness. Deca's thoughts expanded outward, immediately sensing a luminous consciousness entity, radiating a dazzling glow. The librarian frowned slightly. He felt something touching him. The librarian immediately elevated to the third layer of Thelema mind state, constructing psychic defenses. Deca concentrated his thoughts, utterly focused. When the full weight of Dekka's consciousness fell upon the Shadow of Order's mind, he immediately felt impact against an iron wall. Along trembling, pure threads of thought, he concluded this warrior received specialized training, sufficient to resist his assault. Dekka focused intently, lips pursed tight, straining to exert pressure on his psyche. His voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Let us begin here. What are you? Dekka increased pressure on corresponding regions within the Shadow of Order's mind, repeating the question. A minute aneurysm ruptured in the librarian's left eye, splattering crimson. Yet he still didn't answer. Dekka was stunned. As the foremost among the psychicast, he hadn't expected the Shadow of Order to resist his psychic lash. His brain was designed with greater intricacy and resilience than the Cardinal's high consuls could comprehend. Dekka's green eyes grew increasingly cloudy as he advanced step by step. His spine twisted, skin mottled with age spots and crisscrossed by wrinkles. My name is Sylvan Dekka. As the old man stepped onto the floor, he placed a hand on his chest, gracefully bowing. I am Cardinal's High Consul, representing the High Lords and 11 worlds. He straightened. Gray hair and beard intertwined with silver strands near ears and nose. A square had been shaved out of Dekka's beard, replaced by a small black X mark with a flickering red diode in the center. He enunciated each word, asking once more. What are you? As the old man approached the surgical trolley, the Shadow of Order felt each word carried immense weight, more oppressive even than his chapter master, though less than his gene father. The librarian felt itching at his temples. His lips were about to part when an image flashed in his mind, his gene father opening his palm, him taking a vial. The vision shifted again, showing him standing on the deck as his father pinned a medal upon his chest, patting his shoulder encouragingly. The librarian's consciousness, on the verge of collapse, suddenly cleared. He clenched his teeth so hard the veins in his right eye burst under the strain, blood staining his sockets crimson. Dekka's eyes were filled with shock. His gaze flashing with lightning, his temples throbbing violently. The librarian struggled to hold on, his brain feeling as though it were on fire, his consciousness itself growing hazy. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the mediator's earpiece. He answered, his expression changing instantly as he strode swiftly towards Dekka. My lord, we are under attack. The guards have been overwhelmed. The lightning in Dekka's green eyes flickered and disappeared. He drew a deep breath, the High Lord's safety outweighed intelligence reports. He strode rapidly towards the exit, no longer concerned with the prisoners behind him. His pace quickened as he sensed a shift in the surroundings. Upon pushing open the door, his green pupils dilated sharply. Stunned, he witnessed countless tendrils slithering into the chamber like giant serpents. The entire gray structure had transformed into a lush green space. Dekka saw several vines shooting down from above, coiling around the guards and binding them tightly. He heard the sound of their bones shattering. Without pausing to comprehend the cause, he scanned the surviving figures for the High Lord. Dekka, relieved, hastily untied the staff at his waist. Gripping its pommel tightly, he felt the runes glow. Dekka aimed the staff at the figure in black armor, marked with green patterns, with plants drifting at her sides. Marlena's tea-brown eyes flashed. She sensed the heavy pressure emanating from the gray-haired old man. She immediately elevated her mind to third-layer Thelema mind state, resisting psychic assault. Dekka felt his consciousness collide with the flesh and blood barrier. Amidst the relentless impact, lightning flared within his green pupils. Dekka's consciousness transformed into a massive hand, pounding relentlessly upon the barrier, blow after blow. Thud. 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 The barrier shook, chunks of flesh falling away. Dekka beheld the exposed mind and thought inwardly. The mental defense has been breached. Just as a flicker of triumph crossed Dekka's mind, tendrils suddenly spread from the gate's cracks, coiling around his consciousness. While Marlena relied on the multi-layered Thelema mind state to withstand the assault, she recalled the gray-haired, green-eyed old man mentioned by the Black Emperor as a powerful telepathic psyker. His potent psychic abilities could even briefly affect a Primarch. Marlena knew her psychic defenses wouldn't hold long. Though her psychic energy was now entirely focused on constructing that defense, she remained, above all, a biologist. The biologist's mind stirred. Plants filling the reserved space in her side surged wildly under the nourishment of her spiritual energy. Simultaneously, her hybrid creatures lunged towards the gray-haired old man. Serpents surged forward, their gaping maws snapping at Dekka. Dekka instantly felt his thigh tear apart, followed by numbness spreading through his body. Poison. Dekka's left drew a vial from his left side, plunging it into his neck as his staff swept downward, targeting the advancing serpentine horde. Psychic shockwaves struck the snakes, causing their bellies to swell. Dekka's arm suddenly froze as he felt something writhing rapidly within him. The biologist, sensing diminished psychic attack, realized her mutated creations had successfully injected larvae. The creature, a hybrid of catachan viper and venomous worms, bore only the snake's appearance. Yet upon biting an enemy, it secreted mucus, injecting it into the victim's body. The victim first experienced numbness, mistaking it for mere poisoning, before all sensation faded. The worms would burrow through the enemy's skin, entering the bloodstream to lay their eggs. By then, the enemy was doomed. Once the venomous worms entered the bloodstream, no known cure existed. As a biomancer, Marlena already sensed eggs spreading throughout Dekka's entire body. Ah! With a piercing scream, the larvae hatched. Dekka excruciating pain in his brain, heart, and every bone in his body, while his neck was tightly constricted. Then his consciousness faded. Marlena watched Dekka's body crash heavily to the ground, exhaling softly before raising her hand to unleash a bolt of lightning that struck. As Marlena retreated with the captured High Lord and the rescued, gravely wounded librarian, Arsena simultaneously launched an assault upon Berether, the High Lord overseeing the Psykercast. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 457, Chapter 456, The First Deployment of Blackstone Technology. Arsena examined the vid screen, viewing the feed transmitted from Theo's right eye. Inside the grey building, a brilliant blue light shimmered. A Psykercast member, holding a staff aloft, unleashed a torrent of psychic fire upon a Lucifer Black Guard. Arsena's gaze sharpened. He saw the Lucifer Black Guard, enveloped in the psychic flames, his armor melting instantly, yet his advance never faltered. In a flash, he closed the distance to the Psyker, his power sword a blur of lethal motion. A clash of dazzling blue light erupted, the resulting burst of energy flooding the screen. As the light subsided, the Lucifer Black Guard fell. Simultaneously, the ashen-gray body of the Psyker collapsed to the ground. A flicker of sorrow passed through Arsena's eyes. He turned to the student of ratiocination beside him and asked. Ready. My lord, 13 seconds remain. Once ready, Arsena said, rising and moving towards the exit, execute the protocol immediately. As the word, by your command, echoed behind him, Arsena had already left the temporary command center. His narrow blue eyes flashed. Anticipating the imminent inability to wield psychic power, he channeled his mental strength unreservedly into physical force. The silver-haired Psyker took a step forward. Countless points of light shimmered before him. Guided by these luminous trails, he moved towards the door where a beacon flashed. At the very moment Arsena casted the Gate of Infinity to hasten towards the target, high above in orbit, within a Stormbird, a black device the size of a Blyek battle tank activated, its process initiated an hour early. For that entire hour, the shadows of order within the Stormbird had endured profound discomfort. Their throats were parched, their mouths and noses filled with the taste of corroded metal. Finally, they received the order to prepare for the drop. The echoing countdown made them feel their torment was nearing its end. 3, 2, 1. With the final electronic tone, the black drop pod was released. Arsena re-entered real space 1.5 kilometers from the target. He knew the Blackstone construct's effect radius was only 1 kilometer, and the polymath had confirmed his plan was without flaw. Yet, he worried the drop itself might be affected. The Blackstone would interfere with psychic application, including the telekinetically formed Gate of Infinity he used. Arsena had a contingency for this. He had pre-placed a psychic beacon. As long as the Blackstone didn't strike it directly, it would ensure his precise arrival here. Before pushing the door open, he saw the beacon's light still shining. Reassured, he shoved the door aside and saw the black drop pod plummeting from the sky. A trail of fire from atmospheric friction scarred the rust-red sky of Gardenal's crown. As the polymath had planned, it struck the grey building with pinpoint accuracy. Arsena immediately broke into a sprint towards the objective. The moment he crossed the 1-kilometer threshold, it felt like stepping into a wholly new world. He could no longer sense the tides of the warp. Peering into the collapsed structure, he saw Lucifer Blacks moving through the ruins. As they ran, they raised their lost guns, firing precise beams of light. The ashen faces of the Psykercast grew paler still. Stripped of their mastered power, they were weaker than the lower castes. Beams pierced their skulls, their grey bodies falling one after another. Theo, firing his gun one-handed, charged forward. His power sword whirled, launching an attack against a creature as tall as a warhound titan but far more massive. Arsena saw the monster possessed wings but could not fly, instead using them as weapons, sweeping them left and right. Berether, controlling the Psykercast, has uncovered many secrets in this area. He used psychic power to create this abomination. Under the influence of the Blackstone device, the creature's abilities are suppressed, even flight is impossible. Arsena started. His gaze shot past the hulking monster, searching for his target. His narrow blue eyes suddenly constricted. He saw a figure in blue robes, running quickly towards the exterior. Arsena immediately poured on speed. Since becoming the polymath, his mobility far surpassed his former self. Even without psychic power, the polymath moved with swift strides, quickly catching up to the blue-robed figure. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Berethar's expression changed abruptly. Damn it. I should have accepted the guard detail's protection. How did the shadows of order acquire a method to nullify psychic power? What fell from the sky? In his despair, Berethar's eyebrows suddenly raised. He felt the presence of the warp again, felt the lost power returning to him. Not all of it, but nearly half. So the effect has a limited range. Berethar raised his staff, hurling a bolt of blue lightning. Seeing Belisarius had moved beyond the 1-kilometer radius, Arsena didn't stop. He charged straight ahead. The arm-thick bolt of blue lightning struck Arsena. His pace didn't slow in the slightest. One of the protective orbs hanging from his black suit's abdomen shattered. The polymath raised his left arm. A monomolecular blade sprang from his gauntlet. To fully utilize his weapon mastery, the master of the forge had designed this arm blade for him. Berethar, seeing his attack fail, simultaneously retreated. With each step back, he felt more of his power returning. He looked at the protective orbs on his opponent's chest. 7 remained. A fierce glint flashed in Berethar's eyes. He opened his mouth and spewed forth blue flames. The polymath raised his right arm. The raised force shield shattered under the continuous detonations of Berethar's psychic fire. The foe's psychic power was stronger. Another protective orb shattered, but the polymath had closed the distance to Berethar. Arsena swung the monomolecular blade, executing a flurry of slashes, thrusts, and cuts in the blink of an eye. In the time it once took the polymath to complete a single attack, he now delivered 12, each strike landing precisely on the same point of the psychic shield. With a final thrust, the blue psychic shield shattered. Berethar's face changed. He hadn't expected this psyker, inferior to him in psychic strength, to be such a formidable warrior, even more powerful than the strongest warrior caste specimen he'd seen, evolved over 100 generations. The polymath leaped forward. His right hand seized Berethar's arm, then he spun, slamming the psyker to the ground. Berethar's arm was twisted into a grotesque shape, his staff clattering away. Arsena drew the Osirian cybrid staff from his back, infused it with psychic energy, and brought it down heavily on Berethar's back. Berethar's pained groan was cut short, his eyes glazing over. Arsena glanced back. He saw Loran raising his shield before Theo, blocking the attacks of the avian monster. The polymath's blue eyes narrowed. He observed that Loran always positioned himself before Theo, shield raised against each attack, yet the angle of his body and shield relative to the ground was different every time. With each impact, the force was dissipated in the most ingenious way possible. Loran completed the movements in an instant, a reflex honed through countless repetitions. Theo launched a series of attacks at the avian creature. Each time it retaliated, he retreated behind Loran. He would launch a swift counterattack just before the creature struck, inflicting fresh wounds upon it. After watching for a moment, the polymath thought to himself, I require extensive training to attain swordsmanship like Theo's. A series of beeps interrupted Arsena's thoughts. He opened his comm link. A cascade of voices came through. A captivating female voice sounded first. Mission accomplished. Target captured. A resolute male voice followed. I have retrieved High Lord Ismail. A familiar voice, that of Marina Scara, reported, I have captured Uriah. Hearing this, the constant weight of worry lifted from Arsena. The operational plan I devised was successful. The Black Emperor's task is complete. Arsena let out a soft sigh, opened a channel, and reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, 4 High Lords have been successfully captured. Several seconds later, Nareth's voice came through the comm, you have executed the operation successfully. Arsena instantly felt a shattering within, as if stars collapsed inside him. He thought to himself, I have become the true polymath. After closing the channel, Nareth's gaze swept over the battlefield, settling on the distant location where Straken resided. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 458, Chapter 457, The Night Megara. Nareth's golden wings swept together behind him. Dozens of particle beams lanced into his living metal form, only to be deflected away. With a beat of his wings, he shot forward in an instant, arriving beneath the head of a tripedal walker. The sword of Vol swept out. Blue-white light flashed. The heavy metallic head crashed to the ground. Nareth landed, his momentum unbroken as he charged towards the left. Even as he did so, he spared a glance to the right, where the Knights of Geos Vironii surged forth. At Nareth's behest, the Magi of Mazoa had constructed a precious Castoris-class Night Megara for Geos. To commemorate his family's extermination of the native false god on Demeter III's second moon, Geos had named it Dephagia, God-Eater. The name was identical to the one from Nareth's memory, though its construction had been advanced by over a century. Subsequently, Rozicki had replaced its power output with a Punisher-class reactor, addressing the sole weakness of the Castores-class Knight Megara. The Knight Megara's adamantic reactors was notoriously unstable, prone to radiation leaks. Most pilots underwent extensive mechanicum bionic augmentation to reduce their fleshly mass, avoiding death by radiation in combat. Deifagia's ion shroud weathered a barrage of particle beams from the tripedal walkers. As a mechanicum custom pattern, it was loaded with powerful technological armaments, capable of engaging targets ranging from light infantry to super-heavy tanks. Unlike the ion shields of other knights, the Castores-class Knight Megara was entirely enveloped in a particle shroud. It required no active manipulation and boasted superior defensive capabilities. Geos felt the burning combat urge of the machine spirit. It, like him, yearned to prove its strength in battle. With a thought, he increased the Auspec's magnification, layering a thermal detection filter over the standard view. Runes scrolled across his retina. The Prince of Vironii rapidly absorbed the streaming data. Geos opened a comm channel, directing the Vironii knights. 34 targets. Enemy formation is dense. Prepare saturation fire. He raised his right arm. The lightning cannon fired first, sending a brilliant arc of energy towards the 10 o'clock position, 580 meters out. Geos didn't wait for the results, nor for the lightning cannon to recharge. He strode forward. He burned with the desire to repay his lord Nareth for the salvation of Demetus, to seize glory before the master he served. Geos' fervor transmitted through the neural link to his throne mechanicum. Deifagia's reactor roared. The Hecaton siege claw on its left arm howled as it tore through a shield. The underslung twin-linked heavy flamer spewed a torrent of superheated promethium. The Cardinal pilot within the walker was engulfed in an instant. Nearby tripods immediately concentrated their fire on Deifagia, targeting the machine that buelled through their lines like a raging auroch. Geos raised his autobanner to its highest and lifted his manipulator gauntlet. For Vironii. For the Lord. Loyalty and glory. The Hellfire siege claw descended, shattering a particle blade. The comms echoed with the fervent shouts of the Vironii knights. For Vironii. For the Lord. Loyalty and glory. The unified roar subsided. Unlike other houses, who might bellow frequently in battle, the Vironii were more somber. The knights unleashed a second barrage at their targets. Geos' Auspex display flashed with contacts. Signum crackled in the gale force winds. Deifagia strode forward, its torso twisting, the siege claw ripping into an enemy's flank. Through the strategic distribution overlay, Geos saw the runes of the Vironii knights closing fast, charging the enemy. He also noted that the Vironii runes were still outnumbered below, and steadily decreasing, proof the tripedal walkers still held a numerical advantage. Geos knew that without the Primarch personally leading his honor guard in the assault, the Vironii knights would have had no chance of victory alone. Though the green Vironii runes were rising in the strategic overlay, it was still a brutal engagement. Resolving to seize the initiative with a new charge, Geos barked an order over the comms. Sacristan Maintenance Corps, I require your timely support. Behind the Vironii knights, the High Sacristan acknowledged his prince, then devoted his full attention to the real-time data stream, monitoring 142 systems. Aside from those undergoing repairs on the family estates and knights in training, Vironii had committed every available machine to the expedition. His duty was to monitor the battlefield while preserving Vironii's strength as much as possible. To this end, the High Sacristan diverted part of his cognitive processing to the exchange between the crawlers and the comms-net, spanning both the Vironii network and allied channels. The majority of his processing power was dedicated to the constant monitoring of the Vironii knights' myriad parameters. Hull integrity, shield strength, system operability. The High Sacristan watched as the Vironii knights formed a spearhead around Deifagia's banner. A green spear, moving in perfect unison, thrust towards the enemy's heavily fortified position. Enemy and friendly runes flashed frenetically, filling his vision like a meteor shower. Gray and green runes vanished at a staggering rate, like spent fireworks. Among the countless runes, the brightest was Deifagia's. Other green runes, grouped in fives, slammed into clusters of gray. In the ensuing clash, one or two would be lost. Deifagia plunged alone into the heart of the gray mass, and the enemies around it continually disappeared. As the gray runes dwindled, starbursts of runes flashed madly, orange and red filling his sight. One particular rune blazed at the center of his vision. The High Sacristan's Aupex immediately zoomed in, dedicating most of his analytical processing to this priority target. His primary monitoring subject was, of course, Deifagia, the foremost task he had set for the crawler's machine spirit. After expending 5 terabytes of calculation, the High Sacristan completed the data analysis. Ion Shroud system compromised. Blessed auto-repair icons activated. Deifagia's systems are self-repairing non-critical damage. The High Sacristan reallocated processing power, assigning a higher than normal priority to Deifagia. He opened a channel, first issuing a warning to Deifagia. Prince Geos. You must halt and reboot the Ion Shroud. Simultaneously, he selected the most severely damaged knight for his crawler and assigned tasks. Crawler 2, to bitter bamboo. The High Sacristan's voice brought Geos back to reality. He released his grip on the manipulator, allowing his slightly trembling arm to steady. He checked the strategic overlay again and couldn't help but smile as he saw the green runes now overriding the gray. His hand gripped the manipulator once more. Feedback from the machine spirit told him it was ready to fight again. He was about to launch a fresh offensive when the High Sacristan's voice suddenly cut through the command channel. Anomaly detected. Geos' auspex instantly focused on the target marked by the High Sacristan. Countless flashes sped past. The real-time image feed shuddered violently, tilted, and vanished. The Prince of Vironii watched in horror as over 20 green runes disappeared in a single instant. Geos was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He looked at the resurgent gray runes, at the tripital mechanical form displayed on his screen. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured aloud. What is that? If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 459, Chapter 458, Slaying the Mightiest of Gardnal, clad in a reliquary war suit. Geos Vironii stared in shock at the giant wreathed in smoke, encased in a bone of adamantium. Within the distorted, overlapping force fields, the knight's barrage continually disintegrated. At the core of this war machine was a human, or more accurately, what once had been human. A face with no eyes or mouth, etched deep within the helmet, seemed to stare back at him. It stood as tall as his Castores-class Knight Megara. The war machine's 3 legs were arranged in biradial symmetry. It possessed 3 upper limbs, each armed with a multitude of weapons, so many that Daphagia's detection systems failed to identify them all. Geos came to this conclusion because the machine fired 2 more silver beams, which were not among the 25 weapon systems previously catalogued. Beep beep beep. Amidst the urgent alarms, silver signals flooded his vision. 2 particle beams slammed into Daphagia simultaneously. The Knight Megara staggered and fell to one knee. Geos knew from the machine spirit's feedback, the Ion Shroud was destroyed. Amid the screech of hydraulics and the shriek of rubber belts, Straken surged forward. A blade snapped from a sheath on the back of its right arm, thrusting towards Daphagia. The Vironii knights charged frantically towards their prince, desperate to aid him, but Straken was faster. Suddenly, a streak of gold flashed across the battlefield. A blue-white radiance clashed with the blade. Straken's arm shuddered, its right arm and the blade were knocked aside. Straken turned its head. Pale light gleamed within its visor grill, making the vestigial organic remnants look sickly. It was withered like deadwood, blind, the muscular tissue that had been its eyes sunken into 2 sagging sacks. Copper wires, stained with black patches like corpse rot, extended from its temples, plugging directly into the control system within its helmet. The light in Straken's visor focused on the black-armored, golden-winged figure hovering in the air. Since his transformation's completion and his donning of the reliquary warsuit, no one had ever overpowered him in a direct clash. His vox grill crackled, an astonished voice echoing behind the steel bar faceplate. The Primarch Nareth. Pistons hissed, grinding against inadequately lubricated metal sleeves. Nareth saw Straken's entire armored suit swell. Electrical arcs activated pneumatic chambers, altering its form into an extremely thick cushion of gel. The metallic shoulders and backplate expanded and rotated continuously, 15 weapons swiveling to target him. 10 silver lights brightened. Particle beams lanced towards the Primarch first. Though his golden wings were also composed of living metal, Nareth had no intention of tanking particle weapon strikes like Ferrus Manus might with his silver hands. Nareth beat his wings, evading the attacks, and appeared instantly at Straken's left side. A silver power fist wreathed in golden light smashed towards Straken's arm. Straken activated more weapon systems. Dormant mechanisms sprang to violent life. Shields flickered, enveloping him in a purple aura of arcs. Claws, blades, a rotary saw, and a power clamp unfolded from its left arm, gleaming coldly. The claws shrieked, snatching for his head. Blades shot forth, aimed at his chest. The rotary saw flew out to meet the power fist. The power clamp sprang open, grabbing for his waist. Nareth already knew the weapon systems of Straken's reliquary warsuit were not centrally coordinated. 3,600 years of warfare had ingrained combat experience into his mechanical core, calculations were made and attacks launched against enemies simultaneously. Facing Straken's assault, Nareth did not dodge again. His arm continued its swing, his body dragging after images as he charged forward. The rotary saw was the first to collide with the shining golden light. In the clash of forces, it was the first to yield. With a shriek, the rotary saw shattered into fragments. Nareth continued to channel his psychic essence into the fist. The launched deathstrike blow did not halt, continuing to smash towards Straken. Simultaneously, the Primarch swung his right arm. The sword of Vol flashed, severing the claw's fingers and deflecting the blades. Shattered metallic debris flew through the air, rapidly tearing and twisting into strands of metallic wire. With a thought from the Baron of Corruption, the dozens of condensed wire strands shot towards the reliquary warsuit. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality entwined the wires. The metal strands, through concept swap, became strands of mucus-coated spider silk, drilling into the cushioning gel. Straken felt the 27 weapon systems he was mobilizing within the reliquary warsuit grow increasingly sluggish, as if filled with lead. Weapon systems malfunctioning. As he puzzled over this, Nareth's verdict, death, landed on the purple energy field, and sparks flew. Golden and purple lights vibrated violently. The dazzling radiance pierced the rust-colored clouds, illuminating the sky over Cardinal's crown. The Primarch's muscles bulged. His strength merged with the peculiar power of the Power Fist, pressing down upon the reliquary warsuit. The energy field yielded before his immense power, trembling as it emitted a blinding purple glare. A purple energy wave detonated. The ferrocrete-paved road beneath the massive tripod's feet rapidly melted. Straken's 3 legs rotated swiftly, adjusting position. His torso swiveled around the gimbal joints at his neck and hips, maintaining balance as he sank and tilted. The balance he struggled to maintain was shattered an instant later as the Power Fist struck him bodily. A large section of the reliquary warsuit's left side was torn away, rapidly transforming into new metallic wires in midair, flying into the constantly opening and closing valves on his harness. The viscous spider silk clogged the revealed hidden gun ports, spreading inward. The accumulated silver light flickered and died. Straken's damaged left arm detached with a burst of steam, clattering to the ground with a clang. Reserve weapons on the thigh unlocked, connecting to the severed limb. At that moment, the third arm swung over. The Primarch sensed nearly half of the reliquary warsuit systems were compromised. It was time to end this. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. Telekinetic force surged forth. Straken's leg-mounted arm and the third arm halted simultaneously. Every weapon system on his body instantly went dead. He roared in fury. His reliquary warsuit was utterly unresponsive. Having used mechanical influence to temporarily disrupt the reliquary warsuit, Nareth calmly swung the sword of Vol, severing Straken's head. The remaining Walker pilots and warrior caste watched in stunned disbelief as their High Lord, the mightiest warrior of Cardinal, was slain. They had believed it impossible. Yet it had happened. They stared fixedly as the black-armored warrior sheathed his sword at his waist, lifted the High Lord's head, and descended slowly. Thud. The first warrior caste member dropped his weapon. Then others around him followed suit, one after another. The battle for Cardinal's crown swiftly concluded, broadcast across all channels. With the news that 4 High Lords had been captured and 2 slain spreading across the globe, the remaining Cardinal resistance collapsed. Within 2 hours, they surrendered en masse. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 460, Chapter 459, Nareth's order to conceal the fruits of conquest. 5 hours after the surrender of Cardinal's crown, Captain Diana of the flagship Shadow's Sovereignty set foot on the planet's surface. Her golden hair was not neatly tied up as before, but fell loosely over her shoulders. The deep eyes beneath her service cap were also somewhat softer than usual. Diana looked up at the large screen ahead. A High Lord in ornate robes was delivering a speech to the worker caste. Ismail's voice vibrated like metal. Standing beside him was the Primarch's attendant, Arsena Dunn. Consuls, vice-consuls, and all people of Cardinal. As you know, we have surrendered to the Shadows of Order and will become territory under Lord Nareth's governance. Diana had prepared thoroughly for her task. She had learned the local language from Cardinal prisoners and understood the High Lord's speech. The Primarch's aide's plan has succeeded. He used the Osirian Sirid staff to dominate the High Lord's will. Ismail's influence over the worker caste, built over millennia, will ensure the industrial facilities of Cardinal's crown resume operation swiftly. Diana's blue-green eyes shone. She would flawlessly complete the task assigned to her by the Primarch. The Cardinal had abandoned warp travel, so their fleets, despite formidable industrial output, never expanded beyond their star system. She hadn't contributed much in the prior battles. Now, it was finally time for her, the psychiatrist, to play her part. Diana then scrutinized the worker caste. Since becoming the psychiatrist, her vision had further improved. She could clearly see the gray-white figures standing even beyond the range of the lumen lights. The psychiatrist smelled the scent emanating from their biochemical bodies. From it, she savored complex emotions, relief, but also bewilderment. The psychiatrist gazed for a long time, until the screen's footage began to repeat. Then she began to act. The psychiatrist pointed, selecting individuals from the worker caste whom she judged needed conversation. Among them were those who had tightly gripped their tools, showing resistance, as well as those appearing lost and helpless. Diana instructed her attendants, the one with thick hair. The one with the injured arm. Shortly after, Diana sat within a worker caste dormitory. The odor of sweat mingled with mildew made her frown slightly, but she decided to proceed in the familiar environment of her subject. The psychiatrist pulled a prepared essence from her pocket. This was a joint creation with Hather Mott, developed from experiments on thousands of substances before he returned to the Thousand Suns. Its main component was the brought flower, a hibiscus-like herb that emitted an aromatic fragrance. This scent had a strong inhibitory effect on the human central nervous system, capable of relieving tension and inducing drowsiness. The worker caste member who entered the dormitory had thick hair. From the moment Cardinal's crown was first attacked, he had begun violating the ban, letting his hair grow. Now, he wanted to obey no one's orders, not even those of the Order of Shadows, who had supposedly liberated them. Seeing the graceful figure seated on the folding chair, his eyes lit up. In the next instant, his body froze. He stared at the woman before him with terror, as if she were a great beast. The psychiatrist used a dragon's might to dispel the vile thoughts in the gray-skinned man's mind. Then she asked in a placating tone. "What is your name?" "I am Rafa of the Cadona." The gray-skinned man's fear subsided, and he stood somewhat dazedly. "Rafa, sit." Rafa sat on the stone slab bed. Worker caste beds were made from local materials, using granite from Cardinal's crown's surface. The manufacturing process was simple, merely grinding down the sharp edges. Sitting on his blanket, Rafa still felt the bed's hardness. "Rafa, let's first talk about your experiences." "I am the 105th generation of the Cadona caste." The psychiatrist patiently listened to the gray-skinned man's story. As she expected, Rafa's life had been in service to Cardinal's industry from the very beginning. When the candle had burned down by a third, the psychiatrist finally spoke. "Rafa, are you willing to serve Cardinal's new master, Lord Nareth?" "I am not willing," Rafa answered without hesitation, revealing his inner thoughts. "I don't want to sleep on a hard bed anymore. I also want to sleep in a habitation tower." Diana felt a slight sense of dissolution within her, similar to the feeling after drinking coffee during her office work. She gently stroked the fur of her strong-brained cat, her mind rapidly processing, systematically organizing the key points of the other's speech. More comfortable living conditions, living in hab towers like the lower castes within the city. Diana knew she couldn't speak with every single Cardinal individual. Not even 1/10 of them. There were still at least tens of billions of people on Cardinal's crown. As the psychiatrist, she had set herself 2 tasks. One was to negotiate with representative figures from different castes, excavate their inner desires, and provide feedback to the Primarchs attended to facilitate future governance. After listening to Rafa, the psychiatrist began her other task, to mold her conversation subjects into standards for the new era, to make more Cardinal take them as examples and serve the Primarch. Her tone was soothing and magnetic. "From now on, you must work diligently and serve Lord Nareth. You will soon find your life undergoing changes." The psychiatrist's words echoed in Rafa's mind. As he walked out the door, only one thought remained. Work diligently. Diana pulled out her data slate, recording the key points of the conversation before the next subject arrived. She had witnessed many worlds become Lord Nareth's territory. Regardless of which chapter managed the future Cardinal, the demands of worker caste members like Rafa would be met. While Diana spoke with her second worker caste subject, in High Lord Maidus estate within the capital, the Primarch's aide was holding a data slate and began his report. "My lord, the industrial facilities of Cardinal's crown have been preserved almost entirely. Due to the control based on the caste system, we have a grasp on the status of the majority of the population. Over 75.2 billion individuals are now adapting to the new era." Nareth nodded with a smile, thinking to himself. Ferrus Manus, while fulfilling the Emperor's demand not to destroy the industrial facilities, still turned Cardinal's crown into a dead world. The forbidden weapons he used killed most of Cardinal's crown's population. Post-war, the planet was completely uninhabitable for centuries. Robot Gilliman, who took over, likely spent a great deal of time restoring Cardinal's former production capacity. After all, besides industrial facilities, people are also the foundation of Cardinal's industry. Nareth felt pleased with his strategy. He had acquired both major assets, industrial facilities and population. His black eyes grew profound. He issued an order. When reporting the Cardinal situation to the War Council, state that Cardinal possesses only one habitable world, with a population of merely 10 million. Arsena was taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. "My lord, this would make your brilliant achievement seem insignificant. Moreover, you previously mentioned that the Emperor has begun considering retreating to Terra and selecting one among the Primarchs to act as War Master in his stead. Your approach would diminish your chances of succeeding as the War Master of the Great Crusade." Arsena spoke with confusion. Although Horus Lupercal's achievements had held a slight lead, they were not insurmountable. Cardinal was a weighty counterbalance. Its production capacity surpassed many Forge worlds, its population was vast, capable of injecting new momentum into the Great Crusade. This was a monumental triumph enough to delight the Emperor and the entire War Council, a glorious achievement that could turn the tide. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu